Chapter 1. The Spiritual Field, Su Pinggan's Transformation. In Qingxia Town, at the Lin family farm, the sun blazed mercilessly at noon, intensifying the already grueling toil of the weary serfs. Su Pinggan had not eaten for 3 days. After receiving his monthly wages, he had chosen to forego a portion to honor the overseer and instead devoted every last coin to purchasing medicine for his ailing mother, thereby incurring the wrath of the overseer. The prolonged hunger, coupled with relentless labor, had brought his body to the brink of collapse. As the fierce rays of the sun struck him, he felt the world spinning, darkness engulfing his vision, and he crumpled to the ground. Moments later, a steward rushed over, brandishing a whip and without a word, began to lash Su Pinggan mercilessly, the crack of the whip echoing sharply. "Get up! I didn't tell you to play dead." Before long, Su Pinggan's flesh was torn, bloodied, and raw. The searing pain gradually brought him back to consciousness, whereupon he recalled his sick mother. Having lost his father at a young age, he and his mother had relied solely on one another. She was his only kin in this world. Should he perish, she would surely not survive either. With unwavering resolve, Su Pinggan stirred weakly, uttering, "Please stop. Get up and work." The overseer barked, infuriated, cracking the whip across Su Pinggan's back twice more before relenting, only when he saw him struggle to rise. "Damn it! If you pretend to be dead again, it'll let you experience true death." With a malevolent glare, the overseer turned and departed. To survive, Su Pinggan had no choice but to continue laboring. At that moment, a drop of blood fell from his hand into the soil beneath him. In the next instant, the field before him appeared to shimmer and distort. Initially, he thought it was merely a hallucination brought on by hunger and fatigue. However, he soon realized it was no illusion, but a startling reality. He extended his hand toward the field, and upon contact, a flash enveloped his vision. When he looked again, the field had shrunk to the size of his palm. Su Pinggan was left astounded, disbelief etched across his face. Quickly, he closed his hand and glanced around, relieved to find that everyone else had gone to collect their meals, leaving him unnoticed. With a sigh of relief, he gradually opened his palm once more, revealing the field anew. Testing it with his other hand, he found no trace of its existence. "Strange, what is this? Why does it manifest in my palm?" he murmured thoughtfully. Just then, his gaze fell upon the steamed buns in the hands of his fellow workers. Although each serf was allotted but a single bun and a bowl of water per meal, it was far better than enduring hunger. Starving, he had no time to ponder the mysterious field further and resolved to consume some weeds for sustenance, as he had done for the past few days. However, as he plucked a weed from the field, preparing to eat, something extraordinary occurred. The weed vanished instantly from his grasp, and to his astonishment, sprouts began to emerge from the previously barren soil. Su Pinggan's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind racing with wonder. While he knew the world harbored many mysteries, witnessing this phenomenon firsthand left him utterly astonished. Regaining his composure, he plucked another weed, hoping for a repeat of the earlier event, but nothing happened. He tried small stones and dried twigs, yet all yielded the same result. After a moment of contemplation, he mused, could it be that only one item can be planted at a time? This explanation seemed plausible after all. There was only this one patch of earth. At that moment, others began to return from their meal. Su Pinggan quickly concealed the field in his palm and pretended to nibble on weeds. Although they hardly filled his stomach, the enchanted field distracted him enough to dull his discomfort. Instead of hunger, he felt a burgeoning curiosity about what the weeds might yield. While laboring in the afternoon, he seized a moment when no one was watching to sneak a glance at the field in his palm. To his surprise, the sprouts had begun to branch out and flourish. The following morning, he discovered that the shoots had indeed borne something new, a grass resembling the shape of an animal's spine. Beyond its peculiar form, this grass emitted an unusual aura, enveloped by 2 white halos. Although Su Pinggan did not recognize the grass, it was evident it was no ordinary plant. A surge of excitement coursed through him. During lunchtime, while others were preoccupied, he found a secluded spot and cautiously extracted the grass from his palm. To the touch, it felt much like any other grass, but the aura it radiated was refreshing and invigorating. Overcome by hunger, he resolved to take a bold bite. Instantly, a fragrant essence filled his mouth, and with it, all feelings of hunger and fatigue vanished. Elated, he devoured the remaining grass, feeling an unprecedented surge of vitality within him. In a fit of inspiration, he seized a nearby stone and crushed it effortlessly, as if it were mere clay. Su Pinggan's joy was boundless as he gazed at his hands, sensing an extraordinary energy coursing through him. Could this be the legendary spiritual energy? He pondered. In this world, cultivators of the mystical arts did indeed exist. Su Pinggan had once encountered such a being and knew they thrived by absorbing and refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Yet, he never imagined that this grass, resembling an animal's spine, would possess such ethereal qualities. Then it stands to reason that this is a field capable of transforming the mundane into the extraordinary. Su Pinggan reflected, excitement swelling within him. If weeds can yield spiritual herbs, then surely stones can produce. With that thought igniting his enthusiasm, he hastily placed a small stone into the spiritual field in his palm. The moment the stone was planted, new sprouts emerged once more. Su Pinggan smiled with delight, knowing now he must simply wait patiently. On the second day, the sprouts expanded further. By the third day, as expected, they bore a radiant spiritual stone. Spiritual stones were the most sought-after resource for cultivators, also serving as currency for trade. These stones were categorized by quality: low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. The stone he had produced was a low-grade spiritual stone. At that moment, Su Pinggan's heart brimmed with uncontainable joy. A low-grade spiritual stone could be exchanged for 10,000 taels of gold, equivalent to 100,000 taels of silver. In contrast, as a serf laboring tirelessly, his monthly wages barely amounted to half a tael of silver. What cultivators discarded as trivial could afford ordinary people a lifetime of comfort. This stark disparity between cultivators and common folk weighed heavily on his mind. Once, Su Pinggan had aspired to become a cultivator, yet his poor aptitude had thwarted his dreams. But now, with this spiritual field, he felt a renewed sense of hope. If I could become a cultivator, perhaps I could cure my mother's illness. This thought ignited a flame of determination within him. However, to continue planting other items, he first needed to extract the low-grade spiritual stone from the field. But where could he safely store it? Keeping it on his person would be perilous. If the overseer discovered it, the consequences would be dire. There was no suitable hiding place in the room, and he needed to be wary of his roommate. After much consideration, Su Pinggan resolved to bury the stone behind the house for safety. In the dead of night, while his roommate, Wang Ergu, slept soundly, Su Pinggan quietly got up, tiptoeing out of the house. He dug a small hole in the corner of the yard, placed the spiritual stone inside, and covered it with weeds to disguise it. Just as he felt confident in his plan and stood up to return, a low voice suddenly echoed from behind him. "What are you doing?" Su Pinggan's heart raced, and he turned to see his roommate, Wang Ergu, staring at him. Uncertain whether Wang Ergu had seen anything, he forced himself to remain calm, replying, "It's the middle of the night, of course. I'm just taking a piss." After saying this, he unzipped his pants and relieved himself against the wall. To prevent Wang Ergu from suspecting anything, Su Pinggan then turned and walked away nonchalantly. Wang Ergu glanced at Su Pinggan, then at the spot where he had urinated, his expression thoughtful. Upon returning to the room, Su Pinggan climbed back into bed, yet sleep eluded him. The earlier encounter replayed in his mind, leaving him uncertain whether Wang Ergu had truly noticed anything. Yet, at this juncture, he could only pray that Wang Ergu remained oblivious. Before long, Wang Ergu returned. Su Pinggan feigned slumber, but his ears were attuned to the movements of Wang Ergu. It was only when Wang Ergu settled into bed that he finally exhaled in relief. The following morning, upon awakening, Su Pinggan immediately examined the spiritual field in his palm. The weed he had planted yesterday had already begun to flourish. During lunch, Su Pinggan continued to sit alone in a secluded spot. However, Wang Ergu approached and unceremoniously plopped down beside him. Su Pinggan's brow furrowed slightly, and just as he was about to speak, he observed Wang Ergu reaching into his bosom, retrieving an object to toy within his hands. As Su Pinggan focused on the item, his expression turned to one of sheer horror. For in Wang Ergu's grasp was a low-grade spirit stone. Wang Ergu turned to him with a grin, saying, "This trinket must belong to you, right?" Chapter 2. The Seeds of Greed. Wang Ergu's Self-Destruction. At this moment, a tempest of turmoil surged within Su Pinggan. He had not anticipated that Wang Ergu had indeed discovered the truth. The matter concerning the spiritual field was one that must remain a secret from all. Consequently, he resolutely denied, "No, it isn't mine. Not yours." Wang Ergu chuckled, "Oh, but I distinctly witnessed you burying it behind the house last night. I have no idea what you are talking about." Faced with the situation, Su Pinggan could only stubbornly refuse to acknowledge it. Wang Ergu nodded with a smile. "Very well, then I shall have to inform the overseer." With that, he rose to leave. "Wait," Su Pinggan hastily called out to him. Should this matter reach the ears of the overseer, it could very well bring about his demise. "Have you confessed?" A triumphant smile spread across Wang Ergu's face. "What do you want?" Su Pinggan inquired in a hushed tone. Wang Ergu resumed his seat and said with a grin, "I wish to know, from where did you acquire this low-grade spirit stone?" Su Pinggan's heart sank upon hearing this. It turned out Wang Ergu was familiar with low-grade spirit stones. This made matters even more complicated. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Pinggan decided to feign ignorance, exclaiming in wonder, "A low-grade spirit stone? You're unaware?" Wang Ergu looked at him in confusion. Su Pinggan shook his head. Yet Wang Ergu was not so easily convinced, he probed. "If you don't know this is a low-grade spirit stone, why did you bury it?" Su Pinggan maintained his composure, explaining, "I saw that this stone was translucent and exquisite, surmising it must be extraordinary. Hence I buried it to prevent it from being discovered." Wang Ergu scrutinized Su Pinggan for a moment, observing his calm demeanor, which did not suggest deceit, and thus his suspicions were somewhat alleviated. After all, such a rare item as a spirit stone was something most ordinary people had never encountered. He himself had only seen one by chance. It was reasonable that Su Pinggan had not come across it. "How did you come by this low-grade spirit stone?" Wang Ergu inquired once more. Su Pinggan had already prepared his response, and, without hesitation, replied, "I found it on the road during my last trip home." "Found it?" Wang Ergu frowned, evidently skeptical of this claim, and pressed further, "Where exactly did you find it?" "At the mouth of a cave on Xiaokishan." Su Pinggan stated with a calm demeanor. Xiaokishan lay 30 miles north of Qingxia town, along the path Su Pinggan took to return home. Wang Ergu pondered for a moment and asked, "Did you not venture inside?" Su Pinggan shook his head. "It was too dark inside, I didn't dare to enter." Wang Ergu's brow furrowed, deep in thought. He certainly knew that cultivators existed in this world. Furthermore, he was aware that many cultivators had their own caves. Could it be that the cave belongs to a certain cultivator? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. If so, there might be other treasures within. If he could obtain those treasures, he could become a cultivator himself. Moreover, should there be a cultivator inside from whom he could not procure treasures, he could still attempt to become that cultivator's apprentice. In due time, he too might rise as a cultivator. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Wang Ergu was immediately filled with fervor and eagerly urged Su Pinggan, "Take me there." Su Pinggan had anticipated this very request from Wang Ergu. Thus, the cave he spoke of was indeed a real place. In his youth, he had ventured to Xiaokishan with friends from his village, and when it rained, they would seek refuge in that cave. However, to enhance the credibility of his tale and to convince Wang Ergu further, Su Pinggan feigned hesitation. Observing this, Wang Ergu swiftly threatened, "If you do not take me, I shall hand this low-grade spirit stone over to the overseer. They will not treat you as kindly as I have." He then reassured, "We are in this together. I promise that whatever treasures we find, we shall share equally." Sensing the opportune moment, Su Pinggan feigned a momentous decision and nodded, "Very well, but this is your promise." Seeing Su Pinggan relent, Wang Ergu smirked inwardly while maintaining a facade of innocence. Patting his chest and declaring, "Rest assured, I, Wang Ergu, always keep my word." However, Su Ping'an remarked, "But I only just returned home a few days ago. I fear that the steward will not grant me another leave." Wang Ergu, with a glint of cunning in his eyes, replied, "You need not worry about that. I will take care of it." He then added a cautionary note, "Remember, this matter must remain a secret. You must not divulge it to anyone." Su Ping'an nodded in acknowledgement, replying that he understood. Subsequently, Wang Ergu rose and departed. Su Ping'an gazed at the receding figure of Wang Ergu, his pupils narrowing as a flicker of murderous intent glimmered in his eyes. In the evening, Wang Ergu approached Su Ping'an, informing him that the invitation had been secured and they would set off for Xiaokishan early the following morning. Su Ping'an never anticipated that Wang Ergu would manage to secure leave so swiftly. It was likely due to bribing the overseeing officials. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to acquiesce. The following day, the two set off early towards Xiaoyu Mountain. By noon, they arrived at the entrance of the cave on Xiaoyu Mountain. "Brother Ergu, this is the place." Su Ping'an spoke to Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu stood at the entrance of the cave, craning his neck to peer inside. Indeed, it was pitch black, and nothing was discernible. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to Su Ping'an and said, "You go ahead." Without hesitation, Su Ping'an stepped forward into the cave, while Wang Ergu cautiously followed behind. The cavern was modest in size, dim and damp, strewn with jagged stones. It bore no resemblance to the celestial abode Wang Ergu had envisioned. For a moment, doubt crept into his mind. Was Su Ping'an's low-grade spirit stone truly discovered here? Just as he was about to inquire, Su Ping'an, crouching in the corner, pointed excitedly at a small crevice before them, exclaiming, "Brother Ergu, there's a spirit stone inside." Upon hearing the word spirit stone, Wang Ergu's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly rushed over, bending down to peer inside. However, the darkness rendered it impossible to see clearly. "Where is it?" he asked. "It's right in there," came the reply. Su Ping'an quietly rose to his feet, seizing a sizable stone. Taking advantage of Wang Ergu's momentary lapse, he struck fiercely at his head. The strength Su Ping'an possessed now was far beyond what it once was. The blow sent Wang Ergu reeling. His skull fractured, without a sound escaping his lips as he collapsed to the ground, motionless, blood pooling around him. Yet Su Ping'an did not relent. He continued to strike Wang Ergu's head several more times, only ceasing when he was assured that his adversary was irrevocably dead. Su Ping'an discarded the stone, plopped down onto the ground, and gazed at the lifeless body of Wang Ergu, his breath coming in heavy gasps, his heart racing uncontrollably. This was, after all, his first experience with taking a life. To claim he felt no anxiety would be an utter falsehood. Moreover, he was merely a 16-year-old youth. Yet, Su Ping'an understood that sparing Wang Ergu would lead to dire consequences. After a moment of composure, he rose to his feet. Retrieving his low-grade spirit stone from Wang Ergu's embrace, he then hurried outside the cave, gathering some dry grass and withered branches, which he spread over the corpse and its surroundings. Subsequently, he took out a pre-prepared fire starter from his pocket and ignited the grass and branches. Although the Xiaokishan mountain was seldom visited, prudence dictated the necessity of obliterating any evidence. Otherwise, should someone stumble upon the scene and report it to the authorities, it would spell trouble. Su Ping'an stood at the cave's entrance until the remains of Wang Ergu were completely reduced to ashes. Only then did he feel reassured enough to depart. However, he did not return to the farm. Instead, he made his way to the small river at the foot of the mountain, where he removed his clothes to cleanse away the bloodstains. Such details could potentially betray him, leading to troublesome consequences. Therefore, it was imperative to address them meticulously. Once he confirmed that all traces of blood had been washed away, he lit a fire to dry his damp garments before donning them anew. Having accomplished this, Su Ping'an finally left Xiaokishan. Although Xiaokishan was less than 10 miles from Taoshi village, having just returned home a few days prior, he chose not to visit Taoshi village again to spare his mother from unnecessary worries. Instead, he headed straight back to the farm. When Su Ping'an returned to the farm, darkness had already fallen. However, upon reaching the entrance, he noticed several overseers jovially emerging from within. I am not exaggerating. The newly arrived courtesan from the Red Mansion is an ethereal beauty, surpassing even the celestial beings. Is that for real? Could it be so exaggerated? Indeed. She is merely a courtesan. Is it really that remarkable? Why wouldn't it be? I assure you, once you witness her beauty with your own eyes, you will discern the truth of my words. Alas, if only I could spend a night with her, I would gladly embrace death. These overseers were all martial artists, earning a monthly salary of dozens to hundreds of taels, and during their leisure time, They would often indulge in visits to brothels or partake in the pleasures of the flowered wine. Su Pingyan, wishing to avoid drawing their attention, hurriedly lowered his head and swiftly passed by them. Just at the moment when they crossed paths, a voice rang out, commanding, "Halt." The speaker was none other than Zhang Qian, the steward who had previously struck Su Pingyan with a whip. Su Pingyan and Wang Ergo were both under his management. Upon hearing Zhang Qian call out to him, Su Pingyan felt a jolt of apprehension in his heart. He halted his steps, turned around, and bowed respectfully, saying, "My lord." "Where's Wang Ergo?" Zhang Qian inquired. "In response to your question, my lord, after we departed from the farm, we went our separate ways, and I am unaware of his whereabouts." Su Pingyan forced himself to remain calm, yet his heart was in turmoil, fearing that Zhang Qian might discern any signs of his unease. Fortunately, that did not happen. Zhang Qian merely responded with a subtle acknowledgement before turning away. Just as Su Pingyan breathed a sigh of relief, believing the matter had passed, Zhang Qian suddenly pivoted back, his gaze piercing and fixed upon him. Su Pingyan was immediately startled, his entire body trembling as he hastily lowered his head and bowed, asking, "Is there something you require, my lord? Why do I detect a scent of blood emanating from you?" Chapter 3. Cultivating Immortal Plants. The Lin family recruits outsiders. Su Pingyan felt a tremor within, silently exclaiming, "This is dire." In his haste to cleanse the bloodstains from his garments, he had neglected the lingering scent. In truth, the metallic odor of blood on him was rather faint, imperceptible to the average individual. However, the stewards present, being skilled martial artists, possessed an acute sense of smell that far surpassed that of ordinary folk. After Zhang Qian spoke, the other stewards' gazes turned towards Su Pingyan as well. In a moment of panic, Su Pingyan, with quick wit, discreetly scratched his hand with his fingernail and then raised his hand, saying, "My lord, on my way back, I accidentally fell and injured my hand." Zhang Qian glanced at Su Pingyan's hand and noticed a genuine cut that was indeed bleeding, which dispelled any lingering doubts. At that moment, the official who was to escort them to see the courtesan, growing somewhat impatient, addressed Zhang Qian, "I say, why waste words with a mere peasant? Let us proceed without delay." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian thought no further and turned to follow the others. Upon witnessing the situation, Su Pingyan finally exhaled in relief. Unbeknownst to him, beads of cold sweat had formed on his forehead. With Wang Ergu's demise, Su Pingyan had managed to relieve himself of a lingering concern. However, the following morning, while Su Pingyan was diligently engaged in his work, Zhang Qian once again inquired about Wang Ergo. After all, Wang Ergo had only requested a day off, and his absence was conspicuous. As the overseer, it was only customary to make an inquiry. Su Pingyan remained steadfast in his previous assertions. After all, Wang Ergo had turned to ashes, and even if they sought him out, he would be beyond their reach. Moreover, it was highly improbable that they would even attempt to search for him. Incidents of serfs fleeing in secrecy were not uncommon. The overseer would merely inquire, for it was unlikely that they would mobilize significant resources for the sake of a single serf. Su Pingyan adeptly seized this opportunity, daring to take the life of Wang Ergo. Indeed, after Zhang Qian inquired into the matter, it ultimately dissipated without consequence. In the days that followed, Su Pingyan continued to cultivate spiritual herbs for his consumption, thereby enhancing his own capabilities. Ever since he ingested the spiritual herbs, he no longer experienced hunger or fatigue, and even the whip scars on his body healed at an astonishing rate. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that the enhancement provided by the spiritual herbs seemed to be diminishing, especially after consuming the herbs. The spiritual energy within did not nourish his body as it once did. Instead, it circulated briefly before dissipating into the air. This left Su Pingyan perplexed. Before long, a month had passed. It became evident that Su Pingyan's prior sentiments were indeed accurate. The spiritual herbs, while effective in alleviating his hunger and exhaustion, no longer offered any physical enhancement. Consequently, during this period, Su Pingyan not only cultivated spiritual herbs but also produced 12 pieces of low-grade spiritual stones. Naturally, it was impractical for him to carry such an abundance of spiritual stones on his person, nor could he store them within his dwelling. Instead, he buried them all behind his house. Ever since Wang Ergu's demise, Su Pingyan had resided alone, untroubled by visitors, which greatly facilitated his activities. Nevertheless, such a solitary existence could not persist indefinitely. Moreover, he discovered that not only weeds and stones, but also branches, bark, and even steamed buns and water could be sown in the spiritual field, yielding ethereal treasures imbued with spiritual energy. As the quantity of items increased, it became impossible to hide them all. Thus, Su Pingyan recalled a remarkable artifact he had encountered from a previous immortal practitioner, the Qian Kuan bag. The Qiankuan bag is a spatial-type treasure, creating its own space for storage purposes. When Su Ping'an first witnessed the extraordinary capabilities of the Qiankuan bag, he was nearly left speechless. The enchanting scene remained vividly etched in his memory. In the past, the notion of possessing such a treasure seemed an unattainable luxury. Yet now, he could cultivate a piece of low-grade spiritual stone in merely a day and a half. Artifacts like the Qiankuan bag, being entry-level treasures, were relatively affordable. Available for purchase at the town's Qijin Pavilion, Su Ping'an recalled that it seemed to be 10 low-grade spirit stones. Reflecting on this, he resolved to purchase a Qiankuan bag the following day and, while he was at it, to return home to visit his mother. In the evening, Su Ping'an sought out Zhang Qian, expressing his desire to take leave to visit his family. The serfs were entitled to 2 days of family leave each month. However, the approval of such request ultimately lay in the hands of the overseeing steward. Given that Su Ping'an had not shown any filial respect to Zhang Qian after receiving his monthly wages last month, Zhang Qian naturally harbored resentment. Su Ping'an was acutely aware that his request for leave would likely be denied. Thus, before his superior could voice a refusal, he promptly presented the half-tael of silver he had prepared in advance. This amount represented his entire monthly earnings from the previous month. Had it not been for the acquisition of the spiritual field, he would have been reluctant to part with such a sum. However, for him now, this modest amount was negligible. As the saying goes, money can make the world go round. Though this mere half-tael of silver might not have garnered much respect from Zhang Qian, Su Ping'an's earnest demeanor won him favor, and his leave was granted. The following morning, Su Ping'an, brimming with excitement and clutching 12 low-grade spirit stones, made his way to the Qijin Pavilion, the only establishment in Qingxia town that sold celestial treasures. Local cultivators frequented this shop for their various needs. Along the way, Su Ping'an felt a twinge of anxiety. Fortunately, no one seemed to pay him any mind. After all, who would suspect that a youth clad in tattered garments harbored 12 low-grade spirit stones? Before long, Su Ping'an arrived at the Qijin Pavilion. This establishment, second only in stature to the town lord's residence, boasted an architectural style that was both ancient and grand. The 2 colossal golden beasts flanking the entrance epitomized the opulence of the place. In the past, Su Ping'an had only dared to gaze from a distance, never approaching, let alone entering. Even now, a flicker of trepidation coursed through him, fearing he might be turned away. Yet, he quickly reassured himself that he was now, at the very least, a semi-cultivator, so why should he fear? Gathering his courage, he stepped inside. In stark contrast to the exterior's grandeur, the interior of the Qijin Pavilion was equally resplendent, adorned with a dazzling array of celestial artifacts that left Su Ping'an awestruck, just as he was lost in admiration. An elderly voice inquired sternly, "Would you like to purchase?" Su Ping'an felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Following the sound, he turned to see an elderly gentleman in splendid attire standing behind the counter, casting a sidelong glance at him. Although the old man's appearance was unremarkable, he emanated an aura of authority. Su Ping'an, feeling a sense of urgency, quickly bowed and said, "Esteemed elder, I wish to purchase a Qiankuan bag." However, upon hearing this, the old man made no immediate move but instead fixed his gaze upon Su Ping'an as if attempting to see through him. Su Ping'an felt profoundly uncomfortable under the elderly man's gaze. His already heightened anxiety intensified. However, he understood that it was precisely in such moments that he must not display any signs of weakness. Thus, he feigned composure and bowed once more, saying, "Senior, I kindly ask you to expedite the process. If I return late, I fear my master will chastise me." It is often said that there exists a distinction between the celestial and the mortal. The individuals within the Rare Treasures Pavilion are all cultivators of considerable skill, holding ordinary people in little regard. Moreover, Su Ping'an's attire did little to elevate his standing. To avoid arousing suspicion, he concocted a fictitious master. Indeed, upon hearing that Su Ping'an had a master, the elder's expression shifted slightly, and with a mere gesture, several spatial bags hanging on the wall gracefully floated before Su Ping'an. "Choose at your leisure," the elder said nonchalantly. For a moment, Su Ping'an couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards the elder's effortless manner. Perhaps, given time, if he were to truly become a cultivator, he might also attain such an elegant demeanor. Su Ping'an quietly mused to himself before he commenced the selection of the Qiankuan bags. Before him lay 7 bags, identical in size yet varied in patterns and hues. Ultimately, Su Ping'an chose a blue bag adorned with cloud motifs. Observing his choice, the elderly man declared, 10 low-grade spirit stones. With that, he gestured, and the remaining 6 Qiankuan bags were returned to their original place upon the wall, untouched. Su Pingyan retrieved 10 low-grade spirit stones from his bosom and placed them upon the counter. He then bowed respectfully to the elderly man before turning to depart. It was only after he had ventured far from the Chixian pavilion that he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, he had been apprehensive that the elder might inquire about the identity of his master. It is worth noting that in Qingxia town, there were only a handful of renowned cultivators. Should his ruse be uncovered, it would lead to significant complications. Fortunately, the elder did not pose such a question. Regardless, he had successfully acquired the Qiankuan bag at long last. Holding the Qiankuan bag in his hands, Su Pingyan was overwhelmed with joy. However, at that moment, a sudden thought struck him. Given that the spirit field in his possession had the capacity to transform mundane items into extraordinary ones, he pondered what might occur if he were to plant a celestial item such as the Qiankuan bag. After careful contemplation, Su Pingyan resolved to give it a try. After all, it was merely 10 low-grade spirit stones. If it failed, he could always procure another. With that in mind, Su Pingyan planted the Qiankuan bag into the spirit field. The instant it was sown, tender sprouts began to emerge from the earth. Su Pingyan felt a surge of joy, his heart subtly brimming with anticipation. Subsequently, he visited the money exchange, converting the remaining 2 inferior spirit stones into gold and silver. However, due to the fact that his Qiankuan pouch was planted within the spirit field, he could not possibly take all this wealth with him. Thus, he opted to open a storage cabinet at the money exchange, temporarily depositing the gold and silver inside, carrying only a modest amount with him. After completing these arrangements, Su Pingyan prepared to return home to visit his mother. Yet, as he passed through the town's central square, he was unexpectedly drawn in by the voices of several individuals. The Lin family was indeed recruiting outsiders, and they were bringing in as many as 100 people. You may not be aware, but recently, the Lin family ventured into the Wanyao mountain range to gather spirit herbs, incurring significant losses. Otherwise, they wouldn't be recruiting so many. And the compensation is remarkably generous. Damn, just for this month's 100 taels of gold, it's worth dying for. Indeed. It's a pity that we lack the cultivation of the second layer of the body refinement realm. Su Pingyan turned his gaze towards the sound and beheld a crowd gathered around a notice board, engaged in animated discussions. Chapter 4. Overcoming the First Barrier. Pingyan encounters his most formidable opponent. Su Pingyan approached, weaving through the crowd, and upon gazing at the notice board, he indeed found the announcement from the Lin family seeking to recruit non-clan disciples. The Lin family is one of the 2 prominent families in Qingxia town. The farm where Su Pingyan currently resides is the property of the Lin family. Recently, Su Pingyan has gradually begun to entertain the notion of departing from the Lin family farm. After all, he no longer needs to fret over financial concerns. Leaving the farm would afford him greater convenience in his endeavors and liberate him from the fear of others discovering his secret. Presently, it appears to be an opportune moment for such a transition. Of course, these are merely a portion of his motivations. Another significant reason is the presence of cultivators within the Lin family. Although he now possesses a spiritual field, he remains entirely ignorant of the ways of cultivation. To him, it seems that if he could gain entry into the Lin family and become one of their adopted kin, he might have the chance to engage with cultivators. However, the predicament lies in the fact that only those with a cultivation level of at least the second stage of body refinement are eligible to apply. Despite the transformation he has undergone after consuming spiritual herbs, he is uncertain whether he has attained the second stage of body refinement. Nevertheless, he is resolved to give it a try. Upon checking the application deadline, he realized it was today. A glance at the specific time revealed that he had less than half an hour remaining. In a state of urgency, Su Pingyan took off running towards the Lin family estate. The Lin family is located to the east of Qingxia town, a journey that would typically consume at least half an hour from the town center. Fortunately, Su Pingyan has undergone a transformation, allowing him to travel at a speed unmatched by ordinary individuals. Thus, he hurried along, ultimately arriving at the Lin family gate just before the deadline. However, at that moment, several attendants were busy tidying up tables and signs. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the sign prominently displayed the words registration office. Simultaneously, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in charge, was preparing to return to the estate. Upon witnessing the situation, Su Pingyan hurriedly rushed forward, calling out as he ran, "My lord, please hold on." The middle-aged man, upon hearing the voice, glanced back at him but did not halt his pace. Fortunately, Su Pingyan was swift enough to intercept him before he entered the residence. "My lord, I have come to register." Su Pingyan hurriedly explained his intentions. However, the middle-aged man impatiently replied, "It is too late. The registration has already closed. But sir, it is not yet noon. Su Pingyan promptly elucidated the situation. However, the middle-aged man paid no heed to his explanation and retorted, "What I say is final." With that, he circumvented Su Pingyan and made his way toward the manor's entrance. As the middle-aged man was on the verge of entering, Su Pingyan, in a moment of desperation, hastily approached him once more. "Sir, will you not relent? If you do not depart, do not blame me for being ungracious." The middle-aged man, feeling increasingly exasperated by Su Pingyan's persistence, could not suppress his ire. Yet, in the next instant, Su Pingyan reached into his bosom and produced a gold ingot, presenting it to the man. "Sir, I genuinely wish to enter the Lin residence. I implore you to show some leniency." Although Su Pingyan was unaware of this self-proclaimed steward's status within the Lin household, the man's attire and demeanor suggested he was not an ordinary individual, certainly not comparable to Zhang Qian, the mere farm laborer. Thus, the token of goodwill he offered was not insignificant. Indeed, upon sighting the gold ingot, the middle-aged man's countenance softened considerably with a subtle gesture. He tucked the ingot into his sleeve. "Given your earnestness, you may accompany me inside." With that, he stepped into the manor. With great joy, Su Pingyan hastily followed suit. At that moment, he couldn't help but silently express gratitude for having retained some gold and silver on his person. Otherwise, he feared he would have missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Su Pingyan followed the middle-aged man into the residence. Upon passing through two grand vermilion doors, he was greeted by a vast courtyard. Within the courtyard, an array of exotic flowers and plants, which Su Pingyan had never encountered before, flourished abundantly, their intoxicating fragrances permeating the air and captivating the senses. Su Pingyan had lived in a mountain village since his childhood and had never witnessed such breathtaking scenery. He was momentarily captivated, unable to avert his gaze, until the voice of a middle-aged man broke the spell, inquiring, "What is your name?" Su Pingyan, upon hearing the voice, quickly regained his composure. "My lord, I am Su Pingyan." The middle-aged man inquired further, "What is your cultivation level?" This question left Su Pingyan somewhat at a loss, for he was uncertain of his own cultivation state. However, he could not admit this truth, as it would surely result in his expulsion. In a moment of desperation, he mustered the courage to respond, "I am at the second level of body refinement." At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of unease, fearing that the middle-aged man might see through his facade. Fortunately, he did not. The middle-aged man continued to ask, "Where did you practice martial arts?" Su Pingyan found himself in a quandary once more. If this were poorly concocted, it would undoubtedly be more susceptible to exposure. HM? Noticing Su Pingyan's prolonged silence, the middle-aged man couldn't help but cast him a sidelong glance. Su Pingyan hurriedly lowered his head. Speaking with trepidation, "I have learned some martial arts from a man of the mountains." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man displayed a hint of disdain on his face. Yet he refrained from inquiring further. Su Pingyan felt a weight lift from his heart as the man beside him remained silent. After traversing the front and main courtyards, Su Pingyan followed the middle-aged man to a side courtyard. Before them lay a vast plaza, where hundreds of individuals stood in orderly lines. At the forefront, an azure stone tablet was prominently displayed. Beside the tablet stood several individuals dressed similarly to the middle-aged man, likely overseers from the Lin residence. One by one, the gathered crowd approached the stone tablet, placing their hands upon it, after which the overseers would loudly announce the cultivator's levels. The ability to gauge one's cultivation through the stone tablet intrigued Su Pingyan. At that moment, the middle-aged man instructed him to join the line at the back. "Ah, very well, thank you, sir." Su Pingyan bowed deeply to the middle-aged man before him, then promptly took his place at the back of the line. At that moment, all attention was focused on the ongoing tests, leaving Su Pingyan unnoticed. With no one paying him any heed, he found a sense of ease in his anonymity. Just then, a steward's voice rang out from the front, "Gao Tai, late stage of the fourth layer of body refinement." As the words resonated, a collective gasp of astonishment arose from the crowd. Su Pingyan turned his gaze toward the source of the voice and beheld a man of formidable stature, broad-shouldered and barrel-chested, his upper body bare. His countenance bore the fierce aspect of a fearsome deity, suggesting he was not to be trifled with. Subsequently, Su Pingyan overheard the discussions of those nearby. "He is in the late stage of the fourth level of body tempering. Truly impressive." One remarked, "Isn't he the most formidable among us thus far? I sincerely hope we do not encounter him during the impending match." Another concurred, "Indeed. Anyone who crosses paths with him would surely face dire consequences." Upon hearing the conversation, Su Pingyan could not help but be taken aback. A duel? What duel? He was utterly unprepared. As the group finished their discussion, Su Ping'an could no longer restrain his curiosity and turned to the man beside him, inquiring, "May I ask, kind sir, what you meant by duel?" The man glanced at Su Ping'an, noticing his shabby attire, and a trace of disdain flickered across his face as he scoffed. What else could it mean? It's simply a one-on-one match. The victor advances while the loser is eliminated. Su Ping'an was momentarily taken aback and inquired. But the announcement stated that anyone with a cultivation level of at least the second stage of body refinement is eligible, correct? The man scoffed and retorted. Open your eyes and observe. Do any of these individuals possess a cultivation level below the second stage of body refinement? They require precisely 100 participants, which naturally leads to a survival of the fittest scenario. After delivering this disdainful remark, he cast a contemptuous glance at Su Ping'an. At this point, Su Ping'an was utterly bewildered. He had initially believed that if he were fortunate enough to attain a cultivation level of the second stage of body refinement, he could smoothly enter the Lin family as an outsider. However, he was blindsided by the revelation that he would also need to engage in combat. Although he had consumed spiritual herbs over the past few days, significantly enhancing his physique, he was utterly ignorant of martial arts. Nonetheless, since he had already come this far, he felt he could not abandon the endeavor. Otherwise, it would be a waste of a gold ingot. With no other choice, he resolved to go with the flow. Despite the crowd, the assessments proceeded swiftly. After waiting for just over an hour, it was finally Su Ping'an's turn. At this moment, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Approaching the stone tablet, he emulated the actions of those before him, first stating his name to the overseer before placing his palm on the designated area. Almost immediately, the stone tablet emitted a faint glow. Subsequently, the overseer announced loudly, "Su Ping'an, early stage of the second stage of body refinement." Upon hearing the voice, Su Ping'an instantly exhaled in relief, secretly rejoicing in his heart as he realized that he had attained the early stage of the second level of body refinement. However, this revelation meant that he was bound to engage in combat. While he had some experience in falling, the concept of actual combat left him bewildered. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, he could only silently pray that his opponent would not be overly formidable, ideally matching his own early stage of the second level of body refinement. To Su Ping'an's surprise, among the 300 to 400 individuals present, there were indeed some who were merely masquerading as capable contenders, all of whom were promptly eliminated. This sight filled him with trepidation, yet he felt an immense sense of relief. Ultimately, 320 individuals passed the cultivation assessment. The next phase involved a random pairing for combat. The vast square could accommodate 20 pairs battling simultaneously. In the first round, Su Ping'an was not among the participants, which provided him with an opportunity to observe. However, the brutal scenes of combat he witnessed left him profoundly shaken. He resolved that if he faced an opponent who was too strong, he would forfeit. After all, while gaining entry into the Lin family would be splendid, it was not worth jeopardizing his own well-being. Before long, the first round concluded entirely. The second round commenced shortly thereafter. The officials began calling out names one by one. And before long, 19 pairs had been announced. Just as Su Ping'an thought he had escaped this round as well, the official suddenly called out, "Su Ping'an, you will face Gao Tai." Su Ping'an was momentarily taken aback by the sound, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the name, until a cacophony of exclamations erupted around him, bringing him back to reality. Could it be? This was truly unfortunate. Chapter 5. Fearless, the young man triumphs over the strong. This Gao Tai was none other than the burly figure from before, a formidable expert with a late-stage cultivation of the 4th level of body tempering, and indeed the most powerful among these individuals. Su Ping'an never anticipated that he would find himself in such unfortunate circumstances, facing off against him. Had his opponent been of similar cultivation, he might have been willing to give it a try. However, with Gao Tai's superior prowess, he knew he stood no chance. For a moment, Su Ping'an felt the urge to retreat. At that moment, Gao Tai had already positioned himself at the center of the arena. Noticing that his opponent had yet to make an appearance, he bellowed in a gruff voice, "Which one of you is Su Ping'an? Come out here." It was not merely his imposing physique, but the sheer force of his presence that instilled fear in those around him. It seemed that Su Ping'an was intent on playing the part of a timid turtle. After all, better to be a coward than to end up crippled, right? He probably wet himself in fright, perhaps he has gone to change his trousers. Those around him exchanged harsh mockery and bursts of derisive laughter. Su Ping'an initially intended to forfeit. However, provoked by their words, a surge of anger ignited within him. Damn it, he had once consumed spiritual herbs. Why should he feel intimidated? Resolving his thoughts, Su Ping'an steeled himself and stepped forward. Before long, he found himself at the center of the arena, standing opposite Gao Tai. So, this is Su Ping'an. I recall him. He was the last to test, and his cultivation level seemed to be merely at the early stage of the second layer of body refinement. The disparity in strength is so vast. How dare he step forward? Is he foolish or merely naive? Kid, surrender quickly, or you shall surely meet your demise. As he listened to the jeers and taunts of the crowd, Su Ping'an's anger swelled further. Gao Tai stood firm as a mountain, his arms crossed over his chest. Muscles coiled with explosive power. He regarded Su Ping'an with a look of disdain, as if Su Ping'an were no more than an insignificant ant in his eyes, indeed. Even less than that. Su Ping'an took a deep breath, momentarily alleviating the tension within him, and then assumed a fighting stance. However, for someone who had never trained in martial arts, his posture appeared exceedingly awkward. What kind of technique was this? Why did his initial movement seem so clumsy? Indeed, it was riddled with flaws. Did he truly possess the cultivation of the second level of body refinement? Yet, none of this mattered. The outcome had already been predetermined. To the onlookers, the result of this duel seemed inevitable, with the sole point of intrigue being the manner in which Su Ping'an would concede defeat. Gao Tai, noticing that Su Ping'an regarded him with utter disdain, could not help but coldly remark, a mere child at the second level of body refinement. Today, I shall teach you the meaning of the vastness of heaven and the depth of earth. With that, Gao Tai surged forward like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey, launching a powerful punch aimed directly at Su Ping'an's face. Should this blow connect, Su Ping'an would either meet his demise or suffer grave injuries. It was all over. I warned him to surrender. He chose to seek his own suffering. He deserves this. However, as the spectators were deliberating, they suddenly witnessed Su Ping'an leap into the air, retreating backwards. Typically, a martial artist at the second level of body refinement could jump no more than 3 zhang. Yet, Su Ping'an soared a remarkable 5 zhang or more. This left the crowd utterly astonished. Though Gao Tai's punch was laden with force, it proved futile as Su Ping'an had leapt too far. Thus, he effortlessly evaded Gao Tai's seemingly assured strike. Upon landing, Su Ping'an felt a mix of astonishment and elation. Prior to this moment, he had indeed attempted to jump, but he had never achieved such distance. It seemed that his instinct for survival, coupled with his unwavering focus, had yielded this extraordinary result. Su Ping'an pondered silently. In truth, his willingness to engage in combat with Gao Tai was not merely a result of impulsiveness, though he had not practiced martial arts. His previous observations had instilled a considerable confidence in his speed. It was precisely this conviction that emboldened him to take such a risk. Had he truly felt he stood no chance, he would have conceded long ago. As fate would have it, he had indeed made the right gamble. At least in this initial round, his swiftness surpassed that of Gao Tai. Gao Tai, frustrated by his missed strike, felt a surge of anger. After all, he was a formidable warrior at the late stage of the 4th layer of body refinement, the strongest among those present. In contrast, Su Ping'an was merely at the early stage of the 2nd layer of body refinement, hardly worthy of his attention. Yet, despite his full-force attack, Su Ping'an had effortlessly evaded it. To Gao Tai, Su Ping'an's recent leap appeared remarkably effortless, inciting a sense of humiliation within him, especially in front of the gathered crowd. How could he bear such a loss of face? With a swift motion, he transformed his fist into a palm and leaped once more towards Su Ping'an. The force behind this strike was formidable enough to shatter bones. However, drawing from his previous experience, Su Ping'an remained unfazed. With a flash of brilliance in his eyes, he crouched low, bracing himself against the ground, and executed a backflip, once again evading Gao Tai's onslaught with ease. The fluidity of his movements left the spectators in astonishment. Clearly, no one had anticipated that Su Ping'an could withstand 2 strikes from Gao Tai, let alone do so effortlessly. This young man possessed remarkable talent. No wonder he dared to fight. He relied on his extraordinary speed. His swiftness was indeed exceptional, resembling a unique form of movement. The crowd, once rife with derision, now buzzed with admiration. After all, if they were in his position, few could withstand even 2 strikes from Gao Tai. Seeing both of his attacks deftly avoided, Gao Tai felt a growing irritation. Firstly, his large, imposing stature did not lend itself to agility. Secondly, his cultivated techniques prioritized strength over speed. Despite this inherent disadvantage, he typically fared well against practitioners of the same realm, let alone those of inferior levels, especially those as significantly weaker as Su Ping'an. Thus, he had not considered speed a factor, believing that his sheer strength would guarantee an effortless victory. Yet, he never anticipated that this young man, with merely the early stage of the 2nd layer of body refinement, would possess such remarkable speed. It seemed that even a practitioner at the 5th layer of body refinement would find themselves at a disadvantage against him. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Gao Tai became increasingly agitated. With a furious roar, he unleashed both fists. This time, his punches fell like a torrential downpour, enveloping Su Ping'an. This technique was none other than his signature move, the Swift Storm Fist. The speed and power of this technique were such that even those of the same realm would struggle to withstand it. Yet, with the confidence built from the previous exchanges, Su Ping'an faced the barrage of punches without a hint of panic. Instead, he held his breath, focused his energy, and moved through the onslaught like a fish gliding through water. The scene before the spectators was mesmerizing, leaving them in awe. No one had anticipated that Su Ping'an, at the early stage of the second layer of body refinement, could navigate so effortlessly before Gao Tai, who stood at the late stage of the fourth layer. This realization shattered their preconceived notions. Although the gap between the layers of body refinement was not vast, they were still separated by 2 full layers, a difference that could equate to 3 to 5 years of cultivation. Yet, in this moment, the two appeared evenly matched, inducing a surreal sense of disbelief among the onlookers. Gao Tai unleashed dozens of punches, all of which Su Ping'an deftly countered. In his impatience, Gao Tai inadvertently exposed a flaw. Su Ping'an had long been anticipating his opponent's moment of vulnerability, and now that the opportunity had presented itself, he would not let it slip away. With a sudden lunge forward, he struck while Gao Tai had yet to retract his fist, delivering a powerful blow directly to his opponent's armpit. Considering Gao Tai's superior cultivation and his toughened physique, Su Ping'an exerted every ounce of strength he possessed into this punch. Gao Tai was utterly unprepared for Su Ping'an's audacity in launching an attack against him. Caught off guard, he felt a sharp pain as Su Ping'an's fist connected with his armpit, causing his arm's strength to wane significantly. Consequently, the fierce onslaught of his whirlwind fist was abruptly halted. Alarmed, Gao Tai swiftly attempted to retreat, seeking to create distance between himself and Su Ping'an. However, Su Ping'an was relentless, pursuing him with unwavering determination, akin to a relentless parasite. In an instant, the tides of their confrontation had completely shifted. Although Su Ping'an lacked knowledge of any specific techniques, his seemingly random punches, devoid of any predictable pattern, made it exceedingly difficult for Gao Tai to evade them entirely, resulting in a series of unfortunate hits. Su Ping'an grew increasingly formidable, his offensive surging relentlessly like an unstoppable tide, while Gao Tai could only resort to passive defense, gradually finding himself at a disadvantage. It was only at this moment that Gao Tai realized Su Ping'an possessed not only remarkable speed but also substantial strength. Despite having merely attained the second level of body refinement, how could this be possible? Gao Tai's heart was a tumult of shock and fury. He attempted to counterattack several times, yet Su Ping'an offered him no opportunity. After repelling Gao Tai with a single powerful punch, Su Ping'an leaped with astonishing swiftness, hurtling towards Gao Tai's chest like an arrow released from its bow. In a state of urgency, Gao Tai had no time to react before being sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. This scene left onlookers in a state of stunned disbelief. Struggling to rise, Gao Tai felt a sharp pain in his chest, his blood surging uncontrollably. Fortunately, his cultivation was sufficiently advanced, allowing him to suppress the blood that threatened to escape. His face turned ashen as he fixed a fierce glare upon Su Ping'an. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter the words, "You win." With that, he stormed off in anger. Having been cornered by a youth of considerably lower cultivation, he found himself devoid of the dignity to continue the fight. Even if he were to emerge victorious, the embarrassment would linger. Moreover, he lacked the confidence to ensure victory. To continue would only lead to further humiliation. In that fleeting moment, silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone stood speechless, their eyes fixed upon the arena. Clearly, none had anticipated that this seemingly foregone conclusion would culminate in such an outcome. Yet, it had transpired, underscoring the notion that high cultivation did not necessarily equate to formidable strength. Chapter 6. Setting Goals. Su Ping'an returns home to visit his mother following the announcement of Su Ping'an's victory by the officiating staff. A chorus of astonishment erupted once more. The gazes directed at him were now devoid of the earlier disdain and scorn, replaced instead by profound shock, incredulity, and a hint of trepidation. Notably, those who had previously mocked him bowed their heads in shame, fearful that Su Ping'an might harbor a memory of their derision and seek retribution. If even Gao Tai, at the late stage of the fourth level of body refinement, had conceded defeat, how could they possibly stand as rivals? Su Ping'an was taken aback by Gao Tai's unexpected concession. Even more surprising was the realization of his own burgeoning prowess. However, he could not fathom why. Despite being merely at the early second stage of the body refinement realm, his abilities seemed to rival those of a practitioner at the late fourth stage. After much contemplation, he concluded that the only plausible explanation lay in the consumption of spiritual herbs. As the 8 rounds of combat concluded, the initial group of 320 was halved, leaving only 160 participants. In the spirit of fairness, the administrators summoned the 40 strongest individuals from the eliminated cohort. Consequently, the total was adjusted to 200. And another round of duels was arranged to select the final 100. In this decisive round, Su Pingyan found himself matched against an opponent at the mid-third stage of the body refinement realm. Drawing from the experience and confidence he had amassed during his previous encounter with Gao Tai, Su Pingyan approached the fight with newfound composure. Though he had never practiced martial arts and lacked knowledge of any techniques, his formidable physique and agile speed allowed him to secure a decisive victory, earning the last available spot among the external disciples. Thus, the 100 external disciples were fully assembled. Despite Su Pingyan's cultivation being the lowest among them, none dared to underestimate him. Nevertheless, as monthly stipends were determined by one's cultivation level, Su Pingyan received the minimum allowance. Yet it still amounted to a substantial 100 taels of gold. Once a serf with a meager monthly wage of half a tael of silver, he now found himself as an external disciple of the Lin family, enjoying a generous stipend of 100 taels of gold. This stark contrast exemplified the chasm between ordinary individuals and martial practitioners. The 100 external disciples stood in formation within the plaza as the administrators began to recite the family rules of the Lin clan. After all, external disciples were still considered members of the Lin family and were expected to adhere to its regulations. Once the family rules were proclaimed, the administrators escorted everyone to the front courtyard to assign their accommodations. The entire front courtyard of the Lin family was designated for the housing of external disciples. According to the family rules, these disciples were permitted to move only within the front courtyard and the training grounds. Without explicit permission, they were prohibited from entering the main and back courtyards, as those areas were reserved for the family's rest. This clearly indicated that, despite being nominally recognized as members of the Lin family, the external disciples still occupied a subordinate status. In essence, external disciples served as hired reinforcements, their standing merely slightly above that of the household servants. The Lin family's front courtyard was divided into eastern and western sections, each comprising hundreds of rooms capable of accommodating several hundred residents. The external disciples were paired 2 to a room. Su Pingyan was assigned to room A16 in the east courtyard. Sharing the room with him was none other than Gao Tai. It can only be said that fate has a truly remarkable way of weaving connections. Gao Tai, due to his advanced cultivation, was recalled when the competition narrowed from 200 to 100, ultimately emerging victorious and securing a spot designated for an outsider. After the steward assigned rooms to the 2, he proceeded to allocate accommodations for the others. Su Pingyan and Gao Tai stood at the entrance, exchanging glances. I must admit, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Ultimately, it was Su Pingyan who broke the silence first. He clasped his hands together and, with a smile, addressed Gao Tai, Brother Gao. I hope to count on your guidance in the future. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Although Gao Tai harbored some lingering feelings about the earlier incident, and despite his voluntary concession, a trace of resentment remained within him. However, Su Pingyan's demeanor rendered him unable to express his discontent, and he could only return the gesture with a slight bow, responding in a low voice, likewise. Su Pingyan smiled and extended his hand, saying, Please, Brother Gao. Brother Gao echoed the sentiment. Subsequently, the 2 entered the room in succession. The room was not particularly spacious. Apart from 2 single beds and a few everyday items, there was little else, but it excelled in its cleanliness and brightness. In contrast, the rooms at the farm resembled a dog's den. Brother Gao, which bed will you be sleeping in? Su Pingyan inquired. This one? Gao Tai pointed to the bed against the western wall. All right, then I shall sleep here. Su Pingyan said this as he walked towards the bed on the eastern side. Soon after, he heard Gao Tai's voice behind him. How long have you been cultivating? Su Pingyan, upon hearing the question, momentarily froze. This inquiry was rather challenging to address. After all, in the strictest sense, he had never truly practiced, he had merely consumed a few spirit herbs. Yet, he clearly could not respond in such a manner. Thus, Su Pingyan's mind whirled, and he smiled as he replied, approximately 3 to 4 years. He had already endeavored to sound more expansive. However, upon hearing this, Gao Tai could not help but display a look of astonishment, exclaiming in admiration, to possess such strength in merely 3 to 4 years. Truly, heroes arise from youth. At that moment, a young servant approached the door, addressing the 2, Gentlemen, please proceed to the garment pavilion to collect your attire. Very well, let us go, came the reply. Su Ping'an responded affirmatively. Subsequently, the two proceeded to the clothing pavilion. The attire of the outer clan disciples was uniformly white, adorned with intricate embroidered patterns, and featured the character Lin elegantly stitched upon the chest. Su Ping'an was unaware of the fabric from which his attire was made. He simply found it remarkably soft and comfortable. With his naturally handsome features, he appeared even more distinguished in this outfit. As an outsider within the Lin family, his status was not particularly elevated, yet he enjoyed a considerable degree of freedom. He could come and go as he pleased, without the need to seek permission from anyone. In terms of cultivation, each individual was responsible for their own practice, with no oversight from others. After all, they were all skilled in their own right and did not require instruction. However, it is noteworthy that outsiders were prohibited from entering the library to select martial arts techniques. To gain access to the Lin family's repository of knowledge, one must ascend to the status of a core member. Likewise, to interact with the Lin family's cultivators, one must at least be promoted to a core disciple. Consequently, for outsiders, this was merely the initial step in Su Ping'an's grand design. Yet, the path to becoming a core disciple was fraught with challenges. The advancement to core status could be achieved through two primary avenues: periodic assessments or by accomplishing significant feats. The former demanded time, while the latter required opportunity, neither of which could be attained with ease. Thus, aspiring to ascend to the rank of core disciple was indeed a formidable undertaking. Initially, Su Ping'an intended to return home to visit his mother that day. However, after receiving his garments, the day had grown late, and he resolved to postpone his visit until the following day. Upon awakening the next morning, Su Ping'an discovered that Gao Tai was no longer in the room. Su Ping'an glanced at the spiritual field in his palm. The Qianquan bag he had planted yesterday had already begun to sprout. It seemed that it would take at least another day before any yield could be harvested, leaving him curious about what delightful surprises might emerge. Strangely enough, he felt a tinge of anticipation. Subsequently, Su Ping'an retracted the spiritual field and, after tidying up, ventured outside. As he passed the martial arts training ground, he intentionally cast a glance inside. He observed numerous individuals engaged in their practice, among them the figure of Gao Tai. In truth, Gao Tai merely appeared older than his years. He was, in fact, only 25 this year. It must be said that Gao Tai was remarkably diligent, which instilled in Su Ping'an a sense of guilt for his own idleness. He resolved that upon his return, he would devote himself to rigorous training, striving to elevate himself to the status of a core disciple. On his way to the estate gate, Su Ping'an encountered a familiar face, the middle-aged man who had previously accepted a gold ingot from him and facilitated his entry. Su Ping'an learned from Gao Tai that the individual in question was named Tian Yi, one among the numerous stewards of the Lin family. Regardless of the circumstances, Tian Yi could certainly be regarded as a benefactor to Su Ping'an. After all, without his assistance, Su Ping'an would not have been able to seamlessly transition into a member of the Lin family by marriage. Consequently, upon encountering Tian Yi, Su Ping'an immediately bowed and addressed him, "Esteemed steward." It is important to note that although stewards are servants, they are nonetheless genuine members of the Lin family, holding a superior status compared to outsiders. Furthermore, Tian Yi had been with the Lin family for nearly 2 decades. Given this extensive experience, it was only fitting for Su Ping'an to pay his respects. Tian Yi, for his part, had some recollection of Su Ping'an. Initially, he harbored little faith in Su Ping'an's potential. His decision to bring him into the fold was merely influenced by the allure of a gold ingot. However, to his surprise, Su Ping'an displayed remarkable tenacity, managing to triumph against all odds despite his early-stage cultivation at the second level of the body refinement realm. This unexpected achievement compelled Tian Yi to reassess his opinion of him. Observing Su Ping'an's adeptness in navigating social dynamics, Tian Yi could not help but smile and remarked, "Ah, it is you. Your performance yesterday was commendable. It is entirely due to your benevolence. Otherwise, how could a humble person like me have been afforded such an opportunity?" Su Ping'an adopted a remarkably humble demeanor, which greatly pleased Tian Yi. He stroked his beard and nodded thoughtfully, remarking, "Indeed, the youth is worthy of guidance." However, he swiftly shifted his tone, adding, "Yet, although you belong to an external lineage, you must not become complacent. Always keep the Lin family at heart and devote yourself wholeheartedly to their service." "Rest assured, my lord," the young man replied, "I shall forever cherish your teachings and am prepared to face any hardship for the Lin family without hesitation." Su Ping'an responded respectfully, "Of course, I am willing to brave any peril." However, this was merely a casual remark. His true intent in approaching the Lin family was to connect with cultivators, not to sacrifice himself. Moreover, a mere Lin family was hardly worth his life. Yet, sweet words are universally appreciated, and uttering them is harmless. Indeed. Upon hearing Su Ping'an's words, Tian Yi's smile grew even more radiant, prompting him to laugh heartily in delight. After departing from the Lin family, Su Ping'an journeyed northward, leaving Qingxia town behind. After traveling 30 miles and crossing the Xiaokishan, he continued for several more miles until a tranquil and harmonious village came into view, Taoshi Village, the place of his birth and upbringing. Chapter 7, 30 Tales, the gambler selling his daughter to repay debt walking along the cobblestone path. Su Ping'an made his way directly to the village entrance. The old locust tree at the village's edge still stood tall, its lush branches forming a canopy that shielded half the sky. It was midday, and several elderly men were seated beneath the tree, fanning themselves and engaging in casual conversation. As Su Ping'an approached, the elders paused their chatter, their gazes collectively fixed upon him. In the past, they would have recognized him at a glance. However, the current Su Ping'an was adorned in fine apparel, with a fair complexion and a demeanor strikingly different from before. Consequently, none of them could identify him at that moment. Taoshi Village, being remote, seldom saw outsiders. The arrival of a stranger aroused curiosity among the elders, who exchanged glances filled with bewilderment. Soon, one stooped old man rose to greet him, but before he could utter a word of inquiry, Su Ping'an cheerfully called out, "Grandfatherly." The elder was momentarily taken aback, his face reflecting surprise. You are? I am Ping'an," he replied. Su Ping'an smiled and said, "Ping'an? Is that you, Ping'an?" The elderly man displayed an expression of astonishment, scrutinizing him closely before exclaiming joyfully, "It is indeed Ping'an, truly Ping'an." Upon hearing that the individual before them was Su Ping'an, the other elderly gentlemen rose and gathered around him. "Oh my, it is truly Ping'an," one remarked. "How much you have changed." Another added, "Indeed. I almost failed to recognize you." They exchanged, each remarking in turn. Then, oldly inquired, "Ping'an, what has become of your attire?" With a smile, Su Ping'an did not conceal the truth, stating, "Grandfatherly, I am now an outsider of the Lin family." The significance of the term outsider was lost on the elders, yet the Lin family resonated profoundly in their minds, being a renowned clan in Qingxia town. Upon learning that Su Ping'an had joined the Lin family, the elders were astonished, their faces blossoming with joy as they extolled his capabilities. Grandfatherly nodded with a beaming expression, saying, "Wonderful, wonderful. If your mother were to know, she would surely be overjoyed." Hearing Grandfatherly mention his mother, Su Ping'an hurriedly inquired, "Grandfatherly, how's my mother's health lately? Has she had any episodes?" "No," replied Grandfather Li with a smile. "Ever since she took the medicine prescribed by Dr. Xue from town, her illness has not recurred." Upon hearing the voice, Su Ping'an felt a sense of relief. He then bid farewell to Old Man Li and the others before heading home. Su Ping'an has truly achieved remarkable progress. Indeed, this child has always been clever. He is bound to excel as he grows. Perhaps, in the future, our Peach Creek village may give rise to a great figure. Old Man Li and the others remarked with smiles. Along the way, Su Ping'an encountered numerous villagers, yet not a single one recognized him. It was only after he took the initiative to greet them that they acknowledged him as Su Ping'an. Subsequently, he was met with a flurry of compliments. Before long, Su Ping'an arrived at a modest courtyard. Though small, it was impeccably clean, clearly indicating that it is regularly maintained. Su Ping'an pushed open the dilapidated wooden door and stepped into the courtyard, calling out, "Mother, I have returned." Immediately, a faint rustling arose from within the house, accompanied by the lifting of the door curtain, revealing a woman clad in plain, unadorned garments. The visible patches on her attire were quite conspicuous. The woman possessed a delicate countenance, though her pallor suggested a certain frailty, and her physique appeared somewhat weakened. At first, Mother Su evidently did not recognize that the elegantly dressed young man before her was her own son. However, after a moment of astonishment, she did recognize him. Her tone imbued with a hint of disbelief as she exclaimed, "Ping'an? Mother, it is I." Su Ping'an strode forward, grasping his mother's hand, his eyes slightly reddened. Upon seeing her son, Su's mother was undoubtedly overjoyed, yet she immediately inquired, "Ping'an, what is this attire you are wearing?" "Mother, I am now a member of the Lin family," he replied. "The Lin family? A member by marriage?" Noticing the look of confusion on his mother's face, Su Ping'an chuckled and said, "Mother, let us discuss this inside." Mrs. Su nodded. Subsequently, the mother and son entered the house. Su Ping'an's home is exceedingly destitute, to the point where it could be described as having bare walls. There are merely 2 stools, both of which are worn and dilapidated. Su Pingyan supported his mother as she took a seat on one of the stools, while he procured another stool to sit beside her. He then recounted to his mother the circumstances of his entry into the Lin family, becoming an outsider among them. Upon hearing this, Mother Su could not help but exhibit a look of astonishment, rendered momentarily speechless. Upon witnessing this, Su Pingyan smiled and remarked, "Mother, I have encountered some extraordinary adventures. From this day forth, our lives shall flourish increasingly." Upon hearing the voice, Mother Su's expression gradually softened, her eyes glistening with tears as she tenderly caressed Su Pingyan's cheek, nodding with a sense of relief. Then, Su Pingyan reached into his bosom and retrieved 2 gold ingots, presenting them to his mother, saying, "Mother, for you." Xu's mother had never encountered such a substantial sum of money, and in her astonishment, she hurriedly remarked, "My dear, I do not lack for funds. You toil tirelessly outside, and there are many occasions where money is required." Before she could finish her sentence, Su Pingyan, without hesitation, pressed the gold ingot into his mother's hands and declared, "Mother, I now receive a monthly salary of 100 taels of gold, an abundance that I cannot possibly exhaust. Please accept this. From now on, indulge in whatever you desire to eat and wear. There is no need to continue living frugally. Once I have settled in with the Lin family, I shall purchase a grand residence in town for you, and hire a dozen servants to attend to your needs." Mother Su gazed at Su Pingyan, her face adorned with a tender smile. After he finished speaking, she gently replied, "Good child, your filial piety is well acknowledged, yet when wealth comes your way, it is wise to spend judiciously. Allow me to save this money for you for the time being." Su Pingyan understood that his mother was accustomed to frugality. Even if he were to present her with 10 or 100 gold ingots, she would not squander a single coin. Thus, he refrained from further insistence and simply nodded in agreement. The mother and son exchanged a warm smile, suffused with affection. Then, Su's mother remarked, "You must be hungry. Allow me to prepare some noodles for you." "No need, mother. Please rest. I shall cook for myself," he replied. Su Pingyan hurriedly replied. However, he heard his mother, Su's voice, filled with warmth, say, "Rest assured, ever since I took the medicine prescribed by Dr. Shui, my health has improved significantly. You've had a long journey. It would be best for you to take some rest." Su Pingyan wished to persist, yet his mother remained resolute, leaving him no choice but to acquiesce. At that moment, an exuberant voice rang out from outside, "Pingyan go, Pingyan go." This voice was particularly familiar to Su Pingyan. It belonged to Li Daniu, the grandson of Grandpa Li, whom he had encountered at the village entrance. From the sound of the approaching footsteps, it appeared that he was not alone. As Su Pingyan stepped out of his dwelling, he beheld 4 or 5 youths entering the courtyard, all of whom were his childhood companions. Leading the group was the somewhat simple-minded Li Daniu, who was a year his junior. Upon spotting Su Pingyan, the boys were instantly filled with elation and hurried over. "Pingyan Ge, is that truly you? Pingyan Ge, your attire is quite exquisite. Pingyan Ge, I've heard that you are now an outsider in the Lin family. Pingyan Ge, what does it mean to be an outsider?" In an instant, the youths buzzed with chatter. Su Pingyan smiled, and then proceeded to elucidate the concept of Weisheng Zidi, or outsiders. "So, Brother Pingyan, you must be quite formidable now, aren't you?" Li Daniu inquired with a face full of envy. "I suppose so. I'm a bit more capable than I was before." Su Pingyan humbly expressed a remark, then shifted the conversation, inquiring, "By the way, where are Xiaohu and Arya?" "On my way here. I asked Xiaohu to summon Arya. They should be arriving shortly," Li Daniu explained. "Indeed." Scarcely had the words left his lips when Zhang Xiaohu's voice echoed through the air. "This is bad. This is terrible." The group turned their gazes toward the sound. Zhang Xiaohu rushed into the courtyard, exclaiming as he ran, "Pingyan Ge, Daniu Ge, this is not good, not good." Arriving breathless before them, Zhang Xiaohu gasped, "What has happened?" Su Pingyan could not help but inquire, "Brother Pingyan, Arya's father has incurred a gambling debt of 30 taels and intends to sell her to a brothel to settle the debt. The gamblers are right at her home." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Su Pingyan swiftly dashed out of the courtyard, making his way directly to Wang Arya's home. Wang Arya stood out among Su Pingyan's numerous companions as the sole girl. Their bond could indeed be described as childhood sweethearts. Having lost her mother at an early age, Wang Arya was fortunate to have a father skilled in hunting, renowned as the village's premier hunter. Consequently, her family's circumstances were considerably better than those of Su Pingyan, who often struggled with hunger in his youth. Wang Arya would secretly provide him with meat during those difficult times. Later, when Su Pingyan ventured to the town for work, returning only every couple of months, Wang Area frequently visited his home to care for his mother and assist with household chores. However, a few years ago, Wang Area's father suddenly succumbed to the vice of gambling, abandoning his hunting pursuits and spending his days in a haze of bets. He not only squandered the family's savings but also sold nearly all their valuable possessions. Su Pingyan was well aware of these events. Yet he could hardly fathom that Wang Area's father would resort to selling his daughter. Taoshi village itself was small, with only about 40 to 50 households, and the proximity of their homes meant that Su Pingyan arrived swiftly. At that moment, the entrance was crowded with villagers, all gossiping and pointing fingers, eager to witness the unfolding drama. "Father, I do not wish to be sold to such a place. I beg you, I implore you, father." In the courtyard, Wang Area clung to her father Wang Yi's leg, crying out desperately. Although Wang Yi's face mirrored his daughter's sorrow, he was bound by the written agreement he had signed and could only turn his head away in anguish. Then, a burly man commanded, "Take her away." Upon this order, two more strong men approached, one on each side, seizing Wang Area and attempting to drag her away forcefully. "Father, father, save me." Wang Area wailed uncontrollably. Just then, Su Pingyan burst into the courtyard, his voice ringing out sharply, "Stop! Let her go!" In an instant, all eyes turned to Su Pingyan. Many villagers were unaware of his return and did not immediately recognize the elegantly dressed youth before them as Su Pingyan, leading to a wave of astonishment upon realizing his identity. The leading man scrutinized Su Pingyan from head to toe, and upon noticing the character Lin emblazoned on his chest, he exclaimed, "Who are you?" "I am Su Pingyan, a distant relative of the Lin family," he replied. As Su Pingyan boldly proclaimed the Lin family's name, his intent was to instill a sense of trepidation in his adversaries, compelling them to regard him with the respect he commanded. The burly man, upon recognizing Su Pingyan as a member of the Lin family, could not help but harbor a measure of apprehension. After all, they were all denizens of the prosperous gambling house in Qingxia town. How could they be oblivious to the Lin family's reputation? Yet, despite this trepidation, they held the upper hand in terms of reason. Thus, the burly man snorted disdainfully and remarked, "And what of it? It is only just that debts are repaid. And moreover, he has already signed the contract of servitude. Even if you are of the Lin family, your reach cannot extend so far. Just how much does he owe you?" Su Pingyan inquired. 30 taels. Upon hearing this, the burly man finished speaking, and Su Pingyan reached into his bosom, retrieving a silver ingot and tossing it forth. "This is 50 taels. Release her." At this moment, Su Pingyan, affluent and influential, exuded an undeniable confidence. The burly man caught the silver ingot and, upon verifying its authenticity, pondered briefly before signaling to his two companions to release Wang Area. Brother Pingyan, Wang Area, having finally escaped the clutches of danger, hurriedly rushed to Su Pingyan's side. Observing the girl's tearful eyes and anxious demeanor, Su Pingyan quickly reassured her, "It's all right. With Brother Pingyan here, there is no need to fear." At that moment, the burly man declared, "In that case, my Xinglong gambling den shall grant you this favor today. We shall take our leave." In his eyes, Wang Area was a vision of beauty, her bright eyes and charming features making her a striking young lady. Despite her tender age, he believed that if sold to a brothel, she would fetch far more than 50 taels. Yet, considering Su Pingyan's association with the Lin family, albeit merely a distant relative, he was reluctant to incur their displeasure. Having already profited an additional 20 taels, it seemed wise to let the matter rest and cultivate goodwill. However, just as the three were about to depart, Su Pingyan interjected, "Wait, the contract." The burly man then recalled the matter of the contract and hastily handed it to Su Pingyan. Su Pingyan glanced at it in his hand before tearing it apart on the spot. Once the gamblers had departed, Wang Area could no longer contain herself. She dove into Su Pingyan's embrace, sobbing, "Brother Pingyan, I am so afraid I will never see you again." After all, she was merely a 14-year-old girl, ill-equipped to withstand such fright. Even though the matter was resolved without incident, she could not help but feel a lingering sense of dread. Su Pingyan continuously comforted her. Upon witnessing the resolution of the matter, the villagers praised Su Pingyan for his capabilities while condemning Wang Yi's appalling act of selling his daughter. Wang Yi, filled with remorse, dared not retort. It was only after the villagers departed that he approached Su Pingyan, struggling to express his gratitude, ultimately stating, "Pingyan, I will repay you the 50 taels as soon as possible." Observing Wang Yi's current pitiful state, Su Pingyan felt a surge of indignation. Yet, he reminded himself that Wang Yi was his elder and the father of Area, and thus he refrained from speaking too harshly. With a sigh, Su Pingyan said, "Uncle Wang, I do not require repayment. I only hope you will promise me to live a good life from now on and refrain from gambling. No more gambling. No more gambling. From this day forth, I shall never gamble again, Wang Yi fervently assured him. Su Pingyan, perceiving the sincerity in his words, nodded slightly and refrained from further comment. Meanwhile, Li Daniyu and his companions, astonished by Su Pingyan's sudden display of wealth, which amounted to 50 taels, found themselves filled with admiration as even the staff of the Xinglong gambling house treated him with respect. At this moment, Wang Area, her emotions having settled, inquired, "By the way, Pingyan Gu, how did you come into such a fortune? Also, what did you mean about being a member of the Lin family's external kin?" However, before Su Pingyan could respond, Li Daniyu interjected, "Area, you might not be aware, but Pingyan Gu is now considered a member of the Lin family's external kin, which essentially means he is part of the Lin family. Quite impressive." Although Wang Area was not well versed in the affairs of the town, she was aware of the Lin family's esteemed reputation. Upon hearing that Su Pingyan was indeed a member of the Lin family, she gasped in surprise, covering her mouth, and exclaimed, "Pingyan Gu, is this truly the case?" Su Pingyan smiled and nodded, saying, "If anyone dares to bully you in the future, just tell Brother Pingyan, and I will stand up for you." Wang Area vigorously nodded, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Su Pingyan. Initially, Su Pingyan had intended to stay home for the night. However, upon reflecting on how others were tirelessly devoted to their cultivation, he decided to abandon that notion. After all, his mother was doing well, and he had no need to worry. Thus, after finishing his meal, Su Pingyan prepared to return to the Lin family. Before departing, he reiterated his intention to bring his mother to the town to enjoy a life of comfort once he had settled in at the Lin residence. Mother Su smiled and remarked that she was quite content living in Tao Creek Village and had no desire to move to the town. She merely advised him to exercise caution in all matters. Su Pingyan did not say much more. Upon learning that Su Pingyan was about to depart, Li Daniyu and several other companions displayed a sense of reluctance, accompanying him all the way to the village entrance. Su Pingyan distributed some silver coins to each of them, particularly bestowing a greater share upon Wang Area. The children from the mountain village had never encountered such wealth before, and each one was overjoyed. Subsequently, Su Pingyan bid farewell to the group and made his way back to Qingxia town. However, he did not return directly to the Lin family home. Instead, he proceeded to the Lin family farm. Su Pingyan has always been a person who distinguishes between gratitude and enmity, repaying kindness and avenging grievances alike. Now, he is no longer a serf but a member of the Lin family by marriage. It is high time to repay the suffering he endured on the farm. Su Pingyan arrived at the entrance of the farm, and although the two gatekeepers did not recognize him, they immediately identified his attire. After all, this farm belonged to the Lin family. These men were all in the service of the Lin family. However, despite being martial artists themselves, their status paled in comparison to that of the scions of other surnames. Upon noticing a member of an external family visiting the farm, the two were taken aback and hastily bowed, exclaiming, "My lord." Su Pingyan let out a cold smirk, disregarding them entirely as he strode forward. It was only after Su Pingyan had distanced himself that they cautiously lifted their heads to steal a glance at him. What business do outsiders have here? Who can say? Yet, why does he seem somewhat familiar? Come now, could it be that you actually recognize an outsider? Well, never mind, let it be. Su Pingyan walked into the farm, observing the serfs toiling relentlessly, subjected to the harsh reprimands and beatings from the overseers. This sight instantly ignited a flame of indignation within him, recalling the sufferings he had previously endured. At that moment, an overseer noticed Su Pingyan, particularly struck by his attire, which signified his status as an outsider in the Lin family. The overseer's expression shifted abruptly, and he hurried over, bowing low and ingratiatingly saying, "I see you. My lord, may I inquire what brings you to the farm?" However, internally, he was quite puzzled. Although the farm belonged to the Lin family, it was indeed rare for outsiders to visit. Just as he pondered this enigma, Su Pingyan calmly instructed, "Summon Zhang Qian." Though somewhat bewildered, the overseer promptly acquiesced and went to fetch Zhang Qian. Shortly thereafter, he returned with Zhang Qian in tow. Upon learning that an outsider sought him, Zhang Qian was equally perplexed, unsure of the reason for this unexpected encounter. Approaching Su Pingyan, he dared not lift his gaze, bowing deeply as he stated, "I am Zhang Qian, at your service, my lord." Yet, Su Pingyan remained silent. Observing this, Zhang Qian bowed once more, repeating, "I am Zhang Qian, at your service, my lord." Still, Su Pingyan did not respond. Driven by curiosity, Zhang Qian cautiously raised his head. Upon catching sight of Su Ping'an's face, he was momentarily taken aback, only for his expression to shift dramatically as he stammered, "Why, you are Su Ping'an." The overseer, overhearing Zhang Qian's exclamation, was also taken aback, casting a bewildered glance at Su Ping'an. Previously, he had sensed a familiarity about the man before him, but did not dwell on it. Only now did it dawn on him that this was indeed Su Ping'an, the very serf of the farm. What could have prompted him to don such attire? In stark contrast, Zhang Qian's mind was in turmoil. Just the night prior, Su Ping'an had sought leave from him. How could it be that within a mere day, he had transformed into an outsider of the Lin family? In that moment, Zhang Qian was utterly confounded, as if his mind had lost the capacity for rational thought. Su Ping'an let out a cold laugh and said, "Did you not expect this? How could you possibly believe it?" Even though Su Ping'an was donned in this attire, Zhang Qian still found it hard to accept. In a moment of desperation, she exclaimed, "You must have stolen that outfit. A mere constable dares to slander someone of a different surname. Do you realize the gravity of such an accusation?" Su Ping'an spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian's heart trembled slightly. Yet, he remained unwilling to believe it. His expression darkened as he coldly replied, "Humph, do not try to deceive me. How could a mere peasant like you possess the ability to don such attire?" In truth, Zhang Qian's skepticism was not without merit. After all, if Su Ping'an truly had such capabilities, why would he still be toiling as a peasant here? With a disdainful smile, Su Ping'an remarked, "If you do not believe, then I shall compel you to believe." With that, his figure flickered, and by the time Zhang Qian registered what had transpired, Su Ping'an was already standing directly before him. Zhang Qian was struck with terror. In his moment of stupefaction, he felt a searing pain in his abdomen, one so intense that it nearly forced his insides to emerge. With a loud cry, Zhang Qian was sent hurtling backward, crashing over 10 yards away. Before he could rise, Su Ping'an's foot had already found its place upon his face. Now, Su Ping'an said coolly, "Do you believe?" Chapter 9, Inquiring about Cultivation. Gao Tai clarifies and unravels confusions. There exists a distinction between those who have entered the realm of martial prowess and those who have not. For a martial artist like Zhang Qian, who had yet to transcend this threshold, Su Ping'an, a practitioner who had, was an overwhelmingly formidable presence. Though it was merely a single punch, Zhang Qian was acutely aware of the vast chasm in their cultivation levels. He could not fathom how, in just a day or two, Su Ping'an had undergone such a remarkable transformation. Yet, at this juncture, he had no time to ponder these matters. In his desperation to preserve his life, he pleaded, "My lord, spare me. I have acted foolishly. Please, do not hold it against me. Let me go." The commotion had evidently captured the attention of the serfs nearby. In an instant, they abandoned their tasks, pausing to observe and murmur amongst themselves. Who is that person? He exudes such authority. He must be a distant relative of the Lin family. Indeed, I recognize that attire. A relative of the Lin family. Yet more powerful than these laborers? Of course, they are worlds apart. Compared to him, these laborers are akin to mere servants. Humph. That scoundrel Zhang Qian is finally facing retribution. He used to bully others, now the tides have turned, and he deserves to be punished. Do you not find that individual somewhat familiar? Familiar? Surely you are mistaken. He is a distant relative, not someone of your standing. True, perhaps I have misidentified him. Watching Zhang Qian, who lay beneath his foot, trembling and begging for mercy, Su Ping'an felt an immense satisfaction. However, the suffering he had endured could not be absolved by Zhang Qian's mere pleas for forgiveness. Yet, at this point, he had no intention of sullying his hands further. He turned to the trembling laborer beside him, who had been rendered speechless by fear. "Hey, come here." The laborer, startled, hastily bowed and approached Su Ping'an. Quaking as he spoke, "Mighty lord, how may I serve you?" "With your whip, strike him vigorously until I command you to stop. Remember, do not hold back. Otherwise, I shall strike you as well." Is there a problem?" "And no problem, my lord." Faced with Su Ping'an, a relative of the Lin family, the laborer dared not disobey and complied with the orders given. Su Ping'an stepped aside, observing the whip crack mercilessly against Zhang Qian. Listening to his anguished cries and pleas for mercy, feeling an inexplicable sense of delight. The other serfs, witnessing this scene, felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Particularly those who had once endured Zhang Qian's lashings experienced a profound sense of satisfaction, wishing fervently to take their turn striking him. Yet, these thoughts remained merely fantasies. Even if Su Ping'an permitted them to strike, they would likely hesitate, fearing that Su Ping'an might turn the whip upon them as well. Each blow from that cruel taskmaster was delivered with utmost ferocity. Zhang Qian was left wailing in agony, his cries echoing in despair. Before long, his body was a canvas of lacerations, drenched in blood. However, Su Ping'an showed no inclination to halt the punishment. In his eyes, though Zhang Qian was suffering greatly, death was still a distant prospect. He had no intention of killing Zhang Qian, but a state of near death was indeed warranted. As time passed, Zhang Qian succumbed to the brutality, losing consciousness, rendered utterly insensible. Su Ping'an felt that it was about time and called out, "Enough." Upon hearing his voice, the lackey felt a sense of relief and hastily ceased his actions. After all, he was genuinely afraid of accidentally killing Zhang Qian. If that were to happen, he would undoubtedly find himself entangled in serious consequences when his master sought retribution. Su Ping'an stepped forward and said, "Wake him." "Yes," replied the attendant, who hurriedly fetched a ladle of cold water and splashed it onto Zhang Qian's face. The shock of the cold water jolted Zhang Qian awake. Upon opening his eyes and seeing Su Ping'an, he was immediately struck with terror, almost losing his wits. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he knelt before Su Ping'an, pleading for mercy and bowing his head in contrition. However, Su Ping'an showed no signs of compassion. He coldly instructed, "For a month, do not feed him. He shall subsist only on weeds, tree bark, and dirt." "My lord," the attendant began, but Su Ping'an merely tilted his head slightly and cast him a sidelong glance. Instantly, the attendant felt a tremor of fear and hastily bowed, replying, "Yes, my lord, I shall faithfully obey your command." When he raised his head again, Su Ping'an had already departed. It was only when he saw Su Ping'an exit the farm's gate that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Qian, feeling as though all the strength had been drained from his body, collapsed onto the ground. Although he would go a month without food, at least he had managed to save his life, leaving him with a sense of gratitude for having escaped a dire fate. Yet, the image of Su Ping'an, particularly his frigid gaze, filled Zhang Qian with dread. After leaving the farm, Su Ping'an returned to the Lin household. As he passed by the training grounds, he glanced inside and was surprised to see Gao Tai still practicing. Such unwavering determination compelled Su Ping'an to admire him. Nonetheless, he did not enter the training grounds, but proceeded directly to his residence. After all, when it came to martial arts, he was a complete novice. Thus, he decided it prudent to contemplate his approach carefully. Upon returning home, Su Ping'an lay on his bed, deep in thought. Firstly, he had achieved the early phase of the second stage of body refinement, as confirmed by the strength measurement stone tablet, which could not be mistaken. However, his physical resilience, strength, and speed were entirely comparable to Gao Tai in the late phase of the fourth stage of body refinement. This discrepancy puzzled him. He suspected it was related to the spiritual herbs he had consumed. Next, he considered training. Having never practiced martial arts, he was utterly at a loss regarding the method. If he attempted to figure it out on his own, he feared it would take an eternity. In his view, the best course of action was to find a mentor. But whom should he seek? Su Ping'an was lost in thought when Gao Tai pushed the door open and entered. Upon seeing Gao Tai, Su Ping'an's spirits instantly lifted, and he mused to himself, "Why search further when the solution stands before me?" According to Gao Tai, he had begun his martial training at a young age, and with over 20 years of experience, he was perfectly suited for the task. With this in mind, Su Ping'an hastily sat up. However, he couldn't help but notice that Gao Tai's expression was rather grim. Su Ping'an merely thought that he was still brooding over past events and did not take it to heart. However, he then heard Gao Tai utter a cold snort and say, "Have you not trained even for a single day? You are truly becoming too complacent." Su Ping'an was momentarily taken aback by Gao Tai's words, and then with a sheepish smile, he replied, "Brother Gao, I have matters to attend to today." Gao Tai countered with a question that left Su Ping'an speechless. For a warrior, what could possibly be more important than cultivation? He then continued, "The path of cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, one inevitably regresses. Although you may currently surpass me in strength, should you fail to strive forward, it is only a matter of time before I catch up to you." Su Ping'an felt a twinge of shame at Gao Tai's words, nodding in agreement. It was not until now that he realized Gao Tai's displeasure was not solely due to past events, but rather because he had neglected his own cultivation. Although they had only known each other for a day, Su Ping'an had already gleaned some insights into Gao Tai's character. Firstly, he was a forthright individual, speaking his mind without reservation or pretense, a trait that resonated with Su Ping'an's own disposition. Secondly, he was a person of strict principles, demanding rigor from others while holding himself to even higher standards. Su Ping'an felt that he was likely frustrated because he possessed such a solid foundation yet lacked the drive to strive forward. After coming to this realization, He addressed Brother Gao, saying, "To be candid, I have been troubled by certain issues regarding my cultivation. Might you be so kind as to provide me with some insights?" Upon hearing that Su Pingyan had cultivation-related concerns, Gao Tai's expression softened slightly as he replied, "Ask away." Seeing this, Su Pingyan felt a surge of joy and hastily inquired, "Brother Gao, if an ordinary person wishes to pursue immortality, what steps must they take?" Seizing the opportunity, he decided to begin his inquiry with the topic of cultivating immortality. However, upon hearing these words, Gao Tai was momentarily taken aback. He gazed intently at Su Pingyan for a considerable time before chuckling derisively, "An ordinary person? Cultivating immortality? Are you jesting?" "I am not jesting. I genuinely wish to know. I implore you, Brother Gao, to enlighten me." Su Pingyan, with a solemn expression, spoke earnestly. Despite finding the topic rather ludicrous and somewhat absurd, it seemed he was indeed not jesting. Thus, Gao Tai responded, "My knowledge of cultivation is rather limited. I only understand that over 99% of cultivators in this world embark on their path through martial prowess. Hence the saying one must cultivate martial skills before pursuing immortality. However, while there are countless martial practitioners, true cultivators are exceedingly rare, 1 in 10,000, perhaps. This is because the path of cultivation demands not only extraordinary perseverance, but also exceptional talent and fortuitous circumstances. Even those of remarkable genius may spend their entire lives without attaining the path to immortality. For ordinary individuals, it is akin to a fool's dream. Upon hearing the voice, Su Pingyan could not help but feel a stir of emotions within, pondering for a moment before continuing to inquire, "What must one do to cultivate martial arts?" His question immediately drew a peculiar gaze from Gao Tai. "You have already reached the early stage of the second level of body refinement, and your strength surpasses mine, which is at the late stage of the fourth level of body refinement. Yet, you ask me how to cultivate martial arts?" Su Pingyan offered an awkward smile and sheepishly remarked, "Brother Gao, to be honest, the meager skills I possess were acquired from a rustic individual. He never imparted any teachings on cultivation to me. You might find it hard to believe, but I am entirely unaware of how I entered the body refinement realm. My knowledge of cultivation is, regrettably, quite limited." Su Pingyan's words left Gao Tai utterly astonished. It was indeed a remarkable phenomenon that a warrior of the body refinement realm was unaware of the very process through which he had attained such a level. Yet, noticing Su Pingyan's earnest inquiry, he conceded, "Very well, I shall enlighten you." Chapter 10. Fortune Favors the Bold, Unveiling the Hidden Universe Bag to begin with. All practitioners of martial arts are collectively referred to as warriors. However, among them, there exists a distinction between those who have entered the realm and those who have not. The latter group, often engaging in mere ostentation, possesses skills that are not significantly superior to those of an ordinary person. In contrast, those who have entered the realm are individuals like us, who have undergone the trials of body refinement, Gao Tai elaborated. Su Pingyan was aware of the differentiation between those who had entered and those who had not. However, he was entirely ignorant of the intricacies of the body refinement process. Fortunately, before he could pose a question, Gao Tai provided the clarification he sought. For ordinary individuals, there are two conventional methods of body refinement. The first, the more common approach, involves relentless training to fortify one's physique systematically, ultimately reaching the body refinement stage. The second, a less conventional method, is seldom employed, wherein one consumes spiritual herbs or receives assistance from other cultivators to refine their bodies with spiritual energy. This latter method offers the advantage of achieving a more profound and exquisite level of refinement, which is beneficial for future cultivation endeavors. However, such practices are beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. I have only heard tales of them, never having witnessed them myself. Gao Tai's words immediately sparked a realization in Su Pingyan. Despite Gao Tai referring to spiritual herbs, the spiritual grasses he had consumed also contained spiritual energy. Moreover, after his initial consumption of the spiritual grass, he had distinctly sensed fluctuations of spiritual energy within his body. It appeared he had inadvertently completed the body refinement process through spiritual energy. This revelation elucidated why, despite only being at the early stage of the second level of body refinement, his strength rivaled that of Gao Tai, who was at the late stage of the fourth level. With this thought in mind, Su Pingyan's heart swelled with joy, prompting him to inquire, "How do warriors of the body refinement realm typically cultivate?" The cultivation methods among body refinement warriors are largely similar, primarily focusing on various means to enhance oneself. Of course, For the rare few who undergo refinement through spiritual energy, they can utilize spiritual herbs or seek assistance from other cultivators to refine their bodies. Nonetheless, I reiterate, such cultivation methods are not even a consideration for ordinary individuals, as the resources required are simply unattainable, Gao Tai replied, his expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. After all, he was but an ordinary person, acutely aware of the arduous challenges faced by those of his ilk. In stark contrast, the few fortunate geniuses enjoyed access to the finest resources in existence. He had devoted nearly 2 decades, toiling day and night, to reach the late stage of the 4th level of body refinement, while others surpassed him effortlessly with mere pills. He had often lamented the inequities of fate, only to later comprehend that fairness was a mere illusion in this world. However, Gao Tai could never have imagined that the very individuals he envied were presently in his midst. After listening to Gao Tai, Su Pingyan grasped that he could indeed continue his cultivation through spiritual energy. Yet, he remained perplexed as to why the spiritual grass he consumed had lost its previous efficacy. Pondering this, Su Pingyan tentatively asked, "Brother Gao, is it sufficient to merely draw spiritual energy into one's body for this form of cultivation? Certainly not. Cultivating with spiritual energy is far more complex than ordinary training, which merely requires physical fortification. It necessitates the application of corresponding techniques, otherwise, even if spiritual energy is drawn into the body, it will dissipate swiftly." Gao Tai's response effectively dispelled Su Pingyan's confusion. He inwardly mused, "No wonder I felt as though the spiritual energy dissipated after circulating through my body. It was due to the absence of the appropriate techniques." Noticing Su Pingyan's keen interest in spiritual energy cultivation, Gao Tai could not help but scoff. "Enough. I advise you to abandon such unrealistic notions. For ordinary individuals like us, the only path is to remain grounded and forego any shortcuts." Upon hearing the words, Su Pingyan smiled but refrained from further commentary, quietly contemplating that he must swiftly devise a means to acquire the requisite cultivation techniques. It was evident that such techniques would undoubtedly be available at the Qijin Pavilion, albeit at a considerable cost. At that moment, Su Pingyan suddenly recalled that there were still Qiankuan bags growing in the spirit field. If all went as expected, they should bear fruit by the following morning. He wondered what they might yield. Su Pingyan silently murmured to himself, his heart brimming with anticipation. The following morning, when Su Pingyan awoke, Gao Tai was already absent from the room, presumably off to pursue his cultivation. That old Gao truly exemplifies diligence. Su Pingyan sighed with emotion and eagerly examined the spiritual field in his grasp. Indeed, fruits had emerged upon the branches. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was yet another universe bag. Furthermore, both the color and pattern were identical to that of the previous universe bag. The distinction lay in the fact that the former was encircled by a faint white halo, whereas this new universe bag was adorned with 2 azure halos. Additionally, the aura emanating from this bag was markedly more potent than that of its predecessor. Most importantly, this universe bag was ethereal. Upon witnessing this, Su Pingyan was instantly filled with delight. Could it be that this was an invisible Qiankuan bag? He hurriedly retrieved the Qiankuan bag from the spiritual field. Indeed, as it rested in his hand, the bag remained ethereal. This revelation solidified Su Pingyan's conviction regarding his earlier speculation. Previously, he had harbored fears of others discovering his Qiankuan bag. Now, with its invisible nature, it was imperceptible to anyone but himself. Subsequently, Su Pingyan explored the space within the Qiankuan bag, which brought forth yet more surprises. The internal capacity of this bag was astonishingly over 5 times greater than the previous one. Initially, Su Pingyan believed that the spiritual field could only transform mundane items into celestial ones. To his amazement, it could also elevate celestial items to an even higher echelon. Thus, in the days that followed, Su Pingyan began experimenting with the cultivation of various items. A month swiftly passed, during which Su Pingyan reaped abundant rewards. The Qiankuan bag brimmed with an array of peculiar celestial treasures, numbering over a dozen. Although he was uncertain of their exact value, he was certain they were considerable. In his view, trading these items at the Qijin Pavilion would likely procure a commendable cultivation technique. Nevertheless, Su Pingyan felt a twinge of concern that carrying such a trove might attract undue attention. After all, he was merely a 16-year-old youth. Revealing such a wealth of celestial items could easily raise suspicions. Moreover, during his previous visit to purchase the Qiankuan bag, the staff at Qijin Pavilion had already begun to harbor doubts about him. Should he encounter someone with ulterior motives, it could lead to unwarranted troubles. Consequently, Su Pingyan concluded that he must adopt a guise. Yet, Given that the Chixian Pavilion was frequented by cultivators, a common human disguise would surely be swiftly discerned. What to do then? For a moment, Su Pingyan found himself in a quandary. Suddenly, a thought struck him. How could he have been so foolish? If ordinary human masks were ineffective, surely celestial items would suffice. He could simply purchase a human mask and cultivate it in the spiritual field. With this resolution, Su Pingyan promptly ventured to the town's general store. Unlike the Chixian Pavilion, this shop offered only items suitable for ordinary martial artists, essentially mundane goods. Ultimately, Su Pingyan spent 300 taels of silver on an exquisitely crafted human mask. Although his newfound wealth made the purchase feasible, he still felt a pang of regret at the expense. Such was the nature of the world. Anything related to martial artists was exorbitantly priced, and items pertaining to cultivators were even more so. However, the mask was indeed remarkable. According to the proprietor, it was made of genuine human skin and crafted by top-tier artisans, truly worth every penny. Upon returning home, Su Pingyan planted the human mask in the spiritual field. All that remained was to wait for the outcome. 2 days swiftly elapsed, and finally, a new human mask had formed upon the branches. Unlike the previous one, this mask shimmered in silver and was encircled by 3 white halos. Through his research during this time, Su Pingyan discovered that celestial items possess ranks. Among them, the items with white halos are of the lowest tier, followed by green, and then blue. For items of the same color, the greater the number of halos, the higher the rank. Generally, if a mundane item is cultivated, it yields a celestial item with a white halo. If a celestial item with a white halo is cultivated, it results in a celestial item with a green halo, and so forth. However, exceptions do exist, as exemplified by the white halo Qianquan bag yielding a blue halo invisible Qianquan bag. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare, and since the items produced cannot be cultivated further, Su Pingyan had yet to encounter any celestial items with a blue halo or higher. Currently, he possessed only 1 blue halo celestial item, the invisible Qianquan bag, and 1 green halo celestial item, a purple herb. The remainder consisted of white halo celestial items. The new human mask bore 3 white halos, suggesting its rank was not particularly high. Nevertheless, regardless of its rank, it remained a celestial item, incomparable to mundane goods. Su Pingyan then donned the mask, but to his astonishment, it vanished the moment it touched his face. His appearance remained entirely unchanged, leaving Su Pingyan perplexed. Yet, he understood that the issue likely lay not with the mask itself, but rather with his method of use. After considerable contemplation, he finally grasped the truth. The mask generated its visage through one's will. In simpler terms, one could manifest any appearance desired. Su Pingyan conjured the visages of several individuals, regardless of age or gender, each appearing remarkably lifelike. For a moment, he reveled in his newfound abilities. Chapter 11. The Artificer. Su Pingyan acquires a new identity. After a spell of experimentation, Su Pingyan reverted to his original visage. In his estimation, with this mask, he would likely evade recognition by the personnel of the Rare Treasures Pavilion. Moreover, the ability to transform his appearance will promise to be of immense utility in the future. However, mere disguise was insufficient. His attire required alteration as well. Yet, within the confines of the Lin family estate, it was evidently impossible to effect a change. Thus, Su Pingyan ventured outside. Before long, he found himself in a secluded alleyway. Seizing the opportunity presented by the absence of onlookers, he retrieved a meticulously prepared outfit from his concealed dimensional pouch and swiftly donned it. With a slight mental command, he altered his visage to that of an elderly man with a hooked nose and hawkish eyes. Clearly pleased with his ruse, Su Pingyan smiled faintly and exited the alley, making his way toward the Rare Treasures Pavilion. Shortly thereafter, the disguised Su Pingyan arrived at the pavilion. The elderly gentleman stationed at the counter was the same one he had encountered during his previous visit to purchase a dimensional pouch. However, this time, as the elder beheld him, the skepticism and disdain that had once clouded his gaze were conspicuously absent. Su Pingyan transformed into this rather unsightly visage in order to wield sufficient deterrent power. Clearly, he achieved his objective. The elder, noticing that although Su Pingyan was unfamiliar, he exuded an extraordinary aura, did not dare to be negligent and inquired, "Esteemed guest, what may I assist you with?" Su Pingyan did not respond. Instead, he slowly approached him and, in a deep and hoarse voice, said, "Not long ago, my young disciple visited your esteemed establishment to purchase a bag of Qianquan." The old man was momentarily taken aback by the words. Then, upon careful reflection, he immediately recalled the incident and nodded in affirmation. He then inquired, "Could it be that there is an issue with the Qianquan bag?" Su Ping'an shook his head, saying, "No, I merely mentioned it in passing." He then shifted his tone and continued, "I have come this time to seek a cultivation method that can enhance my disciple's physique with spiritual energy. Might your esteemed establishment possess such a technique?" Upon hearing the phrase spiritual energy refinement, the elder felt a sudden chill in his heart. It is well known that there are few warriors in this world capable of refining their bodies with spiritual energy. After all, such a process demands an immense amount of resources, which the average person simply cannot afford. Thus, it is evident that the individual before him is far from ordinary. In that instant, the elder regarded Su Ping'an with increased seriousness and subsequently produced 2 volumes of techniques. One of the methods was surrounded by 5 white rings of light, while the other was encircled by 7. The elder then explained, both of these techniques can assist in body refinement with spiritual energy, though they differ in rank. The 5-element basic refinement technique is of the mortal grade 5, whereas the minor Zhou Tian refinement art is of the mortal grade 7. Upon hearing the words, Su Ping'an finally understood. It turned out that the term immortal artifacts referred to their rank, rather than their level. The aura surrounding the immortal artifact was white, indicating it was of mortal grade. However, it is essential to note that a mortal grade does not equate to an ordinary object. An ordinary object is simply that ordinary. While a mortal grade artifact is indeed an immortal item, the two cannot be compared. The number of auras signifies the respective ranks. Yet, if the white aura represents a mortal grade, what then of the green and blue auras? For a moment, Su Ping'an found himself intrigued by the classification of the subsequent grades. Observing Su Ping'an's silence, the elder assumed he was dissatisfied with the 2 techniques and smiled as he explained, "Esteemed guest, it is indeed the case that there are not many practitioners capable of refining their bodies with spiritual energy. Therefore, our establishment currently possesses only these 2 techniques. However, do not be misled by their mortal grade. If cultivated to perfection, their effectiveness could rival that of yellow grade techniques." Ah, so it turns out the green one is of yellow grade. Su Ping'an felt a smile blossom within him. To speak candidly, he was not entirely satisfied with the grade of these 2 martial arts manuals. Initially, he had intended to acquire a manual adorned with a green aura, signifying a yellow grade technique. This would significantly increase the likelihood of cultivating a technique with a blue aura in his spiritual fields. However, it now seemed that this aspiration was unattainable. After all, even the Chijin Pavilion did not possess such a manual, indicating its genuine rarity. Alas, a mortal grade technique would have to suffice. Su Ping'an silently expressed his astonishment before inquiring about the price. This foundational 5 elements body refinement technique is priced at 800 low-grade spirit stones, while this minor Zhou Tian body refinement art costs 1,500 low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing the elder's quoted prices, Su Ping'an could not help but inwardly exclaim in disbelief. A mere 5th-grade mortal technique demands 800 low-grade spirit stones, and a 7th-grade mortal technique commands an even steeper 1,500 stones, almost a 2-fold increase. Indeed, anything associated with martial practitioners tends to be exorbitantly priced. Furthermore, those who refine their bodies with spiritual energy are akin to half-cultivators, making it even more improbable for such items to be inexpensive. Prior to his visit, Su Ping'an had anticipated that prices would not be cheap, but he never imagined they would be this steep. Nevertheless, when it comes to the pursuit of cultivation, no matter the cost, one must procure it. Thus, Su Ping'an posed the question, is it possible to trade with items? Certainly, our establishment has always welcomed barter. What do you wish to exchange? Please present it for this old man to examine, the elder replied. In response, Su Ping'an reached into his robe and retrieved his invisible Qinkuan bag. However, to the elder, this action appeared rather perplexing. Yet, moments later, he witnessed Su Ping'an seemingly conjuring an object from thin air. The elder was immediately taken aback and inquired, "May I ask, is what you possess an invisible spatial artifact?" Su Ping'an's actions were deliberate, intended to prevent the elder from underestimating him. After all, he was entirely unaware of the value of the items within his concealed bag. To avoid the elder from intentionally devaluing his possessions, he chose to reveal the existence of his invisible bag in the elder's presence. The look of astonishment on the elder's face confirmed to Su Ping'an that he had achieved his objective. He casually remarked, "Indeed, it is an invisible bag." Upon hearing this, the elder hastily began to circulate his true energy to take a glimpse. To perceive an invisible artifact, one must rely on true energy, as only the owner can see it without such means. Yet, even as the elder exerted all his effort, He found himself unable to discern the entirety of the bag's appearance. This indicated that the quality of the invisible bag was undoubtedly high. However, in the next moment, upon noting the color and design of the bag, the elder's expression shifted to one of sheer disbelief. He recognized this bag as the very one that had been purchased by a young man not long ago. With this realization, a bold hypothesis surged through the elder's mind, prompting him to exclaim, "I am Wei Ming. May I inquire if you, sir, are a master craftsman?" It is worth noting that invisible artifacts are exceedingly rare. Even if one were to forge 1,000, it would be challenging to produce a single one, making them treasures among treasures. Such items are seldom sold unless under extraordinary circumstances. Thus, it is generally presumed that the owner is often the creator. Wei Ming's conclusion that Su Pingyan must be a craftsman stemmed primarily from the nature of the bag. He believed that the young man who had recently purchased it likely intended to use it for crafting. Although Su Pingyan had yet to respond, Wei Ming was increasingly convinced of this possibility. If the individual before him truly was a master craftsman, it would be imperative for the Rare Treasures Pavilion to cultivate a favorable relationship. After all, being able to befriend a craftsman would be a stroke of fortune for a venue dedicated to selling celestial artifacts, and having such a craftsman stationed there would be even more ideal. Unbeknownst to him, Su Pingyan was utterly perplexed. This was the first time he had encountered the term master craftsman. Fortunately, the meaning was not difficult to grasp, as the words themselves hinted at their significance. However, he found it puzzling why the elder had posed such an inquiry. Su Pingyan was pondering how to respond. However, in Wei Ming's view, Su Pingyan's silence was tantamount to acquiescence. He cheerfully remarked, "Please wait a moment. I shall summon the pavilion master." With that, he swiftly entered the inner hall. After all, such a significant matter was beyond the jurisdiction of a mere steward. Su Pingyan found it somewhat amusing that he had inexplicably become a master craftsman. Nevertheless, since a misunderstanding had arisen, there was no need for clarification. It would be best to let things unfold naturally. Perhaps he might even derive some benefits from this newfound identity as a craftsman. With this thought, Su Pingyan felt a sense of calm and justification. Soon, Wei Ming returned with a middle-aged man. The man was elegantly dressed, with a resolute countenance and an imposing presence, unmistakably a person accustomed to high office. Notably, a strikingly beautiful woman clad in purple accompanied him. The trio approached, and Wei Ming introduced, "Esteemed elder, this is our pavilion master, Shen Liang." Afterward, the middle-aged man clasped his hands towards Su Pingyan and smiled. "I am Shen Liang, honored to meet you. May I ask for your esteemed name?" As the pavilion master of the Qijin Pavilion in Qingxia Town, Shen Liang's status was second only to the town master. Yet, in the presence of a craftsman, he did not dare to act arrogantly, exhibiting an exceptionally humble demeanor. Such treatment only deepened Su Pingyan's enjoyment of his craftsman identity. "Master Shen is too kind. I am but a simple man of the mountains. My name is best left unmentioned." Upon hearing Su Pingyan's words, Shen Liang chuckled, seemingly unfazed. He evidently prioritized Su Pingyan's identity as a craftsman over his name. However, he felt it necessary to confirm further. Thus, Shen Liang smiled and inquired, "Earlier, I heard Wei Lao mention that you are indeed a craftsman. Might there be any doubt regarding that?" Before Shen Liang could finish, Su Pingyan retorted. Seeing Su Pingyan's displeasure, Shen Liang quickly responded with a smile, "Not at all. With treasures such as the invisible universe bag in your possession, how could I possibly doubt you?" He then glanced at the 2 tomes of techniques on the counter and continued, "Esteemed elder, please feel free to choose one of these 2 techniques. Consider it a gift from me to mark our meeting. I sincerely hope you will not decline." Chapter 12. The Small Hillock. An ideal place for cultivation. One must commend Shen Liang, for he truly embodied the acumen befitting the pavilion master of Qijin Pavilion, exhibiting both shrewdness and decisiveness. To offer such valuable techniques as a gift so readily was indeed remarkable. As Su Pingyan was taken aback, a sense of admiration inevitably stirred within him. Indeed, this martial art was quite precious to Su Pingyan. However, in Shen Liang's eyes, it was of little consequence. Particularly, if one could cultivate a good rapport with a weaponsmith through a single martial art, it would be an exceptional bargain. The benefits that a weaponsmith could bring to the Qijin Pavilion far surpassed the value of not just 1, but even 10 martial arts manuals. Since it was offered freely, one ought to seize the opportunity without hesitation. As for any sense of obligation, given that he was in disguise, it was not Su Pingyan who would owe a favor. With this shameless mindset, he responded, "In that case, I shall graciously accept." "Thank you, Master Shen." He then took the ordinary grade 7 little Zhou Tian body refinement technique and placed it into his concealed bag. "Farewell," he said, and turned to depart. However, he heard Shen Liang call out, "Please, stay a moment, old sir." Su Pingyan felt a stirring in his heart and slightly turned around, inquiring, "Master Shen, is there something else?" Shen Liang smiled gently and replied, "There is no pressing matter. But I wish to ask the esteemed elder if your disciple is in need of any elixirs to aid in body tempering. As warriors in the body tempering realm are unable to absorb the essence of heaven and earth on their own. The process of spirit energy tempering essentially relies on external resources to supply the body with vital energy. Subsequently, through the cultivation of techniques, one can absorb and refine this energy, thereby completing the tempering process. Hence, spirit energy tempering demands a significant expenditure of resources, and this is not merely a trivial statement. Su Pingyan, confident in his ability to sustain his vitality through the consumption of spiritual herbs, had never contemplated the use of elixirs. However, upon hearing Shen Liang's words, he found himself intrigued. After all, during his previous experiences with spiritual herbs, he had sensed a depletion of spiritual energy. In contrast, the use of elixirs should eliminate such concerns. Furthermore, despite the pleasant fragrance that emanated from the herb resembling animal vertebrae, it remained merely an herb, fundamentally unsuitable for human consumption. Comparatively, elixirs appeared to be a more appropriate choice. As for the matter of spiritual power, Su Pingyan harbored no worries. As long as he cultivated the elixirs in the spiritual field and elevated their grade, their efficacy would undoubtedly rival that of the spiritual herbs. Just as Su Pingyan was about to express his thoughts, Shen Liang spoke first. "Wei Lao, please bring 10 basic body refining pills." "Yes, master," Wei Ming replied, promptly retrieving a wooden tray bearing 10 brown pills. Upon closer inspection, Su Pingyan noticed that each pill was encircled by 3 white halos. At present, he had developed an understanding of the grades of spiritual items, and he quickly discerned that these basic body refining pills were categorized as level 3 mundane artifacts. Although their grade was not particularly high, if cultivated in the spiritual field, it was highly probable that they would yield yellow-grade elixirs. Upon this realization, Su Pingyan felt a surge of delight. At that moment, Shen Liang, with a smile, remarked, "Old sir, please accept these 10 basic body refining pills. Not only am I offering you the cultivation method, but I am also gifting you these pills." Shen Liang's generosity made Su Pingyan feel somewhat uncomfortable. While he could certainly accept the offering without hesitation, he was aware that, once he left, shedding his disguise would render him untraceable. However, it did not seem right to simply take from others, especially since he was not financially strained at this time. Thus, Su Pingyan took out the items he had previously prepared for barter from his hidden bag and placed them on the counter. Yet, Wei Ming, observing the items, suddenly paled and exclaimed, "Is that Qingxian wood?" Su Pingyan followed Wei Ming's gaze and beheld a cyan wooden branch, approximately half a foot long, surrounded by 5 radiant white halos. This branch was born from a withered twig he had planted. He did not recognize it, nor was he aware of its properties. However, judging by the number of white halos, he surmised it must be a valuable item, initially intending to exchange it for a martial art technique. Now, such an exchange seemed unnecessary, so he presented it along with several other items. Yet, judging by Wei Ming's expression, this object known as Qingxian Mu was evidently extraordinary. Having already revealed it, he could not retract it. After all, it could be replanted. It mattered little. When Su Pingyan displayed over a dozen items in one breath, Shen Liang could not help but exclaim, "Esteemed elder, what does this mean? Since Master Shen is so generous, I, too, am not one to be stingy. These items are of no use to me, regardless of their quantity. Thus, that is my intention." Su Pingyan spoke. Among the various items he possessed, although there were more than 10, only the Qingxian wood was of the 5th rank in the realm of mortals, while the others did not exceed the 3rd rank. In contrast, the small Zhou Tian body refinement technique was of the 7th rank, complemented by 10 pieces of 3rd rank primary body refinement pills. Thus, Su Pingyan felt he had largely benefited from this exchange. However, reality proved that a higher rank did not necessarily equate to greater value. Nor did a lower rank imply lesser worth. The old gentleman was exceedingly gracious, disregarding the other items. The value of that Qingxian would alone surpass that of the small Zhou Tian body refinement technique and the 10 primary body refinement pills combined. Upon hearing Shen Liang's words, Su Pingyan was both astonished and filled with regret. Just as he felt he had suffered a significant loss, Shen Liang smiled and suggested, "How about this, esteemed elder? I shall accept the other items, but regarding this piece of Qingxian wood, on the 5th day of next month, our esteemed pavilion will hold its annual auction. I propose we include it as one of the auction items. The proceeds shall entirely belong to you, and our pavilion will merely retain a nominal service fee. What say you, esteemed elder? It must be said, Xin Liang's proposal resonated deeply with Su Pingyan. Since the other party had voluntarily relinquished this advantage, Su Pingyan naturally responded. Your integrity is commendable, Pavilion Master Xin. I am in admiration. Let this matter proceed as you suggest. Very well, I hope you will graciously attend the event. Certainly. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Pingyan accepted the 10 primary body refinement pills and departed from the Qijin Pavilion. Once Su Pingyan had left, Wei Ming cautiously inquired, Pavilion Master, should we investigate this person's background? Not at all, Xin Liang replied solemnly. As the head of the Qijin Pavilion, he always prioritized weighing the pros and cons. Just as he had freely gifted Su Pingyan the technique and the primary body refinement pills, he believed that the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. However, probing into the background of a weapon refiner carried significant risks. If discovered, the consequences could be dire. The potential disadvantages far outweighed any possible benefits. Hence, in his view, this was not a course of action worth pursuing. Though he was indeed curious, the prospect of immense potential gains rendered such curiosity trivial. Xin Liang then instructed, should this individual return in the future, be sure to inform me at once. Understood, Pavilion Master, Wei Ming bowed in acknowledgement. Having emerged from the alley, Su Pingyan had returned to his true form, donning the attire befitting an outsider associated with the Lin family. As the saying goes, joyous occasions uplift the spirit. Su Pingyan currently experiences a profound sense of fulfillment. He has expended little effort yet successfully acquired a 7th-level mortal-grade cultivation technique, along with 10 3rd-level mortal-grade body refining pills, making this journey undeniably worthwhile. Moreover, if there are potential benefits, he would not hesitate to cultivate a friendship with Xin Liang. After all, in the future, he will undoubtedly require items from the Rare Treasures Pavilion. Given that Xin Liang, as the esteemed master of the pavilion, has taken the initiative to extend his goodwill, it would be a pity not to capitalize on this opportunity. However, Su Pingyan harbors a singular concern, the possibility of his identity as a weapon craftsman being inadvertently revealed. Should that occur, it is likely that Xin Liang would no longer treat him with such courtesy. Nonetheless, he resolves to set aside such worries for the time being. Future matters can be addressed later. The immediate priority is to swiftly plant this cultivation technique in his spiritual field. With this thought, Su Pingyan quickened his pace. Upon returning to his residence, he promptly sowed the 7th-level mortal-grade Little Zhou Tian body refinement technique into the spiritual field. As soon as the technique was planted, it immediately sprouted forth with vigor. Upon witnessing this, Su Pingyan smiled with delight. What remained was merely the anticipation of the harvest. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had swiftly passed. On the morning of the 3rd day, upon awakening, Su Pingyan immediately checked the spiritual field in his possession. To his astonishment, he discovered a technique encircled by 4 verdant halos adorning its pages. A yellow grade 4 technique? Su Pingyan felt a surge of joy as he focused on the cover, where 6 prominent characters boldly proclaimed Great Zhou Tian body refinement technique. The transition from the small Zhou Tian to the Great Zhou Tian, remarkable indeed. Without delay, Su Pingyan retrieved the technique from his spiritual field and began to peruse its contents. The text was somewhat obscure. Yet thanks to the instruction he received from the village teacher in his youth, he was able to comprehend it. With this tome of knowledge, he could refine his body with spiritual energy. However, he did not dive into studying the technique immediately. Instead, he carefully placed it into his concealed Shinkuan bag. Next, he took out a basic body refinement pill and planted it within the spiritual field. After completing these tasks, he stepped outside. After all, practicing within the Lin household would undoubtedly attract attention, especially from his roommate, Gao Tai. Thus, Su Pingyan resolved that from this day forth, he would venture out daily to cultivate. As for where to go, any secluded spot outside the town would suffice. He recalled that less than 10 miles to the east of Qingxia town, there seemed to be a small hillock, which would be perfect. Consequently, Su Pingyan made his way out of Qingxia town, heading straight for the eastern hillock. His pace was remarkably swift. Within half an hour of his vigorous journey, he arrived at his destination. Su Pingyan ascended a gentle hill, arriving at a spacious clearing halfway up. The picturesque scenery allowed a view of Qingxia town, rendering it an ideal retreat for cultivation. Without delay, Su Pingyan seated himself upon the ground, unfurling his cultivation manual to delve into its teachings. In the first reading, he simply traversed the text from beginning to end, seeking only a seamless comprehension, without striving for a profound understanding of its intricate meanings and the subtleties of the technique. Upon completion, he gained a vague yet substantial grasp of the Great Zhou celestial body refinement technique. Primarily, it is classified as a yellow grade, 4th-tier technique, as indicated by the 4 green halos that encircled him. Furthermore, it comprises 7 levels. The first and second levels refine the flesh, serving as the entry point. The third and fourth levels refine the sinews and bones, marking a minor accomplishment. The fifth and sixth levels refine the organs, signifying a major success. And the seventh level refines the marrow, culminating in perfection. This technique operates by guiding spiritual energy to circulate within the body, thus achieving the refinement of the entire physical form. Its difficulty is not excessively high. However, it demands a repetitive and prolonged effort, necessitating a substantial consumption of spiritual energy. In simpler terms, it requires considerable resources. Fortunately for Su Pingyan, resources posed no obstacle whatsoever. In contrast, the act of cultivating itself presented a far greater challenge, as he possessed no prior experience in this domain and had no mentor to guide him. Thus, he was compelled to navigate this journey alone, making the difficulty evident. Subsequently, Su Pingyan engaged in several more thorough readings, meticulously striving for comprehension and insight. Although certain aspects of the technique were not entirely straightforward, overall, it remained relatively accessible. Each level contained distinct methods of practice, yet the essence remained largely similar, suggesting that mastering one path could lead to understanding them all. However, upon grasping the methods and essentials of cultivation, Su Pingyan refrained from immediate practice, given that the junior body refinement elixir had just been sown that morning. He deduced it would take approximately 2 days to yield the elixir. Thus, in the ensuing hours, he diligently restudied the manual, endeavoring to engrave the methods and key points in his mind to avoid errors during cultivation. Thus, 2 days swiftly passed. On the third morning, as Su Pingyan inspected the spiritual field, he beheld a luminous elixir, adorned with a green halo, dangling from a branch, its brilliance particularly alluring. Recognizing it as a yellow grade, 1st-tier elixir, Su Pingyan was instantly filled with joy and hastily retrieved it from the spiritual field. The hue of this elixir mirrored that of the junior body refinement elixir. However, its aura surpassed that of the junior variant by several folds. It is likely that this was a middle-tier or perhaps a high-tier body refinement elixir. Su Pingyan held the elixir in his hand, contemplating silently, regardless of whether it was a mid-level or advanced body refining pill. As long as it contained more spiritual energy than the basic one, it would suffice. After half an hour, Su Pingyan arrived at the small hill where he usually practiced. He sat cross-legged on the ground, retrieving the pill he had just crafted that morning from his invisible Qian Kuan bag. Taking a deep breath, he placed the pill in his mouth and swallowed it. The moment the pill descended into his abdomen, Su Pingyan felt a warm sensation enveloping his body, as if a gentle energy was coursing through his limbs and nourishing him, bringing immense comfort. However, this feeling of ease did not last long. Moments later, the gentle force abruptly transformed into a raging torrent, akin to countless wild horses breaking free, rampaging within him. In an instant, Su Pingyan was overwhelmed by excruciating pain, as if his body were on the verge of bursting apart. He understood that this was the pill beginning to take effect. He quickly focused his mind, and the first layer of the Great Zhou body refining technique unfolded clearly in his thoughts. Under the guidance of the Su Pingyan began to channel the true energy within his body, allowing it to flow gently along the meridians. As the technique unfolded, the previously tumultuous force was gradually tamed. Initially, the true energy within him resembled a slender stream, weak and sluggish. However, it soon transformed into a surging torrent. His body began to radiate a gentle warmth, and a faint aura emerged upon the surface of his skin. The true energy commenced its circulation along the great circulation, and with each passage, Su Pingyan felt as though he were being scorched by fierce flames, experiencing an intense burning sensation. This pain was exponentially more excruciating than the sting of a whip. Su Pingyan's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat, and his complexion visibly paled, yet he clenched his teeth resolutely, remaining silent. He understood that this was the inevitable agony of tempering one's body with spiritual energy. Only by persevering could he forge a stronger physique. As time wore on, Su Pingyan gradually acclimated to the sensation of pain. Slowly, he began to perceive distinctly how his flesh, under the refining influence of spiritual energy, grew more resilient. Thus, he lost track of time. Suddenly, a faint hum resonated within him, as if some shackles had been shattered. He felt the flow of spiritual energy within him surge, completing an entire cycle of the great circulation in an instant. Su Pingyan slowly opened his eyes, only to find his skin enveloped in a faint, luminous aura. resembling an invisible armor. At the same time, he sensed that his strength had multiplied several times over, and his physical form had become significantly more resilient. In that moment, Su Pingyan could not help but feel an overwhelming joy. Unbeknownst to him, he had already transcended the first tier and entered the second. He never anticipated that with merely one elixir, he would achieve such a breakthrough. It is worth noting that he still possessed 9 more primary body-refining pills. If this continued, would he not swiftly attain the completion of the 7th tier? This thought caused the corners of Su Pingyan's mouth to curve upward, filling his heart with anticipation for the future. At this moment, he still had some residual spiritual energy within him. Clearly, relying solely on this energy to break through to the 2nd tier was unrealistic. Therefore, Su Pingyan decided against further advancement and chose instead to consolidate his gains with this energy. After all, the Great Zhou Celestial Body Refinement Technique emphasized the importance of solidifying one's foundation following a breakthrough. Otherwise, if one were to hastily pursue speed and cultivation without regard for the fundamentals, no matter how high their cultivation level, it would be akin to a sourceless stream or a rootless tree, difficult to sustain, ultimately leading to a loss outweighing the gains. In the days that followed, Su Pingyan remained patient and steady, seeking progress through stability. He cultivated whenever he had elixirs and studied martial arts when he did not. As time passed, he not only advanced the Great Zhou Celestial Body Refinement Technique to the 5th tier, but his cultivation also surged, reaching the late stage of the 3rd level of body refinement. At first glance, this level might seem modest. However, it is crucial to understand that spiritual energy body refinement represents the pinnacle of enhancement, far beyond ordinary methods. His 3rd level of body refinement was already comparable to that of an average warrior at the 6th or even 7th level. Nevertheless, he now faced 2 challenges. First, he had exhausted his elixirs. Second, he required a martial arts technique. Techniques are divided into external and internal disciplines. The Great Zhou Celestial Body Refinement Technique is an internal discipline, capable only of refining the body and enhancing oneself, but not suitable for combat. In contrast, external techniques can be employed in battle. Presently, Su Pingyan possessed great cultivation but lacked the means to utilize it. In combat, he could only resort to a flurry of punches, as he had done with Gao Tai. Against opponents of lower cultivation, he could still gain the upper hand. Yet, when faced with those of superior cultivation, he found himself at a disadvantage. Thus, Su Pingyan felt it was time to cultivate an external martial arts technique. Fortunately, the next day marked the 5th day of the month, when the Qijin Pavilion would hold its annual auction. Shen Liang had previously invited him to attend. With this in mind, he resolved to go and perhaps discover unexpected treasures. Consequently, early the next morning, Su Pingyan disguised himself as an elderly man and made his way to the Qijin Pavilion. Although Qingxia town was not large, with only a handful of cultivators, there were quite a number of martial artists. As the sole establishment in town selling celestial items, the annual auction at the Qijin Pavilion garnered significant attention. Even though the auction was still an hour away, guests were already streaming in, creating a lively atmosphere. At the entrance, welcoming guests were Wei Ming and the elegant woman in purple whom Su Pingyan had seen accompanying Shen Liang. From a distance, they noticed Su Pingyan approaching. Wei Ming exchanged a few words with the woman in purple before swiftly entering the pavilion, while she made her way towards Su Pingyan. Dressed in a flowing lavender gown that billowed like mist with her every step, she exuded an ethereal grace. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, adorned with several translucent jade hairpins, lending her an air of elegance and otherworldliness. In that moment, not only the onlookers but even Su Pingyan found himself momentarily entranced. During their last encounter, he had been cautious, merely stealing a glance at the woman in purple, but now, upon closer inspection, he found her skin as delicate as fine jade and her features artistically crafted, akin to a celestial being. Just as Su Pingyan was lost in admiration, the woman in purple approached him gracefully. With a gentle smile, she curtsied and introduced herself. "I am Ziwu. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed elder." Her voice was soft and melodious, like the sweetest of melodies. Ziwu? Su Pingyan felt that this name was perfectly suited to the lady before him. Immediately, he regained his composure and nodded slightly, saying, Ziwu was aware that the elderly gentleman before her was a master craftsman, highly esteemed by her lord. She did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly said, "Elder Wei has already gone to summon the lord. Please, sir, follow me for now." "Very well." Su Pingyan nodded and then followed Ziwu into the pavilion. Along the way, a chorus of bewildered whispers filled the air. Clearly, the crowd was intrigued by Su Pingyan's identity, given that Ziwu had come to greet him personally. However, None of them had ever laid eyes on Su Pingyan, leaving their curiosity unanswered. As Su Pingyan arrived at the entrance, Xinliang welcomed him with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, the esteemed elder graces us with his presence. This humble establishment is truly illuminated by your arrival." The onlookers were astonished to witness Xinliang, the esteemed master of the Qijian pavilion, displaying such courtesy towards a rather unattractive old man, his words imbued with deep respect. A wave of surprise rippled through the crowd. Chapter 14. The Grand Entrance of Qin Siener. The courtesan. Who exactly is this old man? No one seemed to know. He was a stranger, likely not from our Qingxia town. However, judging by Xinliang's demeanor, it was evident that this individual's status must be extraordinary. Indeed, the honor bestowed upon him could very well rival that of the town's magistrate. Su Pingyan, wishing to avoid drawing too much attention, inclined his head slightly towards Xinliang and said, "Indeed, Master Xin, I appreciate your courtesy. I shall take my leave now." Upon witnessing this, Xinliang realized that his earlier actions had been somewhat inappropriate, for Su Pingyan was an exceedingly unassuming individual. Reflecting on this, Xinliang hurriedly addressed Su Pingyan, saying, "It was my indiscretion, and I sincerely hope you will not take offense, esteemed elder." Su Pingyan signaled that it was of no concern. To prevent Su Pingyan from becoming the center of attention once more, Xinliang instructed Ziwu to escort Su Pingyan inside. Ziwu, with her graceful steps, led the way ahead. Su Pingyan followed closely behind, captivated by the graceful figure of Ziwu. Her radiant visage lingered in his mind, prompting a wistful thought. How delightful it would be to wed a woman of such beauty. His mother would surely be overjoyed. As Su Pingyan walked, his mind drifted into a realm of thoughts, completely oblivious to the path he traversed. When he finally regained his senses, he found himself inside the venue. The moment he stepped into the hall, a sense of enlightenment washed over him. The interior of the venue was vast, as if it constituted a world unto itself. Looking down, he noticed that the ground was laid with exquisite white jade. Surveying his surroundings, he was astonished to see that the walls were adorned with numerous large luminous pearls, illuminating the entire hall. At the center stood a magnificent circular platform, crafted from a single slab of translucent, unknown black stone. Upon this stone, peculiar patterns were inscribed, leaving Su Pingyan in a state of wonder. Encircling the high platform were 3 tiers of galleries. The lower 2 tiers were lined with rows of seats, while the third tier featured 3 exclusive VIP boxes. Each box was draped with curtains, inscribed with characters. The central box was the largest and provided the finest view, its curtain bearing the character Lu. It was presumably reserved for the lord of the town, as the surname of the lord of Qingxia town was indeed Lu. The left and right boxes were of equal size and offered similar views. The curtain of the left box displayed the character Wang, while the curtain of the right box bore the character Lin. These undoubtedly represented the 2 prominent families in the town, the Wang family and the Lin family. At this early hour, none of the boxes were yet occupied. Su Pingyan followed Ziwu, arriving at the 2nd floor of the pavilion. It is worth noting that while both the 1st and 2nd floors feature seating, the latter offers considerably fewer seats, resulting in a less crowded atmosphere. Ziwu guided Su Pingyan to a solitary, elegant seat at the back, directly facing the high platform, and remarked, "Esteemed sir, I hope you will not mind sitting here." The 3rd floor comprises only 3 private rooms, all occupied, and thus it was impossible for Ziwu to escort Su Pingyan there. Moreover, Su Pingyan preferred to maintain a low profile. Even if Ziwu had wished to take him upstairs, he would have declined. Out of respect for Su Pingyan, Ziwu would not have led him to the 1st floor either. Consequently, the 2nd floor emerged as the most suitable option. This particular position, facing the high platform, offered an excellent view while also ensuring a degree of seclusion. Su Pingyan suspected that this arrangement had been orchestrated by Xinliang, and he was quite pleased with the choice. He responded, "Not at all. I appreciate your kindness, young lady." Upon hearing this, Ziwu felt a sense of surprise and flattery, and quickly replied, "You are too gracious, esteemed sir. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." "Indeed," he acknowledged. Su Pingyan nodded. Subsequently, Ziwu turned and departed. Su Pingyan, finding himself with some leisure time, began to observe his surroundings. At that moment, the 1st floor was already occupied by a considerable number of individuals. In contrast, the 2nd floor appeared rather desolate, with merely 20 to 30 patrons present. However, the very fact that these individuals were seated on the 2nd floor suggested they were far from ordinary. They either possessed considerable strength or held significant status. A wave of emotion washed over Su Pingyan as he reflected on his journey. Just months prior, he had been a humble serf, struggling to afford a single meal, let alone cultivate martial arts or pursue immortality. Yet now, he found himself in possession of a spiritual field, with cultivation to his name. Able to share the same space with those esteemed figures he once deemed unreachable. Even the master of the Rare Treasures Pavilion treated him with utmost respect. Such treatment left him feeling as though he were caught in a dream. At that moment, a commotion arose from below. Su Pingyan followed the sound and saw two groups of people entering the venue from either side. To the left, leading the group was a middle-aged man clad in a black ornate robe. His features were sharp and intimidating, exuding an aura of danger. Behind him trailed three elderly men and several young men and women. To the right, the leader was an elderly man with graying hair. In contrast to the middle-aged man, the elder appeared calm, his gaze serene as water. Following him was a retinue of individuals. It was none other than the Wang and Lin families. The heads of the two prominent families had personally arrived. Today promised to be quite the spectacle. These two groups were indeed representatives of the Wang and Lin families from Qingxia town. The individuals at their forefront were undoubtedly the family heads. Regrettably, as an outsider to the Lin family, Su Pingyan had yet to meet their patriarch. He only knew that the head of the Lin family was named Lin Xiao, an octogenarian and a cultivator. As for the head of the Wang family, he recalled that his name was Wang Lai, also a practitioner of the mystical arts. Beyond that, he was entirely ignorant. At this moment, an opportunity to behold the two patriarchs was finally at hand. One could not deny that cultivators possessed an extraordinary presence. Even their mere aura was enough to instill a sense of trepidation. Recently, Su Pingyan had experienced remarkable progress in his cultivation. Having successfully advanced to the 5th level of the Great Zhou Body Refinement Technique, which had led to a sense of pride swelling within him. However, upon encountering these two genuine cultivators, he realized just how distant he was from their level of mastery. With that thought, Su Pingyan promptly quelled his arrogance, resolving to dedicate himself to even harder training upon his return home. Before long, the two families settled into their respective private boxes. With the imposing presence of the two families, the crowd dared not speak above a whisper, resulting in a noticeable hush across the vast venue. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, someone in the crowd exclaimed in astonishment, "Look, it's Qin Xianer." At this announcement, a wave of astonished gazes turned toward the source, and disbelief spread through the crowd. It truly was Qin Xianer. She was the newly arrived courtesan from the Drunken Red Pavilion. Qin Xianer? She was simply too beautiful. Indeed, she surpassed even celestial beings in her beauty. In that moment, Su Pingyan's attention was drawn to Qin Xianer. Upon seeing her, he was momentarily spellbound. There she stood, draped in gossamer fabric. As delicate as a cicada's wing, her skin, fair as snow, seemingly translucent, with eyes that sparkled like enchanting jewels. Her slightly upturned lips seemed to tease and mock, while her steps were light as the wind, each stride resonating with an indescribable melody, as if she were dancing on the very edges of the heart, stirring an insatiable yearning. At that instant, even Ziwu, who walked ahead of her, guiding her path, seemed to fade in comparison. This was not to say that Ziwu lacked beauty. Rather, their charms were simply of different natures. Ziwu's allure stemmed from her exquisite features and grace, while Qin Xianer's beauty radiated an innate seductiveness, as if she were born to ensnare souls. Su Pingyan, a simple countryside youth, had never encountered such a captivating beauty before, and for a moment, he found himself utterly spellbound, his soul adrift. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure, taking a deep breath to steady himself, and gradually returned to his usual state. How did Qin Xianer arrive? Could it be that she, too, received an invitation from the Rare Treasures Pavilion? That seems unlikely. After all, she is not a martial artist. Why would the pavilion extend an invitation to her? Could it be that she is here to enliven the atmosphere? The onlookers exchanged their speculations, each contributing their thoughts. Soon after, Ziwu escorted Qin Xianer to the 2nd floor and guided her to a private booth. It is worth noting that there are only a few such booths on the entire 2nd floor, underscoring the significance of Qin Xianer's presence. "Thank you, Miss Ziwu." Qin Xianer expressed her gratitude as she gracefully took her seat. Since the two seats were not far apart, Su Pingyan could hear her clearly. Her voice resembled the sound of clear water striking stone, crisp yet laced with a hint of languor, as if each word were a hook gently drawing one's spirit into her realm. Noticing Su Pingyan's gaze, Qin Xianer slightly turned her head to look in his direction. The moment their eyes met, Su Pingyan felt his heart flutter again, prompting him to avert his gaze hastily. Fortunately, having altered his appearance, he managed to mask any signs of his inner turmoil. Subsequently, Qin Xianer smiled and nodded at him as a form of greeting. However, Su Pingyan did not reciprocate. Instead, he withdrew his gaze, wary that her enchanting demeanor might reveal his vulnerabilities if he gazed too long. "Qin Xianer, unperturbed by his lack of response. Merely curled the corners of her lips and turned her attention away. As time passed, the invited guests gradually filled the venue, and the second floor was nearing full capacity. Yet, the central private booth on the third floor remained conspicuously empty. Just as Su Pingyan began to feel a sense of boredom, someone nearby exclaimed, "They have arrived." Simultaneously, a wave of excitement surged from below, hinting at the impending arrival of distinguished guests. Su Pingyan lifted his gaze and beheld Shen Liang conversing animatedly with a middle-aged gentleman clad in splendid attire as they entered the venue. Following Shen Liang were Wei Ming and Ziwu. Behind the middle-aged man trailed a pair of youthful individuals, appearing to be around 20 years of age. The woman exuded brilliance, while the man bore a stoic demeanor. The middle-aged gentleman was, of course, Lu Changfeng, the mayor of Qingxia Town. As for the young man and woman, they were likely Lu Changfeng's son and daughter. Chapter 15. The Art of Swift Movement, a Tailored Technique. Su Pingyan was lost in thought when he suddenly heard a murmur of discussion nearby. The two young individuals were none other than the adopted son and daughter of the town's lord, Xiao Mohan and Lu Linglong. Indeed, it was them. Su Pingyan, upon hearing the voice, pondered, it is my adopted son. It is said that Xiao Mohan possesses an exceptionally high aptitude for cultivation. Despite being merely 20 years of age, he has already attained the 9th level of the body refinement realm, undoubtedly the foremost among the younger generation of Qingxia Town. Lu Linglong, too, is impressive. At the tender age of 19, she has reached the mid-stage of the 8th level of the body refinement realm, making her a standout amongst her peers. Both of them are indeed rare prodigies. As they conversed, they lavished praises upon the two. Su Pingyan listened with quiet astonishment, and could not help but feel a twinge of envy towards the talents of the two individuals. Were it not for a fortunate encounter that bestowed upon him a piece of spiritual land, he feared he would never reach the heights they had attained in this lifetime. As the group approached the circular high platform, they observed Shen Liang turning to Wei Ming to exchange a few words, followed by a brief cordial exchange with Lu Changfeng. Subsequently, they saw Wei Ming leading Lu Changfeng and his companions towards a private box on the third floor, while Shen Liang ascended the circular platform. Why has Shen Liang taken the stage? Is he to preside over today's auction? Murmured the crowd, recalling that it was typically Lady Ziwu who took on this role in previous years. As Shen Liang stepped onto the stage, whispers erupted among the attendees. In no time, Wei Ming had escorted Lu Changfeng and his companions to their seats in the box. Observing this, the crowd fell silent. Within the Rare Treasures Pavilion, the air was filled with the fragrance of sandalwood. Clad in a moon-white long robe, Shen Liang stood poised at the center of the high platform, his gaze sharp as it swept across the hundreds of guests below. The subtle pressure emanating from the cultivator compelled those present to involuntarily straighten their postures. Then, Shen Liang spoke in a calm yet resonant voice, "I extend my gratitude to all for attending our annual auction event." His voice, though not loud, reached every ear with clarity. Today's auction features 10 items, all of which are rare treasures. As per tradition, the highest bidder shall prevail. Should anyone dare to disrupt the order, I, Shen, will show no mercy. After his words, the crowd fell into a hushed stillness. After all, among those gathered, there were but a few cultivators. The majority were martial artists. How could they not feel apprehensive in the face of Shen Liang's formidable presence? He continued. The first item for bidding is 3 advanced body refinement pills. Advanced body refinement pills? 3 of them? Su Pingyan thought, astonished. If I recall correctly, advanced body refinement pills are grade 9 earthly medicines. To start with 3 grade 9 pills, what astonishing treasures await us later? It became apparent to him that Shen Liang's direct involvement indicated this auction was indeed extraordinary. As Shen Liang concluded his announcement, Lady Ziwu gracefully ascended the high platform, carrying a jade tray. Su Pingyan, seated on the second floor, focused intently. On the jade tray lay 3 pills, each the size of a longan, surrounded by 9 swirling white halos. The intoxicating aroma of the pills wafted through the air, invigorating and refreshing. Yet, the essence of these pills paled in comparison to those he had cultivated himself. After all, his own were grade 1 earthly medicines, each adorned with a green halo. Thus, it dawned on him that the pills he consumed surpassed the advanced body refinement pills in rank. This thought filled Su Pingyan with a sense of self-satisfaction. At this moment, Shen Liang gradually articulated, "These 3 advanced body refinement pills are crafted by an 8th grade alchemist." The proclamation sent waves of astonishment through the crowd. An 8th grade alchemist? There are none in the entirety of Qingxia Town, are there? Such a prized possession. Shen Liang continued. The effects of the advanced body refinement pills should require no further elaboration. The starting bid is 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Let the bidding commence. Upon hearing the starting price of 20,000 low-grade spirit stones for the 3 advanced body refinement pills, Su Pingyan could not help but draw in a sharp breath. 20,000 low-grade spirit stones, what a staggering concept. If he were to cultivate 1 stone a day, it would take him over 50 years. Yet, reality proved that there were indeed many affluent individuals present. No sooner had Xin Liang finished speaking than voices began to rise in bids. I bid 20,000, 25,000, 30,000. In an instant, the bidding war erupted, voices rising in a cacophony of competition. Certainly, Su Pingyan yearned for the 3 advanced body refining pills. After all, should they be cultivated in the spirit field, the resulting elixirs would undoubtedly surpass even the first tier of yellow grade. Thus, when an individual called out a price of 35,000, Su Pingyan promptly raised the bid to 40,000. At that moment, he possessed a 3rd-tier purple spiritual herb of yellow grade within his concealed bag. In his estimation, if 3 9th-tier common-grade advanced body refining pills could fetch 20,000 low-grade spirit stones, then this 3rd-tier purple spiritual herb should be valued at no less than 30 or 40,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, before long, his offer was eclipsed by another, as someone bid 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing the sound, Su Pingyan turned to see none other than the head of the Wang family, Wang Lai. Had the price been 40,000 low-grade spirit stones, Su Pingyan might have acquiesced. However, the sum of 50,000 low-grade spirit stones exceeded his threshold of acceptance. Although he possessed a piece of Qin Xian wood as a potential auction item, the meager 5th-grade ordinary wood, no matter how rare, could hardly justify a value in the tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. Thus, after careful consideration, Su Pingyan ultimately decided to forego the opportunity. After all, should he bid too high and find himself unable to pay, it would be rather awkward. In the end, the 3 advanced body refining pills were acquired by the Wang family at the steep price of 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. It was indeed a pity. Yet Su Pingyan did not feel an overwhelming need for them. He merely wished to test the waters. If he could obtain them, splendid, but if not, it was of little consequence. As the auction progressed, a plethora of fine items emerged, heightening the enthusiasm of the crowd and creating an unprecedented atmosphere of excitement. Soon, they arrived at the 6th auction item. The first 5 lots had been monopolized by the Wang family, the Lin family, and the town lord's estate, with the Wang and Lin families each acquiring 2 items and the town lord's estate 1. In truth, many individuals present were primarily there to participate. Driven by this very sentiment, the vast majority of them could not muster tens of thousands, let alone hundreds of thousands, of low-grade spirit stones. In the face of colossal entities like the Wang family, the Lin family, and the town lord's estate, they found themselves relegated to mere background figures. At best, they could raise their voices during the bidding, seeking to assert their presence. The ultimate outcome of the transactions bore no relevance to them. The next item up for bid was a manual of cultivation techniques. Upon hearing this, the crowd's interest peaked. After all, this was the first cultivation manual of the day's auction. Moreover, of the previous 5 items, only the first was an ordinary product, while the other 4 were all of yellow grade. This indicated that the quality of this particular manual was likely to be quite high. Su Pingyan's gaze was fixated on the stage above. His purpose for attending today, apart from seeking elixirs, was to acquire external martial arts techniques. However, he surmised that the cost of such techniques would undoubtedly exceed 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, a sum he likely could not afford. And he anticipated that he would merely be a spectator. Soon, Ziwu gracefully ascended the high platform, carrying a jade platter. Su Pingyan focused his gaze and discovered that within the jade plate lay a book of a yellow grade, 4th-level martial art. The name of this technique, however, eluded him. Just then, he heard Xin Liang introduce it. This is an auxiliary martial art of yellow grade, known as the art of swift movement. An auxiliary martial art, indeed? Such techniques are already rare, and given its level, this particular one must be quite costly. In my opinion, the starting bid should be no less than 60,000 low-grade spirit stones. Not just that. I would say it should be at least 80,000 low-grade spirit stones. Upon overhearing the discussions around him, Su Pingyan couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. 80,000 low-grade spirit stones? That seems exorbitant. Yet, considering it is a yellow grade, 4th-level auxiliary martial art, the price isn't entirely outrageous. Su Pingyan had previously gathered some knowledge about martial arts. Firstly, martial arts can be categorized into internal and external techniques, which is self-explanatory. Secondly, external martial arts are further divided into offensive, defensive, and auxiliary techniques, with auxiliary arts being the most scarce among them. Hence, It is generally accepted that auxiliary martial arts are also the most expensive. Although this particular technique is not offensive, Su Pingyan felt a strong desire for it. After all, he currently lacked even a single external martial art. The art of swift movement, as its name suggests, relates to speed. If he were to cultivate this technique, at the very least, he could flee if he couldn't win in a fight, right? Yet, the thought of 80,000 low-grade spirit stones, merely the starting price, left him feeling utterly dejected. He anticipated watching it slip away like those 3 high-grade body-refining pills. However, at that moment, Xinliang abruptly changed his tone. Before the auction begins, I must remind everyone of the unique aspect of this martial art. The crowd fell into a hushed surprise. Xinliang continued, this martial art differs from others. Only those who have undergone spirit energy body refinement can cultivate it. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Spirit energy body refinement? What a jest. Did anyone present here have experience with spirit energy body refinement? Just then, someone raised their voice to inquire. What if an ordinary body-refined person attempts to cultivate it? Progress would be slow, yielding minimal results. And it could even inflict significant harm on the body during the process, proving to be counterproductive, Xinliang replied slowly. The audience was rendered speechless upon hearing this. With such a caveat, who would still dare to bid? Even if they managed to secure it, it would be of no use. Yet, at this moment, Su Pingyan's heart was filled with joy. Had he not restrained himself, he might have laughed out loud. Wasn't he precisely the one who had undergone spirit energy body refinement? It seemed that this martial art was tailor-made for him. In an instant, Su Pingyan was overjoyed. In that case, he must acquire it at any cost. Chapter 16. The Azure Xian Wood. A spirit wood comparable to a magical treasure despite this martial art being a yellow grade, 4th level technique and a rare auxiliary type. The starting bid was not as high as everyone had anticipated, set at only 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Even for unrestricted martial arts, 50,000 low-grade spirit stones is beyond the reach of most attendees, not to mention the strict limitations. Consequently, there was a consensus that the art of swift movement would likely go unsold. Indeed, when Xinliang announced the commencement of the bidding, not a single voice was raised, starkly contrasting the previous fervor of competition. Although Su Pingyan was determined to obtain this technique, he refrained from making an immediate bid. He intended to observe the situation first, to see if anyone would challenge him, particularly the Wang family, the Lin family, in the Town Lord's manor. If any one of these 3 were to place a bid, it would indeed pose a problem. After all, in comparison to these 3 families, his financial resources were quite insignificant. Fortunately, neither of these families made a bid, and it appeared that they had no interest in acquiring this technique at all. Upon witnessing this, Su Pingyan finally exhaled in relief, his heart brimming with secret delight. Just when everyone believed that this particular technique would surely go unsold, a deep, raspy voice resonated. 50,000. As the words echoed, astonishment swept through the crowd. Could it be that someone had indeed placed a bid? Were there genuine practitioners of spiritual refinement present? Who could this esteemed individual be? The voice seemed to emanate from the upper floor. Given Su Pingyan's already concealed position, few were able to discern him, compounded by the fact that he had uttered but 2 words. Consequently, no one was able to identify the speaker, only aware that the voice originated from the 2nd floor. Thus, the attendees on the 1st floor craned their necks, peering upward. Those on the 2nd floor similarly glanced about, searching for the bidder. Only a few individuals seated near Su Pingyan turned their gaze towards him. Oh, it is he. Do you know this person? Not personally, but when he arrived earlier, Xinliang personally came out to greet him. Is that so? It appears this individual holds a status beyond the ordinary. At that moment, aside from these few, several pairs of eyes on the 3rd floor were also fixated on Su Pingyan. Lu Chongfeng's gaze was profound as he rhythmically tapped the armrest of his chair, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, interesting. Standing beside him, Xiao Mohan was puzzled by his adoptive father's words, merely stating, Father, this person seems unfamiliar. He should not be from Qingxia town. Father, could it be that this individual is indeed a practitioner of spiritual refinement? Lu Linglong inquired, her tone laced with uncertainty. Upon hearing her, Lu Chongfeng ceased his tapping, a knowing smile playing upon his lips as he replied, perhaps, indeed. Members of the Lin and Wang families were equally perplexed, unaware of when Qingxia town had birthed such a figure. Meanwhile, in a solitary, elegant booth on the 2nd floor, Qin Skinner gazed at Su Pingyan with her enchanting, peach blossom-like eyes. A faint, elusive smile lingered at the corners of her mouth, her thoughts drifting to unknown musings. Xinliang, of course, recognized that it was Su Pingyan who had placed the bid. However, he refrained from directing his gaze towards Su Pingyan and instead surveyed the crowd, stating flatly, 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, going once. Su Pingyan maintained an outward composure, yet internally he felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that someone might suddenly emerge to outbid him. However, it soon became evident that his concerns were unfounded. 50,000 low-grade spirit stones was announced for the second time. 50,000 low-grade spirit stones was declared for the third time. The deal was sealed. Only upon hearing Xin Liang's confirmation did Su Pingyan finally exhale, a wave of relief washing over him, accompanied by a surge of delight. To acquire such a meticulously tailored yellow-grade, level 4 auxiliary technique without any effort, merely at the starting bid, was indeed a remarkable windfall. As for the 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, he currently possessed none. He resolved to wait until the auction concluded before offering the level 3 purple spirit herb in exchange. Should that fall short, he could always count on the level 5 ordinary Qin Xian wood, which had yet to be auctioned. If necessary, he could negotiate with Xin Liang for a delayed payment. After all, he was now recognized as a master craftsman, and given Xin Liang's favorable disposition towards him, it was unlikely that a later payment would be an issue, if not outright accepted. Nevertheless, he found himself entirely devoid of funds at present. He could scarcely afford even the most rudimentary body-refining elixirs, let alone those of a higher grade. Yet, he had achieved at least one of his objectives, and it felt like an exceptionally fruitful endeavor. As for the elixirs, he could always cultivate some spirit herbs and a few days to barter for them. Thus, this technique was secured by Su Pingyan at the modest price of 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, until the transaction was finalized. Many remained unaware of the identity of the buyer. Su Pingyan found great pleasure in this. After all, as the saying goes, fame brings fear. Much like a pig dreads growing fat. For him, renown was a matter for the future, not the present. At this moment, he yearned to remain as inconspicuous as possible. Next came the 7th item for auction. Xin Liang announced, the next piece is rather special. Although it may possess a lower grade, its value is certainly not diminished. Upon hearing this, the crowd's interest was piqued. Soon after, they beheld Ziwu gracefully ascending the high platform, delicately carrying a jade plate. Su Pingyan examined closely and recognized that it was indeed his piece of Qin Xian wood. However, it appeared that many were unfamiliar with this Qin Xian wood. What is that? It seems to be merely a piece of wood. Wood? I've never heard of any wood being particularly valuable. Indeed, what purpose could this item serve? Yet, as the crowd engaged in their discussions, some individuals on the 2nd and 3rd floors, upon seeing the Qin Xian wood in the jade plate, could not help but change their expressions dramatically. This is Qin Xian wood? It truly is Qin Xian wood? Such rich spiritual energy, could it be a century-old Qin Xian wood? The last time Su Pingyan presented the Qin Xian wood at the Qijian Pavilion, he had only heard Xin Liang mention its considerable value. Coupled with Wei Ming's astonished expression at the time, he understood that this piece of Qin Xian wood should not come cheap. However, he did not inquire further, nor did he ask about its specific uses. Observing the astonishment etched on the faces of the crowd, especially the prominent figures on the 3rd floor, Su Pingyan found himself increasingly curious about the properties of this Qin Xian wood. Then, he heard Xin Liang speak slowly. Indeed, this is a century-old Qin Xian wood. Qin Xian wood? What exactly is Qin Xian wood? I don't know. I've never heard of it. Could it be the legendary Qin Xian wood that takes 1,000 years to grow? 1,000 years to mature? Is that true? Just as the crowd was filled with astonishment, Xin Liang continued, Qin Xian wood is an exceedingly rare type of tree. It is said that 1,000 years are required to grow Qin Xian wood. For this reason, Qin Xian wood contains a wealth of natural spiritual energy. And what is even more precious is its ability to absorb spiritual energy at an astonishing rate. Consequently, many cultivators craft it into accessories to wear, making it a rare spiritual wood. As his words concluded, the crowd collectively expressed their admiration. Not only does it contain spiritual energy, but it can also absorb it rapidly. This Qin Xian wood is indeed a remarkable treasure. Yes, wearing it regularly allows one to enjoy the nourishment of spiritual energy at any time and place, and during battles. One can absorb the energy within it to recover. In critical moments, it could even save one's life. This is not just a good item. It is comparable to a magical treasure. At this moment, after hearing Xin Liang's explanation and the discussions of others, Su Pingyan finally comprehended the value of the Qin Xian wood. Indeed, as one person mentioned, for cultivators, the functionality of this Qin Xian wood is truly comparable to that of a magical treasure. In this instant, Su Pingyan couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for having brought this piece of Qin Xian wood to light. Such a fine item would have been far better to keep for oneself. Alas, it was too late. However, given the exceptional nature of this Qin wood. It surely cannot be priced cheaply, can it? As Su Ping'an pondered, he heard Xin Liang continue. The value of the Qin wood is determined by its length, thickness, and age. The longer and thicker it is, and the older it is, the higher its grade and value. This piece of Qin wood, while not particularly impressive in length and thickness, is remarkable for its age, having reached a century. Therefore, despite its grade being only a low grade 5, its value remains significant. With a starting bid set at 8,000 inferior spirit stones. After a few words from Xin Liang, the crowd could hardly contain their eagerness. Even before he announced the beginning of the bidding, someone had already shouted a price: 8,000, 10,000, 15,000. The bidding voices surged in a cacophony. After all, compared to other items, the price of this Qin wood could be considered quite reasonable. Its efficacy surpasses that of some low-grade magical artifacts, making it an exceptional value. Consequently, the crowd was drawn to it like moss to a flame. Soon, the price skyrocketed to 50,000 inferior spirit stones. It is worth noting that this price could purchase 3 high-grade body refining pills. Moreover, the price showed no signs of halting and continued to rise, particularly as the Wang and Lin families began to contend fiercely for it. Both families exhibited an unwavering determination to secure this piece of Qin wood, refusing to relent. Naturally, regardless of how high the price climbed, the greatest beneficiary was Su Ping'an. At this moment, Su Ping'an was nearly overwhelmed by the unexpected delight. He could hardly believe that this piece of Qin wood, merely a product of a dead branch, could fetch such a staggering price. Indeed, for Su Ping'an, tens of thousands of inferior spirit stones represented a fortune. Had he known that the Qin wood could sell for such a high price, he would have made every effort to acquire those 3 high-grade body refining pills. However, that opportunity had slipped away. On the bright side, he now possessed enough spirit stones to purchase both pills and techniques. Ah, truly, fortune smiles upon me. Chapter 17. The Compass emerges. The auction becomes turbulent as the 2 prominent families refuse to yield. The bidding gradually escalated to a fevered pitch, reaching 80,000 inferior spirit stones. Much to Su Ping'an's elation, if he could cultivate a few more pieces of Qin wood, he might strike it rich. However, such thoughts were fleeting, as he quickly dismissed them. The reason this piece of Qin wood commanded such a high price was twofold: its rarity and the fierce competition between the Wang and Lin families, which had fortuitously benefited him. In reality, the true value of this Qin wood was approximately 10,000 inferior spirit stones, even with a markup. It would top out at 2 or 3 times that amount. Therefore, even if Su Ping'an were to cultivate more, he could not expect to sell them at such exorbitant prices. Of course, whether or not he could sell them for a high price was secondary. The primary concern was the rarity and value of the Qin wood. Why would he want to sell it to others when he could enjoy it himself? As for earning spirit stones, Su Ping'an believed that selling anything would yield profit, rendering the sale of Qin wood unnecessary. Meanwhile, the price continued to rise. However, unlike before, where it increased in increments of 5,000 or 10,000, it now rose by 1,000 at a time. Clearly, both families were beginning to tire. Although they possessed substantial financial resources, it was imprudent to continue bidding without restraint, especially given the current level of inflation in the price. Patriarch, if we continue bidding, we may end up benefiting someone else, a Lin family elder quietly cautioned Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's gaze was intense, his expression grave, as he calculated his final decision. As the head of the family, he was well aware of this principle. In truth, he did not desperately need this piece of Qin wood. He merely wanted to prevent the Wang family from acquiring it. As 2 of the most prominent families in Qingxia town, the Wang and Lin families harbored long-standing grievances, often erupting into conflicts. In particular, the tensions had escalated over the past 2 years, resulting in significant casualties on both sides. Should the Wang family obtain this piece of Qin wood, their power would undoubtedly increase, ultimately disadvantaging the Lin family. However, continuing to bid was indeed unwise. After much contemplation, Lin Xiao ultimately chose to forego further bids. Upon witnessing this, Wang Lai's face lit up with triumph, and the rest of the Wang family beamed with smiles. Yet, just as the Wang family believed the Qin wood was firmly within their grasp, a deep voice resonated: 90,000. With that proclamation, all eyes turned to the central box on the 3rd floor. The bidder was none other than Lu Chanfeng. Since the bidding for the Qin wood began, the town lord's manner had remained silent, leading many to believe that Lu Chanfeng had no interest in the wood. To their astonishment, he made his move at this critical juncture, just as the Lin family had seemingly surrendered. At that moment, The Wang family members stared in disbelief at Lu Changfeng, clearly taken aback. Lu Changfeng looked at Wang Lai and said with a hearty laugh, "The town lord has taken a fancy to this piece. I hope the Wang family does not mind." "Of course not. Please proceed, town lord." Although Wang Lai wore a smile, he was inwardly fuming, cursing Lu Changfeng's ancestors for his timing. Why had he chosen to participate just as the others were about to secure the item? It was clear that he was acting with intent. However, despite his resentment, Wang Lai dared not show it. After all, the town lord's manor possessed a power beyond the Wang family's reach. Since Lu Changfeng expressed interest in the Qingxian wood, Wang Lai felt compelled to withdraw from the bidding. The question of whether he could outbid Lu Changfeng was secondary. Offending him would be unwise. Perhaps it was better to offer him a favor, ensuring he would remember this kindness. However, this inadvertently facilitated the Lin family's position, leaving Wang Lai with a sense of frustration that was difficult to articulate. With the Wang family's withdrawal, the Qingxian would ultimately fell into the hands of the town lord's manor, a conclusion no one had anticipated. 90,000 inferior spirit stones, less a 10% handling fee, resulted in Su Pingyan netting a profit of 81,000 inferior spirit stones, a considerable windfall. The 8th auction item was a yellow grade 5 talisman, while the 9th was a yellow grade 6 magical artifact. Both talismans and magical artifacts required genuine energy to activate. Su Pingyan is currently unable to harness his true energy, thus he refrained from participating in the bidding. As anticipated, these two items were subsequently acquired by the Wang and Lin families in succession. Notably, after the town master's residence secured the Qingxian wood, it fell silent. Lu Changfeng leaned back in his chair, appearing as though he had succumbed to slumber. It was not until Xin Liang announced, "The next item up for bid is the final piece of this auction," that Lu Changfeng gradually opened his eyes, gazing with keen interest at the stage. Traditionally, the last item is typically the most valuable among all the offerings. Among the previous 9 items, the highest grade was a 6th-tier yellow item. Therefore, it stands to reason that the 10th item must be of equal or greater caliber. In an instant, the audience collectively leaned forward with anticipation. As Zhu Dance gracefully ascended the stage bearing a jade tray, all eyes were drawn to the contents within. Upon closer inspection, gasps of astonishment erupted. To everyone's surprise, the final item was indeed a. Su Pingyan focused his gaze and observed the object on the jade plate, which emanated a blue halo. He pondered. So, blue signifies a mysterious grade. Thus, my invisible Qiankuan bag must be a 2nd-grade spatial magical treasure. Yet, the object appeared rather peculiar. Could it be a compass? It seemed to be. What utility could this item possess? Who knows? Nevertheless, given its status as a mysterious grade celestial artifact, it must indeed be extraordinary. As this item was unveiled, not only the guests on the 1st and 2nd floors were puzzled, but even the eminent figures on the 3rd floor wore expressions of bewilderment. Zhu danced gracefully with the jade plate and positioned herself beside Xin Liang. He then picked up the compass and spoke slowly. This artifact is known as the Star Compass, a 1st-grade magical treasure capable of tracking paths and locating treasures. Upon his words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The term tracking paths and locating treasures refers to finding traces of people and beasts and seeking heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Furthermore, it can identify the hidden abodes of cultivators and concealed spiritual veins. What a precious item! Xin Liang continued to utilize it. The holder merely needs to infuse spiritual energy into the compass, activating the engravings within to guide their thoughts. However, this compass consumes a significant amount of spiritual energy and is effective only within a radius of 100 miles. At that moment, the audience had already lost interest in anything else. They fixated eagerly on the star compass, many revealing a glint of greed in their eyes. Observing this, Xin Liang decided to refrain from further commentary and was about to announce the starting bid when a melodious voice interjected. Indeed a remarkable treasure. The voice was irresistibly alluring, instantly captivating the crowd, who turned to locate its source. As they followed the sound, a lithe figure resembling a willow rose gracefully. It was the courtesan of the drunken red pavilion, Qingxianer. Until now, the audience had been lost in the auction atmosphere, completely oblivious to her presence. Her sudden interjection left them momentarily perplexed. Qingxianer's eyes slightly arched, shimmering with myriad charms, as her lips curled into a lazy, mischievous smile, silently enticing everyone who gazed upon her. With a gentle smile, she spoke. Master Shen, I too wish to possess this star compass. Her voice was as sweet as a nightingale's song, causing petals to tremble, instilling a sensation that penetrated to the very core of one's being. Gazing at Qingxianer's enchanting form, many could not help but swallow hard. Despite their confusion over her unexpected remarks and actions, Xin Liang did not dwell on it. He merely smiled and said, "If Miss Sienna is interested, you may certainly participate in the bidding. Our rules state that the highest bidder prevails. Should your offer surpass the others, this star compass shall rightfully belong to you." Upon hearing this, Qin Sienna pouted slightly, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. "But, as a mere courtesan, how could I possibly have so many spirit stones?" Her seemingly sorrowful demeanor and voice evoked a sense of pity among the listeners. Just then, a cold scoff echoed, "Then be on your way and do not hinder us." The crowd was taken aback, turning to identify the speaker. Many felt a surge of indignation. How could such a delicate figure as Miss Sienna be subjected to such crude remarks? Who was this boorish individual, lacking in compassion? However, upon recognizing the speaker as Wang Lai, the head of the Wang family, their anger dissipated instantly. Wang Lai had heard of Qin Sienna but had never regarded her as significant, for how could a mere courtesan capture his attention? Yet, Qin Sienna remained unfazed, gazing at Wang Lai with a semblance of amusement, saying, "Master Wang, what a temper you have. Shall I assist in calming it?" Seeing her audacity to provoke him, Wang Lai narrowed his eyes and coldly replied, "Return to your seat at once. Utter another word, and I shall have your tongue." Yet, Qin Sienna displayed no fear. Instead, smirking mockingly, "Master Wang, what bravado! Are you certain you possess the capability to sever my tongue?" Her words reverberated throughout the hall, leaving everyone astounded. How could Qin Sienna, a seemingly defenseless courtesan, dare to challenge Wang Lai, the head of the Wang family? Was she mad? Enraged? Wang Lai prepared to unleash his true energy to eliminate her. However, as he began to channel his energy, he felt a chaotic surge within, causing him to spit blood. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. How could this happen so suddenly? Head of the family? Father? Alarm spread among the Wang family members. Wang Lai's complexion turned pale as he realized he had been poisoned. Yet, he could not fathom when it had occurred. Just then, Qin Sienna's melodious laughter echoed, "Master Wang, I forgot to warn you. Do not use your true energy. It could harm your meridians." Wang Lai's expression shifted dramatically as he incredulously faced Qin Sienna. "It was you? You poisoned me?" The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Expressions of disbelief adorned every face. "Qin Sienna? Poisoning? How could that be?" Yet, she laughed and said, "Hee, you are not entirely foolish." This statement unequivocally confirmed that the poison afflicting Wang Lai had indeed been administered by her. All eyes turned toward Qin Sienna, captivated by her striking beauty and alluring visage. Rendered speechless. Why would a courtesan poison Wang Lai? How had she done it without his notice? Moreover, what kind of poison could afflict a cultivator of Wang Lai's caliber? The crowd was engulfed in a whirlwind of questions. Just then, a sharp cry pierced the air. "Demonis, prepare to die." As her voice resonated, a figure shot forth from the crowd of the Wang family, drawing her long sword with precision, aiming directly at Qin Sienna. This woman was none other than Wang Lai's daughter, Wang Xuefu. Among the many young disciples of the Wang family, Wang Xuefu's prowess ranked among the top 3. At the tender age of 18, she had reached the pinnacle of the 7th stage of the body refinement realm. This level of cultivation positioned her as a paragon among the youth of the entire Qingxia town. Moreover, Wang Xuefu was a sword cultivator, mastering the Fuyao sword technique, an external martial art of the 9th grade. At present, she had achieved great mastery in it, allowing her to hold her own even against warriors of the 8th stage of body refinement. No one anticipated that Wang Xuefu would launch an attack on Qin Sienna, let alone that this assault would be a lethal strike aimed at her life. In the blink of an eye, Wang Xuefu had closed the distance to Qin Sienna, her sword poised to pierce her chest. Just as the onlookers braced for the imminent demise of the enchanting Qin Sienna, she elegantly waved her hand as if shooing away a pesky insect. In the next moment, a muffled grunt escaped Wang Xuefu's lips as her body was sent hurtling backward, as if struck by an unseen force. Seeing this, the Wang family's elder attempted to channel his energy to catch Wang Xuefu, but as he did so, he too coughed up blood, staggering as he struggled to maintain his balance. "Elder!" The members of the Wang family exclaimed in unison, as the second and third elders rushed to support him. "Brother! Brother!" The elder, looking gravely pale as if severely injured, fought through his weakness to utter, "Do not channel your energy." In the wake of this sudden upheaval, the Wang family had no time to attend to Wang Xuefu. All eyes were glued to her as she crashed heavily against the wall, subsequently falling to the ground. Fortunately, her brother Wang Ting acted swiftly, leaping to catch her. Otherwise, the fall from such a height would have exacerbated her injuries. Yet, even without the fall, Wang Xuefu was gravely wounded, having expelled a significant amount of blood. At that moment, The atmosphere was thick with silence, everyone staring at Qin Xianer, their faces painted with disbelief and shock. It was Wang Lai who finally broke the silence. Gritting his teeth as he spoke, a cultivator. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. No one had imagined that this woman, deemed delicate and helpless, was indeed a cultivator. In a mere instant, 2 members of the Wang family had been poisoned, and one was severely injured, including the family head and the elder. Consequently, no one dared to act rashly. The tumultuous events left everyone bewildered, including Su Pingyan, who felt utterly lost. Just then, Xinliang, the head of the Rare Treasures Pavilion, finally spoke up. "What brings you to cause a disturbance at my pavilion's annual auction?" His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. For no one had ever dared to act with such impunity within the Rare Treasures Pavilion, especially during a significant event like the auction. Qin Xianer's voice was as soft as a whisper, adorned with a gentle smile. "Lord Shen, I have come today with no ulterior motives, merely seeking a particular item." Xinliang narrowed his eyes slightly, responding nonchalantly, "Oh? And what might that be?" With a coy glance, Qin Xianer replied, "The item in your possession, of course." Xinliang chuckled, "I have previously stated, the highest bidder claims the prize. If your offer surpasses all others, the Starfall Spirit Resonance Plate shall indeed be yours." However, Qin Xianer countered, "Yet, as I mentioned, I am but a woman of the dust, lacking the wealth of spirit stones." Her voice flowed like a clear spring, imbued with warmth and charm. Xinliang's pupils contracted. "Are you implying that you intend to seize it?" "Well, if Lord Shen insists on calling it theft, then it shall be theft," she replied with a playful smile, leaving the crowd astounded. This was the Rare Treasures Pavilion. To come here and attempt to steal something? Was Xinliang, the pavilion master, truly so easy to outwit? Moreover, Town Master Lu Chanfeng was present as well. Qin Xianer was audacious beyond belief. True to form, Xinliang burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, to come to my Rare Treasures Pavilion to steal, you certainly do not regard me highly." Acknowledging his profound cultivation, Qin Xianer admitted, "I recognize I am no match for you, hence I must resort to a clever ruse." As Xinliang's heart sank with an ominous premonition, Qin Xianer continued, "Lord Shun, have you heard of the illusionary spirit powder?" Upon hearing this, Xinliang's heart jolted, and he hastily channeled his energy. Instantly, he felt his blood surge chaotically within him. A most excruciating sensation. Thankfully, he was merely cautious, unlike Wang Lai and the elder, who were caught unawares, thus he avoided expelling blood. At that moment, a deep voice resonated. "You are from the illusionary moon sect?" The speaker was none other than Lu Chanfeng. Upon hearing the mention of illusionary spirit powder, he too had unwittingly fallen victim to its effects as he channeled his energy. Illusionary spirit powder, a white powder that transformed into an odorless, colorless gas upon contact with air, rendered its victims incapable of using their energy for 3 hours, risking irreversible damage to their meridians if they attempted to do so. Qin Xianer smiled seductively. "The town master indeed possesses great insight. Today's events are not of your concern, but alas, my humble cultivation leaves me no choice but to disperse poison throughout the venue, inadvertently implicating you as well. I sincerely apologize. But as long as you refrain from using your energy, the poison will dissipate after 3 hours." Her admission confirmed her affiliation with the illusionary moon sect, sending shockwaves through the crowd. The illusionary moon sect? Qin Xianer was indeed a member of this notorious cult. This meant they too had been poisoned by the illusionary spirit powder. Panic rippled through the assembly. Su Pingyan was taken aback as well. Fortunately, at that moment, Xinliang spoke up, saying, "There is no need for everyone to be anxious. The illusion spirit powder only affects cultivators and has no effect on martial artists at the body refinement stage." Upon hearing this, the crowd finally ceased their panic. As Su Pingyan quietly breathed a sigh of relief, he could not help but reflect on the astonishing efficacy of the illusory spirit powder, which rendered a cultivator unable to wield their true essence. Qin Xianer, with her enchanting gaze and a charming smile, remarked, "The key to the treasures pavilion is always carried by the esteemed Master Shen. It is quite difficult for a humble girl like me to approach him directly. Regrettably, I am left with no choice but to resort to this minor trick, which may indeed amuse Master Shen." Recalling Qin Xianer's sudden appearance in Qingxia town 3 months ago, and considering her renowned status as a courtesan, Xinliang could not help but realize that her intentions were premeditated. What filled him with even more shame was that during her recent visit to the Treasures Pavilion, when she expressed her desire to attend the auction and witness the grandeur, he had entirely overlooked her identity as a cultivator. With this thought, Xinliang sighed deeply. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he had indeed been outmaneuvered today. Qin Xianer, with no intention of causing harm to Master Shen, hoped he would not place her in a difficult position. Her meaning was quite clear. She desired that Xin Liang voluntarily surrender the starry spirit guiding plate. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Xin Liang finally waved his hand and tossed the plate to Qin Xianer. She gracefully caught it and said with a light laugh, "Thank you, Master Xin." Xin Liang stood with his hands clasped behind him and spoke in a calm tone. From this day forth, the Treasures Pavilion and the illusory moon sect are sworn enemies. His tranquil demeanor belied the thunderous intensity that lay beneath. "I await your response." Qin Xianer flashed a captivating smile before departing gracefully, leaving the room in a state of hushed silence. The onlookers exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. After a moment, Xin Liang chuckled lightly and addressed the crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, today, the Treasures Pavilion has failed in etiquette, and I, Xin, feel remorseful. This evening, I will host a banquet at the Hongbin Tower to express my apologies and hope you will honor us with your presence. Furthermore, I extend my gratitude for your unwavering support today. Should you ever require assistance, the Treasures Pavilion will be at your service." One could not help but commend Xin Liang for maintaining his composure amid such turmoil and for delivering such magnanimous words. This alone was enough to earn him the respect of those present. Indeed, he was a person worthy of acquaintance. Chapter 19. The Dragon Step. Su Ping's cultivation advances thus. The auction concluded in an unexpected manner. After the event, Su Ping proceeded to the backstage for settlement. The piece of Qin Xian wood had sold for 90,000 low-grade spirit stones. After deducting a 10% handling fee, he was left with 81,000 low-grade spirit stones. Following the deduction of the 50,000 low-grade spirit stones for the swift movement technique, he retained a sum of 31,000 low-grade spirit stones. Su Ping intended to use the remaining spiritual stones to procure medicinal pills. Due to their relative rarity, the advanced body tempering pills were only available at auction in the Qijin Pavilion and were not sold regularly. Consequently, Su Ping had to settle for the intermediate body tempering pills. The intermediate body tempering pills, classified as 6th-tier mortal-grade elixirs, were priced at 2,000 lower-grade spiritual stones each. Su Ping decided to purchase 15 items in one go. With this, he would not need to return for at least a month. After completing this task, Su Ping left the Qijin Pavilion and made his way back to the Lin family. As he passed by the training ground, he instinctively cast a glance inside and, indeed, spotted the sweat-drenched Gao Tai, who was undoubtedly engaged in rigorous training all day long. It is worth mentioning that a few days prior, Gao Tai had mentioned the upcoming auction to him. Naturally, he was eager to witness such a grand event. However, as an obscure martial artist, it was improbable for him to receive an invitation. Su Ping returned to his chamber and immediately planted the auxiliary technique, the yellow grade 4 rapid movement skill, into the spirit field. The events of today have starkly illuminated the harsh realities of the path of cultivation. Even formidable figures like Xin Liang may fall victim to the schemes of others with the slightest misstep. This is precisely why Qin Xianer harbored no intentions of harming Xin Liang. Otherwise, he might have found himself in grave peril. It seems that henceforth, one must proceed with utmost caution and prudence in all endeavors. Su Ping silently reminded himself that the incident at the annual auction, where the enchanting woman of the Phantom Moon sect brazenly seized the treasures from the Rare Treasures Pavilion, quickly spread throughout Qingxia town. Upon hearing of this, the townsfolk were utterly astonished and horrified. Even more incredulous was the revelation that the famed courtesan of the drunken Red Tower, Qin Xianer, was indeed the enchanting woman of the Phantom Moon sect. The Rare Treasures Pavilion had suffered such humiliation that Xin Liang, the pavilion master, could not simply let it go. As for the Wang family, their desire for vengeance was palpable, wishing nothing less than to see Qin Xianer meet a gruesome end. Consequently, after neutralizing the poison, both families promptly dispatched cultivators to pursue her. As the town leader, Lu Changfeng not only bore the burden of being poisoned by Qin Xianer, but also watched helplessly as she made off with the auction items, leaving him with a tarnished reputation. Moreover, as the scourge of the demonic sect, it was his duty to act. Thus, the town lord's residents also sent out cultivators in hot pursuit of Qin Xianer. As for the Lin family, Lin Xiao had initially wished to remain uninvolved. Although he felt a simmering anger over the unprovoked poisoning, he recognized that the demonic woman possessed formidable skills and cunning. With the Lin family having only a handful of cultivators, any hasty pursuit could result in dire consequences. However, witnessing the other three factions mobilizing their cultivators, the Lin family felt compelled to contribute, thus sending out 2 representatives as a mere token gesture. Qin Xianer, however, would not sit idly by. Having secured the Starry Spirit resonance plate, she had already fled Qingxia town, disappearing into the ether. 2 days swiftly passed. Yet the aftermath of this scandal was far from forgotten, remaining a topic of lively discussion among the townspeople. Nevertheless, Su Pingyan had little time to concern himself with such matters. For him, today was a day of bountiful harvest. Upon awakening early, he eagerly inspected his spiritual field. To his immense delight, he discovered that it had yielded a tome adorned with 3 azure halos, representing a profound third-tier technique, surpassing even the grade of the invisible Qian Kuan bag. However, rather than revealing the technique, he chose to step outside. Before long, he arrived at the small hill in the eastern part of the town, where he often practiced. It was only then that he retrieved the technique from the spiritual field. Upon closer inspection, he noted the title emblazoned on the cover, Wandering Dragon, 1000 Transformations. What a magnificent name! Su Pingyan could not help but exclaim in admiration. He quickly began to peruse the text, and with each glance, he found himself utterly captivated. The deeper he delved, the more astonished he became. The technique known as the 1000 Transformations of the Wandering Dragon is, like many others, an auxiliary art. This technique is fluid and ethereal, its execution reminiscent of a dragon frolicking in water, exuding an exquisite elegance. Once a practitioner has reached the elementary level, they can cover 3 zhang with a single step. Upon achieving minor mastery, they may leap 3 steps in one bound. Upon reaching major mastery, they can traverse 3 li in the blink of an eye. At the pinnacle of perfection, they can even walk upon thin air for brief periods. The technique is divided into 3 volumes. The upper volume, titled Wandering Dragon Steps, is accessible to those in the body refinement realm. The middle volume, Wandering Dragon Body, requires one to attain the Qi condensation realm to practice. The lower volume, Wandering Dragon Shadow, necessitates a cultivation level of at least the 5th stage of Qi condensation for mastery. Similar to the swift movement technique, the 1000 Transformations of the Wandering Dragon is exclusively suited for those who have undergone spiritual energy refinement. Consequently, this art demands a high level of physical aptitude from its practitioners. However, its effectiveness surpasses that of other techniques of the same caliber. Su Pingyan, caught in the throes of anticipation, immediately delved into the intricate study of the first volume. The term Yulong Bu, or dragon step, aptly signifies the essence of this particular footwork. Practitioners must first master 9 fundamental stepping techniques. Although these steps may appear simplistic, they are imbued with the profound truths of the universe, requiring relentless practice until one achieves a seamless understanding. The ultimate realm of the dragon step is characterized by 9 transformations in a single step. Only upon achieving this can one be considered to have entered the initial stage of mastery. This illustrates the formidable challenge inherent in cultivating this technique. However, Su Pingyan harbors no fear of adversity. After perusing the text several times, he commenced the practice of the footwork. The training of the dragon step does not necessitate the expenditure of vital energy, meaning that as long as his physical stamina sufficed, he could practice indefinitely. This is precisely why this technique is suited solely for those whose bodies have been refined by spiritual energy, as such refinement allows the body to attain its utmost strength. In contrast, the disadvantages of ordinary body refinement become glaringly apparent. In the days that followed, Su Pingyan fully immersed himself in his training. Upon cultivating elixirs, he would consume them to practice the great circular refinement technique. In the absence of elixirs, he would engage in the practice of Yulong Qianhuan. His regimen was seamless, leaving not a moment wasted. Thus, a month slipped away in the blink of an eye. Through this month of diligent cultivation, Su Pingyan made remarkable progress. Firstly, his cultivation level surged from the late 3rd stage of body refinement to the mid-5th stage. Secondly, he successfully advanced the great circular refinement technique from the 6th to the 7th level. Lastly, he had thoroughly mastered all 9 fundamental steps of Yulong Qianhuan. Although he had yet to achieve complete integration, he was indeed becoming quite adept. However, he faced a familiar predicament. He had run out of elixirs. Without spiritual energy, one cannot cultivate through spiritual refinement. Faced with this dilemma, Su Pingyan had no choice but to disguise himself once more and venture to the Rare Treasures Pavilion. Upon seeing Su Pingyan's arrival, Wei Ming hastily approached him, bowing deeply in greeting. "Esteemed sir." Su Pingyan nodded and promptly addressed the matter at hand. "Intermediate body refining pill. May I inquire how many you require, esteemed elder?" Wei Ming inquired with a smile. He then observed Su Pingyan retrieving a violet spiritual herb of yellow grade, level 3, from his invisible Qian Kuan bag. After all, in recent days, he had been preoccupied with cultivating medicinal pills in his spiritual field, leaving no time to grow anything else. The only valuable item he possessed was this spiritual herb. Upon sighting the herb, Wei Ming was taken aback. "Is this the purple star herb?" Xiao Pingyan recognized the significance of the situation, observing Wei Ming's expression. He discerned that the herb in question was undoubtedly of considerable value. Thus, he calmly stated, as per the established custom, we shall engage in a barter exchange as much as possible. Presently, he found that the spiritual energy expended during each session of cultivation had markedly increased compared to before. In the past, a single elixir would suffice for several cycles of the Great Joe body refinement technique. Yet now, he struggled to complete even one full cycle. To prevent interruptions in his practice due to insufficient spiritual energy, he was compelled to consume 2 elixirs at once. Notably, he had only just begun the 7th tier of the Great Joe body refinement technique. At this rate of consumption, he would require no less than 100 intermediate body refining elixirs. Therefore, the more he could acquire, the better. Wei Ming, handling the purple star herb with utmost care, examined it meticulously for a moment, and a look of delight spread across his face as he repeatedly exclaimed, a top-grade specimen, indeed. Upon hearing the voice, Su Pingyan felt a surge of joy. Since it was a rare treasure, it could undoubtedly be exchanged for a considerable number of intermediate body refining pills. Such a precious item, naturally, Wei Ming would not dare to make unilateral decisions. Moreover, Shen Liang had previously instructed that once Su Pingyan arrived, he should be promptly informed. Thus, Wei Ming said, please wait a moment, esteemed sir, I shall go summon the master. With that, he turned and entered the inner hall. Before long, Shen Liang emerged. However, whether it was merely an illusion or not, Shen Liang appeared slightly haggard, and his complexion was not particularly favorable. Nevertheless, his laughter remained as hearty as before. Ha ha ha. Esteemed sir, I trust you have been well? Su Pingyan nodded slightly, expressing gratitude for Lord Shen's concern, stating that he was in good health. He had intended to inquire about Shen Liang and the recent events, yet reconsidered, recognizing that his purpose for being there was solely to obtain the mid-level body refining pills. Other matters were of no consequence to him. Shen Liang, however, did not linger on pleasantries and directly addressed the topic at hand. Esteemed elder, this purple stargrass is a rare treasure, seldom seen in a century. He then shifted his tone, inquiring, might you find the price of 80,000 low-grade spirit stones acceptable? Although Su Pingyan was aware that the purple spiritual herb would undoubtedly come at a high cost, he was still taken aback upon hearing the figure. 80,000 low-grade spirit stones could procure 40 mid-level body refining pills, which would suffice for some time. After pondering this, Su Pingyan nodded in agreement, saying, that is acceptable. Upon receiving Su Pingyan's consent, Shen Liang promptly instructed Wei Ming to retrieve the pills. However, to Su Pingyan's surprise, there were not 40 but 50 pills instead. Chapter 20, Compassion Awakened, gallantly rescuing Shen Liang. Lord Shen, what is the meaning of this? Su Pingyan expressed his confusion. A small token of my appreciation. I hope the esteemed elder will graciously accept it. Shen Liang replied with a smile. It is worth noting that Shen Liang had previously gifted him a copy of the Minor Zhou Tian body refinement technique along with 10 primary body refinement pills. Although not particularly precious, their timing was impeccable, and they proved immensely beneficial to him. It could be said that his cultivation had made remarkable progress within just a month or two, a feat in part attributable to Shen Liang's contributions. Thus, Su Pingyan felt a sense of gratitude toward Shen Liang. Of course, Shen Liang's amicable approach was also motivated by his desire to extract further benefits from him, a fact Su Pingyan was well aware of. However, it cannot be denied that he had indeed reaped rewards. Additionally, he found Shen Liang to be a commendable individual, worthy of friendship. Therefore, Su Pingyan did not wish to accept 10 intermediate body refinement pills without reciprocation and inquired, Lord Shen, is there a matter on which you seek the old man's assistance? Upon hearing Su Pingyan's words, Shen Liang could no longer conceal his intentions and sighed softly, indeed. I have a matter for which I seek the esteemed elder's help. I humbly request your support. With that, he even bowed respectfully to Su Pingyan. Witnessing Shen Liang's demeanor, Su Pingyan surmised that this matter was likely of considerable significance. He then calmly responded, pray, do tell. This is not a suitable place for discussion. I kindly ask the esteemed elder to accompany me to the inner hall, Shen Liang suggested. After a brief nod from Su Pingyan, they soon arrived at the entrance of the inner hall, only to realize that Zi Wu, who had been closely following Shen Liang, had mysteriously departed. The door stood ajar, and Shen Liang gestured politely, esteemed elder, please. Su Pingyan stepped into the inner hall. Within, the decor exuded a sense of antiquity and elegance, with various rare treasures adorning the walls, emanating a gentle glow. The air was infused with a subtle fragrance that invigorated the senses. As the two entered the hall, Shen Liang once again gestured respectfully, saying, esteemed sir, please take a seat. Su Pingyan nodded slightly before taking a seat, followed by Shen Liang. Once the two were settled, A figure adorned in a delicate lavender gown, zip dance, approached gracefully, cradling an exquisite tea set in her hands. Upon reaching them, Zhu performed a courteous bow to both individuals and proceeded to prepare tea. Her movements were deft and elegant, as if each gesture contained a profound rhythm of its own. Before long, the enchanting aroma of tea began to waft through the air. Xinliang, with a smile, remarked, "Zhu has been with me since childhood, and she has cultivated quite a mastery in the art of tea." Su Pingyan nodded and remarked, "Not bad." Upon hearing this, Ziwu's face flushed with a hint of crimson as she softly replied, "You flatter me, esteemed sir. It is but a mere display of rudimentary skills, hardly worthy of mention." As she spoke, she poured a cup for Su Pingyan. Su Pingyan lifted the cup and took a gentle sip, then remarked nonchalantly, "This is excellent tea." As a youth from the countryside, he had little understanding of the refined intricacies of tea. However, given that it was from the esteemed Qijin Pavilion, it could undoubtedly be of remarkable quality. To declare it as good tea was certainly not a misstep. Hearing this, Xinliang chuckled and replied, "If the old gentleman enjoys it, feel free to indulge in a few more cups." Su Pingyan nodded once more. To avoid further conversation that might reveal any flaws, he swiftly changed the subject, saying, "If Master Shin has something to discuss, please go ahead." Upon hearing these words, Xinliang's expression turned serious, and he gradually inquired, "Old sir, are you aware of the God of Wealth Society?" "God of Wealth Society?" Su Pingyan furrowed his brows slightly and then remarked, "As an old man from the countryside, I am indeed ignorant and have never heard of it." Xinliang was not particularly surprised that Su Pingyan was unaware of the God of Wealth Association. After all, in the vast expanse of the Great Qian Empire, there were not many who were familiar with this organization. Xinliang continued, "The God of Wealth Association is the most enigmatic commercial guild within the Great Qian Empire, with more than half of the merchants in the empire being affiliated with it." Upon hearing the words, Su Pingyan could not help but be slightly taken aback. However, he was perplexed as to the connection between the God of Wealth and the matters concerning Xinliang. At that moment, Xinliang articulated slowly, "I, Xin, am also a member of the God of Wealth." With these words, Su Pingyan was immediately astonished. If that were the case, then the Qijin Pavilion. Xinliang nodded subtly. All along, Su Pingyan had believed that the Qijin Pavilion belonged to Xinliang, and he had never heard anyone mention that it was an asset of the God of Wealth. It seemed that Xinliang discerned the confusion in Su Pingyan's heart and gently remarked, "This matter is unknown to anyone in Qingxia town." Upon hearing this, Su Pingyan finally understood. However, it only deepened his suspicion that Xinliang's request was far from simple. After a moment of contemplation, Su Pingyan could not help but inquire, "Could it be that the matter Shin Pavilion Master seeks from me is related to the Starry Spirit Guiding Plate?" "Indeed, you are correct," Xinliang exclaimed without hesitation. With this revelation, Su Pingyan had surmised Xinliang's intentions and could not help but smile wryly to himself. Xinliang continued, "Ever since that Starry Spirit Guiding Plate was seized by the demonic sect's enchantress, Qin Xiener, I have dispatched nearly all the elite members of the Qijin Pavilion. Yet, a month has passed with no word. Now, the Kaishan Society has become aware of this situation and has commanded me to retrieve the Starry Spirit Guiding Plate within 10 days, or my life will be in jeopardy. Knowing you are a master craftsman, I humbly beseech you to assist me in forging another Starry Spirit Guiding Plate, so I may fulfill my obligations. I implore you. Consider the meager ties of our past and lend me your aid." With that, he rose and bowed deeply to Su Pingyan once more. Upon witnessing this, Su Pingyan felt a wave of despair wash over him, momentarily at a loss for words. His greatest fear had materialized, and it had occurred with startling abruptness. What to do? Should he confess that he was not a weaponsmith and that he had been deceiving them all along? Surely, Xinliang would not act in a fit of rage and take his life, would he? To refuse him? Yet, Xinliang was a commendable individual, and it would be a pity for him to perish like this. Was he truly compelled to acquiesce? But how could he possibly forge weapons? Even if given 100 days, he could not replicate the Star Luo Spirit Guide Plate. Noticing Su Pingyan's prolonged silence, Xinliang assumed he was unwilling to offer assistance. In a moment of desperation, disregarding his status, he knelt on both knees and earnestly bowed to Su Pingyan once more, imploring, "Esteemed sir, please save me. If you can help me through this ordeal, I shall forever be grateful for your kindness. Should you require anything in the future, I would willingly brave any hardship without hesitation." It was evident that Su Pingyan had become Xinliang's last glimmer of hope. Seeing her master in such distress, Ziwu's eyes brimmed with tears as she gracefully knelt beside him, softly pleading, "I beseech you, esteemed sir, to save my master. If you are willing to lend your aid, I would gladly do anything for you. Please, I implore you, gazing at the duo kneeling before him. Su Ping'an pondered for a long while, ultimately unable to turn a blind eye to their plight, feeling a surge of compassion. After all, he was merely a 16-year-old youth. "Very well, you two may rise," he finally said. Su Ping'an spoke leisurely. From Su Ping'an's words, Xin Liang discerned a glimmer of hope. And he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy as he quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed elder." Upon witnessing this, Ziwu also bowed to Su Ping'an, echoing, "Thank you, esteemed elder." However, Su Ping'an replied nonchalantly, "Do not be so hasty in your gratitude. Although this old man can assist with this matter, I cannot guarantee its success." His words bore truth. While he could dictate what was planted in the spiritual fields, he could not determine what would ultimately bear fruit. How could he possibly assure the successful creation of the starry spirit-attracting disk? As long as the esteemed elder was willing to lend a helping hand, he would be Xin Liang's savior, even if it did not come to fruition. It would simply be Xin Liang's fate, and he would bear no blame towards the elder. It must be said that Xin Liang's words showcased the poise befitting the master of the Rare Treasures Pavilion. I can attempt to refine the starry spirit-attracting disk, but I have never crafted such an item before. Therefore, I cannot assure its success, and furthermore, I require a certain item before commencing the refinement. After Su Ping'an finished speaking, Xin Liang could not help but inquire, "What is it?" "The Huampin compass." "The Huampin compass?" Xin Liang expressed mild surprise. However, he refrained from pressing further and promptly nodded, saying, "Very well, I shall have someone seek it out." The compass was inherently rare. Owing to the immense difficulty involved in its crafting, the protracted duration required, and the substantial materials consumed, even an 8th-tier artifact master had only about a 30% success rate in forging a Huampin compass. It could be said that the endeavor was laborious and thankless. Consequently, there were not many artifact masters willing to undertake the task. Nonetheless, once forged, it would undoubtedly be a superior magical treasure, whether for personal use or sale. It would yield considerable profit. However, despite its rarity, it should not pose a significant challenge for the Qijin Pavilion to procure a Huampin compass. The real difficulty lay in whether Su Ping'an could cultivate the Xinglua Linging disc. At this juncture, there was nothing to do but try. If successful, it would mean Xin Liang's fate was not sealed. If unsuccessful, it would signify that fate had turned against him, and no one could offer assistance. At that moment, Xin Liang inquired, "How shall we inform the old gentleman once the compass is found?" Considering the sensitivity of his residents concerning his identity, Su Ping'an naturally could not disclose it. Thus, he replied, 3 days hence, I shall return." Upon hearing this, Xin Liang nodded and refrained from further comment, offering his gratitude to Su Ping'an once more. After departing from the Qijin Pavilion, Su Ping'an returned to the Lin family estate. The following morning, before Su Ping'an could step outside, he heard a young servant urgently shouting in the courtyard, "All Outer Clan disciples, assemble at the training ground immediately." There must be no mistakes. All Outer Clan disciples, assemble at the training ground immediately. There must be no mistakes. Upon hearing the commotion, Su Ping'an could not help but step outside to observe. Concurrently, several other outsiders, much like him, ventured out to see what was amiss. What could have transpired? Indeed, such urgency, could it be that the Wang family had launched an attack? Uncertain, yet it was evident that the matter was grave. We must hurry. With that, the crowd hurriedly made their way towards the training ground. As an outsider of the Lin family, obeying orders was of utmost importance. Thus, Su Ping'an found himself unable to linger outdoors any longer and, resigned, followed suit. Chapter 21. The Crimson Essence Fruit, Perils in the Wanyao Mountain Range soon. Su Ping'an arrived at the training ground alongside the others. The early arrivals among the outsiders had already formed an orderly line. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Ping'an found a suitable spot to stand. The surrounding individuals, equally perplexed, were engaged in discussions, yet after much deliberation, they failed to arrive at any coherent understanding. Before long, all the young men from outside the clan had gathered. Originally, the Lin family had fewer than 100 such young men. And with the addition of this later group of 100, the total approached 200. Naturally, some were absent due to being away from home. Nonetheless, the assembly of those present amounted to nearly 180 individuals. At the forefront, facing the crowd, stood a portly middle-aged gentleman. Su Ping'an recognized him as the head of the few stewards in the front courtyard, the chief steward named Zhuwen, despite his rotund appearance resembling a ball. His prowess was not to be underestimated. It was said that he possessed a cultivation level of the 5th stage of body refinement. At this moment, Zhuwen's expression bore a hint of seriousness, which only served to heighten the crowd's conviction that something significant had transpired. However, Zhuan remained silent, seemingly awaiting something. Although the onlookers were puzzled, they could only whisper among themselves, none daring to inquire directly. Before long, a group of approximately 10 individuals entered the martial arts arena, both men and women, each clad in blue and white embroidered robes, with a character line emblazoned on their chests. Upon seeing these individuals, the outer clan disciples were taken aback, their faces paling in astonishment. Core disciples? What brings them here? The involvement of core disciples undoubtedly signified a momentous occurrence. Though the specifics remained unclear, one thing was certain, it was indeed a matter of great importance. Su Pingyan recalled that he had previously heard Gao Tai mention that there were approximately 30 to 40 core members of the Lin family. Among them, the vast majority were of Lin lineage, with fewer than 10 being exceptional outsiders who had been promoted. Within the Lin family, the status of core members was second only to that of the family head and the elders. In stark contrast, the standing of the outsiders was akin to that of mere servants. Consequently, these core members naturally regarded the outsiders with disdain and contempt. Aware of their inferior status, the outsiders exhibited profound humility, some even unconsciously lowering their heads, unable to meet the gaze of the core members. Had it been months prior, Su Pingyan would have likely felt as insignificant as they did, perhaps even more so. However, having now encountered influential figures and grand occasions, he was no longer intimidated by these mere core members. Furthermore, since embarking on his cultivation journey, his mindset had undergone significant transformation, becoming more composed and self-assured than ever before. Ultimately, the crux of his newfound confidence lay in his burgeoning strength. Upon arriving at the martial arts arena, the core members instinctively positioned themselves in front of the gathered outsiders. Even Zhuan, the chief steward of the front courtyard, bowed slightly and stepped aside. Yet, despite their presence, silence prevailed as everyone stood still, seemingly awaiting something. At that moment, a figure strode briskly into the martial arts arena. As Su Pingyan scrutinized the newcomer, he was taken aback to discover that she was a young woman. She appeared to be around 20 years of age, clad in fitted attire that accentuated her tall and graceful figure. Her striking features were reminiscent of a work of art, and her long ponytail cascaded down to her waist, radiating an aura of vigor and determination. In that fleeting moment, Su Pingyan was overcome by a sense of deja vu, just as he was lost in contemplation. The crowd simultaneously bowed and exclaimed, "Young miss." Young miss? Su Pingyan was momentarily taken aback, but soon he grasped the situation and quickly mimicked the others, offering a respectful bow. It turned out that the woman before them was none other than Lin Qingqing, the eldest daughter of the Lin family and the foremost figure among the younger generation. Su Pingyan had previously caught a distant glimpse of her at the Qijin Pavilion auction, though he had not recognized her at that time, only retaining a vague impression of her visage. However, the presence of the Lin family's eldest daughter signaled that something of great importance was afoot. At this moment, Su Pingyan was not the only one consumed by curiosity. The other outsiders were equally astonished by Lin Qingqing's unexpected arrival. She stepped forward, commanding the attention of the crowd. Instantly, a formidable aura enveloped her, rendering everyone speechless. Lin Qingqing then spoke, "Esteemed guests, today we shall venture to the Wanao mountain range." Her words elicited gasps of surprise, and many faces paled in response. The Wanao mountain range was notorious for its perilous nature. Just months prior, the Lin family had suffered significant losses while gathering spiritual herbs there. Lin Qingqing continued. "Half an hour ago, we received word of a discovery in the northwestern depths of the Wanao mountain range, a Qi Jingguo. Our objective is to procure this fruit." The Qi Jingguo? The fruit renowned for enhancing vitality and significantly benefiting cultivation? If memory serves me right, it is classified as a yellow-grade item, is it not? Indeed, it is a yellow-grade item. Evidently, many in attendance were familiar with the Qi Jingguo, and they could not help but engage in animated discussions. The earlier tension in the air began to dissipate. For them, even mundane celestial artifacts were treasures, let alone a yellow-grade item, which was truly a rarity. However, for Su Pingyan, who was accustomed to superior goods, this revelation elicited no excitement. He felt the grade was rather low and, to put it bluntly, a waste of his time. How much could he advance in his cultivation with the time spent on this venture? Yet, as an outsider in the Lin family, he had no choice but to comply. Nevertheless, he saw this as an opportunity to assess his recent training progress. Despite the dangers that lay ahead, if they could successfully retrieve the Qi Jingguo, the Lin family's power would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. "I hope all of you will give your utmost effort," Lin Qingqing declared, her piercing gaze sweeping across the faces of the assembly. She then coldly added, "Those who falter will face dire consequences." At her chilling words, those harboring doubts felt a shiver run down their spines. "Proceed to the stables to collect your war horses. We depart." With Lin Qingqing's command, the crowd sprang into action. Those reluctant to join could only steel themselves and follow, silently praying for their safe return. The steeds ridden by warriors were distinctly different from those of ordinary folk. The war horses bred by the Lin family were called Jifengju, aptly named for their incredible speed. Su Pingyan was adept at horseback riding. For Wang Erya's family owned a black steed, typically ridden by her father, Wang Yi, during his hunting excursions. Of course, this horse was merely an ordinary one. In his youth, Su Pingyan often rode in the village, and while his equestrian skills may not have been extraordinary, they were certainly commendable. After receiving the war horses, Lin Qingqing led the group towards the Wanyao mountain range. This ancient mountain range lay approximately 300 miles west of Qingxia town, abundant with exotic flora yet fraught with perilous beasts. Upon departing from Qingxia town, the Lin family hastened westward. In less than 2 hours, they reached the base of the Wanyao mountain range. Gazing upwards, one beheld towering peaks that seemed to pierce the heavens, entwined with thick clouds that swirled around them, resembling a colossal dragon in flight, instilling a profound sense of intimidation. Lin Qingqing commanded, 10 outsiders shall form a team, each led by a core disciple. Remain vigilant once we enter the mountains. Complacency is unacceptable. As the foremost among the younger generation of the Lin family, Lin Qingqing was no stranger to the Wanyao mountain range, possessing a wealth of experience. Following her directives, the group organized themselves into teams and entered the mountains in an orderly fashion. The woods within were tall and dense, with intertwining branches and leaves that obscured the sun, resembling a deep, mysterious forest. Occasionally, the low growls of beasts echoed from the depths, evoking a sense of dread. Notably, Su Pingyan and Gao Tai found themselves in the same team once more. Their leader was a young man named Bai Shan, appearing to be in his mid-20s. His advancement to a core disciple at such a young age indicated considerable prowess. However, he exuded arrogance, casting not even a glance at the outsiders. "One day, I shall rise above him, forcing him to regard me with respect," Gao Tai muttered under his breath, unable to contain his frustration. Fortunately, Bai Shan was engrossed in conversation with another young woman, oblivious to Gao Tai's remarks, or else he would not have been so lenient. Beside them, Su Pingyan said nothing, merely sharing a knowing smile. Gao Tai shot him a glance and grumbled, "Do you not believe me?" Seeing that he had misunderstood, Su Pingyan could not help but chuckle. No, brother Gao, I certainly believe in you." His words were not mere platitudes, but rather sincere and genuine. As the saying goes, heaven rewards diligence. Although Lao Gao may not possess extraordinary talent, he compensates with his industriousness and perseverance. Thus, Su Pingyan believed that given time, it was not impossible for him to surpass Bai Shan, albeit the journey would be fraught with challenges. Noticing Su Pingyan's earnest tone, Gao Tai refrained from saying more and simply rode his horse alongside Su Pingyan. Upon witnessing this, Su Pingyan was momentarily taken aback. However, before he could utter a question, Gao Tai remarked, "Although your strength is commendable, your lack of experience suggests that it would be safer for you to remain within." Su Pingyan was momentarily taken aback, but soon broke into a smile and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, brother Gao." Gao Tai scoffed softly in response. Su Pingyan smiled. Through their interactions over the past few months, he discovered that Lao Gao was indeed a warm-hearted individual, albeit somewhat lacking in expressiveness. He then shifted his tone and asked, "Brother Gao, have you ever visited the Wanyao mountain range before?" "I have come once, but did not venture deep, for the dangers within are truly formidable," Gao Tai replied. Su Pingyan nodded, about to pose another question when suddenly, a chilling gust of wind swept through the air. Chapter 22, Slaying the Black Wolf. Su Pingyan heroically rescues the fair maiden. The biting cold wind caused the steeds beneath them, the chasing wind horses, to whinny restlessly. Observing this, Lin Qingqing promptly shouted to the group, "Everyone, be cautious." She unsheathed her longsword, her gaze sharp as she scanned the surroundings. One by one, the others drew their weapons, vigilantly surveying the area. The unknown peril often breeds the greatest fear. Some of the less experienced disciples turned pale, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Although they were all martial practitioners and regarded as almost divine beings in the eyes of ordinary people, it must be acknowledged that the beasts within the Wanyao mountain range possessed strength equivalent to at least the third level of the human body refining realm. Moreover, the physical prowess of these beasts far surpassed that of humans. In the face of such formidable creatures, these less experienced martial artists felt like lambs to the slaughter, utterly devoid of any means to resist. Su Pingyan was not particularly afraid, yet he felt a tinge of anxiety. Although he possessed the cultivation of the mid-stage of the 5th layer of body refinement and had mastered the dragon step from the elusive wandering dragon, Thousand Phantoms. This was his first encounter with such a perilous situation, rendering him far from at ease. Nevertheless, the prospect of battling a ferocious beast ignited a flicker of excitement amidst his tension. At that moment, Su Pingyan's gaze was firmly fixed on the depths of the forest ahead. He could faintly hear the breathing of the beast emanating from that direction. Just as he was about to alert Gao Tai, a deep, rumbling roar erupted, and an enormous beast lunged into the crowd. In the blink of an eye, several lives were extinguished. One unfortunate soul was gruesomely bitten in half by the creature. Instantly, chaos ensued as those around him scrambled to evade the impending danger. Su Pingyan focused intently and beheld the beast, resembling a colossal wolf, its entire body shrouded in pitch-black fur, with eyes of a sinister crimson hue and protruding fangs, from which dripped a foul and putrid blood. Its ferocious visage sent shivers down one's spine. Observing its limbs, they were as robust as ancient trees, with claws gleaming like sharp metal, suggesting that a single swipe could cleave mountains and shatter stones. At this moment, Baishan shouted, "It's an 8th grade beast." The Black Wind Wolf. 8th grade. Does that not equate to the 8th layer of body refinement? Not merely that, considering that beasts inherently surpass humans. I dare say the combat prowess of this Black Wind Wolf is akin to that of a 9th layer of body refinement. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left in stunned silence. A 9th layer of body refinement? Who among them possessed such cultivation? Even Lin Qingqing was only at the mid-stage of the 8th layer. The thought of imminent annihilation struck terror into their hearts. At this juncture, Lin Qingqing furrowed her brows, her expression grave. She never anticipated such misfortune. Upon entering the Wanao mountain range, they encountered an 8th grade beast. It is known that while the mountain range teems with beasts, creatures of this caliber are seldom seen. Typically, such beasts reside deeper within, far from this locale. One could only lament their ill fate. Nonetheless, having encountered it, they had no choice but to engage in battle. Otherwise, they would face certain death. Thus, Lin Qingqing commanded, "Everyone, form a formation. Fear not." Though the Black Wind Wolf is an 8th grade beast, its strength is primarily in speed. Its combat capabilities are not insurmountable. The young lady speaks true. With our numbers, how could we fear a mere beast? Baishan echoed. However, the Black Wind Wolf seemed to comprehend the insult, letting out a furious roar as it lunged at Baishan. Seeing this, Lin Qingqing leaped, thrusting her sword towards the wolf's throat. The Black Wind Wolf twisted its body, evading the strike, and retaliated with a claw aimed at Lin Qingqing. She parried with her sword, the clang of metal ringing out, sending a jolt up her arm. Indeed, the strength of an 8th grade beast was formidable. Yet, she did not falter. Instead, she utilized the momentum to pivot and once again aimed her blade at the wolf's abdomen. The Black Wind Wolf roared in anger, retreating just in time to avoid the thrust, but not before sustaining a gash along its belly. The exchange of blows between Lin Qingqing and the wolf transpired in mere moments, swift as lightning. It was only upon witnessing the wolf's injury that the onlookers regained their senses, despite Lin Qingqing's effort being a mere scratch. It served to bolster the morale of her companions. Then Baishan bellowed, "Why are you all dawdling? Charge together." With his rallying cry, the group's spirits surged, and they surged forth to besiege the Black Wind Wolf. Infuriated, the wolf opened its massive maw and unleashed a torrent of razor-sharp wind blades. Some were caught off guard, tragically cleaved in two, creating a scene of carnage that made Su Pingyan's heart race with dread. Yet he recognized that if he had chosen the path of cultivation, the trials ahead would only grow more harrowing. With determination ignited in his gaze, Su Pingyan joined the fray. The battle intensified. The Lin family suffered considerable casualties. Yet the Black Wind Wolf was equally battered, its body marred with wounds and blood flowing profusely. The disparity in strength between the various stages of body refinement was not overly vast and could indeed be compensated by sheer numbers. Thus, even the wolf, rivaling a 9th layer, could not withstand the onslaught. Aside from Lin Qingqing, who stood at the mid-stage of the 8th layer, many core disciples were around the 7th layer. Lin Qingqing's combat prowess was already on par with the wolf. Her swordplay was remarkably fierce, each strike aimed at the wolf's vital points, forcing it to evade repeatedly. Coupled with the assistance of her fellow core disciples and nearly 200 valiant outsiders charging recklessly, how could the wolf endure? Finally, during a fierce clash, Lin Qingqing seized the moment, her sword darting forth like lightning, piercing the wolf's throat. With no escape, the wolf howled in anguish as it collapsed, blood gushing from its wound and staining the ground crimson. As the beast's life ebbed away, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief, their tension dissipating. Lin Qingqing sheathed her sword, gazing mournfully at the fallen members of the Lin family. sorrow flickering in her eyes. Though they had triumphed over the black wind wolf, the cost had been steep. The bodies strewn about indicated at least 30 lives lost, with many more injured. Fortunately, their sacrifices were not in vain. The black wind wolf, as an 8th-grade beast, was a treasure trove. Its fangs, claws, fur, and even flesh could fetch a handsome sum. The beast's core, in particular, held significant value. However, the price they had paid was indeed substantial, especially considering the loss of so many so early in their expedition. What lay ahead? Yet Lin Qingqing was resolute in her decision to press on. Retreat was not an option. She instructed Bai Shan and the others to dismantle the wolf and gather its useful parts. However, at the very moment Lin Qingqing turned away, the seemingly lifeless black wind wolf suddenly sprang to life, launching itself at her with a roar that echoed from the depths of hell. "Miss, watch out!" the crowd exclaimed in alarm. Lin Qingqing, caught unawares and facing away from the wolf, had no time to evade, let alone draw her sword. They could only watch in horror as the massive form of the wolf loomed over her. Yet, in that critical moment, a figure darted through the air like a dragon, moving with an ethereal grace that rendered it nearly invisible. When Lin Qingqing regained her bearings, she found herself cradled in the arms of a handsome youth. It was Su Pingyan, who had executed the dragon step to save her. Lin Qingqing gazed at his fair and striking visage, momentarily entranced. But it was fleeting. For Su Pingyan soon set her down. She looked back and saw that she and the black wind wolf were now separated by a distance of 10 zhang. At that moment, the others snapped back to reality and charged at the wolf once more. However, having missed its desperate strike, the wolf was now utterly drained of strength. Overwhelmed by the onslaught, it soon met its demise. Upon witnessing this, Su Pingyan secretly let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "Phew, that was close." At that moment, he heard the voice of Lin Qingqing emanating from his embrace. Upon hearing the voice, Su Pingyan turned his head and, at the very moment he beheld the face before him, his heart involuntarily quivered ever so slightly. Previously, he had only observed Lin Qingqing from a distance, perceiving her as a remarkable young lady of the Lin family, akin to a heroine among women. However, now that he examined her closely, he discovered that her skin, delicate as fine jade, resembled the soft glow of moonlight upon a snowy expanse, both cool and gentle. Her slightly furrowed brows seemed to harbor a myriad of thoughts, exuding a certain youthful charm. Particularly captivating was the faint, refreshing fragrance that emanated from her. For a moment, Su Pingyan found himself entranced. It was not until Lin Qingqing's voice resonated once more that he was roused from his reverie. "Could you please set me down?" Su Pingyan finally regained his composure. Momentarily flustered as he stammered, "Why, yes." He hastily set Lin Qingqing down. However, in that fleeting moment, he caught a glimpse of a faint blush gracing Lin Qingqing's otherwise porcelain complexion. Yet, upon a second glance, it had vanished. Once released by Su Pingyan, Lin Qingqing instantly reverted to her usual formidable demeanor, embodying the essence of the esteemed Lin family heiress. "What is your name?" she inquired. "I am Su Pingyan." Chapter 23. Into the depths, rivals crossed paths at that moment. A throng of core disciples encircled them. "Miss, are you unharmed?" Bai Shan was the first to speak, his voice laced with palpable concern and urgency. It is worth noting that among the dozen or so core disciples who had ventured to the Wanao mountain range, half were from external families that had recently ascended in status. The remaining half, true scions of the Lin family, were notably younger, appearing to be merely 15 or 16 years of age. In terms of cultivation and strength, Bai Shan stood as the mightiest among them, with the exception of Lin Qingqing. Furthermore, he was the eldest, leading the other core disciples to look to him for guidance. Lin Qingqing gently shook her head. "I am fine, thanks to Su Pingyan." She then turned to glance at Su Pingyan. "There is no need for formality." Mississippi Su Pingyan smiled and spoke a few words. However, Bai Shan cast a cold glance at him, disdain evident in his heart. Clearly, despite Su Pingyan demonstrating remarkable prowess, he remained unworthy of Bai Shan's regard. At that moment, a core disciple inquired of Su Pingyan, "What technique did you just employ?" It was truly impressive. This individual was the very woman who had previously shared laughter with Bai Shan. Her enchanting eyes were fixed upon Su Pingyan, filled not only with astonishment but also a hint of admiration. Indeed, his speed was astonishing. It was almost imperceptible, like a flash of lightning. "Ah, your name is Su Pingyan, is it not? May I inquire about your current level of cultivation?" In an instant, the crowd engaged in animated conversation, entirely oblivious to the perilous situation they found themselves in. It was only when Lin Qingqing's cool voice rang out that they remembered their circumstances. "Enough. This is not the time for idle chatter. We must not let our guard down. Let us take a brief respite and then proceed." With Lin Qingqing's command, The crowd naturally refrained from further questioning. Su Pingyan felt an immense sense of relief and cast a grateful glance at Lin Qingqing, who gently nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief respite, the group set forth once more. "You rascal, disappearing for days, it turns out you have been secretly practicing outside," Gao Tai remarked. Su Pingyan chuckled in response. "I always feel uneasy practicing under the watchful eyes of others." Gao Tai scoffed. "It seems your cultivation has indeed progressed considerably. It's manageable," Su Pingyan replied. Su Pingyan offered a perfunctory smile, and Gao Tai did not press further. However, as the group ventured a short distance, they were suddenly confronted by a gruesome sight ahead. A dozen corpses lay sprawled on the ground, their deaths marked by brutality. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these individuals were clad in black brocade garments, with a striking golden embroidery of the character Wang adorning their chests. They were members of the Wang family. Could it be that they too had come in pursuit of the precious Qijing fruit? A wave of suspicion swept through the crowd. Lin Qingqing furrowed her brows, her expression grave. She was not surprised by the arrival of the Wang family. She had anticipated it. After all, if the Lin family had received this information, the Wang family, being one of the two prominent clans, would surely have obtained it as well. Such a valuable treasure as the Qijing fruit was not something the Wang family would overlook. Yet, she had thought her pace was sufficiently swift, only to discover that the Wang family had outstripped them. If they did not hasten their steps, the Qijing fruit might fall into the hands of the Wang family. Resolving this, Lin Qingqing commanded, "Let us proceed at full speed." Though such a course of action carried inherent risks should they encounter a sudden ambush by a beast, the alternative of allowing the Wang family to seize the Qijing fruit was unacceptable. Moreover, the two families were bitter rivals. Thus, she vowed that the Qijing fruit would not rest in the hands of the Wang family, even if it meant she herself would not possess it. With that, the group surged deeper into the depths of the Wanyao mountain range. Along the way, they frequently encountered the corpses of Wang family descendants and various beasts. Inevitably, the Lin family faced several waves of beast attacks during their journey. Fortunately, these were not high-ranking beasts, resulting in only minor casualties. Soon, they found themselves deep within the Wanyao mountain range. As they progressed, the sound of fierce combat erupted from the nearby woods, punctuated by human shouts and the roars of beasts. Lin Qingqing's expression shifted, and she urged her horse toward the source of the clamor. The others quickly followed suit. Upon nearing the scene, they found the Wang family, numbering around 100, engaged in a fierce assault against a colossal white-furred giant ape. "This is a common 9th-level beast, the giant spirit ape," Bai Shan murmured. "9th level? That rivals the condensation realm," exclaimed an external disciple. Bai Shan scoffed. "Ignorance." The external disciple, stung by the remark, could only redden in silence. Bai Shan continued. "There is a significant gap between the body refinement realm and the condensation realm. Even a beast with formidable physical prowess cannot bridge this divide. So, the combat strength of this giant spirit ape is approximately equivalent to that of a peak 9th-level body refinement martial artist?" inquired a female core disciple. Bai Shan glanced at her and replied with a smile, "Close enough." At that moment, Su Pingyan's gaze was fixed intently on the unfolding scene. The Wang family appeared to be suffering considerable losses, with an estimated 20 to 30 individuals lying motionless on the ground, while the wounded were even more numerous. The giant spirit ape itself had sustained severe injuries, its once pristine white fur now stained with blood, revealing signs of fatigue. Given the circumstances, it would not be long before the Wang family concluded their battle. Indeed, shortly after Su Pingyan assessed the situation, the massive form of the giant spirit ape collapsed with a thunderous crash, expiring from exhaustion. Simultaneously, the members of the Wang family turned their attention to the Lin family group. The atmosphere grew tense, as both families were sworn enemies. Leading the Wang family were Wang Ting and Wang Xuefu, whom Su Pingyan had encountered at the auction in Qijin Pavilion. The two sides faced off momentarily, and then Lin Qingqing quietly instructed, "Let us depart." She had come in search of the Qijing fruit, not to engage in combat with the Wang family. While a confrontation was inevitable once the fruit was located, it was prudent to delay any fighting until then. Premature conflict would serve only to drain their resources. The immediate priority was to find the Qijing fruit before the Wang family did. The Wang family would likely be delayed, as the giant spirit ape was a higher-tier beast than the black wind wolf, making its spoils even more valuable. Moreover, its large size would complicate the disassembly process. Nonetheless, the Wang family would certainly pursue them soon. Thus, Lin Qingqing wasted no time and led her group at the fastest pace toward the northwest. As they delved deeper, their speed gradually diminished, for the Qijing fruit could grow in any location. To avoid missing it, They were compelled to search meticulously. Prior to their departure, Lin Qingxing had thoroughly described the Qijing fruit, a rare spiritual fruit, its entire form glowing a vibrant red, resembling condensed flames, exuding a faint crimson light. The fruit, roughly the size of a longan, boasted a smooth, jade-like surface, plump and rounded. Older specimens bore delicate patterns akin to natural runes. Indeed, her description was quite detailed, and the distinctiveness of the Qijing fruit made it easy to spot. Yet, after hours of searching, not only had they failed to find the Qijing fruit, but they had not even encountered a single red fruit. Doubts began to creep into the minds of the party. Was there truly any Qijing fruit to be found in this region? However, no one dared voice their concerns, and they continued their search in silence. Lin Qingxing, on the other hand, held firm belief in the validity of the information, as its source was highly credible. The Qijing fruit certainly resided within this area. However, she could not guarantee that no one had beaten them to it. This uncertainty plagued her thoughts. Since entering the Wanao mountain range, she had only encountered members of the Wang family, with no sign of the Town Lord's manor. Although the Town Lord's manor typically operated discreetly and bore no animosity toward the two families, they would have no reason to forsake such a valuable treasure as the Qijing fruit. Historically, the Town Lord's manor had shown great interest in such rare materials. They were bound to send someone. Could it be that they had indeed been outpaced by the Town Lord's manor? Lin Qingxing pondered anxiously. Just then, an external disciple walking ahead called out, "Miss, there is no path forward." As Lin Qingxing approached the source of the sound, she was met with the sight of a sheer cliff. Her heart sank at the realization that the precious Qijing Guo had likely been seized by the Town Lord's estate before them. The thought that she and her companions had braved peril and incurred significant losses to venture into the depths of the myriad demon mountains, only to have their efforts rendered futile by others, ignited a surge of frustration within her. However, with the situation as it stood, there was little she could do but resign herself to misfortune. With the Qijing Guo already taken, they had no choice but to retreat along their original path. She sighed softly, declaring, "This place is not suitable for lingering. We should leave at once." Just as she spoke, a voice rang out with excitement, "Over there." The Qijing Guo. The crowd turned to identify the speaker, none other than Su Pingyan. Following the direction of his pointing finger, they beheld a small red fruit nestled within the crevice of the cliff, swaying gently like a flame in the breeze. It was indeed the Qijing Guo. A wave of exhilaration swept through the group. Lin Qingxing's expression brightened, her gaze fixated on the fruit, a fervor emanating from her eyes. Yet, as she prepared to reach for it, the thunderous sound of galloping hooves approached from behind. Turning around, she found the members of the Wang family drawing near. "Curse it!" Lin Qingxing silently cursed. She had intended to swiftly procure the Qijing Guo while the Wang family was still en route. With the fruit in hand, they would stand a far greater chance against any attempts to seize it. Yet, fate had conspired against her, as they arrived precisely at the moment she was about to claim her prize. Anger gnawed at her, but she felt helpless. All she could do was hope the Wang family would overlook the Qijing Guo. However, that notion was clearly impractical. With so many gathered at the cliff's edge, the situation was unmistakable. Moreover, the keen senses of the martial artists could very well have picked up on the commotion. As anticipated, the members of the Wang family dismounted and approached the cliff. "Brother, look!" The Qijing Guo. Wang Xuefu's sharp eyes caught sight of the fruit, and she exclaimed with delight. Upon seeing the Qijing Guo, greed flickered across Wang Ting's eyes, and he quickly turned his gaze toward Lin Qingxing, tension thickening the air once more. At that moment, the silence was shattered by another sound of hooves approaching. Both parties turned to see a group making their way toward them, led by the Town Lord's adopted son and daughter, Xiao Mohan and Lu Linglong, followed by a throng of attendants. As the Town Lord's people arrived, Lin Qingxing's expression grew solemn. Simultaneously, Wang Ting narrowed his eyes, a hint of mockery evident within them. As they dismounted, Xiao Mohan coldly addressed the crowd, "I trust we are not late?" Lu Linglong, upon spotting the Qijing Guo nestled in the cliff's crevice, beamed with joy and signaled to Xiao Mohan. He nodded in acknowledgement before stating, "It seems the timing is perfect." The standoff between the two parties transformed into a three-way confrontation, complicating matters further. "I see today is quite lively," Wang Ting remarked with a cold chuckle. Unflinching, Xiao Mohan replied, "The Qijing Guo belongs to our Town Lord's estate. You may leave." His words dripped with arrogance, asserting his dominance as the most recognized young figure of Qingxia Town. Yet, this declaration incensed both rival factions. Lin Qingxing responded with icy composure, "Xiao Mohan, your Town Lord's estate is overstepping its bounds." Wang Ting followed suit with a disdainful snort, "While others may fear your estate, My Wang family does not. I, Wang Ting, do not fear you, Xiao Mohan. In response, Xiao Mohan cast a derisive glance at Wang Ting, clearly unimpressed. Wang Ting had long harbored disdain for Xiao Mohan, particularly regarding the latter's title as the foremost young talent of Qingxia town, which infuriated him. Now, he saw an opportunity to confront him. With narrowed eyes, Wang Ting menacingly declared, "By killing you, I shall claim the title of the foremost young talent of Qingxia town." With that, he leaped toward Xiao Mohan, and the two engaged in fierce combat. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to react until Wang Xuefu's sharp command broke the silence. "What are you waiting for? Go seize the Qi Jinghua." With her words, the Wang family sprang into action, intent on claiming the fruit from the cliff. "Stop them!" Lu Linglong simultaneously shouted. Immediately, the people from the town master's mansion launched an assault on the Wang family. Upon witnessing this, Wang Xuefu became infuriated and decided to personally seize the red essence fruit. However, Lu Linglong swiftly positioned herself in front of her. Subsequently, the two engaged in combat. For a moment, no one paid attention to the Lin family. Watching the fierce battle unfold, the Lin family members couldn't help but feel a sense of secret delight. Yet Lin Xingxing remained vigilant, her gaze fixed intently on both sides. Among the three factions, the town master's mansion undoubtedly held the upper hand in combat prowess. Despite their smaller numbers, each member was an elite warrior. The Wang and Lin families, on the other hand, were relatively evenly matched. Just a moment ago, Lin Xingxing had contemplated forming an alliance with the Wang family to confront the town master's mansion. Although the two families were bitter rivals, desperate times called for pragmatic measures. Only by joining forces could they hope to repel the town master's mansion. Otherwise, in one-on-one confrontations, neither family stood a chance against them, and they would ultimately witness the red essence fruit being taken away. To her surprise, Wang Ting acted impulsively, rushing towards Xiao Mohan before Lin Xingxing could voice her suggestion. In her estimation, Wang Ting was unlikely to be a match for Xiao Mohan, who was renowned as the foremost young talent of Qingxia town. Rumors had it that his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the 9th layer of body refinement. In contrast, Wang Teng's cultivation only peaked at the 8th layer, clearly placing him at a disadvantage. Of course, the gap between the layers was not insurmountable and could be bridged through skills and combat experience. Nevertheless, Lin Xingxing felt certain that Wang Teng could not best Xiao Mohan. As for the other side, it was evident that Wang Xuefu stood no chance against Lu Linglong. Given this scenario, it seemed inevitable that the Wang family would face defeat. This left Lin Xingxing with two choices. First, to immediately intervene and assist the Wang family against the town master's mansion, or second, to wait until the Wang family was defeated before confronting the town master's mansion alone. The first option was fraught with uncertainty. Even if the two families combined forces, they might not be able to repel the town master's mansion. Should they succeed, the Lin family would likely suffer heavy casualties, thereby diminishing any advantage they might have when turning against the Wang family afterward. Moreover, the unpredictable variables involved made it a risky endeavor. The second option, however, appeared far more prudent. Once the Wang family had been defeated, the town master's mansion would also have expended significant resources. At that point, the Lin family could reap the benefits of the conflict, potentially gaining an advantage. Even if they could not capitalize on the situation, at least the Lin family would preserve their strength, regardless of whether they chose to engage or abstain from battle later. They would maintain control over their own fate. With this thought in mind, Lin Xingxing resolved to observe the unfolding events before making any decisions. At that moment, her gaze inadvertently flickered towards the red essence fruit lodged within the crevice of the cliff. Following the direction of the fruit, she noticed a figure descending. Lin Xingxing was initially taken aback, but upon recognizing the person, she gasped in shock. It was none other than Bai Shan. Given the current situation, it was undeniably advantageous for them. The town master's mansion and the Wang family were locked in fierce combat, leaving the Lin family largely unobserved. However, this was contingent on the Lin family remaining cautious. Any rash action could disrupt the precarious balance, especially with Bai Shan attempting to stealthily seize the red essence fruit amidst the chaos. Should it go awry, they would quickly become the target of both the town master's mansion and the Wang family, leaving the Lin family with no chance of survival. With this in mind, Lin Xingxing urgently called out for Bai Shan to retreat. Yet before she could utter a word, Lu Linglong had already noticed. With a fierce cry, she exclaimed, seeking death. Subsequently, she repelled Wang Xuefu with a swift strike, then deftly produced 3 silver needles in her hand. These were no ordinary needles, but rather magical artifacts, powerful enough to not only strike but also return to the thrower. Recognizing the artifact, Lin Qingqing was taken aback and hurriedly shouted to Bai Shan, "Be careful." However, before her warning could fully escape her lips, the 3 needles had already been launched. Hearing the commotion, Bai Shan looked up just in time to see the needles hurtling towards him. In a panic, he quickly attempted to evade them. While he managed to avoid the attack, he lost his balance and stumbled, plummeting downwards. Quick-witted, Lin Qingqing swiftly retrieved a red cord adorned with bells from her spatial pouch and threw it toward Bai Shan. This cord was also a magical artifact. Bai Shan hastily grasped one end of the cord, halting his fall, though he collided heavily against the cliff wall, sustaining serious injuries. Yet Lu Linglong was relentless, redirecting her sword towards Lin Qingqing. Clearly, she believed Bai Shan's actions were instigated by Lin Qingqing. Not wishing to disrupt the balance or engage in conflict with the town master's mansion, Lin Qingqing hurriedly explained, "Miss Lu, you must listen to me. It's not as you think. Less talk, more action. Face my sword." Lu Linglong was not inclined to heed Lin Qingqing's explanation as the sword danced through the air, repeatedly thrusting toward Lin Qingqing. Simultaneously, a portion of the town master's mansion's forces began to advance towards the Lin family. Naturally, the Lin family members could not merely evade like Lin Qingqing. They retaliated in kind. Thus, the Lin family was inevitably drawn into the fray. With Lu Linglong suddenly turning her attention to Lin Qingqing, Wang Xuefu seized the opportunity. However, just as she prepared to descend for the red essence fruit, she was intercepted by Xiao Mohan. Consequently, the siblings Wang Ting and Wang Xuefu began to jointly combat Xiao Mohan. Lin Qingqing had initially wished for the Lin family to remain uninvolved, but the current circumstances rendered her powerless to alter the situation, given the inevitability of their involvement. She was left with no choice but to join the fray and await her opportunity. In an instant, the 3 factions were embroiled in chaos, with countless casualties on all sides. Su Ping'an skillfully maneuvered through the crowd with his agile dragon step. No one could harm him, nor did he wish to harm anyone. At this moment, Su Ping'an appeared to be merely evading, yet his focus remained steadfastly on that coveted red essence fruit. Despite the steepness of the cliff, he moved upon it as if it were level ground. Although he had not yet mastered the ultimate realm of the 9 transformations of the dragon step, he executed it with remarkable ease, making the retrieval of the red essence fruit seem effortless. However, it was clear that this was not the opportune moment. The ideal time would be when both sides had exhausted themselves, allowing him to strike. By then, even if the town lord's mansion and the Wang family attacked him, they would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Moreover, the Lin family would also lend him their support. With his cultivation level, combined with the dragon step, who could possibly contend with him? Chapter 25, An Unexpected Attack. The Wang ranked demonic beast Flame Feather Sparrow as the chaotic battle escalated into a fierce confrontation. The situation on the battlefield began to tilt decidedly in one direction. Though the Wang siblings faced off against Xiao Mohan in a 2-on-1, they were still no match for him and had sustained varying degrees of injury. In contrast, Xiao Mohan remained calm and composed, his every movement exuding effortless grace, leaving Su Ping'an in awe of his prowess. Indeed, this young prodigy from Qingxia town was far from being undeserving of his reputation. Meanwhile, on the side of Lu Linglong and Lin Qingqing, although both were at the mid-stage of the 8th layer of body refinement, their cultivations were comparable. However, the technique Lu Linglong practiced was evidently superior to that of Lin Qingqing. Additionally, Lu Linglong possessed a plethora of magical artifacts at her disposal, overwhelming Lin Qingqing, who was struggling to defend herself. Defeat was merely a matter of time. As for the disciples of the Wang and Lin families, they too found themselves at a disadvantage. If this continued, it would not be long before both families succumbed to defeat. This outcome was not what Su Ping'an wished to witness. Although the town lord's mansion would certainly be worn down, to secure the red essence fruit and retreat unscathed, it was crucial to maximize their exhaustion. To achieve that, he would have to enter the fray, which necessitated selecting an opponent. He had to choose between Xiao Mohan and Lu Linglong. Su Ping'an is no fool. How could he possibly target Xiao Mohan? Seizing the opportunity while Lu Linglong was off guard, Su Ping'an executed the dragon step, his feet stirring the wind. And in the blink of an eye, he silently appeared behind Lu Linglong, preoccupied with launching an all-out assault on Lin Qingqing. Lu Linglong was utterly unaware of the impending ambush from behind, caught completely unprepared. However, amidst the skirmish with the Wang siblings, Xiao Mohan caught sight of Su Ping'an's sudden emergence behind Lu Linglong. A wave of alarm washed over him. Firstly, he was startled by the impending danger that Su Ping'an posed to Lu Linglong. Secondly, he was taken aback by the astonishing swiftness of Su Ping'an's movements. Xiao Mohan wished to intervene, but the distance was too great, rendering his efforts futile. He could only shout, "Linglong, Be cautious of what lies behind you. Hearing his voice, Lu Linglong turned her head to look back, but it was already too late. Su Pingyan delivered a measured strike upon her back. This blow, of course, was tempered with restraint. After all, he bore no deep-seated grudge against Lu Linglong, who was the daughter of the town's lord. Were he to inflict serious harm upon her, would Lu Chanfeng ever forgive him? Nevertheless, the force behind this strike was sufficient to send Lu Linglong's vitality surging, causing her to cough up blood. Linglong! Xiao Mohan erupted in fury, bellowing as he forcefully repelled the Wang siblings. In his wrath, he summoned all his strength, and with that strike, he sent the two of them reeling, blood spilling from their mouths. Without hesitation, he charged directly at Su Pingyan. Although Su Pingyan's cultivation was formidable, he dared not confront Xiao Mohan head-on, opting instead to employ the elusive dragon steps to evade his aggression. Despite Xiao Mohan's superior prowess, Su Pingyan's speed was astonishing. He could not even graze the hem of Su Pingyan's garment, his every attack finding only empty air. Frustrated and enraged, Xiao Mohan disregarded Su Pingyan and unleashed his fury upon Lin Qingqing, striking at her with a powerful blow. Lin Qingqing, having just engaged in a grueling battle with Lu Linglong, was already drained of most of her strength. Even against Lu Linglong, she struggled to defend herself. How could she withstand Xiao Mohan? With no means of escape from his onslaught, Lin Qingqing gritted her teeth and braced herself, positioning her sword horizontally across her chest to absorb the blow. The outcome was, of course, predictable. She spat out blood and was sent hurtling backwards. Just as she was about to crash into the stone wall, Su Pingyan arrived just in time to catch her. At that moment, Lin Qingqing's complexion was alarmingly pale, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, indicative of her severe injuries. "Miss, are you all right?" Su Pingyan inquired urgently as they landed. Lin Qingqing gazed at Su Pingyan, her emotions inexplicably complex. Throughout her life, aside from her grandfather's embrace, she had never experienced such intimate contact with any male. Yet today, within the span of mere hours, this young man had held her twice. This stirred within her feelings previously unknown and difficult to articulate. It was only when Su Pingyan's voice broke the silence again, "Miss?" that Lin Qingqing regained her composure and softly replied, "I'm fine, thank you." Upon hearing her assurance, Su Pingyan gently set her down, only to find Xiao Mohan's fierce gaze fixed upon him, cold and unyielding. Su Pingyan was taken aback. Just as he was about to employ the dragon step to evade once more, Lu Linglong interjected, "Do not squander time with them. Let us secure the Qi Jing fruit first." Upon hearing her voice, Xiao Mohan glanced at the others. The Wang siblings were still sprawled on the ground, clearly devoid of any fighting spirit. Lin Qingqing was equally at her wit's end and posed no threat. As for Su Pingyan, his earlier success had merely stemmed from his swiftness in launching a surprise attack. In a direct confrontation, Lu Linglong could easily manage the encounter alone. Thus, Xiao Mohan gently nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well." Upon witnessing the scene, Su Pingyan was about to take action, but was halted by Lin Qingqing. In a low voice, she uttered, "Let it be. We shall forego this." To her, the current circumstances rendered it impossible for the Lin family to obtain the crimson essence fruit. Continuing to resist would be akin to striking a stone with an egg, leading only to their own demise. Rather than engaging in futile efforts that would only result in needless losses, it was wiser to preserve their remaining strength. Consequently, Lin Qingqing called out to the members of the Lin family, "Cease your actions." Hearing her words, the Lin family members reluctantly withdrew. What had once been nearly 200 strong now dwindled to around 100, a testament to their grievous losses. The Wang family had already ceased their efforts as well, suffering casualties that matched those of the Lin family. It could be said that the town lord's manor, through its solitary might, had triumphed over the two prominent clans. However, unbeknownst to Lin Qingqing, the Lin family was not entirely devoid of hope in acquiring the crimson essence fruit. Su Pingyan was entirely confident in securing the crimson essence fruit before Xiao Mohan. On flat ground, Xiao Mohan could hardly reach him, let alone on the treacherous cliffs. However, after obtaining the crimson essence fruit, Su Pingyan was uncertain whether the Lin family could escape unscathed. Initially, he had contemplated attempting it. Yet, since Lin Qingqing expressed her disinterest, he chose not to persist. Ultimately, the crimson essence fruit was merely a low-grade item, not worth the risk. With both powerful families withdrawing from the competition, the fruit naturally fell into the hands of the Lord's manor. Just as Xiao Mohan was about to descend and retrieve the fruit, a sudden gust of wind swept through, accompanied by a piercing bird call. The unexpected turn of events startled everyone. Looking up, they beheld a colossal bird soaring down from the sky. This magnificent creature, with a wingspan of 3 meters, was adorned in vibrant red feathers, reminiscent of blazing flames. However, at this moment, it glared furiously at the crowd, exuding an undeniable air of authority. Was this a low-grade beast, the flame feather sparrow? Xiao Mohan gazed at the bird, a look of astonishment crossing his face. What? A low-grade beast? Wasn't that comparable to the condensation realm? Instantly, the crowd was engulfed in terror. At that moment, the flame feather sparrow emitted another thunderous cry, its voice echoing like thunder. The onlookers hastily covered their ears. Those with lower cultivation levels immediately bled from their orifices, collapsing in agony. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. The flame feather sparrow soared above, suddenly flapping its wings. In an instant, sand and stones were propelled into the air, and numerous individuals were blown away, crashing violently against the rocky wall, spitting blood. But the flame feather sparrow seemed unsatisfied. It opened its beak and unleashed flames. Those unable to evade were instantly engulfed in fire, their anguished screams fading into ashes. In a heartbeat, fear seized the hearts of all, prompting them to flee in panic. Lu Linglong narrowly dodged a stream of flames and exclaimed in frustration, "Damn it, this beast is incredibly fierce. I will try to hold it off." You go for the crimson essence fruit. Afterward, Xiao Mohan leaped into the air, charging towards the flame feather sparrow. The creature immediately abandoned the others, its iron-like claws lunging toward Xiao Mohan. He deftly evaded the attack, retaliating with a kick aimed at the bird's head. The flame feather sparrow, despite its massive size and unwieldy body, absorbed the blow without so much as a scratch. Conversely, Xiao Mohan felt a numbing shock reverberate through his leg, staggering slightly upon landing. Although his kick did not harm the flame feather sparrow, it undeniably enraged the creature. With a shrill cry, the bird's razor-sharp beak lunged toward Xiao Mohan. He swiftly dodged, seizing the opportunity to shout to Lu Linglong, "Hurry." He charged again at the flame feather sparrow, preventing it from flapping its wings or breathing fire. Lu Linglong snapped back to her senses and hurriedly crawled down the cliff. Her movements were remarkably swift and graceful, and she was nearing the crevice where the crimson essence fruit lay. Just then, a figure whizzed past her in a rush. By the time she realized it, the figure had already reached for the crimson essence fruit. It was none other than Su Ping'an, who had executed the dragon step. Seeing Su Ping'an about to pluck the fruit, Lu Linglong's anger flared. "How dare you?" Su Ping'an turned around and smiled at her, saying, "What is there to be afraid of?" With that, he boldly plucked the red essence fruit right before her eyes. Lu Linglong was infuriated, but at that moment, both of them were perched upon the cliff. Even if she wished to draw her sword and strike Su Ping'an, it was simply unfeasible. However, just as Su Ping'an prepared to ascend, the flame-winged sparrow seemed to sense something and immediately abandoned Xiao Mohan, diving towards Su Ping'an instead. Su Ping'an was taken aback and hastily employed the dragon's dance technique to ascend. The colossal talons of the flame-feathered sparrow clutched the cliffside, shattering it into fragments instantaneously. Fortunately, Su Ping'an had escaped to a safe distance. However, Lu Linglong was not so fortunate. As the cliff crumbled, Lu Linglong let out a terrified scream and plummeted downwards. Chapter 26. Ambushed, for plunge into the abyss, a narrow escape Linglong. Xiao Mohan's eyes widened in horror as he shouted. Yet, despite his peak cultivation at the 9th level of body refining, he was rendered powerless, forced to watch helplessly as Lu Linglong fell from the precipice. In that critical moment, a red ribbon adorned with bells shot forth, aimed directly at Lu Linglong. Xiao Mohan turned to see it was Lin Xingxing. He could scarcely believe that Lin Xingxing would act out of kindness to save her. However, he had no time to ponder this as he urgently called out to Lu Linglong, "Linglong, grab on." This red ribbon, known as the 9-foot mysterious sky belt, was a level 7 mundane treasure. Crafted from a millennium-old black iron base and woven with ice silkworm silk, it appeared weightless yet possessed extraordinary resilience, containing immense strength. However, before the 9-foot mysterious sky belt could reach Lu Linglong, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The flame-feathered sparrow opened its mouth and unleashed a burst of flames, aimed straight at Lu Linglong. Suspended in midair, Lu Linglong found herself without any means to evade the inferno. Although a body-refining martial artist possesses significant physical strength, flesh and blood are still vulnerable to fire. Moreover, the flames emitted by the flame-feathered sparrow, a yellow-grade monstrous beast, were far more potent than ordinary fire. In that moment, even her usually composed demeanor faltered. As Lu Linglong was about to be engulfed by the flames, Xiao Mohan, in a state of utter panic, prepared to leap down to save her. Just then, a figure darted forward like a flash of lightning, grasping Lu Linglong's delicate waist and deftly evading the fiery blast, while swiftly seizing the 9-foot mysterious sky belt with the other hand. It was none other than Su Ping'an. Seeing this, both Lin Xingxing and Xiao Mohan felt a wave of relief wash over them. However, Before Lin Qingqing could catch her breath, her body was abruptly pulled forward. Already injured, she struggled to bear the weight of two individuals. Fortunately, Xiao Mohan reacted quickly, grabbing hold of the 9-foot mysterious sky belt, preventing Lin Qingqing from being dragged down. In that precarious moment, as Xiao Mohan prepared to exert force to hoist Su Pingyan and Lu Linglong back up, he suddenly sensed a fierce wind approaching from behind. Accompanied by Wang Ting's chilling roar, Xiao Mohan, die. If not for the 9-foot mysterious sky belt, Xiao Mohan could have evaded the attack. However, he understood that if he released his grip, Lu Linglong would surely perish. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he allowed Wang Teng's sword to pierce through his chest. Xiao Mohan! Lin Qingqing cried out in alarm. Below, Lu Linglong heard the commotion and looked up. Upon witnessing the sight of Xiao Mohan impaled, she felt as though struck by lightning and cried out, Mohan. Although wounded, Xiao Mohan gritted his teeth in silence, resolutely holding onto the 9-foot mysterious sky belt. Xu Pingyan sensed the impending danger and quickly began to maneuver his body, striving to draw closer to the cliff face. If he could only find purchase upon it, he would be able to execute the dragon's dance, taking Lu Linglong with him upward. However, just as he was on the verge of reaching the precipice, Xiao Mohan could no longer endure, plummeting headfirst. Fortunately, he was caught by Lu Linglong. Mohan, Mohan! Lu Linglong cried out in despair. Yet, Xiao Mohan had already lost consciousness, blood staining his garments and cascading down his body, dripping into the abyss below. The weight of two individuals was already too much for Lin Qingqing to bear, let alone three. In an instant, Lin Qingqing was also drawn downward. Thus, the 4 individuals tethered together fell as one, witnessing their descent into the chasm. A glimmer of bloodthirsty delight flickered in Wang Ting's eyes. Not only had he disposed of Xiao Mohan, but he had also conveniently eliminated Lin Qingqing, achieving a remarkable twofold victory. The overwhelming joy compelled him to erupt into raucous laughter. In his moment of triumph, he completely forgot the terrifying behemoth looming before him. Brother, be careful, Wang Xuefu shouted in alarm from behind. Yet, before Wang Teng could regain his composure, he was instantly engulfed by a conflagration, disintegrating into ashes. Nearby, Wang Xuefu stood frozen, her gaze fixated on the scene, paralyzed by fear. She wished to weep, but no tears came. She longed to scream, yet her voice failed her. It was as if her very soul had departed. Only when the flames consumed her as well did she realize the tragic fate that befell the Wang siblings, who never anticipated that their lives would end in such a manner. Simultaneously, Su Pingyan harbored the same thought. Dead? Was he truly to perish in this way? Had he known, he would have never set foot in this cursed place. Regret proved futile now. Mother, your son is unfilial. This is our final farewell. Su Pingyan murmured softly, then slowly closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. However, at that moment, he was suddenly jolted by a sharp pain coursing through his body, as if he had collided with something. As he regained his senses, he realized he had indeed struck a large tree that grew horizontally from the cliffside. This tree was lush and densely branched. The force of these limbs considerably reduced his descent speed. Thus, he tumbled and staggered, ultimately landing with a dull thud against the ground. Although his speed had diminished, the fall from such a great height still took its toll. Su Pingyan found himself in a daze, feeling as though his body was on the verge of disintegration. After a struggle to sit up, a person suddenly plummeted down from above him. As Su Pingyan was about to evade, he focused his gaze and realized it was Lin Qingqing. He hastily reached out to catch her. In doing so, he was struck once more, causing him even greater discomfort. He promptly collapsed onto the ground. After a short while, he heard Lin Qingqing's voice beside him. Su Pingyan, are you all right? Su Pingyan slowly opened his eyes, and a lovely visage suddenly came into view. Are you all right? Lin Qingqing inquired with concern. I was fine until your sudden impact caused me to be otherwise. Su Pingyan lay on the ground, groaning softly. It was not a matter of pretension. He was truly in pain. Not only did his body ache, but even his internal organs seemed to throb with discomfort. In this moment, he could not help but feel grateful for his cultivated abilities. Otherwise, how could he possibly still be alive? Upon hearing Su Pingyan's words, Lin Qingqing's delicate face flushed slightly. I didn't mean to. I was unaware you were beneath me. I apologize. Observing this typically valiant and spirited young lady of the Lin family, now blushing like a youthful maiden as she offered her apology, Su Pingyan couldn't help but smile, responding. All right, my lady, I was merely jesting. I am fine. With that, he attempted to sit up. However, the moment he moved, a sharp pain coursed through his body, causing him to wince. You claim you are fine? Lin Qingqing shot him a reproachful glance, then inquired, where exactly are you injured? Su Pingyan forced a faint smile and replied, I am unsure. I simply feel pain all over, likely due to internal injuries. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingqing swiftly retrieved a small brown pill from her bag and handed it to Su Pingyan, saying, "Take this." "What is this?" Su Pingyan inquired with curiosity. "What is this medicine?" "It's a healing pill for internal injuries," Lin Qingqing replied. Without hesitation, Su Pingyan took the pill and placed it into his mouth. The flavor was slightly bitter, yet as the saying goes, good medicine is often unpleasant to taste. As the pill settled within him, a comforting warmth enveloped his abdomen, alleviating his discomfort more than he anticipated. Gradually, he began to survey his surroundings. It became evident that he was not standing on solid ground, but rather on a ledge jutting out from the cliff, a spacious area that bore a resemblance to the earth below. At that moment, Lin Qingqing pointed in the distance and exclaimed, "Over there, it's Xiao Mohan and Lu Linglong." Su Pingyan turned his head and, indeed, it was the two of them. However, their current state was evidently dire. As for Xiao Mohan, his condition was uncertain. It was unclear whether he was alive or dead. As for Lu Linglong, she appeared to have lost consciousness. Su Pingyan and Lin Qingqing immediately made their way towards them. Upon arriving, Lin Qingqing promptly crouched down to assess Xiao Mohan's injuries. Noticing the grave expression on Lin Qingqing's face, Su Pingyan could not help but inquire, "How is he?" "There is still a faint breath, but it is very weak, and he has lost too much blood. We must staunch the bleeding immediately," Lin Qingqing replied, reaching once again into her Qiankuan pouch to retrieve 2 pills and placing them in Xiao Mohan's mouth. At that moment, Lu Linglong slowly regained consciousness. Upon seeing Su Pingyan and Lin Qingqing, she was momentarily startled, displaying a defensive demeanor. Yet, her expression swiftly changed when she noticed Xiao Mohan lying motionless on the ground, his clothing soaked in blood. She rushed forward in panic, exclaiming, "Mohan, Mohan, how are you? He is gravely injured and has lost a significant amount of blood. I have just administered the blood coagulation pill and the vitality nourishing pill, but his sword wound needs to be bandaged immediately," Lin Qingqing gently explained. Lu Linglong wiped away her tears and softly murmured, "Thank you. There's no need to mention it," Lin Qingqing responded. For a moment, she was at a loss for how to comfort Lu Linglong, so she exchanged a meaningful glance with Su Pingyan, and the two stepped aside to a nearby distance. "Miss, will Xiao Mohan die?" Su Pingyan inquired softly. Lin Qingqing sighed deeply and remarked, Wang Tung's sword was aimed directly at his life. Although Xiao Mohan slightly turned at the last moment, preventing the blade from piercing his heart, it nonetheless inflicted severe damage to his vital energy. Even if he awakens, it is likely that he will find it exceedingly difficult to advance in his cultivation in the future. After speaking, she sighed gently once more, a sigh imbued with a sense of regret. After all, given Xiao Mohan's innate talent, his future achievements were bound to be remarkable. It is truly a pity. Of course, Xiao Mohan is not of the Lin family, so Lin Qingqing does not feel sorrow, merely a tinge of regret. The pressing matter at hand is to devise a way to escape. Thus, she turned to Su Pingyan and asked, "Do you have a plan to leave this place?" Su Pingyan glanced around, then looked above and below, shaking his head with a wry smile. There was no other way. Chapter 27. Encountering danger again. Escaping from the brink of death upon hearing Su Pingyan's words, Lin Qingqing's expression darkened momentarily, yet she persistently inquired, "Is it true that even you cannot depart?" Su Pingyan, upon hearing her words, smiled wryly. "Miss, I am referring to myself. My movements are exceedingly taxing on my stamina. Not to mention, I am currently nursing an internal injury, rendering me incapable of traversing this terrain with the same ease as before. Even if I were in perfect health, I would still lack absolute confidence. Moreover, as you have observed, this place is devoid of any solid ground, and should I falter and fall along the way, my chances of survival would be bleak." This was not a mere excuse from Su Pingyan to evade Lin Qingqing. It was a stark reality. Having narrowly escaped death, he had no desire to gamble with his life again. Lin Qingqing understood the validity of his words and nodded, refraining from further protest. At this juncture, her only hope lay in the Lin family and the town lord's manner finding them. However, as Su Pingyan had pointed out, this place was remote and difficult to locate. Furthermore, even if they were found, escaping would pose yet another challenge. Was it truly their fate to perish here? Lin Qingqing pondered to herself. At this moment, the Wang family must be feeling quite triumphant, she thought, and the mere consideration of their smug faces ignited a surge of anger within her. No, she resolved. She could not give up. She must find a way to escape. Just as she was steeling her determination, a red fruit was suddenly presented before her. It was none other than the Qi Jinghua. As Lin Qingqing gazed at the Qi Jinghua, she recalled the immense toll that the 3 families had paid for this small fruit. Especially for the 4 of them, Ensnared in this perilous situation, their survival remained uncertain. A bittersweet smile crossed her lips. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that the Lin family had ultimately secured this Qi Jinghua. Should they return safely, it would all have been worth it. With this thought, Lin Qingqing extended her hand to accept the Qi Jinghua, placing it into her Qiankuan bag. Then, with heartfelt sincerity, she turned to Su Pingyan and expressed, "Thank you." Today, Su Pingyan had twice rescued her from dire circumstances, exhibiting bravery and fearlessness, and miraculously aiding the Lin family in obtaining this precious Qi Jinghua. Thus, her gratitude was imbued with genuine emotion. Su Pingyan could certainly sense it. And with a smile, he remarked, "If we are fortunate enough to return this time, I hope the young lady might assist me with a favor." "What favor?" Lin Qingqing inquired, astonished. Su Pingyan smiled gently, about to speak when he was suddenly seized by a sharp pain that caused him to gasp. Lin Qingqing, noticing his distress, hurriedly inquired, "What is wrong?" At that moment, Su Pingyan's complexion was ashen, and he struggled to articulate his words, ultimately forcing out a single word through gritted teeth: pain. After uttering this, he could no longer maintain his balance and was on the verge of collapsing. Observing this, Lin Qingqing swiftly supported him and exclaimed, "You should have felt some relief after taking the Huayu Dan. How could this happen?" Su Pingyan was at a loss. At that moment, he felt as if his body were on the verge of shattering. Lin Qingqing, equally uncertain of what to do, could only take out another healing pill and administer it to Su Pingyan. After a brief moment, Su Pingyan began to feel a slight alleviation of his pain. "How do you feel?" Lin Qingqing inquired with concern, supporting Su Pingyan. Su Pingyan smiled weakly and replied, "I'm fine. I should survive." "Thank you, Mississippi." "What is there to thank? If it weren't for the Lin family, you wouldn't have been so severely injured," Lin Qingqing said, her tone tinged with a hint of guilt. "Ah." Su Pingyan let out a light chuckle and remarked, "As an outsider to the Lin family, it is indeed my duty to brave all perils for them. Having sustained injuries, it would hardly be excessive to seize this opportunity to earn some merit, would it? Moreover, it serves to express my loyalty, ensuring that Lin Qingqing can readily assist me with her favor. Otherwise, would it not be a waste of my suffering?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qingqing felt an even deeper sense of guilt and quickly responded, "Rest assured, as long as we can return, I shall certainly report to grandfather and advocate for your promotion to a core member of the family. You have rendered such great service to the Lin family, and grandfather will undoubtedly reward you handsomely." As she spoke, a thought struck her regarding Su Pingyan's previous words, prompting her to inquire immediately, "By the way, did you not mention that you wished to ask for my assistance?" Su Pingyan nodded and then spoke slowly. "I would like to ask the young lady to introduce me to someone." "Who?" "Old Phone." Lin Qingqing was slightly taken aback. "Master?" Su Pingyan nodded once more. "This esteemed elder Feng is none other than the chief worshipper of the Lin family, Feng Xian." Su Pingyan initially arrived at the Lin family with the intent of engaging with cultivators. Feng Xian stands as the most accomplished cultivator within the Lin clan, even surpassing the clan's patriarch, Lin Xiao, by a slight margin. Previously, as an outsider, Su Pingyan had no opportunity to interact with Feng Xian. However, with his recent significant achievements, he not only secured his position as a core disciple but also earned a favor from Lin Qingqing. As Feng Xian's sole direct disciple, Lin Qingqing would undoubtedly agree to assist Su Pingyan in making an introduction. Indeed, she readily responded, "I can certainly help, but my master is currently in seclusion. If you wish to meet him, you may have to wait for a while." Su Pingyan furrowed his brow upon hearing the words. He had not anticipated such unfortunate timing. Encountering Feng Xian in seclusion, he inquired further, "When will Elder Feng emerge from his retreat?" Lin Qingqing gently shook her head and replied, "I am unsure. It could be 10 days or half a month, perhaps a year or more, or even longer." In that moment, Su Pingyan couldn't help but sigh internally, lamenting his ill fortune. However, there was little to be done but wait. Just then, Lin Qingqing posed a question. "By the way, what is your current level of cultivation?" Su Pingyan was taken aback for a moment, then replied, "Perhaps at the 5th level of the body refinement realm." However, Lin Qingqing shot him a disdainful glance and snorted, "I would be surprised if I believed you. I truly am at the 5th level of the body refinement realm, nearly at the mid-stage," he attempted to explain. But before he could finish, Lin Qingqing, visibly irritated, interrupted, "If you don't wish to speak, then forget it. There is no need to concoct falsehoods to deceive me." Su Pingyan was momentarily at a loss for words. Where have I fabricated any lies? I am indeed at the mid-stage of the 5th level of the body refining realm. Then, he heard Lin Qingqing inquire once more, "Could you perhaps elaborate on the footwork you previously demonstrated?" With a smile, Su Pingyan remarked, "The footwork I employ is called the Dragon's Dance. Dragon's dance? Lin Qingqing furrowed her delicate brows, clearly unfamiliar with the term. However, her curiosity remained unabated, prompting her to inquire further. What is its grade? Su Pingyan, of course, could not reveal the truth. After all, the Dragon's Dance of 1,000 Illusions was a technique of the highest level, classified as a third-tier profound skill. If he were to disclose that, it would certainly raise eyebrows. Thus, he resorted to his usual evasive explanation. I am not entirely certain. I learned this from a reclusive hermit. I simply followed his teachings without delving into further details or asking questions. Although she found this somewhat peculiar, Lin Qingqing perceived Su Pingyan's solemn demeanor and harbored no doubts. After all, the world is replete with eccentric hermits, often possessing idiosyncratic temperaments. Hence, this was not particularly extraordinary. Just as they were conversing, a piercing bird call suddenly echoed through the air. In an instant, both individuals turned pale. The sound was unmistakably that of the flame feather sparrow. However, it seemed to emanate from a distance, as they had yet to glimpse the creature in the sky. Nevertheless, the absence of sight did not preclude the possibility of its imminent arrival. Su Pingyan hurriedly surveyed his surroundings, seeking a place of concealment. Yet, as he gazed around, he found no suitable refuge. Just as anxiety gripped him, he spotted a recess at the junction of the cliff and the open ground. Though modest in size, it seemed adequate for hiding. Miss, over there, Su Pingyan exclaimed. However, Lin Qingqing turned her gaze towards Xiao Mohan and Lu Linglong, who stood not far away, and quickly made her way over. At that moment, Lu Linglong had already tended to Xiao Mohan's wounds, yet he remained unconscious. Lu Linglong's complexion was pale, indicating she had also sustained considerable injuries, though she was holding on valiantly. Lin Qingqing softly suggested, Miss Lu, the Yinling sparrow is approaching. Shall we seek refuge over there? Lu Linglong glanced up at Lin Qingqing, her eyes red and brimming with tears, clearly having been weeping. After a moment, she nodded in acknowledgement and gratefully said, Thank you. As she prepared to assist Xiao Mohan, a surge of turmoil coursed through her abdomen, and unable to suppress it, she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Miss Lu. Lin Qingqing rushed to support Lu Linglong. Lu Linglong's face had drained of all color, her breath exceedingly weak. Alarmed, Lin Qingqing quickly retrieved a healing pill from her bag and administered it to Lu Linglong. At that moment, the cry of the Yinling sparrow echoed once more, its sound growing ever nearer. With little time to ponder, Lin Qingqing resolved to carry Lu Linglong on her back. Just then, Su Pingyan arrived. Allow me, he offered. Su Pingyan uttered a phrase, then extended one hand to assist Xiao Mohan and the other to support Lu Linglong, hastening towards a nearby concealed hollow. Lin Qingqing promptly followed suit. It must be said, this hollow served as an almost natural refuge. However, the space was rather confined, making it slightly cramped for the four individuals. Su Pingyan and Lin Qingqing were positioned in close proximity, allowing Su Pingyan to distinctly perceive Lin Qingqing's breath. Shortly after the four of them concealed themselves, a sound resembling the shattering of gold and stones echoed through the air as a colossal figure swiftly swept by, adorned in vibrant crimson feathers that resembled flames. It was none other than the flame feather sparrow, precisely the same one they had encountered earlier. Fortunately, the flame feather sparrow swiftly moved past them without detection. However, to avoid any potential return of the creature, the four remained breathless and vigilant within their hiding spot. It was not until a considerable time had elapsed that they finally emerged. As Su Pingyan gazed at the gradually darkening sky, a grave expression overtook his countenance. This situation was untenable. It appeared that he had no choice but to take a risk. Chapter 28. The Spirit Fruit, a Fortunate Misfortune Initially. Su Pingyan was reluctant to undertake such a perilous venture, for he lacked confidence in the outcome. However, the recent crisis had illuminated the folly of remaining here in wait for rescue. One must understand that within the myriad of the Demon Mountains, flying beasts were not limited to the flame feather sparrow. Especially at night, with visibility diminished, their predicament would undoubtedly become far more perilous. Not to mention, the uncertainty of whether rescue would ever arrive was a pressing concern. Rather than resigning themselves to inaction, it seemed more prudent to seize the initiative and seek survival, as there might yet be a glimmer of hope. With this thought in mind, Su Pingyan no longer hesitated and resolutely addressed Lin Qingqing. Miss, may I partake of the scarlet essence fruit? Truth be told, prior to this moment, Su Pingyan had not possessed a significant interest in the scarlet essence fruit. Otherwise, he would not have offered it to Lin Qingqing. To others, this fruit was a rare treasure, but in his eyes, it held far less value. However, at this juncture, he found himself in dire need of the scarlet essence fruit, for in his current physical state, he was not even qualified to take a risk. Upon witnessing Su Ping'an's solemn demeanor and unwavering gaze, Lin Qingqing surmised his intentions. Without a moment's hesitation, she retrieved the scarlet essence fruit from her spatial pouch and handed it to him. Deep down, she was acutely aware that their only chance of escape lay in Su Ping'an's hands. In truth, when she had previously inquired whether he had a means of leaving, she had already resolved to assist him. If he was willing to embrace the risk, she was more than willing to allow him the use of the scarlet essence fruit. It would not only aid in his recovery but also enhance his cultivation, thereby increasing his chances of success. However, when Su Ping'an had initially hesitated to take the risk, she had refrained from pressing him. Now that he had proactively requested the scarlet essence fruit, it was clear that he was prepared to take the plunge. In light of this, Lin Qingqing was more than happy to provide him with the fruit. Ultimately, the foremost reason was her unwavering trust in Su Ping'an. Su Ping'an took the red essence fruit and then addressed Lin Qingqing, stating, "I may require several days. The potency of the fruit, naturally, necessitates time for absorption." Consequently, Lin Qingqing refrained from further comments and merely nodded in acknowledgement, her gaze subtly infused with anticipation. However, unbeknownst to Lin Qingqing, the moment Su Ping'an accepted the red essence fruit, he planted it within the spiritual field. Certainly, Su Ping'an could not directly consume the red essence fruit, which is why he required several days. The red essence fruit is a premier-grade spiritual fruit. When planted in a spiritual field, there is a favorable chance that it may yield an exceptional grade spiritual fruit. Consuming it at that time would undoubtedly enhance its effects and significantly increase the likelihood of success. To prevent Lin Qingqing and the others from detecting anything amiss, Su Ping'an discreetly distanced himself, sitting cross-legged and feigning the absorption of the fruit's power. At present, Lin Qingqing had placed all her hopes in Su Ping'an, leaving no room for doubt in her mind. As for Lu Linglong, her heart was solely occupied by Xiao Mohan, to the extent that she would not even spare Su Ping'an a glance. As time passed and the night descended, the surroundings were enveloped in darkness. Although warriors possess superior vision compared to ordinary individuals, they could barely discern their surroundings. The howling mountain winds were cold and mournful, occasionally accompanied by the terrifying roars of demonic beasts. Initially, Su Ping'an intended for Lin Qingqing and the others to take refuge in the hollow space while he remained outside. After all, the interior was exceedingly cramped. While four could manage for a brief period, it would be highly inconvenient for an entire night, especially with an injured person among them. However, Lin Qingqing resolutely relinquished her place to Lu Linglong and Xiao Mohan, choosing to stay outside with Su Ping'an. Seeing her insistence, Su Ping'an chose not to persist any further and thus allowed her to proceed. For the four of them, that night was particularly arduous. Su Ping'an and Lin Qingqing were both apprehensive about a sudden attack from the demonic beasts. Xiao Mohan's condition was rather dire. Not only had he failed to awaken, but he had also coughed up blood multiple times, which greatly alarmed Lu Linglong. Thus, through a night of torment, time finally passed. At dawn the next day, Su Ping'an took a glance at the spiritual field in his palm and was astonished to find it flourishing. A wave of joy surged within him. If this continued, it was likely that he would reap the fruits by the following morning. The Qi Jing fruit was a spiritual fruit, and undoubtedly, what would emerge would also be of the same nature. However, the specific grade of the spiritual fruit remained uncertain, a conundrum that Su Ping'an had long pondered. Yet, he refrained from exhausting his mental faculties on it and instead focused on recuperating from his injuries. The previous night had brought him considerable pain. However, after consuming a bruise-reducing pill, the discomfort subsided swiftly. Since his fall the day prior, he had been enduring intermittent bouts of pain. Each time after taking the bruise-reducing pill, relief would come quickly, only for the pain to return after a while. As Lin Qingqing remarked, this was not how it should be. He himself was perplexed by the situation and could only conclude that his body was undergoing spiritual energy refinement, and the efficacy of a single bruise-reducing pill was insufficient to heal the internal wounds. By noon, Xiao Mohan finally awoke, albeit still quite weak, and soon fell back into slumber. Fortunately, he had escaped the clutches of death, which brought Lu Linglong to tears of joy. As the second night passed peacefully, when the sun of the third day rose, Su Ping'an eagerly checked his spiritual field once more. To his astonishment, it bore not just any fruit, but a profound-grade spiritual fruit, specifically a level 2 profound-grade fruit. This spiritual fruit was not significantly larger than the Qi Jing fruit, yet its appearance was strikingly unique. The skin of the fruit exhibited a mesmerizing fusion of two colors. One half was as pure as frost and snow, while the other half shimmered a vibrant red akin to ruby. The two hues danced upon the surface of the fruit, seemingly embodying the profound mystery of yin and yang's harmonious coexistence. Surrounding the fruit was a delicate mist, within which flickered occasional golden glimmers, as if it possessed a spirit of its own. Although Su Pingyan was unfamiliar with this spiritual fruit, its extraordinary appearance was unmistakable. Seizing a moment while Lin Qingqing and Lu Linglong were conversing, he took out the spiritual fruit. The skin was cool to the touch, reminiscent of jade. Yet it subtly exuded a faint warmth. Even just holding it, he could sense the formidable energy contained within. A flicker of excitement flashed across Su Pingyan's eyes, and without a moment's hesitation, he placed it into his mouth. As soon as it entered, he sensed two entirely distinct energies. One was as frigid as ancient ice, while the other burned with the intensity of the Earth's core. As these two energies coursed through his body, the intertwining of ice and fire caused Su Pingyan to shudder violently. In that instant, he felt as though his body were being torn asunder. The left side of him plunged into an abyss of extreme cold, with veins, bones, and flesh all encased in layers of frost. The biting chill permeated every inch of that side, causing his very breath to stutter. Soon, a thin layer of ice crystals formed upon the surface of that skin, and the flow of blood became sluggish, as if that half of the world had been frozen in time. Conversely, the right side of his body found itself engulfed in molten lava, where the searing energy rampaged like a furious dragon. Wherever it roamed, flesh seemed to be seared by the flames, and bones cracked and popped, as though undergoing a rebirth through fire. The skin on this side turned a brilliant red, and as sweat began to bead, it evaporated almost instantly, transforming into wisps of white vapor that dissipated into the air. Suddenly, the two energies began to clash violently within him. Each encounter inflicted excruciating agony upon Su Pingyan. His consciousness wrestled amidst the extremes of cold and heat, as if he had been cast into a relentless inferno. Yet, he gritted his teeth in silence, resolutely maintaining his focus, allowing the two energies to wreak havoc within him. Time became an indistinct blur, until at last, these energies began to approach a state of equilibrium. The frost and the flame ceased their mutual repulsion and, in a mysterious manner, began to merge harmoniously. Under the refinement of this spiritual essence, Su Pingyan's body gradually began to undergo transformation. He sensed that his meridians were expanding. His bones had become more resilient, and the power within his flesh and blood surged with increasing vigor. Su Pingyan promptly focused his mind, gradually activating the Great Zhou Tian body refinement technique, guiding the spiritual energy within his body to circulate in a grand cycle, refining every part of his being until the energy was completely transformed. After the final trace of spiritual energy was refined, Su Pingyan slowly opened his eyes, and a fleeting glimmer of intertwining ice blue and crimson light flashed across his gaze before vanishing into obscurity. As he felt the overwhelming surge of power within him, a subtle smile graced the corners of Su Pingyan's lips. Truly, it was a second-tier spiritual fruit of the profound grade, Su Pingyan murmured softly, his tone imbued with an unmistakable joy. This mysterious spiritual fruit had remarkably elevated his cultivation from the mid-stage of the 5th level in the body refinement realm to the early stage of the 8th level, a staggering leap of nearly 3 levels. This was the most significant advancement Su Pingyan had experienced since embarking on his path of cultivation. Moreover, following this profound refinement, the injuries he had sustained previously had completely healed. At this moment, he found himself capable of effortless movement, even after traversing several rounds. With a newfound vigor, Su Pingyan rose to his feet, first gazing upward, then approaching the edge to peer downward. He estimated that the distance to both the upper and lower paths was roughly similar. However, the upper path appeared far more perilous. It was possible that the flame feather sparrow lurked above. In contrast, although the lower path remained shrouded in uncertainty, it seemed to offer a greater promise of safety. After contemplating his options, Su Pingyan resolved to take the lower route. Lin Qingqing, noticing Su Pingyan's deliberation, hurried over as she sensed his imminent action. Upon approaching, she was taken aback to see his complexion radiant and invigorated, as if bathed in the warmth of spring. Her surprise quickly transformed into delight as she exclaimed, "Have you broken through?" Su Pingyan smiled. He had fortuitously advanced to the 8th level of the body-tempering realm. However, Lin Qingqing cast him a sidelong glance and replied with a smile, "I would be foolish to believe you." Su Pingyan was momentarily at a loss for words. However, he was too indifferent to offer an explanation. "Miss, shall I escort you down?" Chapter 29, As Swift as Lightning. Traversing the cliffside with the ease of treading on level ground upon hearing his voice, Lin Qingqing did not immediately nod. Instead, she cast a complex glance towards Lu Linglong and Xiao Mohan, who were not far away. She understood that Su Pingyan's ability to escort her down might already be the extent of his limits. Moreover, she was acutely aware that she had no right to demand Su Pingyan to rescue them. Yet, the thought of leaving the two behind here weighed heavily on her conscience. Su Pingyan discerned Lin Qingqing's thoughts and smiled gently, assuring her, "Rest assured, I will take you down first and then return to rescue them." Upon hearing that Su Pingyan had no intention of abandoning Lu Linglong and Xiao Mohan, Lin Qingqing felt an immense sense of relief and nodded with a smile. As the saying goes, one should see a rescue through to the end. Having come this far, Su Pingyan found it no burden to make one final effort. Moreover, he bore no deep-seated animosity toward the two. Furthermore, should he succeed in saving them, the Lord's residents would owe him a profound debt of gratitude. Most importantly, this endeavor posed little difficulty for him at present. With this in mind, why not proceed with it? Then, Su Pingyan inquired, "Miss, where's your red belt?" "It's right here." Although Lin Qingqing was unaware of Su Pingyan's intentions for the 9-foot Xiantian belt, she promptly retrieved it from her bag of holding. Su Pingyan explained, "During our descent, the impact may be considerable. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, it is prudent to bind ourselves together with this red belt." Though the likelihood of mishaps occurring was exceedingly remote given Su Pingyan's current prowess, he opted for an additional layer of precaution. This way, even if an unexpected situation did arise, it would not lead to dire consequences. In truth, even without Su Pingyan's explanation, Lin Qingqing would have complied with his wishes. Given the rationale of his words, her thoughts were further quelled. Subsequently, the two of them secured one end of the 9-foot Xiantian belt to their waists. However, this scene appeared rather peculiar, and Lin Qingqing immediately became aware of it, her cheeks flushing slightly. Su Pingyan, upon witnessing Lin Qingqing's rare display of girlish innocence, became acutely aware of the situation, eliciting an awkward smile as he desperately sought words to bridge the silence. "This color is quite vibrant, isn't it?" he remarked. His comment only deepened the crimson hue on Lin Qingqing's cheeks. However, the ensuing awkwardness was yet to unfold. Merely being bound in such a manner was undoubtedly insufficient. Yet, Su Pingyan found himself at a loss for words. Recognizing his predicament, Lin Qingqing pressed her lips together and softly inquired, "What would you have me do?" Su Pingyan smiled awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he said, "It would be best if I could hold you. This would facilitate my footwork." Lin Qingqing, though slightly bashful, did not hesitate and gently nodded in agreement. After all, this was not the first time Su Pingyan had embraced her. With this thought, she felt a significant sense of relief within her heart. Upon seeing Lin Qingqing's consent, Su Pingyan wasted no time and swiftly lifted her into his arms. Although Lin Qingqing was a martial artist of considerable skill, her body felt as light as a feather, devoid of any weight whatsoever. This marked the third occasion Su Pingyan had held Lin Qingqing. The first two instances arose from dire circumstances, leaving no room for contemplation. Thus, he found no sense of awkwardness in the act. However, the current situation bore a subtle distinction. As he felt the softness of Lin Qingqing's delicate form and inhaled her faint, enchanting fragrance, he could not help but be momentarily captivated. Especially when he lowered his gaze slightly, he could clearly behold the porcelain-like skin below her neck. In that fleeting moment, Su Pingyan's thoughts began to wander. Of course, this was entirely understandable. At the tender age of 16, he was in the bloom of youth and had never experienced such intimate contact with a female of his age. Thus, encountering this new sensation, it was only natural for his mind to drift. Lin Qingqing, naturally, sensed Su Pingyan's unusual demeanor. Yet, given the current circumstances, it seemed that any words spoken would only serve to heighten the awkwardness of the moment. Therefore, she could only feign nonchalance and remain silent. Su Pingyan did not dwell on his chaotic thoughts for long. He swiftly discarded the tumultuous ideas swirling in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he executed the dragon's dance. Deftly treading along the cliffside as he descended swiftly, Su Pingyan held Lin Qingqing closely, pressed against the cliff face, and descended rapidly. His footwork appeared casual. Yet each step was executed with remarkable precision. As soon as his toes made the slightest contact with the cliff, he could glide several zhang with the force he harnessed. His form as swift as the wind, as graceful as a swallow. The cold wind howled beside him, and Su Pingyan's robe flapped audibly. His gaze was as sharp as a beacon, unwaveringly fixed on the landing point below, not daring to relax for even a moment. In his embrace, Lin Qingqing remained as still as a small bird, fearful of disturbing Su Pingyan. Su Pingyan's dragon step was already remarkably proficient. After consuming the second-grade spiritual fruit of extraordinary quality, his cultivation soared dramatically. He traversed the steep cliffside as if it were a flat expanse. At times, he deftly sidestepped the protruding branches of trees. At other moments, he leaped gracefully, using the momentum to vault over jutting rocks. His movements flowed like water, as if he were one with the heavens and the earth. Su Pingyan was utterly engrossed, completely unaware that Lin Qingqing, nestled in his arms, was gazing at him with her luminous eyes. In that moment, Lin Qingqing seemed to have entirely forgotten the perilous situation surrounding them. As she beheld his refined features, a profound tranquility enveloped her heart. For a fleeting instant, she found herself savoring this sensation. It was only when she suddenly felt a weight descend upon her that she came to her senses, realizing that the two had already touched the ground. "Miss, are you unhurt?" Su Ping'an lowered his head and softly inquired. Lin Qingqing unexpectedly met Su Ping'an's gaze, and her heart instantly fluttered. As if fearing that he would discover her secret observation of him, she quickly averted her eyes and feigned composure, saying, "I am fine." Su Ping'an did not dwell on the matter for long and promptly set Lin Qingqing down. He recalled having a faint impression of this place, as they had passed through it on their way here. It was not far from the entrance. Nevertheless, he felt uneasy about leaving Lin Qingqing alone in this location. Thus, he said, "Miss, allow me to escort you away from here." Before he could finish his sentence, a voice filled with surprise called out from behind, "Sister Qingqing." Both turned to look, and to their astonishment, they saw a young boy clad in the attire of the Lin family's core disciples. The boy, appearing to be around 13 or 14, had a round, youthful face. "Qingyu?" Lin Qingqing exclaimed with delight upon recognizing him. "Sister Qingqing." Lin Qingyu rushed over and leapt into Lin Qingqing's embrace. "You're alive. That's wonderful. I thought I would never see you again." As he spoke, tears welled up in his eyes. Now, I'm perfectly fine, aren't I?" Lin Qingqing gently stroked Lin Qingyu's head, smiling to comfort him. Suddenly, realizing something, she asked, "By the way, Qingyu, how did you come to be here?" "I came to find you. Not just me, but everyone in the Lin family is currently searching for you," Lin Qingyu replied. Lin Qingqing was taken aback. "What?" Lin Qingyu continued, "Sister Qingqing, ever since we learned you had fallen off the cliff, grandfather has been extremely anxious. He immediately brought all the family members here to look for you, and he hasn't closed his eyes for days." Lin Qingqing felt a pang of guilt at this revelation and hurriedly inquired, "Where is grandfather now?" "Right over there. Let me take you to him," Lin Qingyu said, taking her hand to lead the way. It was only then that he noticed the 9-foot Xiantian belt tied around Lin Qingqing's waist. Looking to the side, he realized that the other end of the belt was secured to a Lin family outsider he did not recognize. For a moment, Lin Qingyu was perplexed by the scene before him. However, before he could voice his questions, Lin Qingqing introduced, "This is Su Ping'an. I owe my survival to him." Lin Qingyu was taken aback by her words, clearly struggling to believe that this seemingly ordinary outsider possessed such remarkable abilities. Yet, he quickly composed himself, straightened his posture, and respectfully bowed to Su Ping'an, expressing, "Thank you." Su Ping'an, observing the youth's composure and demeanor, could not help but feel a semblance of admiration for him, as there was an air of maturity and steadiness that belied his tender age. With a smile, he returned a courteous gesture, saying, "It is merely my duty. There is no need for you to be so polite, young master." Afterward, he turned to Lin Qingqing and said, "I shall take my leave now." Lin Qingqing nodded, handing the 9-foot Xiantian to Su Ping'an and gently cautioned, "Be careful." Beside them, Lin Qingyu was utterly perplexed. Before he could grasp the situation, he witnessed Su Ping'an dashing up the cliffside with the swiftness of lightning, vanishing in an instant. Stunned, Lin Qingyu's expression reflected sheer astonishment, his eyes brimming with disbelief. It was the first time he had seen anyone traverse a steep cliff with such ease, let alone at that remarkable speed. Regaining his composure, he exclaimed, "Sister Qingqing, who on earth is he?" With a slight smile, Lin Qingqing replied, "Did I not mention? He is an outsider." "An outsider?" Lin Qingyu turned incredulously to Lin Qingqing. When did our Lin family acquire such a formidable outsider? However, Lin Qingqing merely smiled in silence, responding to Lu Linglong's request. Su Ping'an had initially descended carrying the gravely injured Xiao Mohan. Yet, upon landing, he found himself momentarily dazed as the area was bustling with people, including not only members of the Lin family but also those from the Town Lord's manor, with Town Lord Lu Changfeng present as well. At the instant their gazes locked, Su Ping'an discerned a fleeting glimmer of astonishment in Lu Changfeng's eyes, which suggested that his surprise was not solely due to Su Ping'an's remarkable agility, but rather hinted at an undisclosed secret. Chapter 30. Seeking justice, Lu Changfeng confronts the Wang family. Their exchange of glances was but a brief moment. Upon seeing the severely injured Xiao Mohan, Lu Changfeng's expression shifted dramatically as he hurried over to support Xiao Mohan, urgently inquiring, "Mohan, how are you?" Xiao Mohan managed a weak smile, responding feebly, "Father." His appearance was that of a frail patient on the brink of death. Witnessing his foster son in such dire straits, Lu Changfeng's face darkened profoundly as he growled, "Wang family, I, Lu Changfeng, shall not rest until you are brought to justice." since learning that Xiao Mohan had been struck by a sword and had fallen from the cliff alongside Lu Linglong. Lu Chanfeng had stifled his sorrow and immediately led a search party to the Wanao mountain range for the two. As days passed, the glimmer of hope he had clung to had all but extinguished. He had resigned himself to the thought of finding their remains, praying they would not be devoured by the beasts and left in a state of dismemberment. Just as he was about to abandon his search and take vengeance upon the Wang family, he suddenly received the uplifting news from Lin Qingqing that both his foster son and daughter were alive. Overjoyed, he rushed to the location. After a prolonged wait, he finally laid eyes on Xiao Mohan. He then entrusted Xiao Mohan to the town lord's men and respectfully clasped his hands towards Su Pingyan, expressing, "I, Lu, am deeply grateful for your great kindness, young brother." He then bowed deeply in gratitude. Su Pingyan hurriedly assisted Lu Chanfeng to his feet, saying, "There is no need for formalities, my lord. Your esteemed daughter is still above. I shall fetch her at once." "Very well. I appreciate your efforts, young brother." Lu Chanfeng replied with gratitude once more. Subsequently, before the gathered crowd, Su Pingyan demonstrated his agile dragon step technique and ascended swiftly. The onlookers were left in awe, captivated by his remarkable speed. Lin Xiao, the head of the Lin family, could not contain his admiration and expressed his praise. When he first learned of his beloved granddaughter's fall, his heart was heavy with sorrow. He rushed to the Wanao mountain range, desperate to recover her remains for a proper burial. After several days of searching in vain, despair set in, leading him to ponder the grim possibility that his granddaughter had been devoured by a ferocious beast. The weight of grief aged him significantly in those few days, and each memory of her brought forth torrents of tears. Initially, he resolved to search for one more day, after which he would return to Qingxia town and rally his entire clan to confront the Wang family with relentless fury. Yet, miraculously, the unexpected occurred. Lin Qingqing not only survived but emerged unscathed, save for some internal injuries. Even more astonishing was the emergence of such an extraordinarily gifted outsider within the Lin family, which filled Lin Xiao with immense joy. However, given the circumstances, he refrained from inquiring too deeply about Su Pingyan, only knowing his name. Before long, Su Pingyan safely brought down Lu Linglong as well. As the town's leader, Lu Chanfeng was typically imposing, but the joy of having his daughter restored to him brought tears to his eyes. Upon seeing her father, the emotions that Linglong had suppressed for so long erupted like a dam bursting, and she threw herself into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Thus, a moment of universal joy was born. Su Pingyan smiled as he spoke. He had initially believed that after 3 journeys, he would surely feel quite fatigued. However, to his delight, he felt no trace of weariness, as if he had merely jogged a few laps on flat ground. Undoubtedly, the credit for this vitality lay with the second-tier Xian-grade spirit fruit. This single fruit had propelled his cultivation from the 5th level of the body refinement realm to the 8th. If he were to consume another, would he not be able to transcend the body refinement realm and enter the qi condensation realm? At that point, he would truly be a cultivator in every sense. Lost in such thoughts, Su Pingyan could not contain his joy. He resolved that upon his return, he would visit the Qijin Pavilion to see if he could acquire another Qi Jing fruit or a spirit fruit with similar effects. Reflecting on the Qijin Pavilion reminded him of the favor that Xin Liang had previously asked of him. He had promised to assist him 3 days later, and as it turned out, it was precisely 3 days now, so he had not delayed. He wondered if Xin Liang had managed to procure the Huang-grade spirit plate. As Su Pingyan was lost in thought, he suddenly heard Lin Qingqing's voice. "Are you all right?" Su Pingyan regained his senses and turned to glance at the approaching Lin Qingqing. With a smile, he remarked, "Fortunately, it's just a bit exhausting. However, with a good rest, I should be fine." As he spoke, he deliberately raised his voice so that Lu Chanfeng, who was not far away, could hear him. After all, such gestures are vital in social relations. Indeed, no sooner had he finished speaking than he noticed Lu Linglong striding towards him. Upon reaching Su Pingyan, Lu Linglong wore a serious expression and bowed deeply, saying, "I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace." Su Pingyan smiled and said, "Miss Lu, there is no need for courtesy." Then, feeling somewhat embarrassed, he added, "Speaking of which, I did strike you before. I hope you do not hold a grudge against me." Upon hearing this, Lu Linglong was momentarily taken aback. But soon a gentle smile graced her lips as she playfully huffed, "That remains to be seen." Naturally, Lu Linglong was jesting. Although it was true that Su Pingyan had indeed struck her, causing her to cough up blood, it was not out of malice but rather a consequence of the struggle for the crimson essence fruit. Furthermore, after witnessing Su Pingyan's prowess firsthand, she was acutely aware that he had not exerted his full strength in that blow. In fact, she believed he had employed less than 30% of his power. Moreover, had it not been for Su Pingyan, she would not be standing here alive. At that moment, Lu Chanfeng also approached, once again expressing his gratitude to Su Pingyan. Su Pingyan once again expressed that there was no need for formality, it sufficed to remember this favor. Of course, the latter part of his statement was spoken in his heart. Soon after, Lu Chanfeng gradually withdrew the smile from his face, restoring his former imposing demeanor, and then addressed Lu Linglong. Linglong, you and Mo Han should return to the residence and rest well. Upon hearing this, Lu Linglong paused in surprise, instinctively responding, What about you, father? Lu Chanfeng's expression grew colder as he snorted disdainfully, I shall visit the Wang family to demand an explanation. As his words fell, Lin Xiao interjected, Indeed, even if that little beast Wang Ting is dead, the Wang family must provide an account for this matter. Wang Ting is dead? Lu Linglong exclaimed in shock. Lin Qingxing nodded. Not only Wang Ting, but also Wang Xuefu, who reportedly perished in the flames of that Yinling, Quebec. This news was something Lin Qingxing had just learned. As for Su Pingyan, upon hearing of Wang Teng's demise, he couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. After all, he had been contemplating exacting his own vengeance. Had it not been for his fortunate survival, he would have long been shattered to pieces. Now that Wang Teng was dead, it was only fitting that this reckoning be laid at the doorstep of the Wang family. Su Pingyan was not one to harbor a small heart. He was known for repaying grievances with interest. However, given his current cultivation, he dared not confront the Wang family head-on. Yet, with both the Town Lord's mansion and the Lin family seeking justice from the Wang family, he found no objection to joining the fray to vent his frustrations. Lu Linglong intended to accompany them, but considering Xiao Mohan had no one to care for him, she had no choice but to return to the manor. Lin Xiao also wished for Lin Qingxing to rest, but she insisted her injuries were not severe, having already taken a healing pill. Seeing that Lin Qingxing did not appear grievously injured, Lin Xiao acquiesced to her wishes. Thus, the two factions from the Town Lord's mansion and the Lin family charged towards the Wang family with great fervor. Although both families justified their actions as avenging wrongs, the Town Lord's mansion had a solid basis for their claims, while the Lin family's rationale was tenuous at best. After all, it was Wang Ting's sword that had struck Xiao Mohan, and it was also he who had kicked Xiao Mohan down the cliff. Lin Qingxing was merely trying to save Lu Linglong and had been dragged down in the process. Throughout, Wang Teng had never attacked Lin Qingxing. Nonetheless, Lin Xiao perceived this as a rare opportunity. The Lin and Wang families had always been bitter rivals, akin to water and fire. Their strengths were nearly equal, with neither able to extinguish the other. Eliminating the opposition required significant sacrifices. The Town Lord's mansion had always maintained a neutral stance, refraining from meddling in their disputes. However, Wang Ting's actions had provoked Lu Chanfeng. Given the strength of the Town Lord's mansion, it would undoubtedly be more feasible for them to vanquish the Wang family than for the Lin family. Of course, despite this capability, Lin Xiao was not naive enough to believe the Town Lord's mansion would actually destroy the Wang family. Firstly, such an endeavor would incur heavy losses for the Town Lord's mansion. Secondly, without the Wang family's checks and balances, the Lin family would thrive unimpeded. Given time, the Lin family might even evolve into a formidable rival to the Town Lord's mansion, posing a threat to Lu Chanfeng's position. This was a scenario Lu Chanfeng wished to avoid. Therefore, he would not annihilate the Wang family, though the grievance was considerable. After all, had it not been for fortunate circumstances, Xiao Mohan and Lu Linglong would have perished long ago. Thus, Lu Chanfeng's visit to the Wang family would not be without consequence. The Wang family would certainly have to pay for Wang Ting's misdeeds. Lin Xiao sought to leverage the Town Lord's mansion's authority to suppress the Wang family further. With the younger generation of the Wang family already suffering losses with the demise of Wang Ting and Wang Xuefu, if a few more formidable middle-aged talents were to fall, the Wang family would be severely weakened, unable to recover. In such a scenario, the Lin family could finally overshadow the Wang family. One must concede that Lin Xiao, as the head of the Lin family, was indeed adept at strategizing. Yet, the realization of his plans remained contingent upon the circumstances. In essence, his stance was clear. If the opportunity arose to suppress the Wang family, he would do so relentlessly, ensuring they would never rise again. Upon exiting the myriad demon mountains, the group hastened their return to Qingxia town, arriving at the gates of the Wang family estate. There, white banners and plain drapes adorned either side of the entrance, and large lanterns bore the character Dian, clearly indicating a funeral for the deceased Wang Ting and Wang Xuefu. Nevertheless, Lu Chanfeng was undeterred by these somber displays, bellowing, "Wang Lai, come out." This thunderous call resonated like a clap of thunder, echoing throughout Qingxia town. Shortly, Wang Lai, the head of the Wang family, emerged alongside 3 elders and a throng of family members. Wang Lai's gaze swept over the gathering, ultimately resting on Lu Chanfeng, as he coolly inquired, "Lord Lu, what brings you here?" With a disdainful snort, Lu Chanfeng retorted, "What brings me here? Your son Wangting gravely injured my adopted son, nearly causing the demise of my 2 children. Tell me, what is the purpose of my visit?" Upon hearing this, Wang Lai's pupils constricted as he replied, "Lord Lu, my son Wangtung has perished in the myriad demon mountains. You are aware of this. And what of it? Does death absolve him of his transgressions?" Lu Chanfeng's tone was imbued with an undeniable menace. Wang Lai's countenance darkened as he struggled to contain his fury. "Then what do you wish to do?" Today. If the Wang family does not provide an explanation, do not blame me for being merciless," Lu Chanfeng declared, prompting Lin Xiao to chime in. "Indeed. If there is no explanation, I, Lin Xiao, will risk my life to ensure the Wang family pays dearly." Without the Town Lord's mansion present, Wang Lai would not have feared merely the Lin family. Yet, with the Town Lord's mansion backing them and Lu Chanfeng's evident resolve, Wang Lai understood that today's events could not be resolved lightly. Should he mishandle this situation, the Wang family might find themselves in an irreparable predicament. In contemplation, a glimmer of determination flashed in Wang Lai's eyes. In the next moment, he unleashed a surge of true energy with his right hand, forcefully severing his left arm at the shoulder. The sight sent shockwaves through the gathered crowd. "Head of the family!" they cried in alarm. Simultaneously, those from the Town Lord's mansion and the Lin family were equally astonished. Clearly, no one had anticipated Wang Lai would resort to such drastic measures. Su Pingyan, among the crowd, also felt a chill of astonishment. "Now, does this explanation satisfy you, Lord Lu?" Wang Lai intently gazed at Lu Chanfeng, his voice grave, never once glancing at Lin Xiao. Although Lu Chanfeng maintained a facade of composure, internally he was taken aback. He had anticipated Wang Lai might stubbornly resist, even prepared for a show of force. Yet, Wang Lai's decisive action, sacrificing his own arm, was indeed unexpected. This development rendered further confrontation unnecessary, as Lu Chanfeng's intent was never to annihilate the Wang family but merely to seek an explanation and assert the authority of the Town Lord's mansion. With his objective achieved, he had no desire to push further, fearing that a cornered beast might retaliate, ultimately benefiting the Lin family. Thus, he declared, "Very well. In that case, today's matter shall be set aside. Should anyone from the Wang family dare to harm those of the Town Lord's mansion again, I, Lu, will demand 100-fold retribution." With that, he turned and departed with the entourage from the Town Lord's mansion. Only then did Wang Lai turn to Lin Xiao, calmly asking, "Master Lin, do you have further matters to discuss?" The matter concluded rather abruptly, a turn of events that Lin Xiao had not anticipated. It is worth noting that Wang Lai is a man of fierce temperament, truly living up to his name. Given his character, he would never easily compromise, even in the face of the Town Lord's manner, let alone severing his own arm. In that moment, Lin Xiao couldn't shake off a sense of unease, sensing that something was amiss, though he could not articulate what it was. After all, from Wang Lai's perspective, sacrificing an arm to quell Lu Chanfeng's wrath and safeguard the Wang family was, in a sense, justifiable. Yet, the situation did not unfold as Lin Xiao had previously envisioned. The loss of several middle-aged experts from the Wang family was a disappointing outcome for him. However, with an arm severed, Wang Lai would find it exceedingly difficult to further his cultivation in the future. In a certain light, this could be seen as having achieved his objective. Moreover, with the departure of the Town Lord's manor personnel, there was no longer any necessity for the Lin family to remain. Consequently, Lin Xiao let out a soft snort and led his kin away. What he had initially expected to be a tumultuous upheaval turned out to be a mere anticlimax, leaving Su Pingyan somewhat disinterested. Nevertheless, Wang Lai's ruthless nature had left a profound impression on him. It appears that one must exercise greater caution around this individual in the future. In the depths of Su Pingyan's heart, he mused quietly. After the Wang family returned to their residence, they gathered in the main hall. Wang Lai dismissed the crowd, leaving only his youngest son, who was tending to his wounds. And the 3 elders. Patriarch, although that man surnamed Lu is not a benevolent visitor, it is unlikely that the Town Lord's mansion would dare to engage in a conflict with us lightly. Why must we resort to such extremes? The eldest elder, Wang Yao, remarked, with the other 2 elders echoing his sentiments. It was evident that they deemed Wang Lai's actions to be excessively radical. After all, as cultivators, severing one's own limb not only diminishes one's abilities but also complicates future advancements in cultivation. However, Wang Lai waved his hand dismissively. Though the Town Lord's mansion may hesitate to confront us directly, this matter has provoked the ire of Lu Chanfeng. If I do not swiftly quell his fury, he may not only unleash a massacre but could also eliminate several members of the Wang family. With Tinger and Fu are already lost to us, we must preserve our strength for the grand endeavors that lie ahead for our family. Upon hearing his words, the three elders' eyes brightened. Wang Yu inquired, "Does this mean the ancestor will soon emerge from seclusion?" His voice barely concealing excitement. Wang Lai nodded affirmatively, declaring, "The ancestor will soon emerge, and at that time, both the Town Lord's mansion and the Lin family will be trampled beneath our feet." As he spoke, his eyes narrowed, revealing a cruel intensity that surpassed even the ruthlessness of his self-mutilation. The elders' faces illuminated with joyful smiles upon receiving this invigorating news. Yet, Wang Lai's tone shifted as he instructed, "Relay this message. Henceforth, unless there are pressing matters, no disciples of the Wang family are to leave the estate. At such a critical juncture, I wish to avoid any conflict with the Town Lord's mansion or the Lin family. We have labored for decades. We cannot afford to falter now." "Understood, Patriarch," the three elders replied in unison. A faint smile played upon Wang Lai's lips, his gaze betraying a hint of inscrutable satisfaction. For Lin Xiao, today brought three jubilant tidings. First, his granddaughter was safe and sound. Second, the Lin family had produced Su Pingyan. Third, Wang Lai had severed his own limb. Thus, throughout his return journey from the Wang family, a smile remained etched on his face. Upon reaching home, he immediately summoned Su Pingyan to the main hall. Lin Xiao, seated in the Master S position, looked at Su Pingyan with a beaming expression, clearly pleased. "Pingyan, from which place do you hail?" "Patriarch, I am from Taoxi village." Su Pingyan slightly bowed and inquired, "Toxic village?" Lin Xiao, upon hearing this, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that such an exceptionally gifted youth would hail from a humble mountain village. This revelation piqued his curiosity regarding Su Pingyan's profound cultivation even further. Thus, he ventured to ask, "Whom did you study under?" After all, it was evident to him that someone as young as Su Pingyan, possessing such remarkable prowess, must have been a disciple of a renowned master. Su Pingyan naturally maintained his usual demeanor, spouting a series of nonsensical words with impeccable composure. In response, Lin Xiao merely furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment, refraining from further inquiries. Then, with a cheerful tone, he remarked, "Pingyan, you have rendered tremendous service to the Lin family on this occasion. The family shall reward you generously. Henceforth, you shall be regarded as a core member of the Lin clan." "Thank you, Patriarch." Su Pingyan expressed his gratitude with a calm heart, for this was a promise previously made to him by Lin Qingqing. Moreover, considering the monumental achievements he had accomplished, it would indeed be questionable if he were not elevated to the status of a core disciple. Beside him, Lin Qingqing gazed at Su Pingyan, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a delightful smile. Soon after, Lin Xiao continued, "Furthermore, you may choose any treasure of heaven and earth from the Lin family's treasury." Upon hearing the news, Su Pingyan was instantly filled with joy. To select any one treasure from the vast array of celestial materials and earthly gems is indeed splendid. It is worth noting that although the Lin family's treasure vault may not boast the same abundance of rare items as the Qijin Pavilion, it undoubtedly harbors exquisite treasures. Choosing a gem of a higher grade to cultivate within the spiritual field would surely be a delightful endeavor. "Thank you, esteemed head of the family." Su Pingyan expressed his heartfelt gratitude once more. This time, his thanks were sincere and genuine. Lin Xiao stroked his beard and nodded, a smile gracing his face, before adding, "Finally, I, as the head of the family, can grant you one request. As long as it is reasonable and within my capabilities, it shall be fulfilled." Upon hearing this, Su Pingyan couldn't help but smile inwardly, and then said, "Master of the house, I must confess, I do have a request to make." "Oh, do tell." Lin Xiao inquired with a smile, seemingly quite intrigued by Su Pingyan's request. Su Pingyan bowed deeply and said, "I wish to take Elder Feng as my master. I kindly request the head of the family to assist me." Upon hearing these words, Lin Xiao and Lin Qingqing were both taken aback, particularly Lin Qingqing, who had not anticipated that Su Pingyan's earlier request for her to introduce him to a mentor was, in fact, a plea to become a disciple. This meant he would become my junior brother. The thought made Lin Qingqing's heart flutter with a secret smile. In truth, from the very first day he entered the Lin family, Su Pingyan had harbored this intention. He understood that pursuing the path of cultivation could not solely rely on personal exploration. Not only would it consume excessive time and effort, but it could also lead to misguided ventures. Much like himself, who had cultivated various plants, many of which he could not identify, he was utterly ignorant of realms and other such matters. His current level of cultivation was entirely dependent on the heavens' favor and his own reckless determination. While this approach might yield short-term results, it was decidedly unwise and potentially perilous in the long run. Thus, he found himself in dire need of a guide in the realm of cultivation. To him, Feng Xian was the most suitable candidate. Initially, he had planned to advance step by step, first becoming a core disciple before seeking an opportunity to engage with Feng Xian. However, he did not anticipate such a swift opportunity arising. Previously, during their time in the Wanao mountain range, he had sought Lin Qingqing's assistance for an introduction, with the intention of taking Feng Xian as his master. Yet, Lin Qingqing's influence was evidently lesser than that of Lin Xiao. Having Lin Xiao as a referrer would undoubtedly enhance his chances of success. Chapter 32, The Flowing Cloud Pendant, a damaged yellow-ranked magical artifact, however. Lin Xiao then wore an expression of difficulty, saying, "This." Upon witnessing this, Su Pingyan felt a heaviness in his heart and cautiously inquired, "Master of the house, have my request been excessive?" Lin Xiao responded with a smile, raising his hand in a gesture of dismissal. "Not at all," he said. "However, Elder Feng, esteemed as the chief devotee of the Lin family, decides whether to accept disciples solely at his own discretion. Even I, as the head of the household, possess no authority to intervene. Moreover, when Elder Feng took Qingqing as his disciple, he made it clear that she is his sole protégée. Therefore, I fear I cannot assist you in this matter." Upon hearing this, Su Pingyan could not help but furrow his brow deeply. He had indeed contemplated the challenges of taking Feng Xian as his mentor, for it was evident that, as a cultivator, Feng Xian would have exceedingly high standards for accepting disciples. Su Pingyan had mentally prepared himself for this reality. However, he was taken aback to learn that Feng Xian had explicitly stated that Lin Qingqing was his sole disciple. Given this situation, compelling him to alter his decision would likely prove quite difficult. At this moment, Lin Xiao spoke up. "How about this? Once old Feng emerges from seclusion, I shall accompany you to meet him and speak well of you. As for whether you can succeed, that will depend on your own capabilities." Su Pingyan felt that, at this juncture, there was no alternative but to accept the situation. Thus, he concealed the disappointment etched upon his face and respectfully bowed to Lin Xiao, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, clan leader." Lin Xiao nodded in acknowledgement and then directed Lin Qingqing, who stood nearby. "Qingqing, please accompany Pingyan to the treasure vault to select some treasures." As he spoke, he handed her a token. Lin Qingqing took the token and replied softly, "Yes, grandfather." Su Pingyan expressed his gratitude to Lin Xiao once more and then followed Lin Qingqing towards the treasure pavilion. Along the way, noticing Su Pingyan's silence and contemplative demeanor, Lin Qingqing understood that he was pondering the matter of apprenticeship. She reassured him, saying, "Rest assured, when we meet Master, I shall also intercede on your behalf. Moreover, you are remarkably young yet possess such profound cultivation. Master has always cherished talent, and I believe he will make an exception for you." With Lin Qingqing's comforting words, Su Pingyan felt a sense of relief and smiled. "Then I am most grateful to you, senior sister." Lin Qingqing shot him a playful glance. "You are already calling me senior sister before you have even entered the door. You certainly have a sweet tongue." Su Pingyan chuckled softly. With the senior sister taking the lead, it's merely a matter of time. After a brief pause, he shifted the subject. "By the way, senior sister, what hobbies does our esteemed master indulge in?" "Hobbies?" Lin Qingqing feigned deep contemplation before replying. "Does drinking count?" "Of course." Su Pingyan immediately nodded. He was acutely aware that merely relying on Lin Xiao and Lin Qingqing to speak favorably on his behalf would not suffice to persuade Feng Xian to alter his decision and accept him as a disciple. As for himself, he was not endowed with extraordinary talents. On the contrary, his innate abilities were rather lacking. Otherwise, the immortal practitioner he had first encountered would have already taken him under his wing. Given this reality, he could only resort to some subtle stratagems. The first approach that Su Pingyan contemplated was to cater to Feng Xian's preferences. Perhaps, in a moment of delight, Feng might even take him on as a disciple. "Is there anything else?" Su Pingyan inquired again. Lin Qingqing pondered for a moment, then gently shook her head and replied, "Aside from cultivation and indulging in wine, my master has no other particular hobbies." "Is that so?" Su Pingyan nodded, silently resolving to devote effort to mastering the art of wine. He then expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, senior sister." Su Pingyan followed Lin Qingqing through the winding corridors of the Lin residence, navigating past several rockeries and flowing waters, until he finally arrived at the entrance of an ancient and solemn pavilion. The structure towered majestically, its eaves elegantly curving upwards. And amidst the intricately carved beams and painted columns, a sense of the passage of time lingered. On the plaque, The three gilded characters' treasure pavilion were inscribed with vigorous strokes, radiating a brilliant luster. This was indeed the Lin family's treasure pavilion, a realm strictly forbidden to all but the grandfather and the clan elders. As Lin Qingqing spoke, she inserted the token that Lin Xiao had previously given her into a slot on the door. Immediately, with a soft click, the heavy wooden door slowly creaked open, revealing a deep, shadowy passageway. "Let us go," Lin Qingqing said, stepping forward first. Su Pingyan nodded and proceeded to follow. The moment he stepped through the door, he was greeted by a surge of rich spiritual energy. The room was bathed in soft light, with luminous pearls embedded in the walls, illuminating the entire space. Shelves were adorned with an array of treasures, including sharp weapons, lustrous jade stones, and various peculiar artifacts, each exuding a distinctive aura. These were the heirlooms collected by the Lin family over generations. Some had been passed down from ancestors, while others had been acquired through the fortunate encounters of descendants. As they walked, Lin Qingqing provided explanations. Suddenly, Su Pingyan's gaze fell upon a long sword, which seemed to shimmer with a cold light, as if ready to slice through the air at any moment. This sword, it was said, belonged to a qi condensation cultivator a century ago, possessing unparalleled sharpness, with its sword aura still undiminished. After Lin Qingqing finished her description, Su Pingyan nodded, secretly marveling at the craftsmanship. However, he held little interest in swords. Moreover, should he choose a sword, he would need to complement it with a corresponding cultivation technique. Currently, Su Pingyan was engrossed in practicing the Great Zhou body refining technique and the ever-changing dragon, leaving him no time to pursue other methods. Hence, he merely glanced at it before continuing onward. It must be said that the treasures within the Lin family's vault were indeed plentiful. Overwhelmed by the dazzling array of options, Su Pingyan found himself at a loss for what to select. Initially, he had intended to choose a magical artifact or a medicinal pill. Yet, after examining various items, nothing seemed particularly suitable. Resigned, he continued to browse aimlessly. Lin Qingqing refrained from interrupting him, only offering brief introductions when he showed interest in an item, facilitating his understanding. After perusing several shelves, Su Pingyan still had not found anything that truly satisfied him. Just as he contemplated selecting the highest-grade item available to take back to plan in the spiritual field, his gaze landed on a crystalline jade pendant adorned with cloud patterns. Su Pingyan stepped forward and gently lifted the jade pendant, scrutinizing it with great attention. This pendant exuded a luminous sheen, its surface subtly shimmering with an ethereal light, almost as if it possessed life, quivering ever so slightly. Upon closer inspection, the cloud patterns etched upon the jade resembled ancient runes, emanating an aura that was both archaic and enigmatic. As he held it, he felt a gentle flow of spiritual energy gradually entering his body, bestowing upon him a profound sense of tranquility amidst the vastness of the cosmos. However, the sole flaw in its beauty was a crack that marred the surface of the pendant. At that moment, Lin Qingqing's voice broke the silence. This pendant, known as the Flowing Cloud Pendant, is originally a third-tier yellow-grade magical artifact. Wearing it can nourish the meridians and stabilize the mind. Most notably, it can release a protective spiritual light in times of peril, shielding against some attacks, making it a rare and invaluable life-preserving item. Upon hearing the words life-preserving, Su Pingyan's interest was piqued. After all, what could be more precious than life itself? Yet, Lin Qingqing continued, unfortunately, decades ago, a senior member of the Lin family once saved a life with this pendant. Ever since, it has developed a crack, and over time, the spiritual energy within has nearly been depleted. Now, this flowing cloud pendant can hardly be considered a yellow-grade artifact. With a gentle sigh, Lin Qingqing expressed her evident regret over the pendant's condition. However, Su Pingyan felt a surge of delight within. With his spiritual field at his disposal, he could cultivate celestial items from mundane objects, let alone a damaged celestial artifact. Furthermore, this flowing cloud pendant held a respectable grade. As a third-tier yellow-grade item, if he were to cultivate it within his spiritual field, it would likely yield a more potent black-grade artifact. In that case, its life-preserving capabilities would be greatly enhanced, not to mention its benefits in nourishing the meridians and stabilizing the mind. With these thoughts in mind, Su Pingyan promptly declared, "This one will do." Lin Qingqing, upon hearing this, widened her eyes in astonishment, staring incredulously at Su Pingyan. Clearly, she had not anticipated that after much deliberation, Su Pingyan would choose a flawed item. "Are you certain you wish to select it?" Lin Qingqing asked, her disbelief evident. Su Pingyan nodded with a smile, affirming his decision. "Are you not going to consider other options?" Lin Qingqing could not help but urge. However, Su Pingyan was resolute. "No need, this one will suffice." With that, he turned and exited the treasure chamber. Lin Qingqing, witnessing this, wore a look of helplessness. She could not fathom Su Ping'an's reasoning. With so many exquisite items available, why would he choose a jade pendant that had already lost much of its spiritual essence? Although the flowing cloud pendant still possessed some defensive capabilities, they were likely minimal. Moreover, it was feared that after just 1 or 2 more uses, it would shatter completely. Initially, she intended to persuade Su Ping'an to reconsider. Yet, at that moment, he had already walked a considerable distance away. Lin Qingqing could only sigh and let him be. As Su Ping'an stepped out of the treasure chamber, he planted the flowing cloud pendant into his spiritual field. Having officially ascended to the status of a core disciple, he no longer resided in the front courtyard, but instead occupied a side room in the main courtyard's west wing. As a core disciple, his treatment had certainly improved significantly compared to that of outer disciples. Not only did he have a room to himself, but the decor was also particularly exquisite. That night, lying on the soft bed, Su Ping'an enjoyed a particularly comfortable sleep. The following morning, upon waking, he checked the spiritual field in his palm. The flowing cloud pendant he had planted the previous day had already begun to sprout leaves. In that moment, he could not help but feel a vague anticipation for the harvest to come. After donning the attire of a core disciple from the Lin family, Su Ping'an prepared to head to the Rare Treasures Pavilion. However, to exit, he needed to traverse the training grounds of the main courtyard. At that moment, dozens of core disciples were engaged in their training on the martial arts field. As Su Ping'an stepped inside, he was greeted by an exuberant voice exclaiming, "Brother Ping'an." The address caught him off guard. Following the sound, he spotted a spirited youth, appearing around 13 or 14 years of age, with a round face and lively demeanor, enthusiastically waving at him. It was none other than Lin Qingyu, whom he had previously encountered in the Wanyao mountain range. "Brother Ping'an, you finally arrived. We have been waiting for you for quite some time," Lin Qingyu exclaimed as he rushed over, brimming with excitement. Su Ping'an heard the voice and was momentarily taken aback. "Wait for me? Wait for me to do what?" "To cultivate together." With that, he unceremoniously took Su Ping'an by the hand and led him into the arena. Su Ping'an found himself in a perplexing situation, torn between laughter and tears. He hurriedly remarked, "Well, young master," however, before he could finish, Lin Qingyu interjected, "Oh, please do not call me young master. Simply refer to me as Qingyu, Ping'an Ge." Su Ping'an smiled faintly. "Very well." He then continued, "Qingyu, the truth is, I did not come here to, however." Before he could finish his sentence, a throng of core disciples surrounded him, each face adorned with expressions of adoration. Although merely a day had passed, Su Ping'an's valiant deeds in the myriad demon mountain had already spread throughout the Lin family. Fearless of the Huang-grade demon beast, the flame feather sparrow, he single-handedly rescued the esteemed Miss Lin Qingqing, as well as the adopted son of the town master, Lu Changfeng, Xiaomohan. In the cherished Lu Linglong, he traversed walls and rooftops with the grace of a dancer, his footwork swift as lightning, earning the unabashed admiration of even the family head. Such a remarkable individual had previously been just an ordinary outsider within the Lin family, which imbued Su Ping'an with an air of mystery. Consequently, the crowd naturally exhibited a profound interest in him. Among them, several disciples of the Lin family, roughly the same age as Lin Qingyu, affectionately referred to him as Brother Ping'an. The others eagerly surrounded him, bombarding him with questions, and some even besieged him to impart his swift techniques. Su Ping'an wore a wry smile, uncertain about how to respond, when an untimely voice scoffed, "They're merely trivial pursuits. What is there to learn?" As the words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, who then turned their gaze towards the source of the remark. Su Ping'an also turned to gaze at the speaker in the distance. Upon recognizing the individual, he couldn't help but feel a moment of astonishment, and then exclaimed, "You are still alive?" The person in question was none other than Bai Shan. Su Ping'an initially believed that Bai Shan had perished in the 10,000 Demon Mountains. To his astonishment, this fellow proved to be quite resilient, having survived against all odds. "What did you say?" Bai Shan retorted in fury. Su Ping'an smiled faintly and replied, "It is nothing. I merely find it quite astonishing." Upon seeing Su Ping'an, Bai Shan felt an inexplicable surge of anger within him, especially at the sight of his expression, which clearly indicated that he regarded Bai Shan with utter disdain. This perception provoked Bai Shan's sense of authority as a senior core member of the Lin family. With a furious glare fixed on Su Ping'an, he declared, "Su Ping'an, do not presume that you can look down upon everything simply because you fortuitously saved the young lady and earned some merit. Let me make it clear, within the Lin family, everything is determined by cultivation and strength, not by some trivial footwork." After his words hung in the air, a profound silence ensued. Just as Bai Shan believed that he had rendered Su Ping'an speechless, he secretly felt a sense of disdain in his heart. Su Pingyan unexpectedly smiled. "What are you laughing at?" Bai Shan coldly inquired. "I laugh at this world, which is indeed unjust." Su Pingyan's words left everyone in a state of confusion. Bai Shan, furrowing his brow, gazed at Su Pingyan with a look of complete bewilderment and asked, "What do you mean?" Su Pingyan chuckled softly, then spoke with a languid tone. "On that fateful day atop Mount Wanyao, as the Lord's Manor and the Wang family engaged in fierce conflict, our Lin family could have remained unscathed, reaping the benefits of other strife. Yet, your insatiable thirst for glory led you to recklessly seize the Crimson Essence fruit. An act of utter folly that rendered our Lin family a target for all. Reluctantly, we were drawn into the fray, while your life dangled by a thread. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the young lady, you would have been reduced to mere fragments. Those Lin family members who suffered due to your actions met a tragic end on Mount Wanyao, and you, this imbecilic wretch, exhibit not a shred of remorse. Instead, standing here to boast and flaunt your prowess. Is this not a testament to the inequity of the world?" Su Pingyan's words were delivered in an exceptionally calm tone, devoid of any fluctuations or impassioned fervor. Yet, they struck like thunder from the heavens, reverberating through the assembly and leaving everyone momentarily stunned. It is crucial to note that among those present, only a select few had experienced the battle at Mount Wanyao and were privy to the underlying truths. However, due to Bai Shan's eminent cultivation, formidable strength, and extensive experience, the others remained reticent, never uttering a word about the matter. Now, with Su Pingyan laying bare the events of that day, the assembly was enlightened to the reality of the situation. It became evident that Bai Shan was indeed the principal architect of the turmoil. In an instant, all eyes turned toward Bai Shan with a mixture of incredulity and reproach. At that moment, Bai Shan clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed intently on Su Pingyan, his countenance dark and foreboding, a visage that was truly fearsome. Su Pingyan responded with a calm smile. "Am I wrong? You seek death." Bai Shan could no longer contain his rage and roared, throwing a powerful punch at Su Pingyan. Bai Shan had reached the pinnacle of the 7th level of body refinement, a remarkable achievement among the core disciples of the Lin family. However, for Su Pingyan, who had already ascended to the 8th level of body refinement, it was hardly a challenge. Moreover, Su Pingyan practiced spirit energy body refinement, making him inherently stronger than an ordinary Bai Shan. Thus, facing Bai Shan's sudden strike, Su Pingyan felt no need to employ his evasive dragon steps. Instead, he was curious to test the extent of his own strength. He took a stride forward, unleashing a powerful punch to meet Bai Shan's blow head-on. At the moment their fists were about to collide, Bai Shan felt an overwhelming force emanating from Su Pingyan's fist. Fear coursed through him, and he realized too late the danger he was in. With a thunderous impact, their fists clashed, producing a deep, resonant sound, accompanied by the sickening crack of shattered bones. Following a pain scream, Bai Shan, like a kite with its string cut, spewed blood and was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. In an instant, silence enveloped the arena, the sound of a pin dropping palpable in the stillness. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene before them, their faces etched with shock. They had assumed Su Pingyan merely possessed a unique footwork technique, underestimating his cultivation and strength. To their astonishment, he had faced Bai Shan's full-force attack without flinching, delivering a punch that left Bai Shan in such a dire state. It was important to note that Bai Shan was a martial artist at the pinnacle of the 7th level of body refinement. This revelation implied that Su Pingyan's cultivation surpassed Bai Shan's. At that moment, Bai Shan struggled to rise, his right arm mangled, for fingers broken, and his forearm twisted grotesquely, blood dripping relentlessly onto the ground. "How can this be? You cannot be this strong." Bai Shan gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with shock and resentment. After all, he had witnessed Su Pingyan's prowess in the 10,000 Demon Mountains and had estimated Su Pingyan's cultivation to be at most the 6th level of body refinement. What he failed to realize was that Su Pingyan had only utilized 50% of his strength back then. Furthermore, he was unaware that, after consuming a 2nd-tier spirit fruit, Su Pingyan's cultivation had surged to the 8th level of body refinement, surpassing him in both cultivation and power. The advantage of spirit energy body refinement completely overwhelmed that of ordinary body refinement. With such a vast disparity, how could Bai Shan hope to challenge him? In response to Bai Shan's disbelief, Su Pingyan smiled faintly and remarked, "It is truly pitiful that after so many years in the martial path, you remain oblivious to the fact that there are always greater talents beyond your own." Enraged, Bai Shan spat another mouthful of blood, his complexion paling drastically. "I have no intention of competing with you, nor do I hold you in contempt. I hope you take this as a warning and act accordingly. If you dare provoke me again, I will not show mercy next time." Having spoken, Su Pingyan turned and departed with an air of nonchalance. It must be said that his final words were, indeed, a dagger to the heart. Bai Shan, upon hearing this remark, was so taken aback that he lost his breath and fainted on the spot. Originally, Su Pingyan had no intention of resorting to violence, as he had pressing matters to attend to. However, Bai Shan, having inexplicably mocked him, was incited to wrath and took action after being chastened by Su's words. Su Pingyan has always been a person who believes in settling scores. If vengeance can be exacted, it will be done immediately, without delay. If it cannot, he will bide his time for a future opportunity. In any case, retribution is imperative. If blame is to be placed, it should fall solely on Bai Shan, who, in his ignorance and audacity, chose to provoke Su Pingyan. Regarding the Lin family's prohibition against private duels, Su Pingyan paid it little mind at the time. After all, it was Bai Shan who initiated the conflict. He merely responded in kind. If accountability were to be assigned, Bai Shan would bear the brunt of it. Furthermore, Su Pingyan is currently a favored individual within the Lin family, and Lin Xiao would be more inclined to win him over than to punish him for such a trivial matter. Thus, Su Pingyan remained unconcerned, departing from the Lin residence and seeking out a deserted alley. After donning a disguise, he made his way to the Qijin pavilion. Meanwhile, within the Qijin pavilion, Xin Liang wore a troubled expression. It was not that he had failed to find the Huang Pin Ling Pan. In fact, he had discovered not one, but two. This discovery had bolstered his confidence. However, as 3 days had elapsed, Su Pingyan had yet to arrive as anticipated, and Xin Liang's heart sank. Observing his master in a state of agitation, Ziwu could no longer contain her anxiety and suggested, "Master, shall I send someone to the town to inquire about the whereabouts of the old gentleman?" Xin Liang hesitated momentarily, but then waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Never mind. The old gentleman may have been delayed by some pressing matter. Let us wait a little longer." His words seemed to serve as a comfort to Ziwu, but more so to himself. If the old gentleman was merely held up by some circumstance, that would be acceptable. What he truly feared was that Su Pingyan might choose to abandon the matter entirely. In such a case, Xin Liang's life would be forfeit. Just as Xin Liang was lost in his thoughts, Wei Ming burst in with exuberance, exclaiming, "Pavilion master, the old gentleman has arrived." Upon hearing this, Xin Liang's heart soared with joy, and he exclaimed, "Quickly, please welcome him." Before Xin Liang's words had fully escaped his lips, Su Pingyan, disguised as an elderly man, entered leisurely and greeted, "Pavilion master Xin, I trust you have been well?" The sight of Su Pingyan eased Xin Liang's anxious heart, and he hurried forward, saying, I am well. Old gentleman, you have finally come." Su Pingyan chuckled and jested, "What is the matter? Are you feeling anxious, Master Xin?" "Oh dear. Esteemed sir, my life hangs by a thread. How could I possibly remain calm?" In the presence of Su Pingyan, Xin Liang paid no heed to propriety. Su Pingyan smiled knowingly and remarked, "Master Xin, there is no need for alarm. Have you managed to procure the Huampin spirit plates?" Upon hearing Su Pingyan's inquiry, Xin Liang swiftly nodded and replied, Indeed. This time, I have successfully acquired 2 Huampin spirit plates." As he spoke, he gestured, "Please, esteemed elder." Subsequently, the two took their seats. Then, one could see Xin Liang retrieving 2 spirit plates from his cosmic bag, placing them before Su Pingyan. The 2 plates were of similar size, though their shapes differed slightly, yet the distinction was negligible. As for their ranks, one was a Huampin 2nd tier, while the other was a Huampin 3rd tier. Su Pingyan picked up the items one by one, feigning a meticulous examination. Xin Liang, on the other hand, felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Su Pingyan might express discontent regarding the 2 spiritual discs. After all, such discs were notoriously elusive, and with the deadline of 10 days fast approaching, a further search could prove perilously inadequate. Fortunately, after scrutinizing the discs, Su Pingyan nodded slightly and remarked, "Not bad." At the sound of his approval, Xin Liang exhaled in relief, expressing, "In that case, I kindly implore you, esteemed sir, to commence the refining process without delay." However, Su Pingyan, with a smile, waved his hand dismissively and replied, "No rush. Let this old man first finish his cup of tea." With that, he turned his gaze toward Ziwi, who was preparing tea for the 2 of them. Ziwi was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised that the esteemed elder's priority lay with the tea. Yet, she quickly regained her composure and bowed slightly to Su Pingyan, saying, "Yes, esteemed sir." At this moment, Xin Liang recognized his own impatience and promptly cupped his hands in apology, stating, "I beg your pardon for my rudeness, and I hope you will not take offense." "Esteemed sir." Su Pingyan smiled gently and replied, "It is of no consequence." Soon, Ziwu had brewed the tea and poured a cup for Su Pingyan, saying, "Esteemed sir." "Please." Su Ping'an responded softly, then gently lifted the teacup. During his previous visit when he drank tea here, he lacked the serene state of mind he possessed now, resulting in a hasty sip. Presently, with a relaxed demeanor, he meticulously observed the cup of tea in his hands. The tea liquor was as clear as amber, subtly shimmering with golden edges, while wisps of steam rose, carrying a faint, delicate fragrance. He brought the cup to his nose, taking a gentle whiff, and found the aroma reminiscent of morning mist in the mountains, crisp yet imbued with a hint of sweetness, as if it could penetrate the depths of his being, cleansing his spirit. He then placed the cup to his lips and took a small sip. Instantly, a warm, sweet essence filled his mouth, gently gliding down his throat. The fragrance lingered in his palate, transporting him to a realm of ethereal peaks shrouded in mist, instilling a profound tranquility within him. "What an exquisite tea!" he exclaimed, the words escaping him involuntarily, starkly contrasting his previous pretense of understanding. He then heard Shen Liang chuckle and say, "Esteemed sir, this tea is known as Qianghua, a fourth-grade spiritual tea. It is said to calm the mind and nourish the body. If you find it to your liking, why not take some home?" Upon hearing the voice, Su Ping'an was secretly startled, pondering to himself, so it is the spiritual tea. No wonder it is so delightful. Although he held a fondness for this tea, he knew that he would not be able to brew it upon returning. Furthermore, he considered the act of brewing and savoring tea to be a frivolous expenditure of time. Instead of engaging in such pastimes, he preferred to devote that time to his cultivation. Therefore, he graciously declined, saying, "It is best to forego it, if I desire to enjoy it. I shall come here to savor the tea brewed by the enchanting Miss Ziwu." Upon hearing this, Ziwu responded with a radiant smile. "Ziwu is always at your service, dear sir." Su Ping'an nodded thoughtfully, suddenly recalling an important matter. Since this rare treasures pavilion boasts spiritual tea, it stands to reason that it should also offer spiritual wine. Does it not? With this thought in mind, he turned to inquire of Master Shen. "Master Shen, might I ask if your esteemed rare treasures pavilion possesses any spiritual wine?" Shen Liang was momentarily taken aback, perplexed as to how this venerable gentleman had transitioned from discussing tea to wine. Nevertheless, he promptly responded with sincerity, "Indeed, we do have it. Do you have a fondness for spiritual wine, esteemed sir?" Su Ping'an did not respond but continued to inquire, "What about the grades?" "Everything is available, from ordinary grade 1 to ordinary grade 5, Shen Liang replied. However, Su Ping'an furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "Only ordinary grades? Are there no yellow grades?" Shen Liang shook his head and said, "Sir, very few people brew wine of yellow grade or above." "Oh, and what is the reason for that?" Su Ping'an expressed his confusion. Shen Liang, slightly taken aback by Su Ping'an's lack of knowledge regarding such common sense, did not dwell on it for long. He then proceeded to explain, among the myriad arts of cultivation, skills like tea-making and wine brewing are considered minor crafts, due to their time-consuming and labor-intensive nature. Coupled with their limited efficacy in enhancing one's cultivation, these beverages fetch low prices in comparison to the esteemed crafts of alchemy and artifact forging. Consequently, few individuals immerse themselves in these arts, resulting in a market dominated by ordinary products, with rare occurrences of superior quality. Upon hearing Shen Liang's words, Su Ping'an finally grasped the concept. Reflecting on it, he recognized the truth in Shen Liang's observations. While spiritual tea and spiritual wine do contain a trace of spiritual energy, their potency pales in comparison to that of elixirs, rendering their value negligible. The disparity in pricing is indeed vast. In essence, the craft of tea-making and wine brewing is a laborious endeavor with little reward, which naturally deters anyone from dedicating time to its study. Nevertheless, ordinary products are simply that. And he had his own spiritual fields. With that thought in mind, Su Ping'an remarked, "If Master Shen is willing, perhaps you could bestow upon this old man some spiritual wine?" Shen Liang was taken aback by Su Ping'an's request for spiritual wine. After all, it was not something that could be obtained in abundance. Without hesitation, Shen Liang readily agreed, saying, of course, old sir, take as much as you require." After all, Su Ping'an's willingness to assist him was a tremendous favor. For this reason alone, even if Su Ping'an were to ask for the most valuable treasures from the Rare Treasures Pavilion, Shen Liang would not bat an eye. Su Ping'an indulged in 2 more cups of tea before departing from the Qijin Pavilion. Naturally, he took with him 10 jars of a 5th-grade spiritual wine known as Jiostin Yang. The reason behind his acquisition of such an abundance of spiritual wine was, of course, to present it as an offering to a potential mentor. Although he was uncertain of its efficacy, he could conceive of no better alternative, and thus decided to give it a try. After donning the attire of a core disciple from the Lin family in a narrow alley, Su Ping'an made his way back to the Lin residence. Now, he had his own room, providing him the perfect sanctuary to cultivate the Great Zhou celestial body refinement technique, eliminating the need to trek to the small hillside in the eastern town, while he could practice the Great Zhou technique within his room. The Yulong Qianhuan technique was not as feasible. The confines of the room were simply too limited for such expansive movements. However, for the time being, he need not concern himself with practicing Yulong Qianhuan, as he had already fully grasped the first volume, Yulong Bu. Prior to his expedition to the Wanyao mountain range, he had become quite adept at it, being merely a step away from complete mastery. Subsequently, after a series of battles atop the Wanyao mountain and consuming a second-tier spiritual fruit of exceptional quality, he also saved Lin Xingxing and her companions. This series of experiences inadvertently helped him break through his limitations, allowing him to fully comprehend the ultimate realm of Yulong Bu, known as the 9 transformations. As for the second volume, Yulong Shin, it required one to reach the qi condensation stage before it could be cultivated. At present, Su Pingyan had just advanced to the 8th level of body refinement, far from the qi condensation stage. Even if he wished to practice, he would be unable to do so. Therefore, he resolved to return to his room and continue refining his skills in the Great Zhou technique, striving to elevate his cultivation before the trials set by Feng Xian. This would undoubtedly enhance his chances of successfully finding a mentor. Before long, Su Pingyan arrived back at the Lin residence. From a distance, he spotted a familiar figure standing at the entrance, a person he recognized as Tian Yi, the steward who had once accepted a gold ingot from him and facilitated his entry into the Lin family. At that moment, Tian Yi appeared anxious, glancing around as if awaiting someone. With a smile, Su Pingyan approached, and before he could draw near, he clasped his hands towards Tian Yi and said, "Manager Tian, it has been quite some time." Although he was now a core member of the Lin family and a favored individual in front of the family head, Lin Xiao, his status had dramatically transformed, rendering such formalities unnecessary. In fact, it was Tian Yi who should have taken the initiative to pay his respects. Nevertheless, Su Pingyan still bestowed upon his esteemed benefactor the respect he deserved. Upon seeing Su Pingyan, Tian Yi's eyes gleamed with delight, and he hurriedly stepped forward, exclaiming, "Ah, my young master Su, you have finally returned." Upon hearing the voice, Su Pingyan couldn't help but be taken aback. From the tone, it seemed that Tian Yi was indeed waiting for him. Therefore, Su Pingyan inquired, "Manager Tian, were you specifically waiting for me here?" "Indeed," Tian Yi responded eagerly. This revelation left Su Pingyan even more astonished. Just as he was about to seek clarification, he heard Tian Yi say, "Young Master Su, someone is looking for you." "Looking for me? Who?" Su Pingyan wore a perplexed expression. "He mentioned that it was a friend of yours from Taoshi village who had been waiting for you since early morning." Upon hearing the voice, Su Pingyan's heart jolted with sudden trepidation, prompting him to inquire urgently, "Where is it?" "It is in the front hall." Before Tian Yi could finish his words, Su Pingyan hastened towards the front hall. At that moment, an ominous premonition began to stir within him. Could it be that something has befallen my mother? In recent months, he had been engrossed in his cultivation and had not returned home. In this instant, he could not help but feel a pang of regret, fervently praying that nothing had happened to his mother, while swiftly making his way to the front hall. Su Pingyan entered the hall and, upon closer inspection, noticed 2 individuals seated within. To his astonishment, they were none other than Li Daniu and Wang Area. Upon seeing Su Pingyan, Wang Area swiftly rose and rushed towards him, exclaiming in distress, "Brother Pingyan, please save my father." Chapter 35. Resentment and the reluctance to compromise, realizing that nothing dire had befallen his mother. Su Pingyan couldn't help but feel a sense of relief wash over him, yet he was still compelled to inquire urgently, "What has happened to your father?" "He has been taken by the people from Xinglong gambling house," Wang Area replied, her eyes brimming with tears. "What?" Su Pingyan was taken aback and promptly inquired, "What on earth has transpired?" Just then, Li Daniu approached and said, "Brother Pingyan, Arya's father has incurred a debt of 300 taels of silver at the Xinglong gambling house. The people there have stated that if he does not repay it within 3 days, he will." Su Pingyan, filled with indignation, spoke with fervor. Li Daniu nodded slightly, murmuring, "Arya had no other choice but to seek you out. I couldn't bear to let her come alone, so I accompanied her. Brother Pingyan, could you please save Arya's father?" Upon noticing the troubled expression on Su Pingyan's face, Wang Arya mistakenly believed he was unwilling to help, and her distress escalated to tears. "Brother Pingyan, I implore you, please save my father. I beg you." Of course, Su Pingyan was not averse to rescuing Wang Yi. A mere 300 taels of silver was insignificant to him, hardly worth mentioning. What infuriated him was that Wang Yi, who had clearly promised him not to gamble again, had once more succumbed to his vices. Su Ping'an was filled with frustration at the lack of resolve displayed by others, witnessing Wang Area weep inconsolably. Her tears cascading like rain-soaked petals, he could not bear the sight and gently reassured her, "Do not weep any longer, Area. I shall make my way to the Xinglong gambling house at once." Upon hearing this, Wang Area felt a glimmer of hope and eagerly replied, "Brother Ping'an, I shall accompany you." However, Su Ping'an waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for that. It would be inconvenient with too many people. Moreover, your presence would not be of assistance. Remain here with the Nyo and await my return." To further ease her worries, he added, "Rest assured, I will certainly bring your father back." Having trusted Su Ping'an implicitly throughout her life, Wang Area nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Su Ping'an turned to Li Denyo and instructed, "Take good care of Area." "I understand, Brother Ping'an. Please be cautious," Li Denyo replied. After a nod of acknowledgement from Su Ping'an, he turned and departed. As he ventured a short distance, he fortuitously encountered Tian Yi. Thus, Su Ping'an addressed him, "Manager Tian, I would like to trouble you with a matter." "Not at all, young Master Su. Please feel free to speak of any concern," Tian Yi responded promptly, bowing respectfully, his demeanor imbued with utmost reverence. Su Ping'an did not mince words and stated plainly, "I wish to borrow 2 servants to accompany me on an outing." "Ah, certainly," Tian Yi replied, initially anticipating a matter of great significance. Upon realizing it was merely a request for 2 servants, he promptly consented. Subsequently, Tian Yi summoned 2 servants, instructing them to follow Su Ping'an and heed his every command. Presently, Su Ping'an held considerable prominence within the Lin family, although they had not previously met. The 2 servants, upon learning that the person before them was the legendary Su Ping'an, were instantly filled with profound respect. They felt that serving him was an immense honor and repeatedly nodded in agreement. "Thank you, Manager Tian," Su Ping'an spoke, and with a flick of his hand, 2 gleaming gold ingots appeared in his palm. "Manager Tian, this is but a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it." However, Tian Yi's face was a picture of panic as he repeatedly shook his head, exclaiming, "No, no, Master Su, this cannot be accepted." Tian Yi's demeanor was not feigned. He was genuinely terrified. What was Su Ping'an's status in the past, and what is his status now? To accept such a gift would indeed be courting disaster. Yet, Su Ping'an was undeterred, insisting on pressing the gold into his hands. "Manager Tian, this is for you to take. If you refuse, it would imply a lack of respect for me, Su Ping'an." Upon hearing Su Ping'an's words, Tian Yi was filled with trepidation and hurriedly explained, "Young Master Su, how could you say such a thing? Even if I were to look down upon anyone, I would never dare to do so towards you. Since you have spoken thus, I shall gratefully accept it." With that, he awkwardly accepted the gold ingot. Upon witnessing this, Su Ping'an smiled, and then recalled Li Daniu in one area. He instructed, "By the way, Manager Tian, I hope you can extend your care to my 2 friends. Rest assured, young Master Su, I shall take good care of your friends." Tian Yi replied, his face beaming with a broad smile as he patted his chest in assurance. Even his manner of address had subtly shifted from the informal "you" to the more respectful "you, sir." Upon witnessing this, Su Ping'an chose not to elaborate further. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Tian Yi before departing with his 2 attendants. As Tian Yi beheld Su Ping'an's retreating figure, a surge of indescribable emotions washed over him. He couldn't help but feel that inviting Su Ping'an into the Lin family might have been the wisest decision he had ever made in his lifetime. Su Ping'an certainly had no need to bestow 2 gold ingots upon Tian Yi. In fact, given his status, he could easily exert his authority over Tian Yi, who would have to bow and scrape in response, too fearful to display even the slightest dissatisfaction. However, Su Ping'an was not the kind of petty individual who turns his back on those who have aided him. In his eyes, Tian Yi had always been a benefactor. Although it was true that Tian Yi initially brought him into the Lin family out of consideration for the gold ingots, had he been resolute in denying Su Ping'an entry that day, Su would have been powerless to change that fate. Moreover, in Su Ping'an's perspective, those 2 mere gold ingots could not only compel Tian Yi to diligently assist him, but also inspire genuine gratitude within him. Why not seize such an opportunity? Before long, Su Ping'an arrived at the Xinglong gambling house, the sole gambling establishment in Qingxia town. The clientele comprised both martial artists and ordinary folk. Nonetheless, regardless of their status, neither group dared to cause a disturbance within the premises, for the proprietor of the Xinglong gambling house was one of the few cultivators in Qingxia town. Su Ping'an, accompanied by 2 attendants, was on the verge of entering the gambling den when the vigilant guards on either side, sensing ill intentions, reached out to obstruct his path. Halt. What is your purpose here? One of the guards inquired sternly. I seek someone, Su replied. Su Ping'an replied nonchalantly, Are you seeking someone? The two guards exchanged glances. And soon after, one of them inquired, Whom do you seek? Su Ping'an, feeling somewhat impatient from the inquiries of the two guards, responded coldly, Enough with the idle chatter. Either allow me to enter or summon your superior. The two guards, sensing Su Ping'an's formidable presence and noticing the character Lin emblazoned on his chest, were immediately taken aback and ceased to act carelessly. Please wait, one of them said before turning to report inside. Coincidentally, Su Ping'an had no intention of entering, so he remained at the entrance. Before long, several individuals emerged. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, followed by a few burly men, including the three he had encountered previously in Tao Creek Village. Beside the man was the guard who had just gone inside to report. The guard's gaze fell upon Su Ping'an as he addressed the man. Sir, this is the one. The man nodded and began to scrutinize Su Ping'an from head to toe. Upon noticing Su Ping'an's attire, particularly the character Lin on his chest, the man's expression subtly shifted. He then clasped his hands in greeting and said, I am Han Ming, the chief steward of Xinglong Gambling House. I have heard that you are here to seek someone. May I inquire who it is? Wang Yi. Su Ping'an spoke lightly. Wang Yi. Han Ming furrowed his brow slightly. Then, a burly man beside him leaned in and whispered something in his ear. Han Ming nodded in understanding and gestured to him. The burly man then exchanged glances with two other men who promptly took their leave. Subsequently, Han Ming inquired of Su Ping'an, How should I address you? Su Ping'an. At the moment he heard this name, Han Ming was momentarily taken aback, feeling an unsettling familiarity, as if he had encountered it before. Upon further reflection, his expression rapidly shifted, and he exclaimed, You are the Su Ping'an? Currently, Su Ping'an's name resonated not only within the Lin family but echoed throughout the entirety of Qingxia Town, known by all and sundry. Although Han Ming was not a cultivator, he was a martial artist, and it was improbable that he had not heard this name. Su Ping'an was not surprised by Han Ming's reaction. Recognizing that the young man before him was the illustrious Su Ping'an, Han Ming's demeanor shifted to one of respect, as he once again clasped his hands in greeting and said, So it is young Master Su. My apologies. Seeing this, Su Ping'an returned the courtesy, saying, Manager Han, you were too gracious. At that moment, two burly men emerged from the gambling den, dragging someone along with them. Upon seeing Su Ping'an, it was none other than Wang Yi. However, at this moment, Wang Yi was far from unscathed. He was severely battered, his face and body smeared with blood, presenting a most disheveled appearance. Upon catching sight of Su Ping'an, Wang Yi's eyes sparkled with hope, as if he had encountered a savior, and he cried out, Ping'an, Ping'an, rescue me, I implore you. Upon seeing Wang Yi, Su Ping'an was once again filled with a sense of exasperation at the futility of his endeavors. However, there was little he could do, for he was, after all, the father of Wang area. Regardless of his frustration, he could not stand idly by in the face of danger. Thus, Su Ping'an addressed Han Ming with urgency, inquiring, How much does he owe you? 300 taels. Han Ming replied with a degree of courtesy. Su Ping'an flipped his palm and retrieved 3 ingots of silver from the concealed bag of the universe. Tossing them to Han Ming caught the ingots and addressed the two burly men, demanding, Will you not release him? The two men promptly relinquished Wang Yi. Finally liberated, Wang Yi hurriedly rushed towards Su Ping'an, exclaiming with excitement, Ping'an. However, Su Ping'an was entirely indifferent to him and handed him over to the two servants behind him. With the matter resolved, Su Ping'an chose not to depart immediately. Instead, he slightly cupped his hands towards Han Ming and said, Manager Han, I have a request. Please, Master Su, speak freely, Han Ming replied, his demeanor cheerful. Su Ping'an continued, I hope Manager Han will no longer permit this individual entry into your esteemed gambling house. Given the circumstances, Su Ping'an had no choice but to leverage his own influence to prevent future troubles. Fortunately, his influence was considerable, and he anticipated that Han Ming would not refuse. Indeed, Han Ming chuckled, It shall be as you wish. Chapter 36. Having resolved this matter, the three returned to Toxic Village. For Han Ming, having Su Ping'an owe him a favor was a boon he could scarcely desire more. Not to mention, given the trivial nature of the request, how could he possibly decline? Thank you. Su Ping'an did not say much more. After expressing his gratitude, he turned and departed. Wang Yi had been quite severely beaten, and fortunately, he was supported by two servants. Otherwise, he feared he might not even be able to walk. However, upon seeing Su Ping'an's grim expression, Coupled with his newfound awareness of Su Ping'an's affiliation with the Lin family, he felt a sense of trepidation towards him. Consequently, as Su Ping'an remained silent, Wang Yi dared not speak either, and could only lower his head and follow behind. Su Ping'an did not escort Wang Yi back to the Lin family, but instead brought him to the Lin family farm. Following the events of the last incident, the farm's laborers were largely familiar with Su Ping'an. Moreover, given his rising fame, who would dare to remain unaware of him? Upon sighting Su Ping'an's arrival, the two gatekeepers immediately became flustered, hastily bowing and exclaiming, "My lord." Su Ping'an paid no heed to the two individuals and strode directly into the farm. Within the farm, the serfs toiled under the relentless sun, their weary bodies burdened by unending labor. The overseers, hands on their hips, flaunted their authority, frequently bellowing harsh reprimands. When they encountered something displeasing to their eyes, they would advance and lash out with their whips mercilessly. The scenes were all too familiar. Observing the battered serfs, their bodies mangled and pleading for mercy, Wang Yi could not help but feel a pang of horror and softly inquired, "Ping'an, what are we doing here?" "You shall understand shortly," came the reply. Su Ping'an spoke softly. From the moment he stepped through the gates of the farm, all the overseers and workers took notice of him, their expression shifting dramatically in an instant. Particularly Zhang Qian, whose face turned ashen with fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. Memories of past torment surged to the forefront of his mind. The last time Su Ping'an visited the farm, he had commanded that Zhang be beaten mercilessly and punished him with a month of starvation. During that month, Zhang had endured a living hell, subsisting only on weeds, tree bark, and dirt to stave off hunger. In retrospect, it felt like a nightmare. He had thought he had finally escaped that ordeal, yet unexpectedly, this harbinger of doom had returned. He was acutely aware that Su Ping'an's status had dramatically ascended since then. He was no longer merely a presence to be feared, but now a core member of the Lin family, held in high regard even by the family head. When Su Ping'an was merely an outsider, his life could be extinguished with the greatest of ease. How much more precarious is his situation now? At this juncture, all he can do is hope that Su Ping'an does not come to torment him. Otherwise, he fears for his very existence. As Zhang Qian was lost in these thoughts, he suddenly heard Su Ping'an call out, "Zhang Qian." The sound sent a shiver down Zhang Qian's spine, and he inwardly lamented his plight. Yet, there was no recourse. Even if Su Ping'an truly sought his life, he could only obediently extend his neck. Subsequently, Zhang Qian hastened to Su Ping'an's presence and knelt, saying, "I, Zhang Qian, humbly greet you, my lord. Rise and speak." Su Ping'an spoke softly. Zhang Qian, initially filled with trepidation, dared not even exhale, fearful of inciting Su Ping'an's ire. However, upon hearing Su Ping'an invite him to rise and speak, he was taken aback, feeling an unexpected relief wash over him. He promptly stood, yet still refrained from raising his gaze or straightening his back, opting instead to remain bowed, awaiting further instructions. Su Ping'an then declared, "His name is Wang Yi, and from this day forth he shall be a serf here, under your management." The moment these words left his lips, both Zhang Qian and Wang Yi were taken aback. Wang Yi, in a state of panic, exclaimed, I don't want to, Ping'an, I refuse to be a serf." Without regard for Su Ping'an's seniority, he immediately knelt before him, pleading, "Ping'an, I implore you. I promise I will never gamble again. I will never gamble again. I refuse to be a serf." Seeing Wang Yi's desperate demeanor, Su Ping'an felt a twinge of sympathy and sighed softly, "Uncle Wang, I, too, wish it were not so. But I must take this course of action for your sake, and for Arya's." This decision was not made lightly. Su Ping'an had pondered it deeply. He understood that merely repaying Wang Yi's debts, as he had done previously, would yield no lasting benefit. Before long, Wang Yi would return to gambling, and his habits would likely worsen. Though he had already instructed Han Ming to prevent Wang Yi from entering the gambling dens, what of the other establishments? In a world so vast, filled with countless gambling houses, if he desired to gamble, he would find a way. Thus, to ensure Wang Yi's complete cessation of gambling, it was imperative to address the issue at its roots. Su Ping'an could not possibly watch over him every day, nor could Wang Yi manage his affairs. Therefore, it was decided to send him directly to the farm, where he would be attended to. Su Ping'an continued, "Uncle Wang, as long as you quit gambling here, I will ensure they allow you to return. I will quit gambling. I am quitting right now. Ping'an, you must believe me. Grant me this one last chance. I truly will not gamble again." Wang Yi stammered, repeatedly assuring Su Ping'an. Having learned from past experiences, Su Ping'an was understandably reluctant to trust his words again. He then turned to Zhang Qian, saying, "I entrust him to you. Manage him as you did me in the past. However, should he falter in any way, I will hold you solely responsible." Yes, my lord," I shall obey. Zhang Qian quickly nodded in agreement, though internally he felt a profound sense of despair. How was he to manage him as he had done with Su Pingyan, ensuring that no mistakes occurred? Yet, he dared not question further. Provoking Su Pingyan could very well cost him his life. After issuing his orders, Su Pingyan chose to ignore Wang Yi's desperate pleas and departed with determination. He recognized that his actions might seem cruel, yet for the sake of a permanent resolution, he felt compelled to proceed without hesitation. Upon returning to the Lin residence, Su Pingyan retrieved 2 ingots of silver and presented them to the 2 servants. Seeing this, the servants immediately became flustered, exclaiming, "We cannot accept this. Take what I offer." "It is rightfully yours," Su Pingyan insisted. Upon hearing this, the 2 exchanged glances before reluctantly accepting, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Su." "Very well. Now return to your duties," he concluded. Su Pingyan waved goodbye to the 2 individuals and then proceeded towards the main hall. Only after Su Pingyan had walked away did the 2 of them breathe a sigh of relief, gazing at the silver ingot in their hands with expressions of delight. They had not anticipated that young Master Su would possess such an affable disposition. Indeed, if the young scions of our household could emulate young Master Su, we would truly be fortunate. Now, let us speak no more and hasten to report back to Manager Tian. Su Pingyan swiftly arrived at the front hall. Li Daniu and Wang Area were still anxiously awaiting. Upon seeing Su Pingyan return, Wang Area hurriedly rose and approached him, inquiring, "Brother Pingyan, you have returned. How did it go? Where is my father?" As she spoke, she glanced outside, but did not see the figure she longed for. At that moment, Li Daniu also approached and asked, "Brother Pingyan, where is Uncle Wang?" Su Pingyan glanced at Li Daniu, then shifted his gaze to Wang Area and softly said, "Rest assured. Uncle Wang is fine. I have already rescued him." Upon hearing Su Pingyan's words, both of them immediately breathed a sigh of relief, their faces lighting up with joyful smiles. Subsequently, Wang Area inquired, "Then where is my father? Did you take him back to Taoshi village?" Su Pingyan shook his head. In truth, on his way back, he had contemplated several explanations. However, at that moment, gazing into Wang Area's eyes, he found it difficult to deceive her, so he spoke candidly. "Area, I have taken Uncle Wang to the Lin family farm." "Lin family farm?" Wang Area stared blankly at Su Pingyan, somewhat bewildered. Li Daniu, standing nearby, also wore a look of astonishment. They had certainly heard of the Lin family farm, for Su Pingyan had previously been there. Although they had not witnessed the brutality within, they were not entirely ignorant of it. "Please, take a seat," he urged. Su Pingyan uttered a few words, after which the 3 took their seats. He then slowly began to speak. "Area, I hope you do not hold this against me. My intentions are solely for Uncle Wang's well-being. His gambling addiction has become quite severe. If you were to return now, it wouldn't be long before he succumbs to temptation again. I can offer him temporary respite, but I cannot save him for a lifetime. For the sake of the future, I must act in this manner, and I hope you can understand." Tears glistened in Wang Area's eyes, but her gaze gradually softened as she gently nodded and replied, "Yes, Pingyan, I understand. I know you are doing this for Father's sake, and I will not blame you for it. May I go see Father?" Su Pingyan pondered for a moment and replied, "For the time being, it would be best not to go. Rest assured, I have already instructed the guards there. Uncle Wang will be safe. Once he conquers his gambling addiction, I shall escort him back. After all, if Wang Area were to visit and happen upon Wanga being whipped, it would undoubtedly cause her great distress. Moreover, even if she does not witness Wang Yi's punishment, seeing other serfs endure the same fate would surely ache her heart for her father. Thus, to prevent such an unfortunate scenario, I have decided it is best to keep her from going." Upon hearing Su Pingyan's words, Wang Area did not insist further. She gently nodded and said, "I understand. Brother Pingyan, thank you." Su Pingyan smiled knowingly and then turned to the 2 individuals, inquiring, "By the way, have you dined yet?" Upon hearing this, Li Daniu responded, "Yes. Brother Pingyan, that steward named Tian has been exceedingly kind to us, arranging an extravagant feast that I have never encountered in my lifetime." Wang Area chimed in, "Brother Pingyan, the cuisine of affluent families is truly delightful." Su Pingyan smiled softly, a mysterious sensation surging within him. However, he swiftly collected his thoughts and remarked, "Very well. I shall escort you back. It has been quite some time since my last visit, and I would like to see my mother as well." The 2 individuals nodded in agreement upon hearing his words. Subsequently, the trio set forth on the journey back to Toxic Village. Chapter 37, Turtle Spirit Pendant. A high-grade defensive magical treasure. As the sun descended in the west, it seemed to drape the earth in a delicate veil of golden silk. The distant mountains gradually became indistinct in the twilight, leaving only a few robust silhouettes. The three individuals, accompanied by two horses, galloped along the winding ancient path, stirring up a cloud of dust. "Brother Ping'an, what kind of horse is this? It's incredibly swift," Li Daniu exclaimed, racing alongside Su Ping'an, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. "This horse is called Wind Chaser, a war steed bred by the Lin family." Su Ping'an smiled and remarked, "A war horse? Surely, only warriors are capable of riding such majestic beasts." Upon hearing this, Li Daniu nodded in agreement. The thought of an ordinary individual like himself mounting a steed meant for warriors filled him with exhilaration. "Brother Ping'an, I heard from that steward Tian that you are now a core member of the Lin family, and you have recently achieved great merit. Even the head of the Lin family holds you in high regard. You are truly remarkable." Wang Arya, riding alongside Su Ping'an, expressed her admiration with a look of awe, her tone and demeanor reminiscent of their childhood days. After Wang Arya's exclamation, Li Daniu inquired, "Brother Ping'an, if I recall correctly, you have not practiced martial arts. How then did you become a warrior and attain such prowess so swiftly?" Su Ping'an smiled and said, "I have been fortunate enough to encounter some extraordinary events." Li Daniu and Wang Arya were his closest friends, and Su Ping'an had no desire to fabricate tales to deceive them. However, his response was limited to that. He could divulge no more. Li Daniu and Wang Arya did not press him further about the nature of his adventures. Soon, the trio returned to Taoshi village. This time, the villagers recognized Su Ping'an, and upon seeing him return, they greeted him with cheerful smiles, especially as he and Li Daniu rode magnificent steeds. Particularly after learning from Li Daniu that Su Ping'an had become a pivotal member of the Lin family, the villagers praised him, hailing him as the most promising individual in Taoshi village. Su Ping'an smiled warmly as he greeted each person present. The villagers of Peach Creek were exceptionally kind-hearted and simple folk, having watched Su Ping'an grow from a child into the young man he was today. Consequently, he harbored a special affection for them. On the journey back, Su Ping'an had already arranged with Wang Arya to stay at his home for the time being. Although Peach Creek was a remarkably safe place with little chance of unforeseen incidents, he could not help but feel a twinge of concern for the 14-year-old girl living alone. In his eyes, having Wang Arya reside in his home would provide mutual support in case of any emergencies. Additionally, there was a hint of selfishness in his intentions. He hoped that Wang Arya could assist in caring for his mother. Upon their return to Su Ping'an's home, he called out, "Mother, I'm back." Hearing her son's voice, Mrs. Su hurriedly emerged from the room, her eyes glistening with tears of joy at the sight of her beloved son. Upon seeing his mother, Su Ping'an was overwhelmed by a profound sense of guilt. He hurriedly approached her, taking her hand gently and saying, "Mother, your unfilial son has not returned to see you for such a long time. How is your health?" With tears glistening in her eyes, Mother Su smiled and said, "Do not worry, my health is just fine." Then, shifting the conversation, she inquired, "Have matters regarding Arya's father been resolved?" Naturally, Mother Su was aware that Li Daniu and Wang Arya had gone to the town to seek out Su Ping'an. Now, seeing Su Ping'an and Wang Arya return without any signs of distress, she sensed that the matter had likely been settled, yet she still posed the question. "Indeed." Su Ping'an responded, "Mother, Arya's father is no longer in trouble and will return in due time." Mother Su smiled and nodded, saying, "It's good that everything is fine now." At that moment, Wang Arya approached and softly said, "Auntie, may I assist you in entering the house?" "Certainly," came the reply. Mother Su responded with an affirmative tone, her gaze directed towards Wang Arya filled with affection. The day was already growing late. Consequently, upon entering the house, Wang Arya proceeded to the back room to prepare dinner. Su Ping'an was conversing with his mother. "Mother, have you experienced any illness lately?" Despite her previous assurances of good health, Su Ping'an felt compelled to inquire further. His concern was not unfounded. His mother's ailment had plagued her for many years. She had always possessed a frail constitution, and after giving birth to Su Ping'an, her health deteriorated, leading to a deficiency in both vital energy and blood, rendering her susceptible to colds and ailments. Particularly during the cooler months, she was prone to frequent illnesses. When she fell ill, her body would become as cold as ice, and no amount of blankets could provide warmth. It was only after Su Ping'an sought the aid of Dr. Shui from the town, who prescribed medicine, that her condition began to improve. Initially, Dr. Shui demanded 2 taels of silver for his consultation and medicine, but upon recognizing Su Ping'an's humble circumstances and filial piety, he graciously accepted only half a tael of silver. Since that visit, Su Ping'an had been away for several months, leaving him uncertain about his mother's current health. Hence his earnest inquiry. Upon hearing her son's concern, Su's mother felt a warmth in her heart. She smiled and gently shook her head, saying, "No. Ever since I took the medicine prescribed by Dr. Shui, I have felt much warmer and have not fallen ill. Indeed, when Su Pingyan had just touched his mother's hand, it was noticeably warmer than before. Furthermore, her complexion appeared to have improved as well. Su Pingyan let out a sigh of relief, feeling utterly at ease. At that moment, he heard his mother gently inquire, "Pingyan, why hasn't Arya's father appeared?" Ordinarily, had his mother not asked, Su Pingyan would have chosen to remain silent on the matter. However, since she had broached the subject, he chose to divulge the entire sequence of events, recounting every detail with clarity. Upon hearing this, Mother Su couldn't help but let out a gentle sigh. Alas, Arya, this child, her fate is indeed quite tragic. In response to his mother's words, Su Pingyan nodded in agreement. However, immediately after, he heard Mother Su's tone shift as she said, "Pingyan, you must not let Arya down." Upon hearing her voice, Su Pingyan could not help but smile awkwardly and replied, "Mother, what are you saying?" Sumu shot a glare at Su Pingyan and said, "What I say is what I mean. Do not feign ignorance. I have always regarded Arya as a daughter-in-law. If you..." Xiao Pingyan, sensing the impending trouble, hastily rose to his feet and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Arya, is the meal ready? I am famished." As he spoke, he hurriedly retreated towards the back room. "Brother Pingyan, it will be ready shortly. Please bear with me a moment," came the melodious reply of Wang Arya from the rear. Mother Su smiled helplessly. Soon after, as if recalling something, a complex expression flashed in her eyes. That night, the humble little house was filled with rare bursts of laughter and joy. Su Pingyan also felt a long-lost sense of relief. The following morning, upon awakening, he immediately checked the spiritual field in his palm. The damaged yellow-grade third-tier treasure, the flowing cloud pendant, which he had previously planted, had borne fruit. As he expected, it had remarkably transformed into a mysterious grade jade pendant, specifically of the second tier. This pendant exuded an ancient bronze hue, its surface adorned with intricate tortoiseshell patterns. Upon closer inspection, these patterns appeared not as mere carvings but as naturally occurring designs, seemingly infused with some hidden mystery. Each line varied in depth, intertwining and crisscrossing, resembling an ancient scroll of runes, emanating a profound and weighty aura of antiquity. In a moment of enthusiasm, Su Pingyan thought to himself, "After all, I am at home. Mother and Arya are not outsiders, so it matters little if they see it." Thus, he boldly retrieved the jade pendant from the spiritual field. This pendant was no larger than the palm of his hand, resembling a delicate turtle shell, with edges smooth and rounded. Warm to the touch, it emanated a faint azure glow under the light, as if infused with a spirit that flowed within. At its core, a spirit pearl the size of a green bean was embedded, its deep blue hue reminiscent of swirling stars, radiating a soft, ethereal luminescence. Su Pingyan held the jade pendant in his hand, and to his astonishment, he could faintly sense a flow of spiritual energy entering his being, nourishing his body and bestowing a unique tranquility upon his mind. Most importantly, this jade pendant bore no flaws whatsoever, being utterly flawless. This indicated that even damaged items could be elevated in quality by Ling Tian. Indeed, he had made the right choice. Filled with joy, Su Pingyan quietly mused to himself. In his view, it was a great pity for such a remarkable artifact to remain nameless. Therefore, he resolved to bestow a name upon this jade pendant. Let it be called the Turtle Spirit Pendant. Su Pingyan felt that this name perfectly encapsulated the characteristics of the jade pendant. Notably, the cord of the Turtle Spirit Pendant seemed to be made of a unique material, exuding a cool touch while simultaneously exhibiting remarkable resilience. Su Pingyan was uncertain about the material, so he chose not to ponder it further and directly adorned himself with the Tortoise Spirit Pendant around his neck. Subsequently, he planted the yellow-grade second-tier spirit disc into the spirit field as it pertained to Xin Liang's life. With his mother's health restored and Arya's matters resolved, Su Pingyan prepared to return to the Lin family after finishing breakfast. Before departing, he once again suggested taking his mother to the town. Yet Su's mother reiterated her preference for the comfort of living in Taoshi village. Su Pingyan, feeling helpless, decided to put his plans on hold for the time being. After bidding farewell to his mother and Arya, he mounted his swift steed and galloped back to the Lin residence with great speed. Upon arriving at the entrance, he noticed Lin Qingqing engaged in conversation with an individual. The man wore a broad smile, his demeanor exceedingly respectful and courteous. After exchanging a few words, he turned to leave. Su Pingyan, feeling a sense of curiosity, approached. Upon seeing him, Lin Qingqing immediately remarked, "You have arrived at the perfect moment. The town lord has sent someone to convey a message, wishing to invite both you and me to his residence this evening." Su Pingyan was momentarily taken aback. Yet, Upon reflection, he swiftly regained his composure. After all, he had rescued Xiao Mohan and Lu Linglong. As the town's lord, Lu Chongfeng naturally felt compelled to express his gratitude in a formal manner. However, it would be even more delightful if he could present some valuable gift in addition. Su Pingyan, in high spirits, pondered. Chapter 38. Attending the banquet. The two proceeded to the town lord's residence. Noticing Su Pingyan's silence, Lin Qingqing cautiously continued. I have already agreed. You have no objections, do you? Her tone bore a hint of trepidation. Su Pingyan found it amusing. Of course, I have no objections. This is an excellent opportunity for us to strengthen our relationship with the lord of the town. Upon hearing Su Pingyan's thoughts align with her own, Lin Qingqing nodded in relief and then inquired, is everything well at home? The previous day, when Su Pingyan was retrieving his warhorse, he had informed the stable manager of his intention to return home. Thus, he was not at all surprised that Lin Qingqing was aware of his trip. In response to her caring inquiry, Su Pingyan smiled and affirmed that all was well. Subsequently, the two entered the estate. As they walked, Lin Qingqing suddenly remarked, Bai Shan has been relegated to the status of an outsider. Upon hearing the sound, Su Pingyan was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly adorn his face with a faint smile. It was evident that the Lin family's actions were intended to placate him. He understood their motives clearly. Yet, he did not feel the slightest bit of sympathy for Bai Shan, for all that had transpired was a result of his own folly, with no one else to blame. Setting aside the fact that Bai Shan had provoked him, let us consider the events on Wanyao Mountain. Had it not been for his insatiable desire for merit, leading him to commit such foolish acts, the Lin family would not have suffered such grievous losses. In Su Pingyan's view, it was not merely a matter of demoting him to an outsider. Expelling him from the Lin family altogether would not have been excessive. Of course, the Lin family refrained from such drastic measures, perhaps out of concern for Bai Shan, who had spent many years with them, contributing not only through his achievements but also through his hardships. They might have feared that expelling him would dishearten other outsiders. Furthermore, they likely considered Bai Shan's formidable cultivation at the pinnacle of the 7th level of body refinement. Expelling him could risk him aligning with the Wang family or the town lord's estate, ultimately resulting in a loss for themselves and a gain for others. Su Pingyan naturally understood this rationale, thus he merely chuckled and said nothing. Due to the family head Lin Zhao's preoccupation with his cultivation, he entrusted all matters of the family to Lin Qingqing, who managed them with diligence, supported by several elders. This demonstrated Lin Zhao's high regard for his granddaughter, as he clearly intended to groom her as his successor. Lin Qingqing did not disappoint her grandfather's expectations. She handled both major and minor family affairs with remarkable efficiency, earning the respect of the elders. However, this also meant that she was burdened with numerous responsibilities, rendering her exceedingly busy. Consequently, after agreeing to meet at the town lord's estate that evening, the two parted ways. Su Pingyan prepared to return to his chamber to continue his practice of the Great Zhou heavenly body refinement technique. At present, he remained at the 7th level of this technique. Although he had made some progress, it was not particularly evident. The primary issue was that the effects of the intermediate body refining elixirs were, for him, rather feeble. In truth, Su Pingyan had no need to consume such low-grade elixirs. However, since his return from the myriad demon mountains, the spiritual fields had been continuously occupied. He could not afford to halt his cultivation and simply wait idly. Thus, in a moment of desperation, he resorted to taking the intermediate body refining elixirs as a temporary measure. While the earlier levels of the Great Zhou heavenly body refinement technique might have benefited somewhat from the intermediate elixirs, the 7th level represented the apex of his training, demanding an immense expenditure of spiritual energy. He found it necessary to consume 4 or even 5 intermediate body refining elixirs at once to ensure the successful operation of a complete cycle of the Great Zhou. In this manner, what was deemed a treasure beyond measure by ordinary martial artists became, for Su Pingyan, akin to mere candies that he consumed in handfuls without hesitation. To be frank, Su Pingyan was not pleased with this predicament. After all, a single 6th-grade intermediate body refining elixir, when sown in the spiritual field, could yield a 2nd-grade yellow elixir in just 2 days, significantly enhancing its refining efficacy and boasting a value tenfold greater. Such a prospect was indeed enticing. Yet, in his quest to elevate his cultivation level as much as possible before the appearance of Feng Xian, thereby increasing his chances of successful apprenticeship, he saw no alternative but to proceed in this manner. After returning 2 steeds to the stable, Su Pingyan made his way back to his residence, intent on dedicating another day to his arduous training. However, as he passed the martial arts training ground, he suddenly heard a familiar voice call out to him, "Su lad." The tone carried a hint of joy. Upon hearing the voice, Su Ping'an turned to look. When he recognized the visitor, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Brother Gao. The person before him was none other than Gao Tai, whom he had not seen for quite some time. A closer inspection revealed that he was adorned in the attire of the Lin family's core disciples. Ah, so he has been promoted to a core disciple. No wonder he appears so elated. Su Ping'an smiled inwardly. At that moment, Gao Tai approached. Su Ping'an chuckled and said, Brother Gao, congratulations. Gao Tai grinned and replied, It seems I am quite fortunate. That day on Wanyao Mountain, I managed to escape the clutches of the flame-winged sparrow. Upon my return, the young lady rewarded me, promoting me to a core disciple. Su Ping'an felt a surge of joy at Gao Tai's survival, especially considering that many who were stronger had perished. The fact that Gao Tai had been elevated to a core disciple only added to his delight. He teased, So it appears we are equals now, Brother Gao? However, Gao Tai sighed with a wry smile and said, You are now the esteemed figure of the Lin family. Even the head of the family regards you with newfound respect. The true Lin disciples cannot match your standing, so refrain from jesting about my situation. He then shifted the topic, saying, In my life, I have seldom bowed to anyone, but I truly admire you now. I recall during the assessment, you were merely at the early stage of the second level of body refinement, and yet now, even the formidable Baishan has become your subordinate. Tell me, how on earth have you cultivated to such heights? Upon hearing the words, Su Ping'an couldn't help but chuckle softly, then deliberately feigned an air of profound secrecy as he said, Brother Gao, let me speak candidly. In truth, I am a warrior who has undergone spirit refinement. Gao Tai was taken aback for a moment, blinked his eyes, and then burst into hearty laughter, saying, All right then, you rascal, so you have taken to weaving tales now. Have you? Su Ping'an helplessly shrugged his shoulders. There are times when one can do nothing, for truth and falsehood intertwine, leaving one to ponder who can truly discern between the two. After bidding farewell to Gao Tai, Su Ping'an retreated to his chamber to engage in his cultivation. It was not until he had traversed an innumerable number of great cycles that he heard Lin Qingqing's voice from outside. Ping'an, are you in there? Su Ping'an slowly opened his eyes and replied, I am here. I will be there shortly. A day of cultivation evidently yielded no significant progress. However, it consumed a substantial 20 mid-grade body refining pills. The 50 mid-grade body refining pills he had brought back from the Rare Treasures Pavilion were now nearly depleted. Indeed, it is often said that the process of refining one's body with spiritual energy demands an immense amount of resources, and he was now acutely aware of this truth. Were it not for the spiritual field in his possession, he would scarcely be able to bear such tremendous consumption. As Su Ping'an stepped out of the room, he beheld Lin Qingqing clad in a flowing azure gown, her features strikingly beautiful, with lustrous black hair cascading down to her waist, exuding a carefree yet elegant demeanor. At this point, Su Ping'an had encountered genuine beauties, such as Ziwu and Qin Xianer. However, Lin Qingqing's allure was distinct from theirs. She possessed a striking beauty that was both spirited and subtly gentle. In essence, she radiated the essence of a poised and virtuous lady of high standing, while simultaneously embodying the valor of a gallant female general. Noticing Su Ping'an's unwavering gaze upon her, Lin Qingqing arched her delicate brows slightly and inquired, What is it? It's nothing. I merely find it intriguing, he replied. Su Ping'an said with a sudden smile, Senior sister, you are truly beautiful. Lin Qingqing, who had been attentively listening, momentarily stunned by his unexpected remark, felt her cheeks flush. She shot him a glare and chose to ignore him, turning to leave. Senior sister, wait for me. With a smile, Su Ping'an called out and quickly pursued. Upon exiting the Lin residence, the two made their way toward the Town Lord's mansion. The Town Lord's mansion, situated at the heart of Qingxia Town, was not far from the Lin family home, and thus they arrived swiftly. This was Su Ping'an's first close-up view of the Town Lord's mansion. Standing at the entrance, he gazed upon the imposing structure, which resembled a miniature palace, exuding an air of solemnity and grandeur. Surrounding the estate were tall, dark stone walls intricately carved with cloud patterns, seemingly infused with a mystical aura that captivated Su Ping'an. Flanking the main gate were two massive stone lions, their eyes adorned with emerald spirit stones, appearing remarkably lifelike. Evidently, someone was already waiting at the entrance, and this individual seemed to hold a significant position within the Town Lord's mansion, likely that of a steward. Upon seeing the two, the individual approached with a warm smile and a swift gait. Upon reaching them, he respectfully bowed and introduced himself. I am Lili, the chief steward of the Town Lord's mansion, here at the behest of the Town Lord to await your esteemed presence. It was clear that as the chief steward, he ranked among the top 5, if not the top 3, in the mansion's hierarchy. This demonstrated the sincerity of Lu Chanfeng and the importance he placed on the two visitors. After exchanging pleasantries with Steward Lee, the two followed him into the mansion. Stepping through the main gate, they were greeted by a spacious square paved with dark stone. At that moment, the square was brilliantly illuminated, resembling daylight. Crossing the square led them to the main hall of the town lord's mansion. This hall was exceedingly vast, its roof adorned with glazed tiles, while a grand plaque hung in front, inscribed with the words Town Lord's Mansion in a bold, flowing script that exuded majesty. At this juncture, three figures were notably present at the entrance of the main hall: the Town Lord Lu Chanfeng, along with his adopted son and daughter, Xiao Mohan and Lu Linglong. Upon spotting Su Pingyan and Lin Qingqing, the trio approached them eagerly. Lu Chanfeng then let out a hearty laugh, proclaiming, "Ha ha ha, esteemed guests have graced us, illuminating our humble abode. I apologize for not welcoming you properly, and I hope that young Master Su and Miss Lin will not take offense." Chapter 39. Bestowing Techniques. Su Pingyan's identity revealed. Su Pingyan and Lin Qingqing first paid their respects to Lu Chanfeng, and then exchanged greetings with Xiao Mohan and Lu Linglong. Seeing that Xiao Mohan's condition had evidently improved, Su Pingyan inquired, "Brother Xiao, you appear to be in good spirits. I presume your injuries are not severe?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Mohan smiled and nodded, then respectfully clasped his hands together and said, "I shall never forget the immense favor you have bestowed upon me, Brother Su. Please allow me to express my gratitude with a bow." With that, he bowed deeply to Su Pingyan. It was but a small effort. "There is no need for such formality, Brother Xiao." Su Pingyan spoke as he stepped forward to assist Xiao Mohan. The two exchanged a knowing smile, a mutual appreciation evident in their gaze. At that moment, Lu Chanfeng stroked his beard and chuckled, saying, "Very well, there is no need for excessive formalities among us." He then gestured towards Su Pingyan and Lin Qingqing, adding, "Young Su, Miss Lin, please. The town master invites you." Su Pingyan and Lin Qingqing responded in unison. Subsequently, the group entered the main hall. As they stepped through the entrance, a gentle waft of sandalwood greeted Su Pingyan, invigorating his spirit. Raising his gaze, he beheld a bright and resplendent interior adorned with exquisite murals depicting mountains, rivers, celestial cranes, and auspicious clouds, a sight of enchanting beauty. A long red carpet stretched through the center, leading directly to the principal seat. Flanking the principal seat on either side stood two maidens. On either side of the carpet, two low square tables were placed, each attended by a maiden standing behind them. "Young Master Su, Miss Lin, please," Lu Chanfeng gestured once more. "Please, Master of the town." Su Pingyan and Lin Qingqing responded once again. Subsequently, everyone took their seats. Lu Chanfeng occupied the main position, while Xiao Mohan and Lu Linglong settled on the left side of the lower seats. Su Pingyan and Lin Qingqing occupied the right side of the lower seat. Once the group settled in, the maidens brought forth exquisite food and fine wine, filling their cups to the brim. It was then that Lu Chanfeng raised his glass and, with a cheerful smile, declared, "Young Su, Miss Lin, allow me to toast you both. I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving assistance to Mohan and Linglong." The two, initially exchanging polite remarks, subsequently lifted their glasses in unison. Lu Chanfeng took the lead, drinking heartily. Su Pingyan and Lin Qingqing followed suit, emptying their cups. The wine, fragrant and mellow, left a lingering taste that Su Pingyan found utterly delightful. There was no doubt that it was an exceptional spirit, though he could not discern its precise grade. At that moment, the maidens once again filled their glasses. Lu Chanfeng then spoke, "Young Su, this toast is for you alone. In gratitude for your fearless efforts in rescuing Mohan and Linglong, your kindness will forever be etched in the annals of our town's lordship." With a smile, Su Pingyan remarked, "The town master speaks too highly of me." Upon finishing his words, he raised his cup and shared a drink with Lu Chanfeng. However, just as he set down his cup, Xiao Mohan and Lu Linglong lifted their cups, offering a toast to both him and Lin Qingqing. Subsequently, Xiao Mohan and Lu Linglong each toasted Su Pingyan individually. After several cups, Su Pingyan felt no discomfort. Instead, a warm and pleasant sensation enveloped him. Curiously, he inquired, "May I ask, what grade of wine is this? It is remarkably delightful." Hearing this, Lu Chanfeng chuckled heartily. "This wine is called Bixia Qiangjiang, a 6th-grade spirit brewed by none other than myself." There was a hint of pride in his tone. Upon learning that the wine was personally crafted by Lu Chanfeng, both Su Pingyan and Lin Qingqing were taken aback. Su Pingyan then laughed, saying, "I did not expect the town master to possess such skills. I am truly humbled." Lu Chanfeng chuckled again, stroking his beard, a mere trifling skill, hardly worth mentioning. As his words fell, Lu Linglong chimed in with a melodic laugh. "What you may not know is that this wine is my father's treasure. It takes 5 years to brew a single barrel. Mohan and I seldom get to taste even a sip, and today, we are fortunate to enjoy it with you. Upon hearing this, Su Ping'an's expression shifted to one of surprise, and he promptly responded, if that is the case, we must indulge in a few more cups today. Haha. Indeed. If you enjoy it, Su, I shall gift you a flask when you depart. Lu Chanfeng added with a playful emphasis, however, only one flask, mind you. Naturally. Su Ping'an was eager to obtain the 6th grade spirit, replying, such kindness from the town master, how can I refuse? Following this exchange, laughter erupted among the group, filling the atmosphere with joy. Although Su Ping'an had previously procured 10 barrels of 5th grade spirit wine from Xinliang, more wine would undoubtedly enhance the chances of a successful apprenticeship. Moreover, this Bixia Qiongjiang was a grade superior to the wine he had acquired. Yet, just one flask felt a bit insufficient. Nevertheless, considering it took 5 years to produce a barrel, and that even Xiao Mohan and Lu Linglong seldom had the opportunity to taste it, receiving a flask was already a generous gesture. Then, in a casual manner, Xiao Mohan asked, Su, are you from Qingxia town? To which Su Ping'an replied, sort of, I reside in Taoxi village. Su Ping'an spoke candidly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mohan and Lu Linglong were both taken aback. After all, despite his tender years, his cultivation was astonishingly profound, making it hard to believe he hailed from an obscure little mountain village. Curiosity piqued, Lu Linglong ventured to ask, you must have studied under a great master. May I inquire about your esteemed teacher's name? Linglong, do not be impolite, admonished Lu Chanfeng softly, aware of her abruptness. Lu Linglong offered a sheepish smile to Su Ping'an and said, please disregard my question. Su Ping'an smiled and replied, there is nothing inconvenient, however. My master is a man of the mountains, and I am unaware of his esteemed name. Upon hearing Su Ping'an's words, Lu Linglong nodded and chose not to inquire further. After several rounds of wine, Lin Qingqing noticed that the time was drawing near and prepared to bid farewell to Su Ping'an. However, before she could do so, Lu Chanfeng spoke up first, saying, young Su, I would like to have a private conversation with you. May I have a moment of your time? Upon hearing the voice, Su Ping'an was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Lu Chanfeng's intentions. However, he could ascertain that there was no animosity from Lu Chanfeng towards him. Thus, stepping aside for a brief conversation seemed perfectly acceptable. With a light chuckle, Su Ping'an nodded and said, of course. Afterward, he cast a glance at Lin Qingqing, signaling his intention to step away for a moment. Lin Qingqing, without further contemplation, slightly nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Su Ping'an followed Lu Chanfeng into an inner chamber. Once inside, Lu Chanfeng closed the door behind them. Upon witnessing this, Su Ping'an could not help but feel increasingly curious and could not refrain from inquiring, may I ask, why has the town master summoned me? Lu Chanfeng turned around, offering a gentle smile, and then, with a flick of his hand, produced an object from his cosmic pouch. Su Ping'an focused his gaze and was suddenly taken aback. For in Lu Chanfeng's hand lay a manual of the highest grade martial arts technique. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the words inscribed upon it, the blood-burning technique. Su Ping'an unconsciously recited aloud, and then, with a look of astonishment, turned to Lu Chanfeng and inquired, Master of the town, what does this mean? Lu Chanfeng chuckled and replied, young brother Su, you have saved Imo Han and Ling Long, and for this great kindness, I find myself at a loss for how to repay you. After much contemplation, I realized that this particular martial art is especially suited for you. So I have decided to present it to you as a token of my gratitude. I sincerely hope you will not decline. Su Ping'an was slightly taken aback. Yet a smile crept onto his face. After all, prior to his arrival, he had entertained the thought that it would be delightful if Lu Chanfeng could present him with a token of goodwill. He had initially anticipated merely receiving a flask of spiritual wine, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Little did he know that a grand gift awaited him here. Without waiting for Su Ping'an to speak, Lu Chanfeng directly handed him the cultivation technique, and then spoke slowly. This burning blood technique was an unexpected find of mine several years ago. This method can elevate one's cultivation level instantaneously within a short period. Upon hearing this, Su Ping'an was instantly astonished. It is worth noting that the ability to rapidly enhance one's cultivation level is no small feat, particularly at a critical juncture where it could be a matter of life and death. He quickly began to peruse the text. However, Lu Chanfeng's tone shifted as he continued. Nevertheless, the side effects are exceedingly severe. With even a slight misstep, one may suffer bodily harm, and in severe cases, it could lead to a complete loss of cultivation. Upon hearing the words, Su Ping'an was momentarily taken aback. The side effects are so significant. Are you offering this to help me, or to harm me? Lu Chanfeng seemed to perceive Su Ping'an's thoughts and gently smiled, saying, "For an ordinary warrior, practicing this technique poses considerable danger, resulting in more losses than gains. However, for a warrior who has undergone spirit energy tempering, it is perfectly suitable. This is precisely why I believe this technique is particularly well suited for you." Upon hearing this, Su Ping'an felt a jolt in his heart. Especially Lu Chanfeng's smile, which seemed to carry some profound meaning, left him utterly astounded. Nevertheless, he quickly steadied his thoughts and feigned ignorance, saying, "Town Lord, I believe you have made a mistake. I am not a warrior who has undergone spirit energy tempering." However, before he could finish his sentence, Lu Chanfeng chuckled and replied, "Young Su, at this juncture, there is no need for you to play coy with me. Town Lord, I truly am not a warrior who has undergone spirit energy tempering." Su Ping'an remained steadfast in his denial. Upon witnessing his unwavering stance, Lu Chanfeng could only chuckle helplessly and remarked, "Young Master Su, since you claim not to be a martial artist tempered by spiritual energy, why then did you masquerade as an elderly figure with a hawk-like nose and sharp eyes at the Qijin Pavilion, acquiring a technique suitable solely for those who have undergone such refinement?" As those words settled in the air, Su Ping'an, despite his attempts at concealment, could not suppress the astonishment that washed over his features, his expression one of incredulity as he gazed at Lu Chanfeng. The latter continued with a knowing smile, "Your disguise, though impressive, ultimately falls short in quality. As a cultivator, I merely needed to employ a hint of my true energy to unveil your true form. Having stated this, should you, young Master Su, persist in your denial, I shall accept it as my error. If you are indeed not a martial artist refined by spiritual energy, then practicing this technique would only bring you harm. I cannot bear to endanger a benefactor, so I kindly ask you to return the technique to me." Chapter 40. The Star Compass. Master Shin's fate is not yet sealed. Lu Chanfeng concluded his remarks, casting a playful yet enigmatic glance at Su Ping'an, his eyes twinkling with a hint of amusement and mockery. Yet, at that moment, Su Ping'an stood utterly dumbfounded, disbelief etched across his countenance, while tumultuous waves churned within his heart. After a prolonged silence, he finally emerged from his shock, offering a wry smile as he said, "To think I believed my disguise to be impeccable, cloaked in secrecy, only to discover that it had been discerned by the town master. If that is the case, did not all the cultivators present see-through me?" Before Su Ping'an could finish his thought, Lu Chanfeng interjected with a chuckle, Not necessarily. The reason I was able to easily penetrate your disguise is due to the unique nature of my cultivation technique, which grants me heightened perception compared to ordinary cultivators. Among those present, aside from the enchanting Qin Sienna of the illusory moon sect, I cannot be certain. However, it seems that the others did not discern your true identity." Upon hearing Lu Chanfeng's words and reflecting on the attitudes of Xin Liang and Lin Xiao towards him, Su Ping'an indeed felt that they had not recognized his true nature. Su Ping'an finally breathed a sigh of relief and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, addressed Lu Chanfeng, "My actions were merely a last resort, a trivial ruse that must have amused the town master." "Ha ha, not at all. One must always remain vigilant. It is but human nature. The world is fraught with peril, and exercising caution in all matters is undoubtedly wise. I assure you, I shall never speak of this to anyone. You may rest easy, young Su," Lu Chanfeng replied. Upon hearing this, Su Ping'an smiled and said, "I am truly grateful for your understanding, town master." Lu Chanfeng nodded slightly, then glanced at the book of the blood-burning technique in Su Ping'an's hand. He continued, "This cultivation method will greatly benefit you, but remember, do not be overly aggressive in its application. Otherwise, even as a martial artist tempered by spiritual energy, you may inadvertently cause harm to yourself." Su Ping'an, upon hearing the words, solemnly nodded and said, "I understand. Thank you for the reminder, town master." He then bowed to Lu Chanfeng. Lu Chanfeng waved his hand with a smile and replied, "There is no need for such politeness, young brother Su. You have rendered me a great favor. Were it not for you, I would have been utterly alone. This method of cultivation holds no value for me. Rather than letting it gather dust, it is far better to entrust it to you, for only in your hands can it reach its full potential." Upon hearing Lu Chanfeng's words, Su Ping'an felt a surge of gratitude and bowed once more. Indeed, Su Ping'an felt his journey that night was truly worthwhile. Not only had he received a jar of 6th-grade spiritual liquor from Lu Chanfeng, but he had also obtained a 1st-grade profound cultivation method, the burning blood technique, capable of rapidly enhancing one's cultivation. The significance of 1st-grade profound cultivation is immense. With a stroke of luck, it could yield a land-grade technique when planted in a spiritual field. Recently, Su Ping'an's experiences and knowledge had expanded considerably, granting him a preliminary understanding of the rankings of celestial artifacts. He learned that the profound grade is followed by the earth grade, which in turn is succeeded by the heavenly grade, though beyond that, he remained in the dark. Upon returning to his residence, Su Pingyan immediately immersed himself in the study of the burning blood technique. As he delved into it, it felt as though a new door had swung open, leaving him momentarily astounded. He discovered that this technique relies on overexerting one's bodily vitality to achieve a rapid enhancement and cultivation. It is crucial to note that such overexertion comes with significant side effects. It is no wonder that it is suited for warriors undergoing body tempering, for ordinary practitioners could hardly endure it. It is noteworthy that this technique is exclusively applicable to warriors in the body tempering stage. For cultivators, while it does yield some benefits, they are negligible at best. Furthermore, the technique is divided into 3 tiers. The first tier enhances cultivation by 10%, the second tier by 20%, and the third tier by 30%. To be frank, the effects are commendable. However, it is essential to note that one cannot surpass their current realm. For example, a warrior in the 8th level of body tempering cannot elevate their cultivation to the chi condensation stage, even with the 3rd tier's application. From this perspective, Su Pingyan found the technique somewhat lacking for higher-level warriors. Consider a peak 8th level body tempering warrior utilizing this technique. They could temporarily elevate their cultivation to the peak of the 9th level. However, a peak 9th level warrior applying the technique would see little to no enhancement due to the inability to transcend their realm. Thus, for peak 9th level warriors, this technique is rendered somewhat superfluous. Nonetheless, Su Pingyan, currently in the early stages of the 8th level of body tempering, did not find it to be a burden. Regardless of its perceived utility, he was determined to plant it in his spiritual field. Given its grade, it deserved a try. However, as the spiritual field was currently occupied, he would have to wait until he had finished planting the spiritual plate. The following day, Su Pingyan dedicated the entire day to cultivation in his chamber, exhausting all remaining intermediate body tempering pills. On the 3rd day, upon awakening, he checked his spiritual field. Upon seeing the fruits it bore, a smile broke across his face. To his astonishment, he had indeed cultivated a first-grade profound starry spiritual plate. Truthfully, Su Pingyan could scarcely believe it. He had approached this endeavor with a mindset of mere experimentation. After all, with so many spiritual plates, how could he possibly cultivate a starry spiritual plate so fortuitously? Yet, it had indeed occurred. One could only conclude that Xin Liang's fate was not destined to be extinguished. With that, Su Pingyan carefully extracted the starry spiritual plate from the spiritual field and began to examine it closely. Whether it was merely an illusion, he couldn't tell. But he felt that the spiritual energy emanating from this plate was stronger than the one previously taken by Qin Xianer. Of course, this was merely a fleeting impression, and he could not be certain, as he had only glimpsed the previous plate from afar without a thorough inspection. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Xin Liang's life had been preserved. At that moment, Su Pingyan felt a wave of relief wash over him. As for the remaining 3rd-grade yellow spiritual plate, he had no intention of returning it to Xin Liang. After all, he had saved his life. Was it too much to claim a spiritual plate in return? Not at all. With the medicinal pills already exhausted, Su Pingyan decided to visit the Rare Treasures Pavilion to report in, hoping to possibly garner some additional benefits. Before departing, he planted the burning blood technique into the spiritual field. Soon after, disguised as an old man, Su Pingyan arrived at the Rare Treasures Pavilion. Upon seeing him, Wei Ming greeted him with utmost respect, leading him to the inner hall for a brief respite before promptly notifying Xin Liang. Upon learning of Su Pingyan's arrival, Xin Liang hurried to greet him. However, his face bore no signs of joy. Rather, it was etched with sorrow. It had barely been 3 days since Su Pingyan had taken the spiritual plate from him. In Xin Liang's view, 3 days was far too short a period for even an 8th-grade or 7th-grade artifact refiner to successfully forge a spiritual plate, let alone a profound grade 1. Thus, Su Pingyan's hasty visit could only imply one possibility. The forging of the spiritual plate had failed, prompting him to seek another or simply give up altogether. Xin Liang's sorrowful demeanor left Su Pingyan puzzled, wondering if some new complication had arisen, such as additional demands from the wealth god or an unexpected shortening of the deadline. Just as he was about to inquire, Xin Liang sighed and said, "Old sir, you need not say anything. I understand that you have done your utmost. My fate is my own, and it is not your burden to bear. Please do not dwell on it." This sudden and seemingly final farewell left Su Pingyan bewildered, prompting him to respond, "Xin Pavilion Master, you..." Yet, Xin Liang did not allow Su Pingyan to finish and continued, regardless of the outcome. "I remain deeply grateful for your life-saving grace. Please accept my bow of gratitude." With that, Xinliang bowed deeply to Su Pingyan. Su Pingyan was utterly speechless. How could the usually composed Xinliang act so recklessly? In his helplessness, he could only clear his throat and say, Master Xin, even if you wish to perish, you must allow this old man to finish his words. Upon hearing this, Xinliang, realizing his oversight, hurriedly bowed and replied, Esteemed elder, I apologize for my rudeness. Please, do continue. Su Pingyan gently exhaled, then turned to Ziwu and inquired, My dear Ziwu, why do you not brew tea for this old man? Startled by his voice, Ziwu quickly regained her composure and replied, Indeed, esteemed sir, I shall prepare tea for you at once. With that, she began to brew tea for Su Pingyan with the same earnestness as before. Upon witnessing this, Su Pingyan nodded in satisfaction and then turned to Xinliang, saying, Master Xin, please take a seat. Very well, Xinliang replied, and then settled into the chair opposite Su Pingyan. However, Su Pingyan did not immediately produce the starry spirit induction plate. Instead, he quietly awaited as Ziwu prepared the tea. Noticing Su Pingyan's silence, Xinliang chose to remain quiet as well. After all, he had already resigned himself to his fate. Whatever Su Pingyan might say was of little consequence now. Soon, Ziwu finished brewing the tea and poured a cup for Su Pingyan. Su Pingyan gently lifted the cup, bringing it beneath his nose for a delicate sniff, before raising it to his lips and taking a small sip. What a splendid tea! He sighed, setting the cup down as he redirected his gaze towards Xinliang. The old gentleman, anticipating Su Pingyan's words, prepared to listen intently. However, Su Pingyan flipped his palm and retrieved the starry spirit compass from the concealed bag. Xinliang's eyes widened in astonishment, completely frozen in disbelief. Beside him, Ziwu gasped in shock, covering her mouth in utter disbelief at the sight before her. Su Pingyan slowly placed the Star Luo spirit guide in front of Xinliang, then calmly remarked, Master Xin, do let me know if this meets your satisfaction. After speaking, he lifted his teacup and resumed his solitary enjoyment of the tea. Ah, how exquisite this tea is. Chapter 41. Revealing the True Form. Su Pingyan forms a bond with Xinliang. Regaining his composure, Xinliang's face was alight with excitement and joy, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Su Pingyan found the situation quite amusing and couldn't help but jest. What? Master Xin is so eager for death that he fails to recognize the Star Luo spirit guiding plate? Upon hearing Su Pingyan's words, Xinliang suddenly awoke from his stupor. And before he could fully process his astonishment, he rose to his knees and respectfully bowed to Su Pingyan, exclaiming, I, Xin, am profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace. Esteemed sir. Observing this, Ziwu hastily followed suit, kneeling and expressing her gratitude. Ziwu sincerely thanks you for your life-saving grace, esteemed sir. Su Pingyan chuckled heartily and addressed the two. Please, rise. Upon hearing his voice, they promptly stood up. Su Pingyan continued, Master Xin, you should thoroughly examine this starry spirit attraction disk for any potential issues. Of course, he merely stated this for the sake of formality. After all, how could anything cultivated in the spirit field possibly have defects? Xinliang immediately responded, Absolutely, absolutely. He then cautiously picked up the starry spirit attraction disk, scrutinizing it with great care. The more he observed, the broader his smile became, and the more astonished he felt, unable to suppress his admiration as he exclaimed, The spiritual energy contained within this disk far surpasses that of the previous one. Such exquisite craftsmanship by the esteemed elder is truly commendable. Allow me to bow to you once more. With that, he bowed deeply to Su Pingyan once again. This is splendid. I can consider my task accomplished. With a smile, Su Pingyan uttered a few words. Upon hearing this, Xinliang was immediately overwhelmed by a profound sense of gratitude, and he promptly responded, Your kindness, esteemed sir, is etched in my heart. In the future, should you require anything at all, I, Xin, shall never decline. Xinliang's tone was both earnest and sincere, clearly emanating from the depths of his being. Su Pingyan gazed at Xinliang for a while, then suddenly smiled and said, Well then, Master Xin, let us dispense with the title of old gentleman. Upon hearing this, both Xinliang and the nearby Ziwu were taken aback, puzzled by the meaning behind Su Pingyan's words. Just as their curiosity piqued, they noticed Su Pingyan's countenance gradually transforming. He shifted from the visage of an elderly man with a hawkish nose and piercing eyes to that of a young and handsome youth. In an instant, both Xinliang and Ziwu were astonished. Then, Su Pingyan rose, shedding his outer robe to reveal the attire of a core disciple of the Lin family. With a smile, he bowed slightly and addressed Xinliang, Master Xin, let us be reintroduced. I am Su Pingyan. Su Pingyan? Xinliang was initially taken aback, but then abruptly stood up, exclaiming in astonishment, You are Su Pingyan? Indeed, he replied. Su Pingyan chuckled lightly and nodded. In recent times, Su Pingyan had gained considerable fame in Qingxia town. Naturally, Xin Liang had heard of this name. However, he could scarcely believe that this rising star and the enigmatic elder were, in fact, the same individual. How could he reconcile this? Even with his own eyes witnessing the truth, he still found it hard to accept. Beside him, Ziwu was equally astonished, covering her small mouth in disbelief. Her face a mask of incredulity. Su Pingyan revealed his true self because he felt there was no longer any need to disguise himself before Xin Liang. After a long while, Xin Liang gradually emerged from his shock, offering a bitter smile as he remarked, "Young Master Su, you have truly deceived me, Xin, most grievously." Su Pingyan smiled faintly, then cupped his hands together in a gesture of respect, saying, "I am but a man of scant influence and limited ability." Resorting to such desperate measures not out of malice towards Master Xin, but rather out of necessity. I hope Master Xin can find it in his heart to forgive me. Xin Liang waved his hand dismissively, chuckling as he replied, "No harm done. Since you, young Su, are willing to reveal your true self before me, it signifies that you have acknowledged me as a friend. I am truly honored." With that, he gestured towards Su Pingyan, saying, "Please, young Su, be my guest." Su Pingyan replied with a smile. Subsequently, the two resumed their seats. Ziwu then poured another cup of tea for Su Pingyan. "Thank you, Miss Ziwu." Su Pingyan nodded and smiled gently at Ziwu. With a glimmer in her eyes, Ziwu replied, "There is no need for courtesy, young master." Shortly thereafter, they heard Xin Liang inquire, "So, it seems that young Su is not only a practitioner of spirit refinement but also a craftsman of weapons?" Su Pingyan was not the least bit surprised that Xin Liang could deduce his status as a spirit-refined warrior. As for the title of craftsman, he readily acquiesced, for failing to do so would render certain matters inexplicable. Moreover, embracing the identity of a craftsman would undoubtedly afford him greater advantages. Thus, Su Pingyan inclined his head slightly. Although he had anticipated this moment, Xin Liang could not help but feel a surge of astonishment upon Su Pingyan's admission. It was noteworthy that at such a tender age, Su Pingyan had already mastered the crafting of profound spiritual artifacts. What did this signify? It indicated not only exceptional talent but also a remarkably formidable background. Surely, there must be an esteemed figure behind him. Otherwise, even with extraordinary talent, it would be implausible for him to attain such accomplishments in the realm of crafting. After a moment of contemplation, Xin Liang could no longer restrain himself and boldly asked, "Pardon my intrusion, but may I inquire from whom young Su has received his tutelage?" Su Pingyan had long anticipated that Xin Liang would pose this question. After all, he was not the first to inquire about it. Su's response remained consistent as ever. Xin Liang was well aware that there exist certain reclusive masters in the world, who delight in seeking disciples amidst the mundane realm, and these masters often possess eccentric temperaments, preferring to remain nameless. Thus, after hearing Su Pingyan's explanation, Xin Liang harbored no doubts and did not pursue the matter further. Instead, he shifted the conversation, saying, "Young Master Su, I have an unreasonable request. Please, do share." After Su Pingyan finished speaking, he heard Xin Liang chuckle and say, "Young Master Su has bestowed upon me the gift of life. I feel a profound camaraderie with you, as if we are long-lost friends. If you do not mind, I would like to propose a brotherly bond between us. What are your thoughts on this, young Master Su?" Upon hearing these words, Su Pingyan was taken aback. He had initially assumed that Xin Liang's unexpected request was related to the art of forging. To his surprise, it was a proposal of brotherhood. In truth, Su Pingyan had always held Xin Liang in high regard. His conduct was characterized by integrity and openness, displaying both courage and vision. Had it not been for his admiration for Xin Liang, Su Pingyan would not have agreed to assist him. Of course, it would be naive to believe that Xin Liang harbored no ulterior motives, solely wishing to form a bond. Su Pingyan was aware that such matters often entail mutual benefits. Xin Liang was undoubtedly drawn to Su Pingyan's identity as a master craftsman and the formidable figures that supported him. Su Pingyan is also able to enjoy the benefits that Xin Liang, as the master of the Qijin Pavilion, brings to him. In summary, it is sufficient for everyone to have an unspoken understanding. There is no need to dwell on who benefits more or less. Moreover, Su Pingyan is currently in urgent need of a substantial quantity of body-refining elixirs. Therefore, he does not harbor any aversion towards the notion of brotherhood. After a moment of silence from Su Pingyan, Xin Liang, assuming he was reluctant, smiled warmly and remarked, "It is of no consequence. I merely spoke on a whim. Dear brother Su, please do not take it to heart." Upon hearing this, Su Pingyan chuckled and replied, "Master Xin has misunderstood. It is my utmost honor to forge a brotherhood with you." Xin Liang, upon hearing these words, was instantly elated and could not help but burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid." He then turned to Ziwi, saying, "Prepare the wine." "Yes, master," Ziwi responded promptly, and soon returned with a jar of exquisite wine, along with 2 crystal-clear jade cups. She then poured a cup for each of the 2 men. Subsequently, Xinliang raised his cup and said, "Young brother Su, our bond is rooted in sincerity. Let us forego the cumbersome formalities. Let us drink this toast, and from this moment forth, we shall be sworn brothers, sharing fortune and facing adversity together." Indeed, Master Shin's words resonate deeply with me. After Su Pingyan finished speaking, he raised his bowl and clinked it with Xinliang's. Subsequently, the 2 of them downed the wine in their bowls in one gulp. "Elder brother, virtuous younger brother." After they called out to each other, Xinliang burst into hearty laughter once more. A smile of delight appeared on Su Pingyan's face. After finishing his laughter, Xinliang turned to Su Pingyan and said, "Dear brother, you have saved my life this time. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Should you have any needs, do not hesitate to speak." Su Pingyan was eagerly awaiting his response. Without hesitation, he said, "To be honest, I truly require some body-refining pills." As soon as he finished speaking, Xinliang chuckled and replied, "Ah, that is easily arranged, Zil." Zil responded softly, "Yes, master." "Fetch 100 intermediate body-refining pills," Xinliang commanded. After receiving his orders, Zil acknowledged him and turned to head towards the outer hall. One must admit, the quantity of 100 intermediate body-refining pills was indeed quite astonishing. However, regrettably, Su Pingyan's consumption rate of these pills was alarmingly high. Although 100 seemed substantial, it would only suffice for a few days. Thus, Su Pingyan inquired, "Brother, may I ask if you possess any advanced body-refining pills?" Upon hearing Su Pingyan's query, Xinliang's expression turned somewhat troubled as he replied, "My dear brother, you may not be aware that while the advanced body-refining pills are not of high grade, they are exceedingly difficult to produce. Not only are they exceedingly rare in the market, but their price is also exorbitantly steep. Most importantly, from a cost-performance perspective, the advanced body-refining pills are not as advantageous as the intermediate ones." Su Pingyan understood that Xinliang was not merely brushing him off. Indeed, this was the case. The advanced body-refining pill was a 9th-grade medicinal concoction, while the intermediate body-refining pill was a 6th-grade one. Although there was a 3-grade difference between the two, their effects were not significantly disparate. However, the price of the advanced body-refining pill was more than 5 times that of its intermediate counterpart. Consequently, it was only natural for people to prefer purchasing the intermediate body-refining pill. The dilemma for Su Pingyan lay in the fact that he was not consuming the pills directly. Rather, he intended to plant them in his spiritual field. Thus, naturally, the higher the grade of the medicinal pills, the better. Noticing Su Pingyan's furrowed brow and contemplative demeanor, Xinliang kindly suggested, "How about this, dear brother? I shall assist you in searching the market for a few days." Su Pingyan was instantly filled with joy and clasped his hands together, saying, "In that case, I am deeply grateful to you, brother." Chapter 42. Hearing the bad news, reluctantly pausing the cultivation before long, Ziwu brought forth 100 intermediate body-refining pills. Then, Xinliang spoke, "Dear brother, take these intermediate body-refining pills for now. Once I have procured the advanced ones, I shall send someone to inform you at the Lin family." Su Pingyan nodded in agreement. He then reminded Xinliang, "Brother, my identity as a weaponsmith is still a secret, so I hope you can keep this under wraps." Xinliang smiled in response, "You need not worry about this. My dear brother, I know precisely how to handle it. Just rest assured." After giving his assurance, Su Pingyan recalled the matter of the spirit fruit and inquired, "By the way, brother, do you have any Qi-Jing fruits?" After all, the unknown second-tier spirit fruit had remarkably elevated his cultivation from the 5th to the 8th level of the body refinement realm. If he could obtain another Qi-Jing fruit and sow it in the spirit field, he would acquire a fruit identical to the previous one. He was confident that consuming it would undoubtedly propel his cultivation to the 9th level, perhaps even to its pinnacle. This would render the need for intermediate body refinement pills unnecessary, thus saving him both time and effort, a truly advantageous outcome. However, Xinliang shook his head and replied, "Though the Qi-Jing fruit is not of high grade, it is still a rare treasure of heaven and earth. I have not seen one in many years." Hearing this, Su Pingyan felt a twinge of disappointment, yet it was within his expectations. Since there were no Qi-Jing fruits available, he would settle for alternatives. He continued to ask, "Are there any other spirit fruits with similar effects to the Qi-Jing fruit?" He added, "Even if they are of ordinary quality, that would suffice." However, this time, Xinliang did not respond immediately. Instead, he smiled and asked, "Dear brother, Have you already consumed a Qi Jing fruit? To this, Su Pingyan did not conceal the truth and nodded slightly. Observing this, Xinliang chuckled and said, then there is no need for further inquiries. Su Pingyan was momentarily taken aback, expressing his astonishment. Why? Xinliang responded with a serene smile, countering his inquiry. Dear brother, do you understand why the refinement of spiritual energy into the body is fraught with difficulty? Su Pingyan was momentarily taken aback by the question, unsure of how to respond. Yet he ventured, isn't it because the process of refining one's body with spiritual energy requires a substantial amount of resources? Xinliang chuckled and shook his head, replying, for an ordinary martial artist, that may indeed be the primary reason. However, you must understand that this world is not devoid of those born into nobility, who also possess innate talent. Such individuals are plentiful, and for them, resources are virtually inexhaustible. Yet, the vast majority fail to become practitioners of spiritual refinement. Can you fathom why this is? Before Su Pingyan could answer, Xinliang continued, let us not look too far. Consider Xiao Mohan and Lu Linglong. Their talents, while not extraordinary, are certainly rare. With the financial power of the town lord's estate, procuring resources for their spiritual refinement would be a mere trifle. Yet, neither of them has become a practitioner of spiritual refinement. Have you pondered the reason behind this? In that instant, Su Pingyan found himself utterly speechless, caught off guard by Xinliang's inquiries. His understanding of spiritual refinement had been based solely on what he had heard from Gao Tai, combined with his own explorations, leading him to believe he had grasped the entirety of the concept. However, after listening to Xinliang's discourse, he experienced a sudden epiphany. Indeed, if the essence of spiritual refinement were merely the consumption of vast resources, it would be an insurmountable challenge for ordinary martial artists. Yet, for those hailing from prestigious families or grand sects, resources are trivial matters. In stark terms, as long as resources are available, one could merely amass a practitioner of spiritual refinement. Yet, the reality is far from this. True practitioners of spiritual refinement are exceedingly rare. Contemplating this, Su Pingyan inquired, is there, apart from resources, another reason? Xinliang smiled and nodded, then said, to become a genuine practitioner of spiritual refinement, the greatest hurdle lies not in resources, but in one's own resilience to external celestial forces, or to put it more plainly, the physical body. Resilience? It was the first time Su Pingyan had encountered this term, prompting him to inquire, what is resistance? In simple terms, resistance refers to the body's capacity to endure the spiritual energy provided by external celestial entities. The human body is profoundly intricate, and each individual possesses a unique level of resistance to this spiritual energy. It can be asserted that resistance is what truly determines whether one can become a martial artist capable of refining their body through spiritual energy, rather than the so-called resources. Upon hearing Xinliang's words, Su Pingyan swiftly related them to his own situation. This reflection led to an epiphany. No wonder he had been consuming an increasing quantity of elixirs with greater frequency, yet the effects were minimal. It was not merely due to his elevated cultivation level or the advanced stage of the great circulation body refinement technique he practiced. Rather, it was predominantly because his body had developed resistance to the spiritual energy offered by external celestial entities. This phenomenon became particularly evident after he consumed the second-tier spiritual fruit of the mysterious grade, following his return from the 10,000 Beast mountain range. He distinctly felt that the spiritual energy provided by the elixirs had diminished significantly, and their efficacy waned. Ultimately, it was all attributable to resistance. Indeed, Xinliang's subsequent inquiry confirmed Su Pingyan's suspicions. He asked, dear brother, have you recently noticed that the efficacy of the body-refining elixirs has diminished? Su Pingyan nodded slightly. So it is. Your body must have developed a resistance to the spiritual essence within the body refinement pill, especially since you have also consumed the crimson essence fruit. The grade of the crimson essence fruit is significantly higher than that of the intermediate body refinement pill, resulting in a much stronger effect. However, while you may have benefited in the short term, the long-term outlook is rather grim. Xinliang continued, explaining why I advised you not to inquire about other spiritual fruits with effects similar to that of the crimson essence fruit. Even if such fruits exist, if their grade falls below that of the crimson essence fruit, they will not provide you with substantial aid. Not to mention that there are indeed none available in the pavilion. Upon hearing this, Su Pingyan's expression shifted, and he felt a surge of anxiety. It is important to note that he had consumed not a yellow-grade crimson essence fruit, but rather a second-tier black-grade spiritual fruit. Does this imply that any spiritual fruit of second-tier black grade or lower would be of no use to him? To enhance his cultivation, he would need to seek out higher-grade sources of spiritual essence. With this thought, Su Ping'an quickly inquired, what must be done to improve resistance? In response, Shen Liang could only offer a wry smile, stating, unless you can break through to the qi condensation stage and become an immortal cultivator, you will not be able to significantly enhance your body's resistance to the spiritual essence provided by external immortal artifacts. He then shook his head, leaving his thoughts unspoken. Su Ping'an pondered deeply. If one could enhance their resistance, then aspiring to become a practitioner of spiritual energy body refinement would not be so arduous. For a moment, Su Ping'an felt a sense of confusion. Indeed, without a guide, navigating through the complexities alone proved to be futile. Fortunately, this time, Shen Liang provided a timely reminder. Otherwise, he might have recklessly consumed pills, achieving no advancement in cultivation while potentially increasing the strain on his body. By the time he realized this, it might have been too late. Contemplating this, Su Ping'an inquired, "Brother, what should I do now?" Given the circumstances, Shen Liang understood Su Ping'an's predicament and let out a gentle sigh. Alas, at this juncture, there are only two paths. One is to abandon spiritual energy body refinement and pursue the ordinary body refinement route. However, if you choose this, everything you have done thus far would be in vain. Abandonment was never Su Ping'an's way. Moreover, he had no intention of surrendering. Thus, he asked, and the second? The second option is to consume higher-grade celestial substances and break through to the condensation realm before your body is fully resistant. Yet, this path is fraught with difficulties. Shen Liang refrained from harshly discouraging Su Ping'an, merely stating its challenges. However, to provide some comfort, he quickly added, "But rest assured, dear brother, I will gather high-grade celestial substances for you. If you do not give up, I shall devote myself to ensuring your success in spiritual energy body refinement, even if it costs me my life." Shen Liang's words were not mere rhetoric. He spoke with unwavering determination. Upon witnessing this, Su Ping'an felt a surge of gratitude and mustered a smile, saying, "Thank you, elder brother." He then took his leave. As he made his way back, a sense of melancholy enveloped him. He was uncertain about the extent of his body's resistance, which rendered him hesitant to consume the intermediate body refining pills. Not only did he refrain from taking the intermediate pills, but he also hesitated to use the yellow-grade pills he had cultivated, should his body become entirely resistant. Even the consumption of superior-grade celestial substances would prove futile. However, there was no need for excessive pessimism. After all, he possessed a spirit field. For others, acquiring superior-grade celestial substances was akin to scaling the heavens, but for him, it was merely a matter of effort. It seemed imperative to find some yellow-grade pills or rare treasures with body-refining properties. Nevertheless, after much contemplation, he concluded that this matter could only be entrusted to Shen Liang. Soon, Su Ping'an returned to the Lin family. With no cultivation to pursue, he decided to visit the family's library. As a core member of the Lin family, he was free to enter and exit the library at will. Though he could not take any cultivation methods out of it, nor could he plant them in his spirit field. Thus, he idly perused the texts, treating it as a means of enriching his knowledge. For 2 consecutive days, Su Ping'an immersed himself in the library. It was not until the early hours of the 3rd day that he awoke and checked his spirit field. The previously sown blood-burning technique had yielded results. Chapter 43, The Dragon Blood Pill, Generous Gift from Shen Liang. However, this time, the outcome was not the Earth-grade technique Su Ping'an had anticipated. Instead, he discovered a 9th-level mysterious grade technique, which left him somewhat disappointed. Yet, upon reflection, a 9th-level mysterious grade technique was still commendable. He promptly retrieved the technique from the spirit field. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the cover boldly inscribed with the title 9 Transformations of the Profound Truth. The name was indeed imposing, but he wondered about its efficacy. Su Ping'an pondered internally and began to peruse the text. However, upon completing the introduction to the cultivation method, he was suddenly enlightened. The Xianjin 9 Transformations was conceived by a cultivator known as Xianjin Daoren. Much like the blood-burning technique, it also significantly enhances one's cultivation by tapping into the practitioner's physical vitality in a short span of time. Yet, while the blood-burning technique comprises merely 3 tiers, the Xianjin 9 Transformations boasts 9. This clearly indicates that the latter's efficacy in elevating one's cultivation is markedly superior to that of the former. Of course, the toll on the body from the latter is considerably greater as well. However, the distinctions between the two extend far beyond this. It is essential to note that the blood-burning technique cannot transcend boundaries, whereas the Xianjin 9 Transformations can. Nevertheless, crossing boundaries in cultivation comes with immense risks and costs. Utilizing the Xianjin 9 transformations necessitates a robust physique and exceptional recuperative abilities. Each application demands the practitioner to promptly regulate their breath to prevent excessive depletion. Should one overexert themselves, it could potentially jeopardize their very life. Furthermore, there exists a fundamental difference between the two methods. Every tier of the blood-burning technique requires dedicated practice to be employed, whereas the Xianjin 9 transformations operates quite differently. One simply needs to activate the corresponding incantation. In other words, a practitioner can invoke any tier at will, including directly executing the 9th tier, though doing so would deplete 90% of their physical vitality, verging on a perilous gamble. Thus, it is evident that unless one finds themselves at a critical juncture of life and death, recklessly employing the 9th tier is akin to courting disaster. In essence, compared to the sequentially practiced blood-burning technique, the Xianjin 9 transformations resembles more of a mystical art rather than a traditional cultivation method. With this newfound knowledge, Su Ping'an undoubtedly fortified his safeguards. At present, the spiritual field had finally become available. Su Ping'an has resolved to abandon the cultivation of the essence-refining pill. Consequently, the contents of his Qiankuan bag have dwindled, leaving him with but a single yellow-grade spiritual disc and a few bottles of spiritual liquor. While the spiritual disc is indeed a valuable item, it holds little significance for Su Ping'an at this juncture, as his cultivation remains insufficiently developed. His recent expedition to the Wanyao mountain range has profoundly impressed upon him the perilous nature of treasure hunting. Although he is in dire need of rare materials, he has yet to reach a point where he must risk his life. Moreover, Shen Liang has already pledged to assist him in gathering resources. Thus, he need only await favorable news. Therefore, he has resolved to cultivate the spiritual liquor first. Even though Feng Xian has yet to emerge from his seclusion, he could very well do so at any moment. Su Ping'an believed it was prudent to prepare the spirit wine in advance. Thus, he began by planting the jar of Bai Xia Qiongjiang that Lu Chanfeng had gifted him. In the days that followed, he relished a rare tranquility, spending his time immersed in the Lin family's library. Initially, he had intended to seize this opportunity to learn a few offensive martial arts techniques. After all, both the Yulong Qianhuan and Xianjin Jiubian were merely auxiliary techniques. Unfortunately, most of the techniques available here were of mundane quality, leaving much to be desired, and he found little interest in them. Rather than squander time on these, he deemed it far more beneficial to visit the Qijin Pavilion and request a few books on Huang-grade techniques from Shen Liang. Planting them in the spiritual fields would yield Xin-grade techniques, making the learning process far more exhilarating. Last time, upon discovering the issue of resistance from Shen Liang, he had momentarily lost his enthusiasm and neglected to make that request. He resolved that once he had cultivated the spirit wine, he would make another trip to the Qijin Pavilion to acquire a technique for his practice. Otherwise, the endless hours of idleness were becoming exceedingly tedious. Nevertheless, it should be noted that his time spent in the library studying these mundane techniques was not entirely in vain. He had gleaned some insights that would undoubtedly aid his future cultivation endeavors. Thus, a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Su Ping'an not only completed the cultivation of the jade elixir bestowed by Lu Chanfeng and the 10 jars of the immortal brew acquired from Shen Liang, but he also took the liberty of cultivating the yellow grade 3 spirit plate. The jade elixir, which is of grade 6, yielded a yellow grade 2 spiritual liquor, while the immortal brew of grade 5 produced a yellow grade 1 spiritual liquor. Although the difference between the two is merely 1 grade, Su Ping'an perceived a distinct richness in the aroma of the former compared to the latter. With these 2 varieties of yellow-grade spiritual liquors in his possession, his confidence in successfully apprenticing grew significantly. As for the yellow-grade 3 spirit plate, it produced a mysterious grade 2 spirit plate, a rank higher than the Xinglua spirit guiding plate. This plate exuded an extraordinary azure hue, its surface adorned with intricate patterns that shimmered faintly, reminiscent of stars fallen from the night sky. At its center lay a translucent spirit stone pointer, within which appeared to flow a liquid, emanating subtle waves of spiritual energy. Surrounding the spirit stone pointer was a delicate ring of runes that flickered intermittently, their ethereal quality adding to the plate's enigma. Naturally, Su Ping'an was unfamiliar with this spirit plate, prompting him to bestow upon it the name Azure Starfall Plate. At this juncture, Su Ping'an found himself devoid of any further items to cultivate. Thus, he resolved to visit the Qijin Pavilion the following day to request a yellow-grade offensive technique from Shen Liang, and to ascertain whether he had procured any high-grade elixirs or rare materials suitable for body tempering. However, before the dawn of the next day, Shen Liang sent someone to summon him in the evening. Su Ping'an speculated that Shen Liang had likely gathered some valuable items, filling him with great delight. These recent days, being unable to cultivate had caused him considerable distress. Now that he finally had news, he could hardly contain his excitement and hurriedly made his way to the Rare Treasures Pavilion. Upon entering, he was greeted once again by Wei Ming. By now, Wei Ming had come to realize that the mysterious elder was none other than the youth who had previously purchased the universe bag. And he was indeed the renowned Su Pingyan, whose name now resonated throughout Qingxia town, especially since Su Pingyan had just sworn brotherhood with Xin Liang. Wei Ming dared not show any negligence. Upon seeing Su Pingyan, he quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully, addressing him as young Master Su. In that moment, Su Pingyan couldn't help but reminisce about his first visit to the Rare Treasures Pavilion to buy the universe bag. Although merely a few months had passed, it felt as if an entire era had transpired. Su Pingyan then chuckled and said, "There is no need for such formalities, Wei Lao." Upon hearing this, Wei Ming straightened up and replied with a smile, "Young Master Su, the pavilion master has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Please, allow this old man to escort you to the inner hall." "Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Wei Lao." Su Pingyan nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, he followed Wei Ming into the inner hall. Upon entering, Su Pingyan beheld Xin Liang seated with poise, meticulously examining a crimson elixir in his hand. "Elder brother," Su Pingyan called out, "come quickly, dear brother." Upon seeing Su Pingyan, Xin Liang appeared genuinely delighted and promptly rose to greet him. Su Pingyan strode over briskly, his face alight with excitement. "Elder brother, do you have good news?" "Ha ha ha, indeed. Not only is it good news, but it is splendid news of utmost significance. Come, come. Let us sit and discuss," Xin Liang replied, and the two took their seats. As was customary, Ziwu prepared tea for the pair. Once seated, Xin Liang, with a smile, said, "My dear brother, please take a look." With that, he extended the crimson elixir he held in his hand towards him. Su Pingyan took the elixir. Examining it meticulously, he observed that this pill was surprisingly of the third tier in quality. Its entire surface was a vivid crimson, adorned with intricate golden patterns that resembled the overlapping scales of a dragon, emanating a faint glow. The pill was approximately the size of a thumb, perfectly rounded and plump, with a texture as smooth and warm as jade, subtly radiating a fervent heat. Upon closer inspection, one could discern signs of a liquid flowing within, reminiscent of a drop of sealed blood, harboring an inherent, tumultuous power. Su Pingyan, although unfamiliar with this elixir, instinctively recognized its exceptional quality. Curiosity prompted him to inquire, "Elder brother, what is this?" This elixir, known as the Dragon Blood Body Refinement Pill, is meticulously crafted from an array of rare ingredients, including dragon bloodgrass, crimson flame fruit, and the essence of Shin iron. It encapsulates the potent force of dragon blood, and upon consumption, it significantly enhances physical strength and invigorates the vital essence. Notably, the fire attribute's spiritual energy contained within the pill further refines the bones and sinews, rendering the body more resilient. It is indeed a rare and invaluable tonic for body tempering. The more Su Pingyan listened, the more delighted he became. He had never anticipated that this elixir contained the formidable essence of dragon blood, although this dragon blood was not genuine but rather extracted from dragon bloodgrass. Its efficacy undoubtedly surpassed that of any ordinary body refining elixir. Most importantly, it was classified as a yellow grade tier 3. If planted in a spiritual field, it could very likely transform into an Shin grade elixir, which would greatly benefit his body refinement. Then, Su Pingyan inquired, "Elder brother, this elixir must have been hard-earned, correct?" Hearing this, Xin Liang laughed heartily and replied, "My dear brother, you need not concern yourself with that. Simply take it." After a brief pause, he continued, "However, the properties of this elixir are exceedingly potent. Should one fail to assimilate its power in a timely manner after consumption, it could potentially damage the meridians. So, dear brother, please exercise caution when taking it." Su Pingyan nodded gratefully and said, "Thank you for your reminder, brother." He then looked at Xin Liang with heartfelt appreciation and continued, "Brother." However, Xin Liang seemed to anticipate what Su Pingyan was about to express. He waved his hand with a smile and said, "All right. There is no need for formalities between us as brothers. You should focus solely on your cultivation." Su Pingyan nodded once more and remarked, "Elder brother, I have one more request." Chapter 44, The Final Departure. Su Pingyan becomes a disciple of Feng Xian. "You may speak, dear brother. Whatever is within my power, I shall certainly assist you," replied Xin Liang. Upon hearing Xin Liang's words, Su Pingyan felt no need for further formality and proceeded to express his desire for a Huang grade offensive martial art. Xin Liang, upon hearing this, could not help but chuckle. "Ah, I thought it was something of great importance." A mere Huang-grade offensive martial art is a trivial matter. Please, follow me. It is important to note that offensive martial arts are far less scarce than defensive ones, and Su Ping'an merely requested a Huang grade without specifying a particular level. Such techniques are abundant in the treasure trove of the Qijin Pavilion. Thus, in Xinliang's eyes, this was hardly a significant request. Su Ping'an followed Xinliang, traversing the winding corridors of the rear garden, until they arrived at what appeared to be an unremarkable stone wall. Su Ping'an was taken aback as he observed Xinliang extend his hand and press against the wall several times. Subsequently, the stone wall began to slowly part, revealing a deep and mysterious passageway. Su Ping'an was utterly astonished. Xinliang, with a smile, gestured, "My dear brother, please." With that, he stepped inside. Su Ping'an came to his senses and hurried to catch up. On either side of the passageway, countless precious luminous pearls were embedded, illuminating the entire corridor with an extraordinary brilliance. "Dear brother, this is the treasure vault of the Qijin Pavilion," Xinliang remarked with a smile, his tone imbued with a sense of pride. Su Ping'an nodded. Even without Xinliang's words, he had a faint inkling of the situation. The passage was not particularly long. After walking for a while, they soon arrived before two imposing bronze doors. Xinliang retrieved an ancient key from his Qian Kuan pouch, inserted it into the lock, and with a gentle turn, the bronze doors creaked open in response. "Please, my dear brother," Xinliang gestured once more. "After you, elder brother," Su Ping'an replied courteously. Su Ping'an uttered a remark. Subsequently, the two entered the premises. Behind the door lay an exceedingly spacious stone chamber, its four walls adorned with wooden shelves, upon which were displayed an array of rare and exquisite treasures. As Xinliang guided Su Ping'an through the exhibition, he remarked, "These are the precious artifacts collected by the Qijin Pavilion over the years. If there is anything that catches your eye, feel free to express your desire." Su Ping'an chuckled upon hearing this and said, "Thank you, my brother. However, all I desire is a single volume of the Huangpin cultivation method." Su Ping'an is not a person of insatiable greed. Moreover, Xinliang has just gifted him a precious dragon blood refining pill. Even if he were extraordinarily thick-skinned, it would be unbecoming to request further treasures from him. Even if Xinliang were to initiate such a conversation, he would find it difficult to accept. The crux of the matter is that these items hold little value for him, at least, at this current juncture. Soon, Xinliang led Su Ping'an to an enormous bookshelf, towering 3 to 4 men high. Xinliang then remarked, "Esteemed brother, the top 3 rows consist of yellow-grade offensive techniques. Take your time to choose." Su Ping'an lifted his gaze and beheld nearly 100 volumes of martial arts techniques lined up before him. With 3 rows, there were a total of 300 titles. It is noteworthy that these were merely the quantities of yellow-grade offensive techniques. In contrast, the Lin family's library contained fewer than 300 martial arts texts, appearing rather meager by comparison. With such an abundance of choices available, it was certain that he would find a suitable selection. Su Ping'an contemplated for a moment before bowing to Xinliang, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, elder brother." Xinliang smiled and waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for such formalities. Subsequently, Su Ping'an ascended the nearby ladder to the top, where he began to carefully select from the array of techniques. These skills were meticulously categorized into various forms: fist techniques, palm techniques, finger techniques, leg techniques, sword techniques, saber techniques, spear techniques, staff techniques, and more. Indeed, a comprehensive collection. Su Ping'an had little desire to study weaponry. He preferred the arts of body techniques. After all, with the enhancement of spiritual energy refining his body, he could exploit the advantages of physical martial arts more effectively. This inclination significantly narrowed his choices. Thus, he diligently scrutinized the options available to him, while Xinliang remained patient, leisurely awaiting his decision below. It was undeniable that the yellow-grade techniques were a cut above the mundane varieties found in the Lin family's library, a realm apart in both intricacy and power. However, despite their strength, Su Ping'an had yet to find one that truly resonated with him until he came across a technique titled Phantom Fist, classified as a yellow-grade level 2 skill. Upon examining it, he felt an immediate spark of interest. As its name suggests, the Phantom Fist centers around speed. Practitioners can generate multiple fist shadows during combat through rapid punching. Not only do these shadows exist, but they also possess significant force. For those who have reached the beginner stage, an additional fist shadow can be produced with a striking force equivalent to 30% of a real punch. At the minor achievement stage, 3 additional shadows can be manifested, each carrying 50% of the real punch's power. Upon reaching the major achievement stage, 5 shadows can be unleashed with 70% of the actual punch's force. Finally, at the completion stage, practitioners can generate 7 shadows, each indistinguishable in power from a genuine punch. This implies that achieving completion would effectively result in one punch equating to 8, an impressive outcome indeed. Yet, what captivated Su Pingyan most about this technique was its fundamental emphasis on speed. Practitioners must cultivate a nimble and swift physique to harness the technique's full potential. Given that Su Pingyan had already perfected his drifting dragon steps, this technique was a perfect match for him. Conclusively, he resolved to select it. However, Su Pingyan's intention was not merely to practice this skill. He aimed to implant it into his spiritual fields to yield a higher-grade technique of the same kind for further cultivation. "Elder brother, I have made my choice," he declared. Su Pingyan descended from the ladder and addressed Shenliang. Shenliang glanced at the book of Shadow Fist that Su Pingyan held in his hands, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. After all, a yellow-grade second tier is not particularly high, with over a dozen volumes surpassing it in rank. However, he quickly recalled that Su Pingyan possessed a unique footwork technique. Although he had not witnessed it firsthand, he had certainly heard of it. It was this very footwork that had enabled Su Pingyan to rescue Lin Qingqing, Xiao Mohan, and Lu Linglong from the treacherous Wanyao Mountain. The Shadow Fist, inherently centered on speed, would indeed achieve a seamless synergy when combined with Su Pingyan's footwork. Thus, Shenliang chose not to elaborate further, offering instead a knowing smile and a slight nod. The two then departed from the treasure vault. With matters concluded, Su Pingyan found no reason to linger and took his leave, returning to the Lin residence. Notably, earlier on the way to the Rare Treasures Pavilion vault, Su Pingyan had already sown the dragon blood body refining pill into his spiritual field. Now, he awaited the forthcoming harvest in quiet anticipation. The following morning, upon awakening, Su Pingyan instinctively checked his spiritual field. The dragon blood body refining pill he had planted the previous day had already begun to sprout. If all went well, he anticipated that new pills would be ready by the next morning. A sense of eager expectation washed over him. After dressing, just as Su Pingyan was about to step out, a gentle knock echoed at the door. "Pingyan, are you in there?" It was none other than Lin Qingqing. Su Pingyan walked over, opened the door, and said with a smile, "Senior sister, what brings you here so early? Is there something on your mind?" Lin Qingqing responded with a radiant smile, "Aren't you seeking a mentor?" Upon hearing the voice, Su Pingyan was momentarily taken aback. But he quickly regained his composure and exclaimed with delight, "Has my master emerged from seclusion?" "Indeed," Lin Qingqing nodded and replied, "He just came out last night." "Where is he now?" Su Pingyan hurriedly inquired, "In the main hall, speaking with grandfather. Wait for me." Without allowing Lin Qingqing to finish her sentence, Su Pingyan eagerly dashed towards the main hall. Lin Qingqing, feeling somewhat helpless, had no choice but to follow closely behind. Soon, Su Pingyan arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, while Lin Qingqing, after considerable effort, finally caught up, both exasperated and amused, remarked, "You are so reckless. What an inappropriate demeanor. If master sees you like this, it would be quite surprising if he accepts you." Upon hearing Lin Qingqing's words, Su Pingyan suddenly realized the truth in her statement and sheepishly replied, "I am just eager to become a disciple." Even with such eagerness, one must adhere to proper etiquette. Master places great importance on decorum. Behaving this way may lead him to perceive you as impolite. As Lin Qingqing patiently articulated her thoughts, she gently adjusted Su Pingyan's attire. Thank you, senior sister." Su Pingyan felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, apart from his mother and Arya, no other woman had ever done such a thing for him. "All right, come with me to pay our respects to the master," Lin Qingqing said. With a nod and a smile, Su Pingyan agreed, and together they stepped into the main courtyard. From a distance, Su Pingyan peered through the open door into the hall, where he observed an elderly man with white hair and beard seated opposite Lin Xiao. The two appeared to be engaged in a lively discussion, punctuated by bursts of hearty laughter. Upon closer inspection, the old man exuded an imposing presence, embodying a dignity that commanded respect without uttering a word. It was evident that this authoritative figure was Feng Xian, the foremost elder of the Lin family. As if sensing Su Pingyan's gaze, Feng Xian turned to look at him, his piercing eyes eliciting an inexplicable sensation of discomfort in Su Pingyan's own. Su Pingyan hastily averted his gaze, his heart secretly trembling. He had encountered numerous cultivators in his lifetime, yet this was the first time he felt such a sensation. Before he realized it, the two had arrived at the main hall. Lin Qingqing bowed respectfully and said, "Grandfather, master." "Ah, Qingqing, come in," Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Immediately, the two entered the main hall. Su Pingyan accompanied Lin Qingqing into the hall, first bowing respectfully to Lin Xiao, the head of the family. After receiving a nod of acknowledgement from Lin Xiao, Su Pingyan turned his body towards Feng Xian and respectfully offered a deep bow, saying, I am Su Ping'an. Honored to meet Elder Feng. Feng Xian stroked his beard with a light chuckle and replied leisurely, So, you are Su Ping'an? Chapter 45, The Dead Spirit's Key. After extremes must come a new beginning. Su Ping'an responded respectfully, There is no need for such formalities. Feng Xian chuckled as he spoke. Su Ping'an bowed once more. Then slowly straightened up and gazed at Feng Xian. Strangely, this time, he did not experience the same sensation as before. Feng Xian, with a cheerful smile, fixed his gaze upon Su Ping'an for a moment, then nodded slightly and remarked, Indeed, commendable, the youth is worthy of instruction. Upon hearing the voice, Su Ping'an felt a surge of joy within him. Previously, he had been concerned that Feng Xian might harbor a negative impression of him. However, it now seemed that such worries were entirely unwarranted. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xiao spoke with a smile, Though Ping'an is still young, his cultivation is remarkable, and his bravery is exceptional. If it were not for him during this expedition to the Wanao mountain range, Lin Qingqing would surely have faced dire consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Qingqing seized the opportunity to praise Su Ping'an, saying, Indeed, Master, not only did Ping'an save me, but he also rescued Xiao Mohan and Lu Ling Long, thereby incurring an immense favor from the town lord's manor towards our Lin family. He has truly rendered great service to our clan. Listening intently, Feng Xian nodded gently, his gaze towards Su Ping'an now infused with a hint of admiration. He then inquired slowly, I have heard that you wish to take me as your master? Upon hearing Feng Xian's proactive question, Su Ping'an's spirit lifted, and he quickly replied, Yes, I hope for your esteemed consideration, Elder Feng. With that, he bowed deeply in respect. However, Feng Xian did not respond immediately, appearing to be in deep contemplation. Observing this, Lin Qingqing hastily pleaded, Master, Ping'an is an extraordinary talent in martial arts, far surpassing my own abilities. Given his sincere intentions, would you not consider accepting him as your disciple? Yet, Feng Xian still showed no inclination to agree. Seeing this situation, Lin Xiao could not help but chuckle softly and then ventured to plead, Elder Feng, I understand that you have resolved not to take on any disciples, but I beseech you to make an exception this once for my sake. In Lin Xiao's view, allowing Su Ping'an to become Feng Xian's disciple would undoubtedly bring countless benefits to the Lin family, with no detriment whatsoever. Su Ping'an, though still in the bloom of youth, possesses remarkable cultivation, indicating his extraordinary talent. Should he receive the guidance of Feng Xian, his future accomplishments are bound to be exceptional. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that once Su Ping'an becomes a disciple of Feng Xian, he will be inextricably linked to the Lin family, alleviating any concerns about his potential departure from them. This is the fundamental reason why Lin Xiao is willing to sacrifice his own dignity as the head of the Lin family to request Feng Xian to accept Su Ping'an as a student. Of course, Lin Xiao harbors a degree of admiration for Su Ping'an, yet his primary desire is for Su to serve the Lin family diligently. Observing Lin Xiao and Lin Qingqing advocating for Su Ping'an and noting Feng Xian's evident fondness for him, the elder stroked his beard and smiled, saying, Very well. In that case, I shall make an exception this once. Upon hearing this, both Lin Xiao and Lin Qingqing were filled with joy. Su Ping'an was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed, saying, Thank you, Master. However, Feng Xian chuckled and replied, Do not be so hasty in addressing me as Master. Come closer, and let me take a look first. Su Ping'an was somewhat perplexed about what Feng Xian wished to observe, yet he promptly approached Feng Xian. He extended his hand. Feng Xian uttered a phrase. Su Ping'an immediately complied. Soon after, he observed Feng Xian slowly raising his hand, gently grasping Su Ping'an's wrist. Su Ping'an felt somewhat perplexed when he suddenly sensed a wave of spiritual energy entering his body. Due to the refinement of his physique through this energy, his sensitivity to it had become remarkably acute. He perceived that this subtle essence, though exceedingly faint, harbored immense power within. Although he remained unaware of Feng Xian's intentions, Su Ping'an was reluctant to act rashly in this moment. However, as the spiritual energy coursed through him, he observed Feng Xian's expression gradually growing grave, with his brows furrowing ever deeper. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Ping'an was instantly beset by an ominous premonition. Before long, he observed Feng Xian gradually release his grip, followed by a deep sigh. Master, what troubles you? Lin Qingqing inquired, her expression one of bewilderment. Lin Xiao, standing nearby, furrowed his brow in contemplation, and after a moment's reflection, seemed to arrive at a realization, asking, Old Feng, could it be that there is an issue with Ping'an's spiritual aperture? Su Ping'an was hearing this term for the first time, completely unaware of its implications, and could only gaze blankly at Feng Xian. Feng Xian gently stroked his beard, nodded slightly, and spoke solemnly. Among his 9 spiritual orifices, 8 are lifeless. Upon hearing this, both Lin Xiao and Lin Qingqing changed their expressions dramatically. In particular, Lin Qingqing covered her mouth in astonishment, her face a portrait of disbelief. Seeing this, Su Pingyan could not help but inquire, "Old Feng, what is meant by spiritual orifice?" Feng Xian displayed a hint of surprise as he replied, "You are unaware of the concept of spiritual orifice?" Su Pingyan shook his head. Feng Xian let out a sigh of relief, and then spoke thoughtfully. The spiritual orifices are the vital conduits within the human body that connect to the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. They serve as the pivotal gateways for cultivators to transcend from the body refinement stage to the qi condensation stage. Only by unlocking these spiritual orifices can a cultivator absorb the ambient spiritual energy and transform it into their own spiritual power, thus officially stepping into the qi condensation realm. The human body harbors 9 major spiritual orifices, each located in distinct regions and corresponding to various attributes of the celestial energies. The order and number in which these orifices are unlocked directly influence a cultivator's innate talent and the trajectory of their future cultivation. The vast majority of cultivators manage to open 3 to 5 orifices, while a rare few with extraordinary gifts may unlock 6 to 8. Those who can access all 9 orifices are considered prodigious talents, appearing only once in a century. Upon hearing this, Su Pingyan was taken aback. And as he recalled what Feng Xian had just mentioned, that among his 9 spiritual orifices, 8 were sealed, he felt a jolt as if struck by lightning. Does that mean I can only unlock 1 spiritual orifice? He pondered. However, Feng Xian shook his head and replied, although you possess 1 active orifice, it does not necessarily imply that it can be unlocked. If it remains inaccessible, you will never reach the qi gathering stage, and your destiny will be forever detached from the path of cultivation. Even if you manage to unlock it, your potential will be limited, and your progress will lag significantly behind others. It is likely that throughout your life, you will struggle to achieve any notable accomplishments in the realm of cultivation. After finishing, Feng Xian let out a gentle sigh, embodying a sense of regret, perhaps mixed with sympathy. Su Pingyan stood transfixed, a picture of desolation. At this moment, he found himself reflecting on the first encounter with that cultivator, who had remarked on his poor aptitude for cultivation. In hindsight, that assessment proved accurate. Out of the 9 spiritual apertures, 8 remained eternally sealed, mere dead apertures. The fate of the solitary open aperture was still uncertain. This was not merely poor. It was a profound deficiency. Lin Xiao shook his head in resignation, feeling a twinge of disappointment. He had once believed that Su Pingyan's future would be bright, perhaps even leading to extraordinary achievements. However, the harsh reality was that he was a waste of an aperture, with the potential to unlock the last one hanging in the balance. Should it remain closed, he would, at best, become a top-tier warrior, forever barred from the ranks of cultivators. Lin Qingqing gazed at the dejected Su Pingyan, her heart heavy with sorrow, tears welling up as she turned to Feng Xian, asking, "Master, is there any way to transform a dead aperture into a living one?" Upon hearing her words, Su Pingyan looked at Feng Xian, his eyes filled with hope. Yet, Feng Xian could only manage a wry smile and shake his head, replying, "If such a method existed, would not everyone be able to cultivate?" Those words extinguished the last flicker of hope for Su Pingyan. Indeed, if dead apertures could be transformed into living ones, then anyone could become an unparalleled genius with all 9 apertures open. Feng Xian, looking at Su Pingyan, felt a pang of compassion and gently said, "I am unable to turn your dead apertures into living ones, and even for the 1 living aperture, I cannot guarantee I can assist you in unlocking it to become a cultivator. That said, if you are resolute in wanting to be my disciple, then so be it." In essence, Feng Xian's words conveyed that even if Su Pingyan became his disciple, he would be of little help. However, Su Pingyan did not hesitate for a moment. He straightened his posture and declared, "Disciple is but a dull-witted mortal. Even if I am fated never to open the gates of immortality in this life, it is a matter of destiny and has nothing to do with my master. Your willingness to accept me as a disciple is already a tremendous kindness for which I am deeply grateful. How could I not bow?" With that, he knelt on both knees, respectfully greeting Feng Xian. Disciple Su Pingyan pays respects to master. Ha ha ha. Excellent, excellent. Good disciple. Feng Xian was immensely comforted by Su Pingyan's heartfelt words, feeling a swell of emotion as he stroked his beard and laughed heartily. He then proclaimed, "With your words, I shall devote my utmost effort to help you unlock your spiritual apertures and embark on the path of immortality." Upon hearing the sound, Su Pingyan was filled with joy and bowed, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, master." You may rise," Feng Xian replied with a smile, his gaze towards Su Pingyan brimming with approval. Lin Xiao and Lin Qingqing, witnessing this, also wore smiles on their faces. However, The thought that Su Pingyan was a vessel with a single aperture cast a shadow over their expressions. At this moment, Su Pingyan's heart too was not entirely at ease. Though he was not consumed by despair. Despite the fact that 8 of his 9 spiritual apertures were dormant, he still possessed one active aperture, did he not? If he could unlock this single active aperture, he could indeed become a cultivator, albeit with a slower cultivation speed and a lower potential than others. Yet, one must not overlook the fact that he possessed a spirit field, which could wholly compensate for these shortcomings. His current task was simply to steadily complete the process of spiritual energy tempering, striving to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 9th stage of body tempering. As for unlocking the apertures, a solution would inevitably present itself. Moreover, Feng Xian had assured him that he would assist in unlocking the apertures, guiding him onto the path of immortality. With this in mind, why burden himself with excessive thoughts and trivial worries? Throughout the journey home, Lin Qingqing consistently offered words of comfort to Su Pingyan, which significantly uplifted his spirits. The following morning, the dragon blood body refining pill that had been planted earlier finally yielded a new elixir. To Su Pingyan's delight, this time, it was a Tier 3 elixir of the profound grade. After a series of unfortunate tidings, he was finally greeted with a piece of good news. Ah, perhaps this was indeed the turning of the tide. Chapter 46, The Entrance Gift. Lin Qingqing bestows gauntlets. The elixir's surface shimmered with 7 layers of azure gold patterns, each intricately flowing like stardust, with the outermost layer enveloped in a gossamer mist as delicate as a dragonfly's wing. Su Pingyan then retrieved the elixir from the spirit field. In his hand, it felt pleasantly cool, yet upon closer inspection, one could sense the immense spiritual power contained within, as if countless tiny flames danced within. The fragrance of the elixir was not overpowering, yet it exuded a refreshing sensation that invigorated the spirit, as if every pore in his body opened wide at that moment. Eagerly absorbing the medicinal essence, Su Pingyan hurriedly settled into a cross-legged position, taking a deep breath before unhesitatingly placing the elixir into his mouth. Upon contact, the pill transformed into a warm liquid, cascading down his throat and settling in his abdomen. Initially, this flow of warmth spread languidly throughout his body, akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing every limb, instilling an unparalleled sense of comfort. However, this sensation did not endure for long. Moments later, the warmth surged into an intense heat, as if countless flames were igniting within his meridians. Soon, beads of sweat began to form on Su Pingyan's forehead, his complexion flushing crimson. Gritting his teeth, he endured the excruciating pain coursing through him and commenced the operation of the Great Zhou Tian body refinement technique, guiding the tumultuous energy to circulate within him. As the energy flowed, his meridians seemed to be relentlessly cleansed by an invisible force, growing increasingly resilient. Simultaneously, subtle transformations occurred within his bones and muscles. Just as Su Pingyan began to acclimate to this sensation, he suddenly felt the spiritual energy within him transform into myriad icy needles, piercing straight towards his crown. Upon reaching the Baihui acupoint, a tremendous explosion ensued, erupting into countless blazing flames. The pain compelled Su Pingyan to emit a suppressed groan, nearly causing him to spew forth blood. Following this, he heard a deep, dragon-like rumble resonating from the depths of his bones. Accompanying this resonation, all the major acupoints in his body simultaneously released dark, turbid energy. Almost immediately, his skin began to visibly crack and peel, revealing newly formed textures that shimmered like jade, with each vein pulsating with a golden light. Strangely, at the location of his heart, 3 intertwined Dan patterns emerged as ethereal apparitions. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Su Pingyan's spine began to emit a series of explosive crackles, reminiscent of the clashing of metal, inflicting upon him a pain so acute that he nearly lost consciousness. In a desperate attempt to remain alert, he bit down on his tongue. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as this excruciating agony, which drove him to the brink of despair, gradually subsided, eventually fading into oblivion. Su Pingyan's garments were thoroughly soaked with perspiration, yet his gaze grew ever more resolute. He could distinctly perceive the monumental transformation his body had undergone compared to before. However, he had no time to revel in this triumph, for the spiritual energy within him had yet to be fully absorbed. Consequently, he hastily closed his eyes, centering himself, and once more initiated the great circular body refinement technique. It was only after the last vestige of spiritual energy was completely consumed that he exhaled a long breath, gradually opening his eyes. At that moment, Su Pingyan's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and he emanated an aura of fierce intensity. He clenched his fist, reveling in the overwhelming power coursing through him, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. He had reached the 9th level of body refinement. Indeed, This unknown third-grade mysterious elixir had elevated his cultivation from the early stage of the 8th level to the 9th level of body refinement. Although the magnitude of this enhancement paled in comparison to the previous second-grade spiritual fruit, it must be noted that as one ascends, the chasm widens, and the difficulty of advancement intensifies. The elevation from the 5th level to the 8th level of body refinement is incomparable. Moreover, since Su Ping'an was refining his body with spiritual energy, his physique exhibited a resistance to the spiritual energy provided by external celestial entities. For a third-grade mysterious elixir to elevate his cultivation from the early 8th level to the 9th level was indeed a commendable outcome, one that Su Ping'an found quite gratifying. Yet, this also signified that further enhancement would undoubtedly pose greater challenges, requiring not only higher-grade celestial entities but also the endurance of excruciating pain. Such is the price of spiritual energy refinement. Unbeknownst to him, night had already fallen. Soon after, Su Ping'an recalled the yellow-grade second-level martial arts manual, the shadow boxing, which he had obtained from the Rare Treasures Pavilion a few days prior. He then retrieved it from his invisible bag and planted it in his spiritual field. It was at this moment that he remembered the spiritual wine he had previously prepared for Feng Xian. Originally, this wine was intended for his apprenticeship, but to his surprise, the initiation had gone remarkably smoothly, rendering the wine unnecessary. Nevertheless, Su Ping'an still intended to present this spiritual wine to Feng Xian, as he was now brimming with numerous questions about cultivation that he wished to inquire about. With this in mind, it would be improper to arrive empty-handed. Furthermore, since the spiritual wine was originally meant for Feng Xian, it could be considered a return to its rightful owner. Thus, early the next morning, Su Ping'an set out to pay his respects to Feng Xian. However, just as he stepped outside, he spotted Lin Qingqing approaching him with a radiant smile. Ping'an. Lin Qingqing greeted him warmly. Su Ping'an smiled as well, then pretended to bow formally and said, "I pay my respects to my senior sister." Lin Qingqing noticed that Su Ping'an was in good spirits, seemingly having brushed away the gloom, and she couldn't help but feel happy for him. She chuckled softly and replied, "No need for formalities, junior brother." Su Ping'an straightened his posture and inquired with a smile, "Might I ask what brings you here, senior sister?" Can you guess?" Lin Qingqing rarely displayed a playful side. Su Ping'an couldn't help but smile, and he ventured a guess. "Could it be that my master is looking for me?" "No." "Let me guess again." After speaking, he kindly reminded, "It's something good." "Something good?" Upon hearing this, Su Ping'an couldn't help but feel intrigued. "Could it be that there is some treasure being offered to me?" Su Ping'an casually made a guess. After all, for him, this could be regarded as a piece of good fortune. Indeed, he noticed Lin Qingqing's eyes sparkle with delight, followed by a gentle smile, as she retrieved an item from her Qianquan bag and handed it to Su Ping'an, saying, "Here." Su Ping'an lowered his head and beheld that Lin Qingqing was holding a pair of gauntlets. Su Ping'an couldn't help but feel somewhat perplexed. "Senior sister, what is this?" "This is a gift to welcome you into the fold," Lin Qingqing replied with a smile. "A welcome gift?" Su Ping'an exclaimed in astonishment. Let's see if you like it." As he spoke, he handed the nail polish to Su Ping'an. Su Ping'an took the gauntlet and examined it closely. The gauntlet's surface was entirely jet black, adorned with intricate, fine scales that shimmered with a chilling luminescence, seemingly alive, quivering slightly. Embedded in the back of the gauntlet was a crimson blood pearl, from which a mist resembling blood swirled, faintly echoing a deep, beastly roar. The fingertips extended into 5 sharp blades of dark iron, each etched with ancient runes that radiated a deep red glow. Wrapping around the wrist was a protective strap woven from what appeared to be the sinews of some mythical beast, embellished with 9 small spirit stones that sparkled brilliantly. Notably, in the center of the hand's surface, the striking characters "Breaking Army" were seared in meteorite sand, imparting an air of dominance. At that moment, Lin Qingqing spoke. "This gauntlet is known as the Xianlin Breaking Army armor, crafted from a millennium of dark iron as its foundation, with the surface covered in scales from 9 extraordinary beasts. Though merely a 9th-tier magical artifact, its power is formidable, capable of shattering mountains and stones with ease. Particularly, the scales can automatically shift and rotate upon receiving a heavy blow, dispersing the impact across various points of force, making it an exceptional treasure for both offense and defense." Lin Qingqing paused briefly before continuing, "Noticing your aversion to wielding weapons, I deemed this gauntlet particularly suitable for you, and thus I present it as a gift to commemorate your entrance into this realm." Upon hearing the voice, Su Ping'an felt a warmth in his heart and replied, "Thank you, senior sister." Lin Qingqing smiled brightly. "Oh, come now, there is no need for such formality with me. Try it on quickly." Following her words, Su Ping'an donned the gauntlet. The gauntlet was designed to automatically adjust to the size of the wearer's hands. At the moment he slipped it on, Su Pingyan felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his hands. He swung his fist with vigor, and the wind howled, creating a formidable shockwave that hurtled towards a massive boulder ahead. With a resounding crash, the boulder was instantly reduced to powder, dust swirling into the air. For a fleeting moment, surprise flickered in Su Pingyan's eyes. It turned out that the Xianlin Broken Army Gauntlet could indeed amplify his strength. In the next instant, Su Pingyan's figure flickered as he executed the dragon step. With every punch and every step, he could feel an immense force erupting from within. After a while, he finally came to a halt. At that moment, he gently caressed the scales on the gauntlet, his heart swelling with excitement. Initially, he had presumed that this 9th-grade mundane Xianlin Broken Army Gauntlet would not possess significant power, considering its grade. However, it had far surpassed his expectations. It must be said that Lin Qingqing's gift was precisely what Su Pingyan had yearned for. Previously, Su Pingyan had contemplated acquiring an offensive magical artifact for self-defense. However, due to not yet reaching the condensation realm, he was unable to utilize his own spiritual energy to activate yellow-grade artifacts. And he had yet to find a mundane artifact that truly satisfied him. Thus, he had temporarily shelved the idea. Little did he expect Lin Qingqing would present him with this gauntlet. The power of spiritual energy refining his body, combined with the dragon step, the martial arts, and this gauntlet was simply flawless. How do you like it? Noticing Su Pingyan's exuberance, Lin Qingqing could tell he was particularly fond of the gauntlet. Yet she still joyfully inquired, eager to hear his affirmation. Indeed, Su Pingyan nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, I love it immensely. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingqing's smile blossomed radiantly, as bright as blooming peach blossoms. Chapter 47. Offering Spirit Wine, Feng Xian opens the cauldron to refine elixirs by the way, Pingyan. Where are you headed? Lin Qingqing suddenly remembered to ask. Oh, I'm going to pay my respects to Master. Su Pingyan answered truthfully. Upon hearing his voice, Lin Qingqing chuckled softly and said, Allow me to guide you. Su Pingyan had never visited Feng Xian's residence, only knowing that it was a standalone courtyard nestled in the backyard. With Lin Qingqing leading the way, it could not have been more convenient. He nodded in agreement, replying, Very well, I appreciate your assistance, senior sister. With that, they exchanged a knowing smile. Lin Qingqing gracefully led Su Pingyan through the corridor, and soon they arrived at the backyard. Before them lay a meticulously tended garden, complete with rock formations and flowing water, adorned with lush flora. The morning sunlight filtered through the sparse bamboo leaves, casting a dappled glow upon the blue stone slabs. Lin Qingqing moved with light steps, her skirt billowing gently in the breeze, occasionally glancing at Su Pingyan with a hint of concern and tenderness in her eyes. Su Pingyan's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the surrounding scenery. This marked his inaugural visit to the Lin family's backyard, which proved to be far more expansive than he had anticipated. In the distance, several pavilions and towers were faintly visible, nestled among the verdant trees, exuding an air of tranquility. The atmosphere was imbued with a subtle floral fragrance, occasionally punctuated by the melodious chirps of birds, further enhancing the vitality of the scene. The two of them meandered along a winding path, traversing a grove of bamboo, where the rustling leaves whispered as if sharing secrets. Upon reaching the path's end, a serene, standalone courtyard suddenly came into view. Though modest in size, the courtyard was replete with elegance. Its walls were constructed of blue bricks, adorned with climbing vines, and interspersed with delicate lavender flowers amidst the lush green foliage. The courtyard gate stood ajar, with a wooden plaque inscribed with the characters Jing Sinju, showcasing a vigorous brushstroke that conveyed an ethereal grace. Shall we proceed? Lin Qingqing remarked to Su Pingyan, gently pushing the door open and leading him into the courtyard. Inside, the ground was paved with, and at the center stood an ancient well, beside which grew a venerable plum tree, its gnarled branches exuding a certain defiance, even before the flowering season. To the left of the courtyard was a study, its windows adorned with plain white paper, hinting at the multitude of books within. On the right lay a quiet room, its door firmly closed, exuding an aura of stillness. At this hour, Master should be in the study, Lin Qingqing whispered, guiding Su Pingyan to the study's entrance. She bowed respectfully and announced, Master, Qingqing has brought Pingyan to pay his respects. Come in, came the voice of Feng Xian from within. Lin Qingqing opened the door and ushered Su Pingyan into the study. Despite its simple furnishings, the room radiated elegance. The walls were adorned with landscape paintings, while the shelves overflowed with ancient texts. On the writing desk sat a celadone teapot, from which a fragrant steam wafted. Feng Xian was seated behind the desk, engrossed in a book, the cover boldly inscribed with the words by Chao Dan Feng. Upon witnessing this, Su Pingyan could not help but feel a slight astonishment. Immediately thereafter, he observed Lin Qingqing bowing deeply once more, addressing him as master. Su Pingyan quickly regained his composure and bowed, addressing respectfully, Master. Feng Xian, upon hearing the voice, slowly lifted his head, his gaze gradually softening as he smiled and replied, "No need for formalities." "Thank you, Master," both of them echoed in unison before straightening up. Then, Lin Qingqing inquired, "Master, you have been studying the 100 herb elixir formula for 2 consecutive days. Could it be that you intend to commence alchemical operations?" "Commence alchemical operations?" Upon hearing this, Su Pingyan was taken aback, gazing incredulously at Feng Xiandao. Could it be that my master is, in fact, an alchemist? As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Qingqing chuckled and replied, "Not only that, my esteemed master is not merely an alchemist, but a highly skilled 9th-tier alchemist. Had he not devoted himself to rigorous cultivation over the years, neglecting his alchemical pursuits, he would likely have already ascended to the rank of an 8th-tier alchemist." Her demeanor carried a hint of prideful boasting. Su Pingyan was utterly astonished. He never anticipated that Feng Xian was, in fact, a 9th-grade senior alchemist. This was news to him, as he had never heard of it before. Feng Xian stroked his beard and chuckled, saying, "Such matters are but old tales. There is no need to dwell on them." Shortly thereafter, Lin Qingqing inquired once more, "Master, are you truly going to refine a pill?" Feng Xian nodded slightly, his expression tinged with seriousness, and replied, "I am currently seeking to concoct a pill that will assist Pingyan in successfully opening his spiritual orifices. However, I have yet to find a clear direction." Upon hearing that Feng Xian was preparing to refine elixirs for his sake, Su Pingyan felt a wave of emotion swell within him. He promptly bent his body in reverence and said, "Master, your immense kindness leaves me at a loss for how to repay you. Please allow me to bow before you." With that, he deeply bowed to Feng Xian. In response, Feng Xian smiled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Enough, enough. Now that you have taken me as your master, I assure you that I shall not treat you unjustly. Moreover, I have already promised to assist you in unlocking your spiritual channels and guiding you to become an immortal practitioner. There is no need for further gratitude on this matter." "Yes, master," replied Su Pingyan. Su Pingyan hurriedly responded with reverence. Soon after, he retrieved a jar of spirit wine from his invisible pouch, which was indeed crafted from a 5th-tier mundane spirit by the renowned wine master, resulting in a 1st-tier spirit elixir. However, before he could utter a word, Feng Xian exclaimed in surprise, "An invisible pouch?" Lin Qingqing, standing beside him, wore a look of astonishment, clearly witnessing this phenomenon for the first time. Previously, she had been curious as to why she had never seen Su Pingyan's pouch, only to discover that it was, in fact, invisible. Since Su Pingyan acted in such a manner before Feng Xian and Lin Qingqing, he evidently did not intend to conceal anything from them. Naturally, he could not disclose the true origin of this invisible bag of holding. Thus, he merely fabricated an excuse, claiming that this invisible bag was also a gift from the hermit who had previously instructed him in his cultivation. As for this individual, Feng Xian had indeed heard Lin Qingqing mention him before. It is well known that there are countless masters in this world. Upon encountering Su Pingyan, it was indeed his fortuitous opportunity, which was hardly surprising. Consequently, Feng Xian did not dwell on it further. He merely nodded with a smile and remarked, "You, my young friend, are rather fortunate to have acquired such a treasure without any effort." Having said that, he did not forget to caution, however, "The world is treacherous. You must not reveal this treasure while you are outside, lest you inadvertently invite calamity." "Yes, master, your disciple will heed your wise counsel." Su Pingyan bowed slightly and responded, "Master, this jar of spirit wine is a token of my filial respect for you." With that, he stepped forward and placed the jar of spirit wine before Feng Xian. Upon seeing this, Feng Xian could not help but stroke his beard and laugh heartily. "Ha ha ha. You young lad truly understand how to please an old man." After saying this, he picked up the jar and removed the seal. The moment the seal was broken, a rich, mellow fragrance of wine instantly permeated the air. Even Lin Qingqing could not help but exclaim, "Wow, this spirit wine smells divine." Feng Xian was equally astonished, as it was the first time he had encountered such a potent aroma. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, "This spirit wine is actually of the 1st-grade Huangpin?" Hearing this, Lin Qingqing cast a look of astonishment at Su Pingyan and inquired, "Where did you procure 1st-grade Huangpin spirit wine?" Su Pingyan smiled and said, "Jizhengu." "Jizhengu?" Lin Qingqing furrowed her brow slightly and murmured, "Jizhengu actually possesses Huangpin spirit wine?" Although she found it somewhat peculiar, Su Pingyan's demeanor did not suggest deceit. Moreover, it was merely a jar of spirit wine, and there was no need for Su Pingyan to fabricate a story. Thus, Lin Xingxing refrained from further inquiries. Upon receiving the Huangping-level spirit wine, Feng Xian's face lit up with joy. Seizing the opportunity of his good spirits, Su Pingyan posed several questions regarding cultivation, specifically those pertinent to the body refinement stage, as he was still quite distant from the qi condensation stage. Feng Xian patiently answered each of Su Pingyan's queries, imparting wisdom that illuminated his understanding. Previously, he had only been engaged in solitary practice, unaware of the myriad intricacies involved. Furthermore, Feng Xian shared invaluable insights and experiences related to cultivation, greatly enriching Su Pingyan's knowledge. Considering that his master had other matters to attend to, particularly those concerning his potential to unlock spiritual apertures, Su Pingyan wisely chose not to linger for too long, departing alongside Lin Xingxing. The following day, he did not return. However, on the morning of the third day, the Huangping-level second-tier martial art, Shadow Fist, which he had planted in the spiritual field, bore fruit. To Su Pingyan's astonishment, it turned out to be a profound fourth-tier martial art known as the Dragon Elephant Shadow Fist. Su Pingyan swiftly extracted it from the spiritual field and examined it with great care. This martial art, crafted by a reclusive cultivator, draws inspiration from the fierce combat of dragons and elephants. It harmoniously integrates the fluidity of the dragon with the might of the elephant. With each punch, it resembles a dragon soaring through the heavens, and the force unleashed is akin to a colossal elephant treading upon the abyss. Named Shadowless, it signifies the utmost swiftness, embodying an intangible essence. Should one master it to perfection, the shadow of the fist could transcend the illusory, manifesting in reality, and even summon the ethereal specters of dragons and elephants to subdue adversaries. Su Pingyan was momentarily overwhelmed with excitement, hastily continuing to read on. This martial art possessed three distinctive characteristics. First, it harmonized hardness and softness. When the power of the fist was unleashed, it resembled a dragon soaring across the seas. Seamless and dense, while when internalized, it was akin to an elephant stabilizing the mountains and rivers, capable of shattering stone and earth. Second, the distinction between the real and the illusory was elusive. The fist shadow could split into 9 forms, with the true essence concealed within the false moves, striking the enemy in the blink of an eye. Third, it employed a secret technique of layered force. Each strike could accumulate power thrice, with the final blow doubling its might. However, only those possessing spiritual energy capable of tempering the body could wield it. Upon reaching this point, Su Pingyan was filled with immense joy. He read further and discovered that this boxing method contained merely 4 forms, which was somewhat unexpected. The first form was dragon lurking in the abyss. The second was elephant treading the heavens. The third was shadowless thousandfold. The fourth was dragon and elephant returning to the void. Notably, the fourth form required the burning of one's own vital energy to execute. Most importantly, although the dragon and elephant shadowless fist was merely a 4th-level mysterious technique, its grade could evolve with the practitioner's advancement, potentially ascending to an earth-level technique. However, the arduousness of its cultivation was beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals. One needed the pride of a dragon and the resilience of an elephant to hope for perfection. After reading, Su Pingyan no longer hesitated and immediately set off towards the small hillside in the east of the town. Chapter 48. The birthday feast of Lu Chanfeng soon arrived. Su Pingyan reached the small hillside, at the very spot where he often practiced. He then sat cross-legged, took out the dragon and elephant shadowless fist, and contemplated the first form, dragon lurking in the abyss. The essence of this form lay in embodying the dragon's spirit, concealing the force beneath the 9 abysses, condensing power in the moment, with the fist's energy resembling a hidden dragon, latent yet ready to erupt. Akin to a dragon soaring from the depths, capable of shattering air and earth with a single strike. In essence, this form emphasized the concept of force. It was primarily a test of whether the practitioner could master the condensation of force. After meticulously studying the incantation and key points of the first form several times, Su Pingyan slowly rose to his feet to practice. He bent his knees slightly, akin to a dragon coiling at the mountain's base, grounding his feet, sinking his energy to the dantian, shaping his fist into claws with palms facing upward, held at his waist, as if poised to seize the dragon's power. He then gradually adjusted his breathing, making it as prolonged and flowing as the undercurrents of an abyss, while his muscles tensed like a bowstring drawn tight, and his spine arched like a dragon's back storing energy. Suddenly, he exhaled forcefully, his throat resonating with a low dragon's roar, transforming his fist into hammers that surged upward diagonally. In an instant, his fist cleaved through the air, generating a spiraling force, revealing the phantom of a dragon's head. Wherever he struck, grass and stones were sent flying, and the ground was instantly scarred with deep rifts. Upon witnessing this, Su Pingyan could not help but feel a surge of joy. He had not anticipated that merely attempting to unleash his power, without formally striking, would yield such formidable results. Truly, it was deserving of its classification as a fourth-tier profound technique. After a moment of reflection, Su Pingyan focused his mind, inhaling deeply as his expression gradually grew solemn. In the next instant, a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes, as if he could pierce through the very fabric of reality. Suddenly, his form descended sharply, his fists akin to dragons plunging into the ocean, crashing forcefully toward the ground. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the earth erupted, fissures appearing instantaneously across its surface. In that moment, waves of energy surged and dust spiraled into the air. Su Pingyan's fists seemed to transform into two colossal dragons, bearing unparalleled strength. Plunging deep into the earth, the cracks on the ground rapidly expanded, as if the entire hillside were on the verge of being torn asunder by this singular blow. Yet, Su Pingyan did not falter. His figure remained elusive amidst the swirling dust, his fists still tightly clenched. This was the essence of concealing power beneath the abyss. A state of potential energy. Gradually, the dragon's shadow behind him became increasingly vivid, as if it were poised to roar forth and ascend to the heavens. The dragon lay in the depths, dormant yet ready to unleash its might. Su Pingyan silently recited the incantation of his martial arts technique, attuning himself to the fluctuations of power emanating from the earth beneath his feet. The essence of Long Qian Yuan lay in the concept of concealment. It is crucial to understand that strength is not attained in an instant. Rather, it requires relentless accumulation to reach its zenith. After a brief moment, Su Pingyan let out a low growl and swiftly retracted his fist. Yet, just as he was poised to unleash his strike, he suddenly felt a halt in his power. As if an invisible resistance had severed his momentum, causing the radiant golden light concentrated in his fist to dim. Had he failed? Su Pingyan furrowed his brow, meticulously recalling the essential points of this technique. Yet, he could not discern any oversights. Could it be that the timing of the gathering momentum was amiss? Su Pingyan murmured softly to himself, contemplating the possibility. He took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, and recalibrated his breathing before making another attempt. This time, he was particularly attentive. As power gradually coalesced, a golden radiance emanated from the tip of his fist once more. In that elusive moment, it seemed as if a colossal dragon stirred within the shadow of his punch, emitting a deep, resonant roar. Now is the moment. With a thunderous roar, Su Pingyan abruptly withdrew his fist, and without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a powerful strike. In an instant, the air was filled with a howling wind. As if it were being torn asunder, two golden silhouettes of fists surged forth like colossal dragons emerging from the depths, hurtling toward a large stone not far ahead. A resounding crash echoed through the air as the stone shattered instantaneously, sending fragments scattering, leaving a deep fissure etched into the ground. Upon witnessing this, Su Pingyan could not help but let out a long sigh of relief, a faint smile of contentment gracing his face. He understood that the power of this punch had yet to reach its zenith. Moreover, he was acutely aware that the path of cultivation was not a matter of a single day or night. Only through unwavering perseverance could one truly grasp its profound mysteries. Thus, a month swiftly passed. On a hillside shrouded in morning mist, Su Pingyan practiced diligently the first form of the dragon elephant shadow fist, known as dragon submerging into the abyss. Through a month of relentless training, he had attained a deeper understanding of this form. Particularly, he had mastered the timing of condensing force with remarkable precision. The potency of his technique had increased severalfold compared to its initial execution. Furthermore, bolstered by the techniques of swimming dragon steps and mystic scales breaking the army armor, its might was nothing short of terrifying. By now, Su Pingyan had thoroughly integrated the essence of dragon submerging into the abyss. Consequently, after completing the final repetition and deeming himself adequately prepared, he began to ponder the second form, elephant treading the heavens. Unlike the first form, the essence of the second form did not lie in momentum but in sheer force. This technique embodies the shape of an elephant and the intent of treading the heavens, emphasizing the suppression of all through absolute strength. Akin to a colossal elephant trampling the sky, its might unparalleled. The crux of this form lies in the accumulation and explosive release of power. The practitioner must repeatedly hone their physical body, ensuring that every inch of muscle can unleash its utmost strength. Additionally, given the immense power of this technique, insufficient bodily fortitude could easily result in self-injury. Thankfully, for Su Pingyan, whose body had been tempered by spiritual energy, these concerns were negligible. The momentum of dragon submerging into the abyss, coupled with the force of elephant treading the heavens, could unleash the most exquisite power. Subsequently, Su Pingyan endeavored to practice In the initial attempts, his control over the force was not precise, preventing him from fully harnessing the technique's potential. However, he quickly grasped the essentials and began to find his rhythm. In contrast to the first form, dragon submerging into the abyss, elephant treading the heavens was notably simpler, as force is tangible while momentum remains intangible. Furthermore, Su Ping'an's spiritual energy tempering provided him with an innate advantage. Thus, in merely 3 days, he completely comprehended the second form, elephant treading the heavens. On one particular morning, as was his routine, Su Ping'an prepared to continue his training on the hillside with the third form of the dragon elephant shadow fist, shadow of 1,000 layers. Yet, before he could step out of the Lin family's gate, a light, graceful voice called out to him from behind. Ping'an. Upon hearing the voice, Su Ping'an turned around to find it was Lin Qingqing, and he could not help but smile, saying, "Senior sister?" Due to his recent preoccupation with cultivation, it had been a while since he had seen Lin Qingqing. "Are you going out to cultivate again?" Lin Qingqing approached, asking with a light laugh. "Ah." Su Ping'an smiled and replied, then inquired, "Is there something you need, senior sister?" As soon as his words fell, Lin Qingqing straightforwardly stated, "Yesterday, an invitation arrived from the Town Lord's residence. In 3 days, we shall celebrate the 50th birthday of Town Lord Lu Chanfeng. He wishes to invite the distinguished heroes of Qingxia Town to gather together, and he specifically mentioned you, insisting that you must attend." Upon hearing the voice, Su Ping'an smiled knowingly and nodded in agreement, saying, "No problem, I will certainly be present." "Well, regarding this matter, I shall not hinder your cultivation any longer." After Lin Qingqing spoke, she was about to turn and leave when Su Ping'an suddenly recalled something and called out, "Senior sister." Lin Qingqing turned around, casting an inquiring glance at Su Ping'an and asked, "What is it? Is there any news from Master?" Su Ping'an inquired. "A fortnight ago, Feng Xian commenced the alchemical process to concoct a pill that would aid Su Ping'an in unlocking his spiritual orifices. However, despite several attempts, all ended in failure. Su Ping'an initially intended to pay a visit, yet he feared that his presence might disturb his master during the alchemical process, thus, he refrained from doing so. At this moment, he fortuitously encountered Lin Qingqing and contemplated inquiring about the situation. However, Lin Qingqing shook her head and replied, "Ever since the last failed attempt at alchemy, Master has closed his doors, allowing no one to enter his courtyard, nor even approach it. Therefore, I am unaware of the current circumstances. I did hear from my grandfather the other day that Master is lacking a certain ingredient for his elixir and has requested my grandfather's assistance in procuring some." Upon hearing this, Su Ping'an nodded slightly, reflecting on his master's advanced age and the sacrifice of his own cultivation time to forge alchemical pills for him. His heart was filled with both gratitude and an inexplicable sorrow. Lin Qingqing seemed to perceive his inner thoughts and gently offered her reassurance. "Rest assured. Master is a 9th grade senior alchemist. He will be fine. As for you, seize this opportunity while Master is refining pills to elevate your cultivation to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement. This way, once Master has successfully completed the elixirs, you will be able to unlock your spiritual orifices and embark on the path of immortality." Upon hearing this, Su Ping'an could not help but chuckle softly, saying, "Senior sister, I have only just broken through to the 9th level of the body refinement realm. Is it too much to ask me to reach the pinnacle of this level?" Lin Qingqing smiled radiantly in response, "You are a martial arts prodigy. Such a trivial challenge cannot possibly deter you. I have faith in you." As she spoke, she gently patted Su Ping'an on the shoulder in encouragement. They exchanged a knowing smile, and in that moment, Su Ping'an felt a significant lightness in his heart. After parting ways with Lin Qingqing, Su Ping'an continued to the small hillside in the east of the town to practice the third stance of the Dragon Elephant Shadow Fist, known as the Shadow of 1,000 Layers. In comparison to the previous 2 stances, this one placed greater emphasis on footwork. For Su Ping'an, who had mastered the profound technique of the Dragon Flow steps, this proved to be a mere trifle. Before long, he was executing it with ease. Most importantly, he discovered that the Dragon Flow steps and the Shadow of 1,000 Layers complemented each other remarkably well, an unexpected delight indeed. This time, Su Ping'an required only a day to comprehend the third stance, the Shadow of 1,000 Layers. As for the final stance, the Dragon Elephant returning to the void, it was, in fact, the simplest of all. The essence of this stance lay in the act of igniting one's vital energy. Su Ping'an merely made a slight attempt to ensure that he could unleash his abilities at a critical moment, and that was sufficient. Soon, the time arrived 3 days later, the 50th birthday celebration of Lu Chanfeng, the Lord of Qingxia Town. As night descended, the sky over Qingxia Town was enveloped in a subtle hue of bluish gray. the lights in the town gradually illuminated, their scattered glimmers spreading across the streets like a resplendent river of stars. In front of the stately and majestic lord's manor, guests flocked in abundance, arriving continuously. 2 large red lanterns inscribed with the character for longevity swayed gently in the breeze above the entrance, casting their glow upon the bustling crowd. Su Pingyan gazed into the distance and couldn't help but exclaim, "There are indeed quite a number of guests here to celebrate the birthday." Beside him, Lin Qingqing softly remarked, "All the prominent families and influential forces in the town must have arrived." Su Pingyan nodded, and a spark of amusement flickered in his heart as he chuckled. Could it be that the Wang family has also arrived? Lin Qingqing discerned the jest in Su Pingyan's words and, with a radiant smile, cast him a sidelong glance, replying, "Unless Wang Lai has no desire to keep that arm of his." Su Pingyan smiled faintly and remained silent. However, Lin Qingqing's tone shifted as she remarked, "It is indeed peculiar. The Wang family has been unusually quiet lately. In the past, the Lin and Wang families would occasionally engage in minor conflicts. But ever since the last incident when the town lord confronted them and Wang Lai severed his own arm, the Wang family has adopted a remarkably low profile. It is said that even the young members of the Wang family seldom venture outside. Is this not a positive development?" Su Pingyan inquired. To which Lin Qingqing raised her delicate brows slightly in concern. "It is not that it is unfavorable, rather. I cannot shake the feeling that the Wang family's tranquility is somewhat uncanny." After saying this, she let out a gentle sigh and added, "I can only hope that my worries are unfounded." Su Pingyan nodded, not dwelling too much on the matter. The two engaged in casual conversation while Lin Xiao and Feng Xian conversed ahead, occasionally bursting into laughter. The elixir that Feng Xian was crafting for Su Pingyan had to be temporarily halted due to the absence of a crucial ingredient. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Xian decided to join in the merriment. As the group approached, Su Pingyan raised his gaze and noticed that, apart from Lili, the chief steward of the town lord's estate whom he had met previously, there were also Xiao Mohan and Lu Linglong stationed at the entrance to welcome guests. At that moment, the two spotted Lin's entourage and Su Pingyan, promptly making their way over. Upon reaching them, they first bowed respectfully to Lin Xiao and Feng Xian. Introducing themselves, "I, Xiao Mohan, Lu Linglong, pay my respects to the head of the Lin family and Elder Feng." Lin Xiao and Feng Xian returned the gesture with warm smiles. Subsequently, Xiao Mohan clasped his hands towards Su Pingyan and Lin Qingqing, saying, "Brother Su, Miss Lin." Lu Linglong also smiled and offered a slight bow, acknowledging the greeting. "Xiao brother, Lu's sister, I hope you have been well." Su Pingyan smiled and performed a respectful gesture. Lin Qingqing, imitating Lu Linglong, also offered a slight bow to the two individuals. Subsequently, the two invited several guests into the manor. As they passed the entrance, Lin Qingqing presented 2 gifts to the steward, Lili. One was a tribute from the Lin family, and the other was a gift from her master, Feng Xian. Both were exquisite treasures of nature. Su Pingyan naturally would not arrive empty-handed. However, he could not present any extraordinary treasures. His offering was merely a jar of first-class spiritual liquor. Although the liquor held little monetary value, it was indeed of first-class quality. Moreover, Lu Changfeng had a fondness for drinking. Thus, this gift was quite appropriate. Upon entering the estate, one could see the Azure Stone Plaza, brightly illuminated as if it were broad daylight. The banquet had long been prepared, with tables laden with various spiritual fruits and liquors, filling the air with their delightful aromas. In the center of the plaza, a dozen graceful and enchanting maidens danced elegantly to the melodious tunes played by the musicians. Guests gathered in clusters, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Not far off, Lu Changfeng was conversing merrily with Xin Liang and a stout middle-aged man. Upon noticing Lin's group and Su Pingyan, he approached them with a smile. Seeing this, Lin Xiao also smiled and stepped forward, cupping his hands in greeting. "On the occasion of Lord Lu's birthday, I, Lin, have come to extend my congratulations, wishing you blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity as enduring as the southern mountains." Lu Changfeng laughed heartily. "Aha. The Lin family head is too kind." As they spoke, Xin Liang and the stout middle-aged man joined them. The guests exchanged pleasantries. It turned out that the stout middle-aged man was none other than Yuan Xiong, the owner of the Xinglong gambling house. At that moment, Xin Liang cheerfully called out to Su Pingyan, "Brother Xian." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, their eyes filled with astonishment as they looked at the two. Particularly Lin Qingqing, whose gaze towards Su Pingyan was filled with shock. Su Pingyan couldn't help but chuckle, and then, with a respectful gesture, addressed Xin Liang, "Elder brother." At this moment, the crowd was even more perplexed, their faces a canvas of confusion. Lu Changfeng, astonished, inquired, "Brother Xin, Brother Su, what is the meaning of this?" Xin Liang, with a serene smile, replied, "Esteemed guests, allow me to solemnly introduce this individual as my sworn brother, Su Ping'an." Upon hearing this, the audience was taken aback, their expressions revealing disbelief. Clearly, none had anticipated that Xin Liang and Su Ping'an had forged a brotherly bond. Noticing Lin Xingxing staring at him in astonishment, Su Ping'an could only offer her an awkward smile. Initially, had Xin Liang not spoken up, Su Ping'an had no intention of revealing this. It was not that he sought to conceal it deliberately. Rather, he preferred to maintain a low profile. However, since Xin Liang had made the announcement, it was now public knowledge, and after all, it was not a matter of ill repute. "So it is," Lu Chanfeng mused, stroking his beard with a smile, "Brother Xin, you have indeed acquired a fine sworn brother." At this, Xin Liang erupted into hearty laughter. Yet, at this moment, one individual was even more elated than Xin Liang, Lin Xiao, the head of the Lin family. Previously, Su Ping'an's status as an inept cultivator had left him somewhat disheartened. After all, if Su Ping'an could not become a cultivator, it would spell a tremendous loss for the Lin family. Yet, to his astonishment, Su Ping'an had forged a brotherhood with Xin Liang, and judging by Xin Liang's demeanor, he seemed to care deeply for Su Ping'an. This revelation instantly dispelled the gloom that had shrouded Lin Zhao's heart. It is worth noting that Xin Liang, as the master of the Qijian Pavilion, possessed unparalleled strength, wealth, and connections. The alliance between Su Ping'an and him undoubtedly serves as a significant boon for the Lin family. How could he possibly refrain from feeling elated over such a momentous occasion? The news of Su Ping'an and Xin Liang becoming sworn brothers swiftly reached the ears of the surrounding guests. In an instant, the crowd was filled with astonishment and envy towards Su Ping'an. After a brief conversation, Lu Chanfeng noticed that most guests had arrived and invited everyone to take their seats. Looking around, he observed that there were over 100 guests present, nearly encompassing all the families and factions of Qingxia town, with the notable exception of the Wang family. Once everyone was seated, Lu Chanfeng raised his wine cup and proclaimed in a clear voice, "Today, I am deeply grateful for your esteemed presence. The prosperity of Qingxia town today hinges upon your unwavering support. Though I serve as the town's leader, I am acutely aware of the limitations of one person's strength. It is only through collective effort that we can safeguard this realm's tranquility. I take this opportunity to toast to you all. May you relish the fine wines and exquisite dishes tonight. Should there be any shortcomings in my hospitality, I humbly ask for your understanding." As his words fell, the guests responded with laughter and raised their cups in unison. However, just as they were about to drink together, an out-of-place voice interjected with a laugh. On such a grand occasion, why was the Wang family not invited? The crowd was taken aback and turned to see a group entering the estate, led by none other than Wang Lai, the head of the Wang family. The uninvited arrival of the Wang family caused the expressions of the guests to shift uneasily as they looked towards Lu Chanfeng. Lu Chanfeng fixed his gaze on Wang Lai, his pupils narrowing slightly, and the smile on his face gradually faded. He coldly remarked, "Wang Lai, have you forgotten that I spared your family last time?" Wang Lai chuckled. "What a curious statement, town master. I have come to congratulate you on your birthday. Ah, this is a gift. I hope you will accept it." With a wave of his hand, a brocade box, emanating a menacing aura, flew directly towards Lu Chanfeng. Lu Chanfeng caught it effortlessly, his garments billowing. Yet his stance remained unyielding. The guests looked on in shock. This was an overt display of intimidation. Had Wang Lai lost his mind? Instead of opening the box, Lu Chanfeng concentrated his energy, shattering the box into pieces. However, when he beheld its contents, a gasp of horror echoed through the assembly. A bloodied human head lay within. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Li Li, the chief steward of the town master's estate. It was known that Li Li was also a practitioner of the condensation realm, not a mere nobody. Just moments earlier, he had been standing at the entrance welcoming guests. The suddenness of his demise was chilling. The display of such terrifying power left the guests aware that the Wang family had come with malicious intent. This was no mere provocation. It was a resounding slap in the face of Lu Chanfeng before everyone present. A tense silence enveloped the room, as if a pin drop could be heard. Wang Lai's cold laughter pierced the stillness. "So, town master, are you satisfied with this gift?" Lu Chanfeng's eyes narrowed, his expression darkening, as an invisible pressure permeated the atmosphere. "Wang Lai, you seek death." With that declaration, Lu Chanfeng launched himself forward, his palm charged with formidable energy aimed directly at Wang Lai. Yet, Wang Lai stood his ground, his smirk unwavering, darkening further. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chanfeng was upon Wang Lai. Just as his palm was about to strike Wang Lai's chest, Wang Lai slightly turned aside. Suddenly, a figure materialized, intercepting the blow with a palm of its own. A deafening crash ensued, sending shockwaves through the assembly, causing the guests to stagger backward. Lu Chanfeng was knocked back, landing several steps away. The crowd was filled with dread, their gazes fixed on the unexpected figure. Amidst the shock, Lu Chanfeng looked up, his expression shifting dramatically as he exclaimed, "You." Chapter 50. A shocking turn of events. The town master's estate faces ruin. Wang Futong? Lu Chanfeng articulated each word with disbelief and astonishment etched upon his face. Not only Lu Chanfeng, but many others present also wore expressions of incredulity, clearly recognizing this individual. Su Ping'an observed carefully and was taken aback to discover that the figure before him was an elderly man, roughly the same age as Feng Xian. He was slender, with a somewhat sinister countenance, his hair and beard as white as snow. Clad in a flowing gray-blue Taoist robe, the fabric fluttered gently in the breeze, while his long beard swayed softly to his chest. In his right hand, he grasped an ancient wooden staff, its head adorned with a peculiar black orb that emitted a faint, chilling glow. The staff was intricately carved with elaborate runes, from which a subtle luminescence seemed to ebb and flow, resembling a magical artifact. Noticing the astonishment mirrored on Lin Qingqing's face, Su Ping'an could not help but whisper, "Senior sister, who is he?" Lin Qingqing regained her composure, though her expression remained grave. After taking a deep breath, she replied, "He is the ancestral elder of the Wang family." Su Ping'an, upon hearing this, could not help but be taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is he not exceedingly formidable?" Lin Qingqing nodded in affirmation and replied softly, "As early as 20 years ago, his cultivation had already attained the 3rd level of the qi condensation realm." Upon hearing this, Su Ping'an was taken aback once more. It is important to note that among those present, the most accomplished, Feng Xian, had only reached the mid-stage of the 3rd level of the qi condensation realm, whereas Wang Futong had ascended to the 3rd level of the qi condensation realm 2 decades prior. This implies that he has likely progressed to the 4th level of the qi condensation realm by now. Contemplating this, a profound sense of impending crisis surged within Su Ping'an's heart. It seemed that a life-and-death struggle loomed on the horizon that very night. At that moment, Wang Futong stroked his beard and chuckled, saying, "Master Lu, it has been 20 years since we last met. I trust you have been well? You are still alive?" Lu Chanfeng replied solemnly. Upon hearing this, Wang Futong could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. If I had not feigned my death back then, how could I have possibly evaded the keen eyes of Master Lu?" Su Ping'an was utterly bewildered by the conversation, prompting him to turn to Lin Qingqing beside him and inquire, "Senior sister, what is truly happening?" Lin Qingqing's expression darkened, and she softly replied, 20 years ago, when I was still in my infancy, I was not privy to the intricate details. However, I do know that within the Wanyao mountain range, a celestial cave appeared, drawing many in search of fortune. Yet, only a scant few emerged alive. That incident resulted in the loss of 2 elders from the Lin family, and tragically, my parents also perished. Su Ping'an's heart quivered at the sound. He had previously wondered why he had never encountered Lin Qingqing's parents or heard her mention them. It turned out they had passed away 20 years ago. A sense of melancholy washed over Su Ping'an. Just as he intended to offer some words of comfort to Lin Qingqing, she continued, "Back then, many from the Wang family perished, including Wang Futong. Yet, it seems he faked his death. No wonder the Wang family has been acting so strangely lately. They are evidently plotting something significant." Upon hearing this, Su Ping'an recalled Lin Qingqing's earlier observation about the Wang family's eerie silence, which he had dismissed at the time. Now, it was clear that unusual circumstances often heralded deeper mysteries. At that moment, Lu Chanfeng interjected, "So, the Wang family has come for revenge today." With that statement, Wang Lai scoffed, "Lu Chanfeng, you underestimate the Wang family. We have been scheming for decades for this very day." He narrowed his eyes and ominously added, "Lu Chanfeng, you have held the position of town master for far too long." This revelation left everyone in shock, as they finally grasped the true intentions of the Wang family, to overthrow the town master's residence. "Humph, the Wang family is hardly worthy," Lu Chanfeng retorted, flipping his hand to reveal a sword radiating a blue light. This slender sword resonated with the sound of thunder. It was Lu Chanfeng's treasured Qing Lei sword, discovered in an immortal's cave during his youth, imbued with the power of lightning, making it extraordinarily formidable. With a sharp gaze, Lu Chanfeng moved the Qing Lei sword, unleashing a brilliant arc of blue light, as thunderous energy surged forth towards Wang Lai. Wang Futong let out a cold laugh, casually waving his wooden staff, which emitted a dark spiritual force that swiftly neutralized Lu Chanfeng's sword energy. Realizing the extraordinary nature of Wang Futong's staff, Lu Chanfeng's expression shifted. He could not ignore the fact that this wooden staff was indeed a remarkable treasure. With a contemptuous snort, Lu Chanfeng gathered his inner energy, causing the Qinglei sword to vibrate violently as the power of thunder surged forth. He swiftly approached Wang Fudong, directing the sword's tip towards his throat. However, Wang Fudong merely smiled disdainfully, a trivial technique. Unperturbed, he twirled his staff, causing the runes inscribed upon it to glow. In an instant, a black barrier materialized, shielding him from Lu Chongfeng's sword. The Qinglei sword struck the barrier with a dull thud, failing to penetrate it. Wang Fudong sneered. With your mere cultivation at the early stage of the qi condensation realm, Lu Chongfeng, you are far too weak in my eyes. He then thrust the staff into the ground, causing the runes to spread and form a massive black formation that enveloped Lu Chongfeng. Lu Chongfeng felt his spiritual energy stagnate, as if an invisible force pressed down upon him, making even the Qinglei sword feel heavy. Alarmed, he realized his energy was being slowly devoured. The staff, known as the Spirit-Eating Staff, had been unearthed from an immortal's cave in the Wanao Mountains 20 years prior. The black gem on it was a specially refined spirit stone capable of absorbing spiritual energy, making it exceedingly sinister. Recognizing the dire situation, Lu Chongfeng grit his teeth and summoned the last of his strength. The Qinglei sword erupted in brilliant azure light, converging into a colossal sword shadow aimed at the black formation. "Break!" he shouted, accompanied by a resounding crash as a fissure appeared in the formation. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed forth. Yet, before he could steady himself, Wang Fudong appeared behind him like a specter. With a chilling laugh, he declared, "Lu Tao, master, your time has come to an end." As he spoke, the spirit-eating staff struck Lu Chongfeng's back with tremendous force. Lu Chongfeng felt as if he had been hit by a mountain, spitting out blood as he stumbled to the ground, the Qinglei sword slipping from his grasp. "Father! Adoptive father!" cried Lu Linglong and Xiao Mohan in unison. They sprang into action, launching their swords towards Wang Fudong. However, the two were no match for Wang Fudong. He merely chuckled derisively, "Ha! An ant trying to shake a tree." With a casual wave of his hand, he sent them both crashing back, blood spurting from their mouths. This exemplified the stark disparity between the qi condensation and body refinement realms. In the presence of a qi condensation expert, the body refinement practitioners were as powerless as a Mandus against a chariot. The entire confrontation transpired in mere moments, leaving onlookers in stunned silence, astonished by the sheer power of Wang Fudong, as Lu Chongfeng, one of the most formidable cultivators in Qingxia town, was rendered defenseless. Wang Fudong's prowess was nothing short of terrifying. Su Ping'an was evidently taken aback by the utter defeat of Lu Chongfeng, who, after merely one encounter, was left severely injured. Despite Lu Chongfeng's prowess, which was only slightly inferior to that of his master, Feng Xian, he crumbled so completely before Wang Fudong. Su Ping'an pondered with growing concern. For after vanquishing Lu Chongfeng, the Wang family would undoubtedly turn their attention to the Lin family. If matters escalated, they would have no choice but to unite their strengths against him. Wang Fudong looked down upon Lu Chongfeng with an expression rife with derision, sneering, "Master Lu, it seems you have been quite negligent over these past 20 years. Although defeated, Lu Chongfeng remained unyielding, coldly retorting, "It appears you have also been busy siphoning the spiritual energy of others. Otherwise, you could not have attained such cultivation." Wang Fudong erupted into laughter, declaring, "Ah ha ha. Master Lu, the victor takes all. However, I shall not kill you. I merely require your spiritual energy." As he spoke, his gaze turned sinister, and he commanded, "I shall borrow your spiritual power." With that, the soul-sucking staff suddenly pierced Lu Chongfeng's dantian. A cry of anguish escaped Lu Chongfeng's lips. "Father! Adoptive father!" Lu Linglong and Xiao Mohan shouted frantically. Yet, their cries proved futile. The runes on the staff flickered wildly, and the dark orb gleamed with a strange light, evidently consuming Lu Chongfeng's spiritual energy. Lu Chongfeng felt his spiritual power ebbing away like a receding tide, his cultivation rapidly plummeting. He attempted to resist, only to discover he lacked the strength to even raise his hand. Soon, as the runes and the orb ceased their flashing, Wang Fudong retracted the soul-sucking staff and smirked. "Thank you, Master Lu." Lu Chongfeng collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated, his eyes filled with despair and resentment. The master of Qingxia town had fallen. "Father! Adoptive father!" Lu Linglong and Xiao Mohan rushed over, embracing Lu Chongfeng's body and weeping loudly. The onlookers fell silent, their expressions a mix of shock and fear. Wang Fudong, indifferent, coldly stated, "From this day forth, the Wang family shall be the masters of this town master's residence. Will you all bow down?" Chapter 51, A Grave Crisis. The Lin family faces life and death. The crowd exchanged glances before bowing in unison. "We are willing to submit." Wang Fudong's laughter echoed throughout the town master's residence. At that moment, his gaze fell upon Lin Xiao and his companions, who stood defiantly unbowed, causing his smile to fade into a chilling demeanor. Master Lin. It has been a while, he remarked. Lin Xiao smiled calmly. Thank you for your concern. I trust you remember me. Wang Fudong snorted, his tone icy. Over the years, Master Lin has taken exceptional care of my Wang family. How could I forget? Accompanying his words, an overwhelming pressure was suddenly unleashed, leaving the crowd gasping for breath. Yet, Lin Xiao remained unflinching, maintaining his smile and composure. This is merely my duty. There is no need for thanks. Wang Fudong's pupils constricted slightly as he grinned malevolently. Indeed. I must express my gratitude for your great kindness. With that, the soul-sucking staff surged forth, a wave of black true energy hurtling towards Lin Xiao. Aware of Wang Fudong's superior cultivation and having witnessed the staff's might, Lin Xiao dared not underestimate him, immediately channeling all his energy to defend himself. Boom. The two energies collided, causing the blue stone floor beneath Lin Xiao to shatter. He felt his energy surge tumultuously, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. Fortunately, he managed to dissipate the onslaught, yet his expression grew increasingly grave. He never anticipated Wang Fudong's power had escalated to such heights. Grandfather, are you all right? Lin Qingqing rushed forward, her concern evident. Lin Xiao shook his head slightly. I am fine. He then whispered, Qingqing, when the time comes, I will hold Wang Fudong back with Elder Feng. You must flee as quickly as possible, leaving Qingxia town and getting as far away as you can. Grandfather. Lin Qingqing began to protest, but Feng Xian interjected, Ping'an, you must leave with Qingqing and never return. Master. Su Ping'an hesitated, uncertain whether to defy or to comply. Clearly, Lin Xiao and Feng Xian both recognized the gravity of the situation. Just then, Wang Fudong let out a hearty laugh and said, Do you think you can escape? As his words fell, the spirit-devouring staff in his hand buzzed ominously, its runes glowing with a sinister crimson light. Run! Lin Xiao shouted fiercely at the two, a radiant longsword appearing in his grasp as he charged at Wang Fudong. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of this ancient adversary and understood that today could very well be his last. Yet, for the sake of the Lin family's future and to ensure Lin Qingqing's survival, he had no choice but to fight with utmost desperation. Lin Xiao moved like lightning, his spiritual sword carving through the air, unleashing a barrage of fierce sword energy directed at Wang Fudong. The latter merely scoffed, lightly waving the spirit-devouring staff, which caused the black spirit stone at its tip to blaze to life. In an instant, a tremendous force surged forth from the stone, consuming all of Lin Xiao's sword energy. Although he was aware that the staff could absorb spiritual power, witnessing this spectacle still took him by surprise. Wang Fudong sneered. It seems, Master Lin, that you have enjoyed quite a comfortable existence these past 20 years. With that, he struck the ground lightly with the spirit-devouring staff, unleashing a wave of dark spiritual energy. Lin Xiao, taken aback, attempted to evade, but it was too late. With a muffled grunt, he was struck by the overwhelming force, causing him to spew blood and fly backward. Fortunately, he managed to activate his internal energy for defense. Otherwise, this blow would have severely injured him. Once he landed, Lin Xiao staggered back several steps before finally steadying himself, only to involuntarily spit out another mouthful of blood. Grandfather! Lin Qingqing cried out in alarm. Go! Lin Xiao bellowed. Tears brimmed in Lin Qingqing's eyes, her heart wrenched in anguish. Senior sister, let's flee. Su Ping'an spoke in a low voice, then grasped Lin Qingqing's hand, preparing to flee the scene. However, before they could take a step, Wang Lai blocked their path, ominously declaring, No one from the Lin family shall leave today. Wang family head, do not speak too soon, came a voice as a figure slowly approached. It was Xinliang. Upon seeing Xinliang, Wang Lai narrowed his eyes and replied sternly, Lord Xin, this matter does not concern you. I hope you will refrain from meddling. Xinliang smiled gently. If you intend to trouble my sworn brother, how can this matter be unrelated to me? Sworn brother? Wang Lai glanced at Su Ping'an with suspicion. Although the Wang family had been discreet lately, Wang Lai had heard of Su Ping'an. Naturally, he dismissed the young man, a mere junior at the body refinement stage, as inconsequential. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that Su Ping'an had become a sworn brother with Xinliang. This development complicated matters, given Xinliang's demeanor. If he chose to protect Su Ping'an, he would undoubtedly intervene. This would effectively position the Qijin Pavilion against the Wang family. While the Wang family was not intimidated by the Qijin Pavilion with their ancestral elder's return, having an additional enemy was ultimately disadvantageous, especially since they were currently dealing with the Lin family. It was unwise to involve Xinliang in their troubles. After weighing the pros and cons, Wang Lai finally said, Very well, I shall grant Lord Xin a small favor. Please take your brother and leave. In Wang Lai's view, the target of the Wang family's wrath was the Lin family, not Su Pingyan. Allowing him to go free not only kept Xin Liang out of the fray, but also offered Xin Liang a favor, achieving two objectives with one action. Xin Liang had no reason to refuse. Thus, he accepted the concession graciously. Lin Qingqing, too, understood the implications. The Qijin Pavilion and the Lin family had no bonds of friendship. Xin Liang had a valid reason to save Su Pingyan, but none to advocate for the Lin family. Moreover, the Qijin Pavilion had always maintained neutrality. From Xin Liang's perspective, he would certainly prefer to avoid conflict with the Wang family. Better to save one than risk losing both, she thought, and then spoke. Pingyan, you must go with Lord Xin. Do not worry about me. As she said this, tears sparkled in her eyes, yet her tone was resolute, as if bidding a final farewell. However, Su Pingyan gently smiled at her. Senior sister, if we are to leave, we shall leave together. If we are to stay, we shall stay together. Su Pingyan did not grant her another opportunity to speak. Instead, turning to Xin Liang beside him and saying, Elder brother, I apologize for involving you in this matter. Upon hearing this, Xin Liang responded with a leisurely smile. Dear brother, what you say is unwarranted. Were it not for your intervention, I would have long since ventured into the netherworld. Whatever you wish to pursue, do so without hesitation. Today, I would stake my very life to ensure that no harm befalls you. As Su Pingyan heard the commotion, an overwhelming sense of valor ignited within him. Very well. Today, we shall engage in a fierce battle. Wang Lai's expression suddenly darkened, a chilling smile escaping his lips as he remarked, Master Xin, I have already compromised on your behalf. If you choose to disregard it, do not blame the Wang family for their ruthless actions. With that, he darted towards Xin Liang. Simultaneously, the three elders of the Wang family charged at Xin Liang, while the others encircled Su Pingyan and Lin Qingqing. On the other side, having temporarily settled Lu Chanfeng, Xiao Mohan, and Lu Linglong, along with the members of the town master's mansion, joined the fray. In an instant, the birthday banquet had transformed into a grand battlefield. The main arena was naturally occupied by Lin Xiao and Feng Xian, who faced off against Wang Fudong. Feng Xian's Xian Guang mirror emitted a soft glow, sending beams of spiritual light towards Wang Fudong. Wang Fudong's countenance darkened. He understood that the Xian Guang mirror was no trivial matter. Swiftly, he wielded the soul-devouring staff, creating a black barrier before him. The spiritual light collided with the barrier, producing a hissing sound, yet it could not penetrate. Observing this, Lin Xiao suppressed the tumultuous energy within him and charged at Wang Fudong again, his form swift as the wind, his spirit sword aimed at Wang Fudong's ribs. Wang Fudong reacted with remarkable speed, twisting the soul-devouring staff and launching a sudden attack towards Lin Xiao. Startled, Lin Xiao hastily withdrew his sword, barely evading the strike. Feng Xian shouted a command, and the Xian Guang mirror pivoted, unleashing a mighty beam of spiritual light towards Wang Fudong. This beam was broader and more powerful than the previous one. Wang Fudong, unfazed, gracefully retreated, once more wielding the soul-devouring staff to conjure a wall of black mist. The beam struck the mist, creating a deafening roar that shook the very earth. This old fiend's staff is truly formidable, Lin Xiao murmured. Feng Xian's expression was equally grave, for he sensed his own spiritual energy being gradually consumed. We must end this swiftly, he urged. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement, and the two renewed their assault on Wang Fudong. However, despite their relentless offensive, Wang Fudong adeptly countered with the devouring power of his staff, not only defending himself with ease, but also steadily siphoning their spiritual energy. Before long, a cunning glint appeared in Wang Fudong's eyes. He deliberately exposed a weakness, allowing Lin Xiao's spirit sword to strike the staff's body. Lin Xiao felt a surge of triumph, believing he had finally found his opportunity. Yet, at that moment, Wang Fudong grinned deviously, and the runes on the soul-devouring staff began to flicker ominously, the black spirit stone at its tip radiating a dangerous glow. Feng Xian sensed impending doom and shouted, retreat. Yet, Lin Xiao found it impossible to retract his sword, as if an invisible force held him captive. Ha ha ha. Master Lin, thank you very much. Wang Fudong cackled, commencing a frenzied absorption of Lin Xiao's spiritual energy. In an instant, Lin Xiao's complexion turned ashen, his vitality waning. Just as he was on the brink of being completely drained, Feng Xian redirected the Xian Guang mirror, severing Lin Xiao's arm with a single beam. Chapter 52. A desperate battle. Su Pingyan fights with abandoned grandfather. Lin Qingqing shouted as she repelled a Wang family descendant, then rushed to Lin Xiao's side, supporting him anxiously. Grandfather, how are you? I am fine, Lin Xiao replied, though his voice was weak. Just then, Wang Fudong exerted force, and Lin Xiao's sword imbued with a surge of powerful spiritual energy, flew towards him. Seeing this, Lin Qingqing's expression shifted to one of alarm. "Grandfather, be careful." She threw herself in front of Lin Xiao. "Qingqing!" Lin Xiao cried out, but his grievous injuries rendered him unable to intervene. Just as the sword was about to pierce Lin Qingqing, a beam of spiritual light shot forth, deflecting the sword away. It was Feng Xian, brandishing the Xianguang mirror, positioning himself protectively before them while fixing a steely gaze upon Wang Fudong. Unperturbed by the failed strike, Wang Fudong smiled faintly at Lin Xiao, saying, "Ah, Master Lin. I almost forgot to mention something. Many years ago, in the caverns of the Myriad Monster Mountain, your son and daughter-in-law were quite unsightly in their actions, daring to obstruct me. I took it upon myself to send them on their way." "What?" Lin Qingqing gasped, her face paling. She had believed her parents had met with an unfortunate fate in the caverns, but to learn they had been slain by Wang Fudong ignited a furious blaze within her. Her gaze bore into Wang Fudong, brimming with the desire for revenge. Lin Xiao, equally enraged, exclaimed, "Wang Fudong, you," before he could finish. The intensity of his injuries caused him to cough up blood, nearly toppling over. "Grandfather." Lin Qingqing hurriedly steadied him. At that moment, Lin Xiao, disheveled and tearful, glared at Wang Fudong, forcing himself to suppress his pain and grief, and declared, "Wang Fudong, I will surely kill you." Wang Fudong erupted with laughter. "Ha ha ha. Lin Xiao, you are in no position to threaten me today." He then shifted his tone, however, "I have always been one to lend a helping hand. If you are so eager to embrace death, I shall gladly assist you, sending you and your grandson to reunite with your family." With that, he swung the soul-devouring staff, summoning several strange black energies that surged towards Lin Xiao and Lin Qingqing. Feng Xian, witnessing this, immediately channeled his energy into the Xianguang mirror. In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted. The clash between the black mist and the golden radiance produced a cacophony of hissing sounds, but ultimately, the golden light succeeded in dissipating the dark energy. Wang Fudong squinted his eyes, sneering, "Feng Xian, if you are willing to abandon the Lin family and join the Wang family, I may spare your life." "No thanks. I disdain to associate with livestock," Feng Xian retorted, not only rejecting Wang Fudong's offer but also insulting him. Wang Fudong's expression darkened as he hissed, "Ungrateful wretch. If that is the case, then I shall send you along as well." With that, he gripped the soul-devouring staff tightly and bellowed, "Devour the spirit, converge." In an instant, the black spirit stone atop the devouring staff radiated an intense glow. Subsequently, a robust black beam of spiritual energy erupted from the staff's tip. This beam possessed an extraordinarily powerful, as if the very air surrounding it was being voraciously consumed. Witnessing this, Feng Xian was struck with alarm. He hastily funneled all of his spiritual energy into the Xianguang mirror, unfortunately having recently expended a considerable amount of energy in alchemical pursuits. He had not yet fully recovered. Moreover, after his fierce confrontation with Wang Fudong, a significant portion of his energy had been siphoned away by the devouring staff. At this moment, he was merely holding on by a thread. As Feng Xian infused the entirety of his energy into the Xianguang mirror, it emitted a powerful dark beam that surged toward the black pillar. The two beams collided with a tremendous force, resulting in a stalemate. Yet, Feng Xian had already exhausted all his strength. In stark contrast, Wang Fudong remained effortlessly composed. "Feng Xian, you have truly disappointed me," Wang Fudong remarked, pushing forward with both hands. The black beam suddenly intensified, effortlessly shattering the barrier of the dark beam and enveloping Feng Xian within its grasp. Feng Xian felt as though his spiritual energy was being violently tugged by countless hands, inexorably drawn toward Wang Fudong's devouring staff. Fear gripped his heart. But he gritted his teeth and quickly formed seals with his hands, chanting incantations. Then, the Xianguang mirror ascended into the air, spinning rapidly, its surface emanating a brilliant radiance. Following this, a colossal dark blade shot forth from the mirror, wielding an aura of cataclysmic destruction as it cleaved toward Wang Fudong. Clearly, Feng Xian was now fighting with no reservations. Wang Fudong, sensing the immense power emanating from the attack, narrowed his eyes slightly before thrusting the devouring staff into the ground. The staff's inscriptions flickered, and a torrent of black mist surged forth, conjuring a formidable black barrier before him once more. The dark blade collided with the barrier, erupting in a dazzling display of light, which filled the entire square. As the crowd gasped in astonishment, they instinctively closed their eyes. Once the light dissipated, it revealed Wang Fudong still standing resolutely in place. In stark contrast, Feng Xian was on one knee, panting heavily, his complexion devoid of color, resembling a man on the brink of death. "Master!" Lin Qingqing exclaimed in alarm. Not far away, Su Pingyan, engaged in combat with the Wang family disciples, turned at the sound, his expression shifting to one of shock. He quickly repelled his opponent and employed the dragon step technique, hastening to Feng Xian's side. Kneeling partially as he addressed him, "Master." Feng Xian remained silent, merely gesturing with his hand. With Su Pingyan's assistance, he managed to rise once more. At that moment, Wang Fudong chuckled, "Your disciple's footwork is commendable, but ultimately futile." With that, he vanished from sight, reappearing directly before Feng Xian. Su Pingyan felt a jolt within, secretly amazed at Wang Fudong's speed, which surpassed even his own application of the dragon's dance. The mastery of this old fellow was truly terrifying. However, Su Pingyan had no time for further contemplation, for Wang Fudong's soul-devouring staff was already hurtling toward Feng Xian with a piercing rush of wind. As Su Pingyan was about to execute the dragon dance, intending to lead Feng Xian away from the impending strike, Feng Xian unexpectedly pushed him aside first. In that instant, he hurled the Xian Guang mirror, which swiftly conjured a barrier of spiritual energy before him. However, given that Feng Xian was already at the end of his strength, the barrier was exceedingly fragile. Before the devouring spirit staff wielded by Wang Fudong, it could be described as utterly insubstantial, shattering almost immediately. As the barrier disintegrated, a deep crack appeared on the surface of the Xian Guang mirror. Feng Xian was directly propelled backward by the force of the impact. Fortunately, Su Pingyan timely employed the dragon dance to catch him. Otherwise, Feng Xian's injuries would have likely been far more severe. "Master, we must flee." Feng Xian seemed to utter those words with his last vestige of strength. However, from a distance, Wang Fudong chuckled, "There is no need to waste your breath. I have already declared that none of you shall leave today. But before I extinguish your disciple's life, I intend to borrow your spiritual energy first." With that, he began to stride toward Feng Xian. The onlookers were filled with astonishment at this scene. First Lu Chaofeng, then Feng Xian, the two mightiest figures in Qingxia town, were rendered utterly powerless before the Wang family patriarch. It appeared that today, the Lin family would follow the path of the town lord's mansion and vanish from Qingxia town. At that moment, a singular thought echoed in the minds of all present. After this night, the Wang family would reign supreme over Qingxia town. Yet, just when everyone presumed Wang Fudong would drain Feng Xian's spiritual energy as he had done with Lu Chanfeng, a figure suddenly appeared before Feng Xian, unmistakably Su Pingyan. The crowd gasped in surprise. Was this young man courting death? Clearly, this was the only explanation in their minds. After all, even formidable warriors like Lu Chanfeng and Feng Xian could do nothing against Wang Fudong. What threat could a mere Su Pingyan pose? Furthermore, he was merely a cultivator at the body refinement stage, a feat far too insignificant to be compared to the likes of a Mandus attempting to stop a chariot, an endeavor as futile as a moth to a flame. "Pingyan!" Lin Qingqing cried out in urgent distress upon seeing Su Pingyan step forward. In the distance, Xin Liang, who was entangled in battle with Wang Lai and the Wang family's elders, caught sight of the scene and was taken aback. However, he was too preoccupied to break free, and could only shout towards Su Pingyan, "Brother, do not act rashly." Yet, Su Pingyan seemed oblivious to the warnings, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Wang Fudong. Noticing this, Wang Fudong halted his advance, intrigued, and with a mocking smile, he remarked, "Young lad, do you intend to thwart me?" "Indeed." Su Pingyan uttered a single word, his tone serene and devoid of any tumult, yet imbued with unwavering determination. "Ha ha 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 ha." Wang Fudong burst into a frenzied laughter, continuing for quite some time before finally ceasing, remarking, "Feng Xian, your disciple's fearless and ignorant demeanor is strikingly reminiscent of you." With that, another round of hearty laughter ensued. Feng Xian realized that Su Pingyan would not leave, and a sense of sorrow welled up within him. Yet, he replied with a smile, "Even if my disciple is oblivious to danger, he is still 100 times better than the spineless wretches of your Wang family." Upon hearing this, Wang Fudong's expression gradually turned cold, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. He then spoke in a chilling tone, "Very well, in that case, I shall dismember this lad right before your eyes, and we shall see how you maintain your composure." Just as he was about to make his move, Su Pingyan interjected. "Wait." Wang Fudong scoffed. "What, are you afraid?" Su Pingyan smiled lightly, saying, "I am not particularly afraid. Yet it seems rather unfair for a practitioner at the qi condensation stage to engage with someone at the body refinement stage." "Oh? Then what do you propose?" Wang Fudong inquired, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded Su Pingyan. Su Pingyan smiled gently, "Since we are both at the qi condensation stage, it is only fair." Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mixture of confusion. "Both at the qi condensation stage? What does that mean?" "You." a mere body refinement stage cultivator, claimed to be at the chi condensation stage? Moreover, even if you could truly ascend to such a level, do you really think you could contend with them? In an instant, doubt crept into the minds of the onlookers. They wondered if Su Pingyan had lost his sanity to utter such nonsensical claims. Wang Fudong clearly did not comprehend the meaning behind Su Pingyan's words, but he was too indifferent to ponder it further. To him, Su Pingyan was simply an arrogant youth of the body refinement stage. He believed that if he wished to eliminate him, a mere finger would suffice. However, just as Wang Fudong prepared to lift a finger to extinguish Su Pingyan, he noticed a gradual emergence of true energy enveloping Su Pingyan's form. What? Wang Fudong gasped, astonishment finally breaking through his stoic demeanor. The others, witnessing this scene, were equally taken aback. Is that true energy? Was he a body refinement stage cultivator? How could he possibly possess true energy? Could it be that he has concealed his cultivation level? No way. Lin Qingqing, like the others, was enveloped in shock and confusion. Grandfather, how could Pingyan? Lin Xiao also wore a look of disbelief. After a while, he slowly remarked, he must be employing a technique that allows for a temporary elevation in cultivation level. Yet he quickly dismissed this notion, stating, but that can't be right. Even so, he shouldn't be able to leap from the body refinement stage to the chi condensation stage. Simultaneously, a look of incredulity adorned Feng Xian's face. Nevertheless, his knowledge was evidently more extensive than Lin Xiao's. He was aware that there were techniques capable of transcending stages. However, such methods generally began at the Xian rank. Moreover, Xian rank auxiliary techniques were not only rare but also immensely valuable, often elusive and unattainable. Su Pingyan is merely a martial artist at the body refinement stage. How could he possibly possess such profound techniques? The first thought that crossed Feng Xian's mind was Xinliang. After all, the Qijin Pavilion is replete with rare treasures and exquisite materials. As the master of the Qijin Pavilion and Su Pingyan's sworn elder brother, it is entirely plausible that the techniques were bestowed upon him by Xinliang. This was the only explanation that Feng Xian found somewhat reasonable. However, at that moment, Feng Xian felt no joy whatsoever. He was acutely aware that employing such techniques would exact a significant toll. Su Pingyan instantaneously elevated his cultivation from the body refinement realm to the chi condensation realm, a transformation that undoubtedly demanded a considerable price. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that, from the fluctuations in Su Pingyan's aura, it was apparent that his current cultivation was merely at the mid-stage of the first level of the chi condensation realm, while Wang Fudong's cultivation was no less than the fourth level of the chi condensation realm. Such a monumental disparity rendered Su Pingyan utterly incapable of even putting up a fight. Facing Wang Fudong, he would merely be courting death. However, if he chose to flee, with his current cultivation coupled with the dragon step technique, he possessed a significant chance of escaping Wang Fudong's grasp. Contemplating this, Feng Xian could not help but exclaim, Pingyan, you must leave at once. Yet, Su Pingyan turned his head slightly and smiled, Master, if we are to leave, let us do so together. Just as Feng Xian was about to speak further, Wang Fudong let out a cold snort, declaring, Leave? I shall see who among you can escape today. With those words, Wang Fudong was the first to strike. With a mere wave of his soul-devouring staff, the black spirit stone at its tip erupted with brilliant light, followed instantly by a beam of black spiritual energy shooting directly towards Su Pingyan. Su Pingyan's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, he executed the dragon step, his form flickering like a phantom, evading Wang Fudong's strike. At present, he had reached the mid-stage of the chi condensation realm, and his speed was incomparable to that of the ninth stage of the body refinement realm. After dodging the attack, Su Pingyan seized the moment to counter, suddenly descending as he propelled both fists towards the ground. Boom! A surge of formidable spiritual power radiated outward instantaneously. This was the first stance of the Dragon Elephant Shadowless Fist, the dragon submerging into the abyss. By now, Su Pingyan had mastered the essence of this technique, requiring little time to gather his strength. Accompanying the expansive surge of spiritual energy, a faint dragon silhouette emerged behind him. Witnessing this, the onlookers were struck with astonishment. What an overwhelmingly powerful aura! What kind of martial art is this? This force likely surpasses even the highest grade techniques, doesn't it? In that moment, disbelief was etched upon the faces of all present. Su Pingyan, not only capable of elevating his cultivation, but also wielding such a formidable technique, who exactly is he? At this moment, Feng Xian, Lin Xiao, and Lin Qingqing gazed at Su Pingyan's figure, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Meanwhile, Xinliang, engaged in fierce combat with Wang Lai and others, couldn't help but chuckle in surprise, his fighting spirit intensifying. A flicker of astonishment crossed Wang Fudong's eyes, but it soon hardened into a steely glare. He had not anticipated that a mere boy at the body refinement stage could possess such a lethal move. This boy must not be spared. At that moment, Su Pingyan had gathered his energy and, with a fierce shout, unleashed his fists. Upon closer inspection, one could see that he wore a pair of gauntlets, specifically the Xianlin Pijun armor that Lin Qingqing had gifted him. The scales of the armor shimmered with a chilling glow. The force of his fists surged like a dragon, exuding an overwhelming momentum as it rushed towards Wang Fudong. Within the shadows of his punches, it seemed as if a colossal dragon was leaping from the abyss, carrying boundless power. Wang Fudong dared not underestimate the attack. He swung his soul-devouring staff once more. The black spirit stone at the staff's tip emanated a ghostly light, and a powerful suction force radiated from it, as though it sought to consume all surrounding spiritual energy. Boom! The two forces collided violently. In an instant, the ground trembled beneath them, cracking open. The strength of the dragon's might was devastating. Even though the soul-devouring staff could absorb spiritual energy, Wang Fudong was still pushed back a step by the sheer force of the blow. Witnessing this, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. However, Su Pingyan's attack did not wane. He swiftly launched into another assault. With a light step, he executed the dragon's glide, his form becoming ethereal and elusive, and in an instant, he appeared before Wang Fudong. "Old dog, take a punch from me," he bellowed, delivering a powerful strike towards Wang Fudong. The force of his punch was as heavy as a mountain, reminiscent of an ancient giant elephant crashing through the heavens, descending mightily. This was the second form of the Longxiang Zhuiying fist, the elephant treads the sky. Wang Fudong's expression shifted as he spun the soul-devouring staff, the black spirit stone erupting with a more potent suction force, attempting to dissipate Su Pingyan's punch. However, the power of this blow exceeded his expectations. Though the force was diminished, it still compelled him to stagger back several steps, barely managing to regain his balance. A cold glint flickered in Wang Fudong's eyes as he ominously remarked, "I underestimated you." With that, he plunged the soul-devouring staff into the ground, its runes glowing brightly. From the black spirit stone at its tip, countless black threads surged forth, swirling towards Su Pingyan like a spider's web. Su Pingyan swiftly retreated, executing the dragon's dance to perfection, barely managing to evade the danger. What a close call, Su Pingyan secretly muttered to himself. However, before he could even take a breath of relief, the dark threads, seemingly imbued with a will of their own, relentlessly pursued him, forcing him to evade continuously. "Humph. Let's see how long you can dodge," Wang Fudong declared, continuing to unleash the black threads in a manner akin to a celestial net. Just as escape appeared impossible, Su Pingyan let out a sharp cry. "Rise." Accompanied by his words, the jade pendant upon his chest suddenly radiated a brilliant light, transforming into a golden turtle shell barrier that enveloped him entirely. This was indeed his second-tier defensive magical artifact, the turtle spirit pendant. Shortly thereafter, an array of black threads collided with the turtle shell barrier, producing a deafening sound of friction, before ultimately dissipating into wisps of white vapor. Upon witnessing this, Wang Fudong could not help but exclaim, "A defensive magical artifact?" With a smile, Su Pingyan exclaimed, "Old dog, come on." Wang Fudong narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression darkening. With a sudden flourish of the soul-biting staff in his hand, he commanded, "Congeal." In an instant, countless strands of black threads converged to form a massive black blade, which struck forcefully against the turtle shell barrier. At that moment, the crowd felt the very earth tremble. Soon after, Su Pingyan noticed a fine crack appearing on the surface of the barrier. His expression shifted, and realizing he could no longer withstand the force, he swiftly employed the dragon's glide technique, seizing the opportunity to launch an attack on Wang Fudong. Su Pingyan's feet glided with the grace of a dragon, his hands executing the first two forms of the dragon-elephant shadow fist with relentless vigor, an onslaught that seemed impenetrable. Yet, Wang Fudong, wielding the devouring spirit staff, moved with an air of nonchalance, as though strolling through a serene garden. "Youngster, you possess quite an array of techniques, but alas, your cultivation is far too feeble to pose any threat to me," Wang Fudong sneered, before adding, "It is time to put an end to this." With that, he raised the devouring spirit staff high, and a terrifying force erupted from the black spirit stone, unleashing a formidable suction. In an instant, Su Pingyan felt his internal spiritual energy being uncontrollably drawn towards the staff. Gritting his teeth, he endeavored to steady himself, striving to avoid revealing any vulnerabilities. However, his complexion began to pale, and the spiritual energy within him rapidly dwindled, causing even his once fluid movements to falter. Most critically, the side effects of the second transformation of the profound Truth 9 changes had begun to manifest. This situation was untenable. He had no choice but to make one final, desperate effort. Su Pingyan quietly sighed, then swiftly retreated, re-establishing distance from Wang Fudong. The tempestuous storm that had enveloped them moments ago transformed into an eerie calm. Yet, the spectators remained enveloped in profound shock, particularly Lin Xiao, Lin Qingqing, and Feng Xian, whose hearts were tumultuous with disbelief. They could scarcely fathom that. Despite merely being at the mid-stage of the Qi condensation realm, Su Pingyan was able to contend with Wang Fudong, who was at the fourth level of the same realm. Through an array of ingenious tactics. Regrettably, the disparity in their cultivation levels was insurmountable. Wang Fudong regarded Su Pingyan with a glimmer of triumph in his eyes, tauntingly questioning, "What is the matter? Have you exhausted your abilities?" However, Su Pingyan slowly lifted his head, a subtle smile curving his lips as he replied, "I still possess plenty of capabilities." With that declaration, the nearly depleted true energy within him ignited once more. The ninth transformation of the profound truth, third transformation. In an instant, a peculiar radiance enveloped Su Pingyan, as if his very essence were surging with vitality. When he had previously executed the second transformation of the ninth transformation of the profound truth, he had indeed felt some discomfort in his body. Yet, perhaps due to the refinement of his body through spiritual energy, that discomfort had not been particularly pronounced. Even when directly invoking the second transformation, he had not found it excessively taxing. However, at this moment, he felt as though his vital blood had been ignited by flames, scorching every inch of his meridians. Su Pingyan clenched his teeth, acutely aware that his cultivation was ascending at an unprecedented pace. As his vital energy continued to blaze, Su Pingyan's prowess surged wildly. From the mid-stage of the Qi condensation realm's first level, he first broke through to the early stage of the second level, and then swiftly surpassed both the mid and late stages. Countless strands of spiritual energy surged and roared through his meridians, akin to the ceaseless flow of a mighty river. He then ascended towards the late stage of the third level of the Qi condensation realm. Only when his cultivation finally stabilized at this advanced level did the radiant light begin to gradually fade. A ferocious aura emanated from Su Pingyan, unprecedented in its intensity, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock and disbelief. How could this be possible? What had he done to achieve such a terrifying level of power? It appeared that he had ignited his own vital essence. Lin Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the blood-colored figure in the arena. His expression filled with horror. Beside him, Lin Qingqing covered her mouth with her hands, seemingly bereft of the ability to think. Feng Xian wore a look of incredulity as well, but simultaneously, he became increasingly concerned for Su Pingyan's well-being. After all, such a sudden surge in power was not merely the result of burning one's essence, it was a perilous expenditure of life force. How long could such a reckless endeavor be sustained? At that moment, a flicker of fear finally crossed Wang Fudong's eyes. He had never anticipated that Su Pingyan's cultivation could still ascend, and that it would surge to the third stage of the Qi condensation realm in such a dramatic fashion. Wang Fudong fixed his gaze on Su Pingyan, his countenance dark and foreboding, an unprecedented wave of murderous intent swelling within him. He understood that if Su Pingyan were not eliminated today, he would pose an endless threat in the future. Just then, Su Pingyan roared, "Old dog, dare you face another punch?" With that, he executed the dragon's glide step, transforming into a blur as he charged toward Wang Fudong once more. This time, Su Pingyan's speed was so extraordinary that Wang Fudong had no time to employ his spirit-devouring staff. Dragon submerges into abyss, accompanied by a mighty bellow. Su Pingyan's right fist hurtled toward Wang Fudong's head. The howling winds of his punch seemed poised to rend the air itself, imbued with the formidable power of a dragon leaping from the depths. This strike, in both force and swiftness, was incomparable to previous ones. Wang Fudong, taken aback, hastily dodged. Although he evaded the blow, the gust from Su Pingyan's fist grazed his face, shattering his protective energy and leaving a bloody mark upon his visage. Enraged at being wounded by a mere body-refining cultivator, Wang Fudong's features twisted into a grotesque mask of fury. "You little beast, you seek death," he shouted, swinging the spirit-devouring staff down upon Su Pingyan's head. Yet Su Pingyan stood resolute, unflinching as he declared, "Elephant treads the sky." He raised his left fist high, then brought it crashing down with the force of 1,000 pounds, as though an ancient giant elephant were shattering the void. The sheer power compressed the surrounding air, causing it to hiss ominously. Wang Fudong's spirit-devouring staff descended first, just as all believed Su Pingyan would be obliterated by the strike. A golden turtle shell barrier suddenly manifested above his head. Clang! With the sound of metal striking metal, Wang Fudong's staff failed to breach the protective barrier, nearly leaving a crack upon its surface. Startled, Wang Fudong realized why Su Pingyan had not evaded. He had relied on this magical artifact for protection. In his moment of panic, he had completely forgotten about Su Ping'an's defensive treasure. Seeing his attack thwarted and Su Ping'an's heavy fist descending upon him, Wang Futong could only brace himself with the spirit-devouring staff. Boom! With a powerful punch, Su Ping'an struck the soul-devouring staff. The force of the impact driving Wang Futong's body halfway into the ground. Recognizing the fleeting opportunity, Su Ping'an was determined not to delay any further. Aware that his current state could not be sustained for long, he needed to conclude the battle swiftly. Thus, he rapidly channeled his inner energy, and in an instant, his figure transformed into countless phantoms, each delivering devastating blows toward Wang Futong. This was the third technique of the Dragon Elephant Shadow Fist, the Shadow of 1,000 Layers. This technique embodied unparalleled speed. Wang Futong felt as though he were surrounded by a barrage of fists, the pressure weighing heavily upon him. He intended to conjure a barrier of dark energy with the soul-devouring staff, but Su Ping'an's punches were too swift, leaving him no time to execute his defense. With his lower body entrenched in the earth, he was rendered immobile, a mere target. In desperation, he could only swing the soul-devouring staff repeatedly in an attempt to fend off Su Ping'an's relentless assault. Yet, he could hardly withstand the onslaught. His body was continuously battered by Su Ping'an's fists, had it not been for his significantly higher cultivation level, which allowed him to dissipate much of the force with protective energy. He would have surely met his demise on the spot. Nevertheless, he was far from unscathed. His body ached, and his spirit was deeply vexed. How could he endure being bested by a mere physique-refining cultivator, when he himself was a practitioner of the mid-stage of the fourth realm of chi condensation? In a fit of rage, he bit down on his tongue, spewing a mouthful of essence blood onto the soul-devouring staff. In an instant, the runes on the staff began to flicker wildly before erupting with an immense wave of spiritual power, forcing Su Ping'an to retreat. Seizing this moment, Wang Futong leaped backward, creating distance between himself and Su Ping'an. Now, he bore none of his previous composure or ethereal grace. Instead, his face twisted in fury, his aura chaotic, with traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Even the radiance of the soul-devouring staff had dimmed considerably. This scene was utterly unexpected to all present. Who would have thought that the formidable Wang Futong, who effortlessly subdued Lu Chanfeng and Feng Xian, would be overwhelmed by a mere physique-refining youth? At this moment, all combat ceased, and every gaze turned toward this confrontation. The expressions of the Wang family members mirrored shock and disbelief. This was their ancestor, after 20 years of seclusion, possessing mid-stage cultivation in the fourth realm of chi condensation, and wielding such a powerful artifact as the soul-devouring staff, capable of easily incapacitating Lu Chanfeng, Lin Xiao, and Feng Xian. Yet, here he was, utterly defenseless against Su Ping'an, a mere physique-refining cultivator. In that moment, the Wang family members questioned their very existence. Even the patriarch, Wang Lai, could not shake an ominous premonition rising within him. Wang Futong, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, was overwhelmed by a profound sense of humiliation, with Su Ping'an being the architect of this disgrace. With a darkened expression, Wang Futong's voice, chilling as if emerging from the depths of the abyss, declared, "You little beast. I shall tear you limb from limb." With that, he thrust the soul-devouring staff violently into the ground, formed seals with his hands, and began to chant incantations. Suddenly, the black spirit stone erupted with a surging tide of spiritual energy, enveloping the entire town lord's mansion. The dark energy swiftly spread, twisting and coiling through the air. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a massive serpent, instilling fear in the hearts of all who beheld it. "Die, little beast!" With Wang Futong's furious roar, the serpent, its jaws agape, lunged towards Su Ping'an. At this moment, Su Ping'an felt an equal sense of trepidation. He could perceive the aura of death emanating from the serpentine form crafted from dark energy. Though he had already expended considerable strength, he recognized that retreat was not an option at this juncture. It seemed he had no choice but to employ that particular technique. Resolutely clenching his teeth, a glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. He then channeled every ounce of spiritual energy within him. In an instant, his body appeared to be drenched in blood, turning a vivid crimson as his vitality ignited once more. Feng Xian, witnessing this transformation, was instantly alarmed and exclaimed, "No." Yet, Su Ping'an seemed oblivious to the warning. Letting out a primal roar from his throat that crescendoed into a final, thunderous shout, dragon and elephant returned to the void. Accompanying this exclamation, two enormous phantoms gradually materialized behind Su Ping'an, one resembling a dragon and the other an elephant. The dragon coiled and twisted, its body undulating gracefully, while the elephant raised its trunk high, both radiating an aura of cataclysmic power. Together, they They unleashed a resounding roar that reverberated through the air, charging towards the colossal serpent with an earth-shattering force, resulting in an explosive clash. Golden light and dark energy intertwined, forming a massive vortex of spiritual power. The terrifying waves of energy instantly reducing everything in the vicinity to mere fragments. Wang Futong hurriedly conjured a barrier of dark energy to defend against the onslaught. Before Su Pingyan, a golden tortoise shell-like curtain emerged. However, this force was undeniably overwhelming. The turtle spirit pendant belonging to Su Pingyan shattered almost immediately, failing to provide any lasting protection. Without its safeguard, Su Pingyan was violently thrown back, spitting blood. Witnessing this, Wang Futong could not suppress a glimmer of triumph in his gaze. However, before he could revel in his moment of victory, a sharp crack echoed through the air. In an instant, the spirit-devouring staff in his hand fragmented into several pieces. No. Wang Futong let out a furious cry of disbelief before he too was hurled backward, blood gushing forth. As the dragon and elephant phantoms and the black giant python perished together, a cataclysmic wave of destruction surged through the square, as if a colossal beast sought to devour all existence. The onlookers, now jolted back to reality, were struck with terror, fleeing in panic. Those with higher cultivation and swiftness narrowly escaped the calamity, while the weaker and slower were directly swept away by the shockwave, their fates uncertain. Fortunately, Lin Qingqing still possessed ample strength and, reacting swiftly, she led her grandfather Lin Xiao and her master Feng Xian to safety without delay. "Grandfather, master, are you all right?" Lin Qingqing inquired anxiously upon landing. Lin Xiao, gravely injured and pale, felt the turmoil of blood within him, unable to articulate a response, merely gesturing with his hand. Feng Xian, though also significantly harmed, appeared in slightly better condition, softly assuring, "I am unharmed." At that moment, the entire Qingstone Square lay in ruins. Su Pingyan and Wang Futong lay on the ground. Ancestor Wang Lai and the members of the Wang family cried out in alarm. Each face was etched with profound shock, clearly taken aback by the devastating blow their ancestor had suffered at the hands of Su Pingyan. Wang Lai, in particular, had previously regarded Su Pingyan with disdain, never imagining that he possessed such terrifying strength, capable of inflicting such a grievous defeat upon their own elder. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Su Pingyan's stillness, Lin Qingqing's face drained of color, and she cried out, "Pingyan." Instinctively, she attempted to rush towards him. "No." Feng Xian quickly intervened to stop her. "Master, Lin Qingqing's eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at Feng Xian. Feng Xian reassured her, "Do not worry, he still breathes." No sooner had he spoken than Su Pingyan struggled to rise from the ground. At this sight, Lin Qingqing felt a wave of relief wash over her, as if she had narrowly escaped a calamity. In that moment, Su Pingyan appeared disheveled, his garments torn and stained with blood. While the mystical armor he donned, the Xian Lin Pajun armor, was utterly shattered by the earlier overwhelming surge of spiritual power. Su Pingyan struggled to rise, gasping for breath as if his body were laden with lead, feeling an unbearable heaviness envelop him, devoid of any vitality, utterly weakened. Yet, he dared not relax for a moment, for he was acutely aware that Wang Futong was still alive. Indeed, in the next moment, he beheld Wang Futong slowly rising. Though his breath was exceedingly feeble, the madness in his eyes had not diminished. He too was tattered and pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he was no better off than Su Pingyan. "You wretched creature, daring to destroy my staff, I shall ensure that you find no rest in death today." Wang Futong glared fiercely at Su Pingyan, roaring with fury. Su Pingyan's pupils constricted as an ominous premonition surged within him. Before him stood Wang Futong, his eyes bloodshot and veins bulging on his forehead, resembling a frenzied beast out of control. In that instant, the aura surrounding him became increasingly ferocious. Even the air around them seemed to warp under the weight of his murderous intent. He began to laugh maniacally, his voice laced with boundless madness. Suddenly, he struck his chest with great force, spewing forth a mouthful of essence blood. The blood mist coalesced in the air, forming a bizarre rune. As the rune flickered, his body swelled dramatically, muscles hardening like iron, while a multitude of dark patterns emerged upon his skin, creating a truly terrifying visage. Concurrently, his aura surged explosively, nearly shattering the limits previously set, akin to a demon clawing its way out of the depths of hell. Upon witnessing this, Su Pingyan was struck with profound terror. Although he could not discern the nature of this technique, he could perceive its formidable might, undoubtedly a form of esoteric art. He understood that at this moment, Wang Futong had succumbed to utter madness, vowing to bring about his demise. "You little beast, prepare to meet your end," Wang Futong roared. His form darting towards Su Pingyan like a bolt of lightning, radiating cataclysmic power as if intent on tearing the very fabric of space asunder. Pingyan dared not confront him and immediately executed the dragon's dance, swiftly retreating. However, Wang Fudong's speed was equally unmatched. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch. Pingyan was taken aback and in a state of panic. He could only forcefully channel his entire body's spiritual energy for defense. However, the amount of spiritual energy left within him was alarmingly scant. As Wang Fudong's fist descended, Pingyan immediately spat out blood and was sent flying backward. Yet, Wang Fudong showed no mercy and pressed forward, his fists descending like thunder. Should this blow land, Pingyan would undoubtedly perish on the spot. In this moment of dire peril, Pingyan gritted his teeth and ignited his vitality once more, unleashing the fourth transformation of the mysterious Truth 9 changes. For all its dangers, this course of action still offered a glimmer of hope. Even if it meant certain death, he was determined to take Wang Fudong down with him. At that moment, Pingyan was enveloped in a crimson aura, his vitality burning fiercely, as his spiritual energy surged at an alarming rate. What? Wang Fudong's expression shifted dramatically, clearly astonished that Pingyan could still elevate his cultivation. A flicker of dark and ruthless intensity flashed in his eyes. Then, with a thunderous roar, he recklessly charged at Pingyan. Wang Fudong's relentless assault came in waves, his fists like shadows pursuing their target. However, Pingyan stood undaunted, maneuvering with the serpent dragon steps while executing the shadowless thousandfold counterattack. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce clash, the sound of their colliding forces reverberating like thunder. Gradually, the secret technique Wang Fudong employed began to exhibit signs of backlash. His speed started to diminish, and his strength waned. Alarmed, Wang Fudong realized he could no longer afford to delay. He struck Pingyan back with a powerful blow, and then spat out another mouthful of vital blood onto his hands. With a sudden motion, he pressed his palm against the ground. From his palm, dark spiritual energy surged forth, swiftly coalescing into strands of black light patterns that spread across the ground. Soon after, the earth began to tremble violently as the black light patterns gradually formed into a massive rune formation, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Upon witnessing this, Pingyan's expression turned grave. Suddenly, the black formation erupted with an intense radiance, and 9 dark pillars of light shot up from the ground, converging into a colossal black vortex that ascended towards the heavens. Devour it, Wang Fudong bellowed, forcefully thrusting his hands forward. The black vortex surged forth with an earth-shattering momentum, hurtling towards Pingyan. In that moment, Pingyan's countenance was etched with profound seriousness. He could sense the suffocating terror of the consuming force contained within the vortex. At this juncture, he had no time for further contemplation. If death was imminent, so be it. He roared defiantly. In an instant, the spiritual energy within him surged wildly. The ethereal forms of the dragon and elephant reemerged, accompanied by the resonant roars of the dragon and the thunderous trumpeting of the elephant, as they collided fiercely with the black vortex. In that fleeting moment, the very fabric of space seemed to be rent asunder, unleashing a deafening cacophony. Pingyan felt a sudden jolt in his chest and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet, he resolutely clenched his teeth, bracing his hands against the phantom of the dragon and elephant, exerting every ounce of his strength to counter the swirling vortex. At this moment, Wang Fudong was equally distressed. However, he subtly gained the upper hand, leveraging the devouring force of the black vortex, compelling the dragon and elephant phantom to retreat repeatedly. Pingyan felt as though his internal organs were being violently torn apart, his body seemingly on the verge of disintegration. How infuriating! Is it truly the end? Pingyan gritted his teeth, letting out a low growl filled with rage and unwillingness. No, he absolutely could not perish here. In an instant, an unprecedented determination ignited in Pingyan's eyes. He channeled every ounce of his spiritual energy into the dragon-elephant phantasm without reservation. Subsequently, the dragon-elephant phantasm began to solidify gradually, emanating an incredibly terrifying aura. Break for me! Pingyan let out a thunderous roar as the phantasm of the dragon and elephant surged once more towards the obsidian vortex. With a resounding crash that reverberated through the heavens, the phantasm began to relentlessly suppress the black whirlpool as if it were withering away in its wake. Witnessing this, Wang Fudong was seized by an overwhelming dread. He had never anticipated that Pingyan could unleash such formidable power. In a desperate attempt, he continued to channel the dark essence into the vortex. Yet, at that moment, the spiritual energy within him was nearing depletion, and the side effects of the secret technique he had previously employed began to manifest, rendering his efforts to circulate his vital energy utterly futile. The black vortex was gradually consumed by the dragon and elephant phantasm, emitting a mournful cry as it teetered on the brink of collapse. In the next instant, a deafening explosion rang out. The black vortex, unable to withstand the onslaught, disintegrated into countless ebony specks, dispersing into the ether. The formation similarly succumbed, transforming into dark mist and shattering violently. Simultaneously, Wang Fudong coughed up a copious amount of blood, his body swaying precariously. Impossible, impossible. I cannot be defeated. Wang Fudong's eyes widened in disbelief, his hair disheveled, appearing almost deranged. Wang Fudong, meet your end. With a thunderous roar, Su Pingyan summoned the last vestiges of his strength to unleash the dragon elephant true shadow, propelling it directly towards Wang Fudong. No, no, this cannot be. At that moment, fear finally flickered in Wang Fudong's eyes. In an instant, his form was obliterated, reduced to nothingness in a haze of despair and unwillingness. Ancestral Master. Wang Lai cried out in anguish. The members of the Wang family lamented, pounding their chests in grief. Others stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the shocking reality. The ancestral master of the Wang family had perished, and in such a manner, at the hands of a mere youth at the body refinement stage. No, at this juncture, none could still regard Su Pingyan as merely a practitioner of body refinement. From this moment forth, he would undeniably be the foremost figure in Qingxia town. The dragon elephant true shadow gradually faded into the ether, slowly dissipating into nothingness. Su Pingyan's lips curled into a faint smile as he murmured, "It is finally over." Suddenly, his body swayed, teetering on the brink of collapse. Pingyan. The last voice he heard was Lin Qingqing's. Yet, he lacked the strength to look, his vision darkening as he completely lost consciousness. Chapter 56. 3 months. Su Pingyan remained in a deep slumber. The morning light filtered through the mist, casting a gentle glow upon the Lin family's courtyard, where a refreshing aroma lingered in the air. Lin Qingqing walked gracefully toward the backyard, donned in a delicate light blue dress, cinched at the waist with a simple silk ribbon, exuding an air of elegance and refinement. However, a trace of lingering sorrow clouded her brow. "Qingqing Jie." A bright call from behind interrupted Lin Qingqing's thoughts. She halted, turning to see a youthful figure hurrying toward her. "Lin Qingyu." "Qingyu?" Lin Qingqing furrowed her brow and inquired, "Aren't you supposed to be training?" Lin Qingyu scratched his head, a sheepish smile spreading across his face as he replied, "I was practicing, but when I saw you, I rushed over." Then, as a fearing reprimand from Lin Qingqing, he quickly asked, "Qingqing Jie, has Pingyan awakened yet?" At his words, Lin Qingqing's expression dimmed slightly as she shook her head. Seeing this, Lin Qingyu could not help but reveal a hint of sorrow in his eyes as he gently sighed. "It has been 3 months, Qingqing Jie. Do you think Pingyan will ever wake up?" "Do not speak such nonsense," Lin Qingqing reproached sharply, her demeanor turning stern. Lin Qingyu was taken aback, staring at Lin Qingqing in shock, too fearful to utter another word. Realizing her tone was perhaps too harsh, Lin Qingqing softened, gently assuring him, "Do not worry. He will surely awaken." Though these words were meant to comfort Lin Qingyu, they felt more like a balm for her own troubled heart. After all, since the battle at the Lord's estate, Su Pingyan had remained in a state of unconsciousness, and it had been a full 3 months. Despite consuming countless rare herbs and healing elixirs, he showed no signs of awakening. Initially, Lin Qingqing had been filled with hope, but gradually, her thoughts began to spiral into despair. Lately, her temper had grown increasingly irritable. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, Lin Qingqing said to Lin Qingyu, "All right. Go practice." Lin Qingyu nodded, "Then I'll take my leave, Qingqing Jie." With that, he turned and ran toward the training grounds. Lin Qingqing sighed softly before also turning to head to the backyard. To ensure Su Pingyan received the best care, Lin Qingqing had arranged for him to rest in the tranquil backyard, where she had assigned dedicated attendants to look after him. Each morning, she would visit, sitting with him and sharing words of comfort. Soon, Lin Qingqing reached the door to his room. "Miss," 2 maids on either side greeted her promptly. Both were Lin Qingqing's most trusted attendants, specifically chosen to care for Su Pingyan. The maids opened the door for her, and Lin Qingqing stepped inside as they closed it behind her. Morning sunlight streamed through the window, bathing the room in a gentle glow. Su Pingyan lay quietly on the bed, his breathing faint yet steady, as if he were merely lost in an extended dream. Lin Qingqing approached the bedside, her gaze lingering on Su Pingyan's pale face, an involuntary pang of heartache and guilt surfacing within her. She sat beside him, delicately caressing his cheek with her slender fingers, murmuring, "Pingyan, when will you awaken?" The room was enveloped in silence, interrupted only by the occasional chirping of birds outside. As sunlight gradually filled the chamber, Lin Qingqing's silhouette appeared somewhat fragile amidst the illumination. She sat there quietly, her gaze unwavering from Su Pingyan's countenance. After an indeterminate time, a cautious voice broke the stillness from outside the door. "Miss, Lord Lu and Master Shun have arrived. The patriarch requests your presence in the main hall." The speaker was Yi Yin, the estate's chief steward. After all, ordinary servants were not permitted in the backyard, and even the Lin family members could only enter with good reason. "Understood," Lin Qingqing replied softly, then turned to Su Pingyan, saying, "Pingyan, I will come to see you again tomorrow." Rising, she exited the room. "Take good care of him," Lin Qingqing instructed the maids. "Yes, miss," they responded in unison. Lin Qingqing then departed with Yi Yin. Before long, she arrived at the main hall, where Lin Xiao and Feng Xian occupied the prominent seats. To their left sat the town lord, Lu Changfeng, with two figures standing behind him, Xiao Mohan and Lu Linglong. Following the battle at the lord's estate, Lu Changfeng had sustained severe injuries and had been in seclusion for healing. This marked his first visit to the Lin family in 3 months. Of course, throughout this period, the lord's estate had sent various elixirs and rare herbs to aid Su Pingyan. To the right of the lower seats sat Shen Liang, accompanied by his personal maid, Ziwu. Having witnessed Su Pingyan's valor during the battle, Ziwu felt an undeniable admiration for him. Over the past 3 months, she had dutifully delivered various medicinal items at Shen Liang's behest, and had even visited Su Pingyan once in the backyard. Now, with his prolonged unconsciousness, worry was etched upon her features. "Grandfather, Master," Lin Qingqing greeted Lin Xiao and Feng Xian upon entering. They nodded in acknowledgement. She then saluted Lu Changfeng and Shen Liang, saying, "Lord Lu, Master Shen." "Lin girl, no need for such formalities," Lu Changfeng replied. Shen Liang smiled and nodded in agreement. Finally, Lin Qingqing offered a slight bow to Xiao Mohan, Lu Linglong, and Ziwu, who reciprocated the gesture. After the initial pleasantries, Lin Xiao inquired, "Qingqing, how is Pingyan faring?" Lin Qingqing's expression darkened as she shook her head slightly, replying, "It remains unchanged." Upon hearing this, the others could not help but shake their heads in sorrow. Soon after, Shen Liang turned to Feng Xian, asking, "Old Feng, did you not say that our distinguished brother merely suffered from excessive blood loss and was not seriously injured? It has been 3 months. Why has he not awakened yet?" All eyes turned to Feng Xian. Feng Xian stroked his beard, his expression grave as he replied, "Indeed, Pingyan only experienced excessive blood loss and bears no severe injuries. As for why he has not awakened, alas, I too am uncertain." Shen Liang did not receive the answers he so desperately sought. Although anxiety gnawed at his heart, he refrained from further inquiries. After all, he was aware that Feng Xian had exerted every effort. Moreover, Su Pingyan was Feng Xian's disciple, as a mentor. Feng Xian's concern for Su Pingyan surely rivaled that of his sworn brother. At this juncture, Shen Liang could only vent his pent-up fury upon the true instigator. He erupted in a torrent of curses. That old dog Wang Fudong deserves a fate far worse than death. He should be subjected to 1,000 tortures and cast into the Wanyao mountain range to feed the beasts. Lu Changfeng, upon hearing this, exhibited a flicker of coldness in his gaze. Clearly, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for Wang Fudong as well. Soon after, Lin Xiao, stroking his beard, chuckled and said, "On that day, Master Shen displayed extraordinary prowess, vanquishing Wang Lai and 3 elders of the Wang family in succession. It was indeed a spectacle to behold. On the night of the battle at the Lord's Manor, after Su Pingyan fainted, Wang Lai attempted to launch a surprise attack while everyone was preoccupied. Fortunately, Shen Liang was swift enough to intervene, or the consequences would have been dire. When Wang Lai realized his attack had failed, he foolishly attempted to flee, which only served to enrage Shen Liang further. In his wrath, Shen Liang showed no mercy and struck Wang Lai down on the spot. With the elder and the family head both perished, the Wang family was left leaderless, akin to a flock of scattered sheep. Meanwhile, the Lin family's disciples arrived, and together with the Lord's manor, they commenced a siege against the Wang family, ultimately annihilating them and erasing their existence from the annals of Qingxia town. Upon hearing Lin Zhao's praise, Shen Liang waved his hand modestly and replied, "My meager abilities pale in comparison to those of my esteemed brother. Please do not jest about me, Master Lin." Reflecting on Su Pingyan, even at this moment, all present recalled his divine-like performance that night, still astounded. With his body in the body-refining realm, he burned his own vitality, elevating his cultivation to confront the formidable Wang Fudong of the 4th stage of Qi gathering. Fearless and undeterred, he ultimately obliterated Wang Fudong with a single, cataclysmic strike known as the Dragon Elephant Returning to Ruins. Such prowess was indeed beyond Xin Liang's capabilities. Yet, as they contemplated Su Pingyan, who now lay unconscious in bed, uncertain if he would ever awaken, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Finally, Lu Chanfeng spoke softly, "Fear not. Young Su is favored by destiny. He shall surely be fine." Then, shifting his gaze to Feng Xian, he inquired, "Old Feng, are there any elixirs or rare herbs that could aid young Su? Though I may not be of great talent, the Lord's manor is willing to spare no effort for him." As soon as Lu Changfeng finished speaking, Xin Liang immediately echoed, "Indeed, for my esteemed brother. My rare treasures pavilion would not hesitate to pay any price." Feng Xian nodded slightly, stroking his beard. "I appreciate your intentions, but I have already utilized all available elixirs and rare herbs. At this point, whether he awakens depends solely on Pingyan's own will." Upon hearing this, disappointment, helplessness, and frustration washed over the faces of those gathered. Lin Qingqing's gaze sharpened, and she murmured, "Pingyan will awaken." Her eyes filled with determination as she affirmed, "He will surely awaken." With the atmosphere laden with melancholy, there was little left to discuss. After sharing a few polite words, they left behind the elixirs and rare herbs they had brought for Su Pingyan, then departed. After seeing them off, Lin Qingqing turned to attend to family matters. Chapter 57. A Dream, Surviving Calamity Brings Fortuity. Su Pingyan felt as though he was submerged in an endless abyss of darkness. Around him, silence reigned supreme. With only his consciousness adrift in the void, he yearned to struggle, to cry out, yet discovered that his body was ensnared by invisible chains, rendering him utterly immobile. In the depths of the darkness, he faintly heard a familiar voice. "Pingyan, Pingyan," it softly called, gentle and ethereal, as if emanating from a distant memory. Imbued with boundless love and longing, Su Pingyan's heart trembled violently. "Mother? Mother!" He desperately yearned to respond, to seize the source of that voice, yet found himself sinking deeper, as if being drawn into an abyss by an invisible force. "Mother! Mother!" He cried out fervently within, his eyes growing warm with unshed tears. In his consciousness, the image of his mother gradually became clearer. She wore a simple, elegant blue gown, standing amidst a sea of blossoms. Her smile as gentle and warm as the spring breeze. Yet, in her gaze lingered a trace of sorrow, filled with concern for her son. Suddenly, the figure of his mother began to recede. "Mother, do not leave." Su Pingyan suddenly reached out his hand, attempting to grasp the fleeting silhouette that was about to vanish. Yet he could only clutch at the void. The figure of his mother, akin to the morning mist, completely dissipated into the darkness. Su Pingyan's heart raced violently, and his breath came in quick gasps. In the next moment, it was as if he had finally broken free from some shackles, awakening slowly to consciousness. As he opened his eyes, he felt the sunlight streaming through the window, casting warmth upon his face. Surrounding him was an entirely unfamiliar environment, and the air was permeated with a faint scent of medicine. "Am I still alive?" Su Pingyan murmured softly, his throat parched as if scorched by fire. His voice so hoarse it was nearly inaudible. At that moment, accompanied by the sound of the door creaking open, he heard someone enter. He forced himself to turn his head and glance at the newcomer. To his astonishment, it was a young maid, delicately bearing a steaming bowl of medicinal soup. Upon entering, the girl did not immediately direct her gaze towards Su Pingyan. Instead, she turned back, gently closing the door before approaching him. After taking just a couple of steps, her eyes met Su Pingyan's. The young maid was momentarily taken aback, her expression swiftly transforming into one of shock, her face expressing disbelief as she stared at Su Pingyan. Momentarily rendered speechless. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Pingyan could not help but chuckle, his voice raspy yet playful. "What is this? Have you seen a ghost?" "No, no." "Young Master Su, you are awake." The young maiden, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, "Young Master Su has awakened. Quickly, someone come. Young Master Su has awakened." Before her words could fully escape her lips, another maid rushed in through the door. Upon confirming that Su Pingyan had indeed regained consciousness, she too was filled with immense delight and declared, "I shall report this to the young lady at once." Without waiting for further words, she hurriedly dashed out in a flurry. Meanwhile, the maid in the room swiftly approached the bedside, taking small, hurried steps. She gently placed the bowl of medicine she held onto the table beside the bed, her face radiating with astonishment as she inquired, "Young Master Su, are you truly well? I am quite thirsty and wish to have some water." Su Pingyan spoke with difficulty. "Very well, young Master Su, I shall fetch you some water at once." With that, she hurried off to pour the water. Before long, The maid returned, carrying a cup of water. Su Pingyan attempted to raise his hand to receive assistance, only to discover that his entire body was devoid of strength, rendering him incapable of rising. Observing his plight, the maid promptly exclaimed, "Young Master Su, allow me to feed you." With that, she took up a spoon from the table and began to nourish Su Pingyan. As the liquid touched his lips, he was instantly enveloped by an unprecedented sweetness that filled his mouth, as though it were not mere water, but rather an exquisite elixir. The moment it coursed down his throat, a profound sense of comfort washed over him, as if he had truly been revived. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and in the next instant, several figures swept into the room. Su Pingyan turned around and saw that the visitors were Lin Qingqing, Lin Xiao, and his master, Feng Xian. Upon spotting Su Pingyan, each of their faces illuminated with overwhelming joy. "Pingyan." Lin Qingqing was the first to rush over, her eyes glistening with tears of happiness. "You have finally awakened. How do you feel? Is there anywhere that you are uncomfortable?" Su Pingyan smiled and said, "Senior sister, I am well, though I feel utterly drained. You have suffered considerable loss of vitality. Having just awakened, it is only natural that you feel weak," Feng Xian replied, approaching with a gaze filled with joy and relief. The past 3 months had been a torment for him as well. Now that Su Pingyan had finally regained consciousness, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief as a mentor. Then, Lin Xiao chimed in with a smile. "Qingqing, hasten to let Elder Feng take Pingyan's pulse and ascertain his current physical condition." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingqing promptly responded, "Oh," and quickly stepped aside to make room for her master, Feng Xian. Feng Xian sat by the bedside, gently lifting the quilt and exposing Su Pingyan's right hand. He placed his fingers upon Su Pingyan's pulse. Instantly, the room fell into a profound silence, everyone holding their breath, afraid to disturb Feng Xian. Particularly, as they noted his solemn demeanor, Lin Qingqing and Lin Xiao felt their hearts rise in their throats. Fortunately, Feng Xian's expression gradually relaxed, and a faint smile graced his lips. He then withdrew his hand, placed Su Pingyan's hand back under the covers, and said in a calm voice, "Aside from the considerable depletion of vitality, which has left him somewhat weak, Pingyan's health is not in jeopardy. A few days of rest will suffice for his recovery." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingqing and Lin Xiao felt a weight lift from their hearts, their faces once again illuminating with joy. At that moment, Su Pingyan inquired, "Senior sister, how long was I unconscious?" "You have been in a deep slumber for 3 months and 15 days, and we were nearly frightened to death by your absence." Lin Qingqing replied, her mood lifted, and she couldn't help but just in light of Su Pingyan's awakening. Su Pingyan initially believed that he had merely been unconscious for a few days, yet to his astonishment, he had actually been in a coma for over 3 months. Indeed, the price of burning one's vital energy was considerable. It seemed he would have to be more cautious in the future. "All right, Qingqing. Since Pingyan has just awoken and is still weak, let us not disturb his rest," Lin Xiao remarked. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingqing nodded in agreement and then advised Su Pingyan, "Pingyan, please take good care of yourself. I shall visit you again tomorrow." Su Pingyan smiled gently, responding affirmatively. Subsequently, Lin Qingqing instructed 2 maidservants to diligently attend to Su Pingyan, ensuring that there was no room for negligence. Afterward, the 3 departed. In the following days, Su Pingyan's health gradually improved. From a state of complete immobility, he progressed to being able to sit up. However, he could only remain seated for a brief period before becoming utterly fatigued, as though he had expended all his energy and was compelled to lie back down. Naturally, Lin Qingqing visited Su Pingyan daily, engaging him in conversation. Su Pingyan learned, to his dismay, that the Wang family had been annihilated. One could only say it was a consequence of their own actions. Upon learning that Su Pingyan had finally awoken, both the town lord's residence and the Qijin pavilion hurried to pay their respects. At this juncture, Su Pingyan's profound gratitude towards the town lord's residence could hardly be measured by any material means. Moreover, the prowess Su Pingyan had demonstrated previously compelled Lu Chanfeng to regard him with newfound respect, no longer viewing him as a mere junior. Consequently, Lu Chanfeng bestowed upon Su Pingyan an exceptional level of reverence. As for Shen Liang, it goes without saying that having such a commendable sworn brother brought him immense pride. That morning, Lin Qingqing continued her routine of visiting Su Pingyan, engaging him in conversation. As Su Pingyan's health steadily improved, Lin Qingqing's spirits soared. Sitting by his bedside, after helping him finish his medicine, she was about to assist him in lying down when Su Pingyan expressed his desire. "Senior sister, I wish to bask in the sunlight in the courtyard." "No, you are still weak. What if you catch a chill?" Lin Qingqing promptly refused. Su Pingyan let out a helpless smile. However, if I continue to lie here all day, I might as well turn to mold. After saying this, he pleaded, "Senior sister, please do me a favor and push me out to the courtyard for just a little while." Lin Qingqing was initially inclined to refuse, but upon seeing Su Pingyan's pitiful expression, her heart softened. The words she was about to utter remained unspoken. The weather today was indeed delightful, with ample sunshine, dressed warmly. He would likely not catch a chill. Thus, with a reluctant demeanor, Lin Qingqing finally conceded, "All right then, just for a little while." Upon hearing this, Su Pingyan's face instantly brightened with a radiant smile, and he playfully remarked, "Senior sister treats me the best." Lin Qingqing glanced at him with a smile that sparkled like the sun. Soon after, Su Pingyan found himself adorned with several layers of outer garments by Lin Qingqing, who then gently assisted him to sit in a spirit chair. It is noteworthy that this chair, a gift from Shun Liang, was powered by spirit stones, allowing for effortless movement. Of course, it could also be pushed manually. Subsequently, Lin Qingqing wheeled Su Pingyan into the courtyard. Bathed in the warm embrace of the sun, Su Pingyan felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. In that moment, he could not help but exhale deeply, exclaiming, "How wonderful it is to be alive." Lin Qingqing chuckled, unable to resist teasing him. "You, at such a tender age, speak as if you have lived for centuries." Su Pingyan also smiled and said, "Senior sister, you cannot fathom how during my unconsciousness, I truly believed I had passed away." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingqing's smile momentarily faltered, but soon, a gentle smile returned to her face as she softly replied, "Pingyan, thank you." Su Pingyan was momentarily taken aback, as if sensing something profound, and a gentle smile graced his lips, conveying unspoken understanding. Then, he shifted the conversation, saying, "Senior sister, I suddenly have a desire for tea." "Tea?" "Yes, the tea personally brewed by Miss Ziwu." Chapter 58, Breaking and Establishing, the pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement. Lin Qingqing was momentarily stunned, her mind instantly conjuring the enchanting visage and graceful figure of Ziwu, which inexplicably tugged at her heartstrings, causing a pang of melancholy. She huffed softly and remarked, "It seems to me that your intentions lie beyond mere indulgence in tea." Su Pingyan felt a sense of bewilderment, uncertain as to why Lin Qingqing had suddenly uttered such a remark. Moreover, she had been smiling just a moment ago. How could her demeanor change so abruptly? Contemplating this, Su Pingyan could not help but inquire, "Senior sister, what is troubling you?" "Nothing much," Lin Qingqing replied tersely before turning her spirit chair around and pushing it back. "Hey, senior sister, what are you doing? The sun has shone enough. It is time to return and rest. But I have only just come out. It was you who said it would only be for a short while." "Ouch, senior sister, please be gentle. I am an injured party." "Is that so? I had thought you were already recuperated." After assisting Su Pingyan back to his room, where he lay down comfortably, Lin Qingqing coldly stated, "Rest well. I shall visit you again tomorrow." With that, she departed without casting a glance back, leaving Su Pingyan in a state of helplessness. What on earth? I merely expressed a desire for tea. Is that a crime? Pondering this conundrum, he ultimately decided to cease his futile contemplation. Before long, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he felt his eyelids grow heavy, succumbing to a deep slumber. The following morning, before Su Pingyan had fully awakened, he was enveloped in a gentle aroma of fragrant tea wafting through the air. Instantly invigorated, he opened his eyes and followed the delightful scent. To his astonishment, he beheld a graceful figure seated at a nearby table, skillfully preparing tea. Su Pingyan was taken aback. "Ziwu?" Upon hearing the voice, Ziwu looked up at Su Pingyan and smiled sweetly, saying, "Young master, you are awake. What brings you here?" Su Pingyan inquired. However, this question left Ziwu somewhat perplexed. She blinked and replied, "Did you not say, my lord, that you wished to savor the tea brewed by me?" Su Pingyan's expression turned awkward as he stammered, It was indeed I who mentioned it. But how did you come to know?" Ziwu gazed at Su Pingyan with a twinkle in her eyes and replied sweetly, "Miss Lin sent someone to Qijin Pavilion yesterday, conveying that the young master desired to savor the tea brewed by me, so my master summoned me." Upon hearing this, Su Pingyan finally understood and nodded in acknowledgement. However, recollecting Lin Qingqing's behavior from the previous day, a wave of confusion washed over him. Should he allow her to drink, or should he not? At that moment, Ziwu had already prepared the tea, pouring a cup and gently presenting it to Su Pingyan, softly saying, "My lord." Su Pingyan immediately regained his composure and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, smiled and said, Thank you, Miss Ziwu. With that, he sat up, leaning against the headboard. Ziwu's delicate face flushed, and she replied, "You are too kind, young master." Subsequently, Su Pingyan took the teacup from Ziwu's hand. It is worth noting that this exquisite white jade teacup was also brought by Ziwu from the Rare Treasures Pavilion. The moment Su Pingyan took it, he felt a gentle warmth emanating from his fingertips. The fragrant aroma of tea rose delicately, like morning mist curling upwards. Su Pingyan placed the cup beneath his nose and inhaled gently. The fragrance resembled a pristine mountain spring, mingled with the tender shoots of early spring, carrying a subtle yet ethereal essence that invigorated his spirit. As he lowered his gaze to the cup, he beheld the tea, crystalline and azure, shimmering with a faint halo, as if it encapsulated the quintessence of the universe. He then brought the cup to his lips and sipped delicately. The warm tea glided into his mouth, transforming instantly into a refreshing stream that coursed down his throat and gradually filled his being. This stream, imbued with a hint of sweetness, seemed to blossom into a spiritual flower upon his tongue, releasing a fragrant aroma. As the tea settled within him, Su Pingyan felt a gentle warmth rising from within, unfurling his limbs and rejuvenating his entire being. The weariness that had lingered in his mind dissipated, replaced by a newfound clarity, as if this exquisite tea had cleansed him entirely, revitalizing his essence. He closed his eyes slightly, attuning himself to the subtle energies within, feeling an even deeper connection to the spiritual forces of nature. Truly, such tea is indeed remarkable. Su Pingyan opened his eyes, a glimmer of delight flashing within them, and he sincerely exclaimed in admiration. Upon hearing his voice, Ziwu turned back with a smile, her voice melodious and lively as she replied, "If the young master enjoys it, Ziwu shall brew it for you every day." "Wonderful," he said. Su Pingyan replied with a smile. These days, he consumed various elixirs and rare herbs daily, and even his breath carried the scent of medicine. The experience of sipping spiritual tea every day would indeed be quite delightful. Su Pingyan had consumed several cups and felt a distinct sense of ease enveloping his body. At that moment, he heard Ziwu speak. "Young master, would you like me to escort you to the courtyard to bask in the sunlight?" XP Ing, understanding the intent, responded amiably, "Then I must trouble you." "Miss CW, there is no need for formality, my lord. It is my duty," ZW replied, assisting XP Ingen into the spirit chair. She then gently guided him into the courtyard. The sunlight today was particularly radiant, casting a warm glow upon XP Ingen, enveloping him in a comforting embrace. "My lord, how is your injury? Does your body still ache?" ZW inquired softly, her tone laced with a hint of concern. Su Pingyan let out a bitter laugh, saying, "The pain has subsided, yet I feel utterly drained, akin to a mere shell of a person." "Young master, do not speak so thoughtlessly," Ziwu reprimanded lightly, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she continued. "On that day, you displayed unparalleled prowess. Even the once mighty Wang family's elder was reduced to ashes by your might. If you are indeed a waste, what does that make us mere mortals?" "Enough of the flattery," he replied. "Had I known I would end up like this, I would have been the first to flee." Upon hearing Su Pingyan's words, Ziwu couldn't help but cover her lips and let out a delicate laugh, saying, "Young master, you jest once more. You are not that kind of person at all." Upon hearing this, Su Pingyan couldn't help but feel a flicker of interest, smiling as he inquired, "Oh, then tell me, what kind of person am I?" Ziwu, with a slight pout, assumed a demeanor of earnest contemplation before responding. "Though my time spent with you has been brief, based on my understanding of you, I believe you to be a person of deep loyalty and righteousness, one who would never forsake the Lin family." Su Pingyan was momentarily taken aback. Then he smiled gently, feeling a tinge of embarrassment within. To be honest, had it not been for Wang Lai's intervention, he and Lin Qingqing might have truly departed. One could only attribute this occurrence to the whims of fate. At that moment, a striking figure entered the courtyard. It was none other than Lin Qingqing, the esteemed Miss Lin. Upon noticing her, Ziwu gracefully performed a curtsy. "Miss Ziwu," Lin Qingqing acknowledged, nodding slightly in return. She then turned her gaze towards Su Pingyan and remarked nonchalantly, "Junior brother, after drinking the spirit tea, you seem to be in much better spirits." Lin Qingqing's words carried an underlying meaning. However, Su Pingyan, completely oblivious, responded with a cheerful nod, "Indeed. Miss Ziwu's tea-making skills are unparalleled." Upon hearing his response, Lin Qingqing's expression instantly turned frosty. She approached, turned the spirit chair around, and began to push it back into the room. "Oh, Senior sister, I have only just come out. Su Pingyan hurriedly spoke. But Lin Qingqing unceremoniously pushed him into the room. This unexpected turn of events left Zi Wu momentarily stunned. However, her keen perception quickly discerned the underlying meaning, prompting a soft chuckle as she covered her lips. Poor Su Pingyan, having misspoken, found himself once again deprived of the opportunity to bask in the sun. Although Lin Qingqing felt a twinge of jealousy, she did not revoke his right to partake in tea. After all, she had heard from her master, Feng Xian, that drinking spirit tea might aid in Su Pingyan's recovery, which was why she had sent someone to convey the message to Qijin Pavilion. In the days that followed, Ziwu diligently came each day to brew tea for Su Pingyan. However, after preparing the tea, she would leave immediately, never lingering. Before they knew it, another month had slipped away. Su Pingyan's health had finally returned to a near-complete state. Over the past few months, he had consumed numerous elixirs and rare treasures. Some of the spiritual energy had been absorbed by his body, while a portion had dissipated. However, a small residue of spiritual energy still lingered within him. Thus, Su Pingyan resolved to refine this energy. One day, after Lin Qingqing and Ziwu had departed, he seated himself cross-legged on the bed and initiated the great Zhou Tian body refinement technique. At present, he was but a breath away from achieving a state of perfection in this technique. As he channeled the practice, the spiritual power within him began to circulate, and a faint wave of energy enveloped his skin, akin to being wrapped in an invisible flame. The spiritual energy coursed through his meridians in a harmonious cycle. All seemed normal. Yet, midway through this process, he suddenly sensed a slight tremor within his body. Confusion washed over him, for such an occurrence had never transpired before. Before he could comprehend the situation, the previously tranquil flow of spiritual energy erupted into a torrent, creating tumultuous waves within him. Countless strands of energy surged forth, akin to wild stallions breaking free. In that instant, Su Pingyan found himself momentarily stunned. Where had all this energy come from? Upon reflection, he wondered if the spiritual essence from the various elixirs and treasures he had ingested over the months had built up within him. Now, as he activated the great Zhou Tian body refinement technique, had all this energy been unleashed? This thought filled Su Pingyan with immense joy. He wasted no time and once again channeled the great Zhou Tian body refinement technique, eager to refine the surging energy. Time seemed to lose meaning as he worked. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, he finally refined the last trace of spiritual energy within him. Slowly, he opened his eyes to find himself enveloped in a soft golden aura. Feeling the tremendous power coursing through him, a wave of exhilaration surged within Su Pingyan. Had he truly reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement? He had never anticipated that he could ascend from the 9th layer to its peak solely through this energy. Indeed, it seemed that those who survive great trials are destined for greater fortunes. Simultaneously, Su Pingyan's great Zhou Tian body refinement technique had successfully attained perfection. He had genuinely completed the process of spiritual energy refinement. The next step was to sense the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth and to unlock his spiritual orifices. In this regard, Su Pingyan had no experience. Therefore, he resolved to consult his master the following day. Surely, upon learning of his fortuitous breakthrough to the pinnacle of the 9th layer, his master would be overjoyed. The next morning, as Su Pingyan prepared to leave, he encountered Lin Qingqing, who had come to visit him. However, upon seeing the exquisite glass jar she held, his expression shifted dramatically, and his eyes reflected a deep sense of reluctance. Noticing Su Pingyan dressed and ready to step out, Lin Qingqing inquired, "Pingyan, are you planning to go out?" Su Pingyan nodded. "Ah, senior sister, I wish to pay my respects to master." After speaking, he smiled awkwardly and added, "Senior sister, I have already recovered, so you need not visit me every day." "How can that be?" Lin Qingqing replied. "Even if you are better, you still need to take some time to rest and ensure that no lingering effects remain." As she spoke, she lifted the glass jar in her hand and, with a gentle smile, said, "Drink it while it's warm, and once you finish, I shall accompany you." Su Pingyan forced a smile, inwardly lamenting his predicament. Despite having fully recovered in recent days, he continued to reside in the small courtyard, where Lin Qingqing steadfastly visited him every morning, bringing with her the meticulously prepared spiritual chicken soup. Initially, Su Pingyan relished the soup, savoring it as the most delectable broth in existence. However, no matter how exquisite, consuming it daily became a burden. Particularly irksome was the fact that Lin Qingqing insisted on watching him finish every last drop. feeling obliged by his sister's kind intentions. He reluctantly endured nearly a month of this relentless regimen. Now, the mere aroma of the chicken soup was enough to induce nausea, and even the sight of the delicate glass jar containing the soup made him feel queasy. While he had previously consumed spiritual tea for a similar duration, the experiences were entirely distinct. In truth, he found himself yearning for the spiritual tea brewed by Ziwu. Notably, after his recovery, he had informed Ziwu that her visits were no longer necessary, as it felt somewhat burdensome to impose upon her daily. Moreover, with his health restored, it was time to move on from such indulgences. However, this incessant consumption of spiritual chicken soup was truly becoming unbearable. "Sister, could we perhaps wait until we pay our respects to Master before continuing this?" He began to suggest, but was swiftly interrupted by Lin Qingqing's stern reply. "No. It will get cold. Hurry inside and finish it before you go." Su Pingyan, feeling utterly helpless, had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, he had been drinking for nearly a month. A single day made little difference. Thus, the two returned indoors, where Su Pingyan, suppressing his discomfort, finished an entire jar of the nourishing chicken soup. To be fair, Lin Qingqing's culinary skills were commendable. Moreover, the restorative properties of this chicken soup in replenishing vital energy and blood were indeed remarkable. Su Pingyan's swift recovery can be partly attributed to the efficacy of the nourishing tonic. Observing Su Pingyan finish the last drop of the elixir, Lin Qingqing nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, the two made their way to pay their respects to Feng Xian. Since they were in the backyard, they arrived shortly. Upon their arrival, they found Feng Xian meditating within. Thus, they waited outside for a moment until Feng Xian's voice resonated from within, inviting them to enter. Once inside, they bowed respectfully towards Feng Xian, who was seated on a meditation cushion. "No need for formalities," Feng Xian said with a smile, his eyes filled with warmth, especially towards Su Pingyan. After all, the decision to take Su Pingyan as his disciple had been made in an instant. Su Pingyan is an individual of modest capabilities, and it remains uncertain whether he will ever ascend to the realm of qi condensation and become a cultivator. Consequently, I have never harbored any expectations for him. However, to my astonishment, during the battle at the town lord's manor, Su Pingyan displayed remarkable prowess by vanquishing the Wang family's elder, Wang Fudong, thereby utterly dismantling their nefarious plot. Not only did he single-handedly rescue the town lord's manor, but he also spared the Lin family from impending doom. With such a disciple, how could I, as his master, not feel a swell of pride? I observed Feng Xian gazing at Su Pingyan with a beaming smile, stroking his beard as he inquired, "Pingyan, how is your recovery progressing?" Su Pingyan replied, "Master, I am fully restored." Su Pingyan responded respectfully, then inquired with concern, "Master, have your injuries not yet healed?" When he awoke on that day, he had sensed that Master Feng's complexion was not quite well during his visit. However, being in a more weakened state himself, he refrained from asking further. Yet, upon entering just now, he observed that Master Feng's appearance had still not returned to its former radiant glow and seemed somewhat fatigued. Thus, he posed the question. Hearing this, Feng Xian felt a wave of comfort wash over him. He smiled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It is nothing. With a bit more rest, all will be well." Although months had elapsed since the confrontation at the town lord's mansion, it must be acknowledged that Feng Xian had sustained quite serious injuries that day. Moreover, the nature of his wounds differed from those endured by Su Pingyan. Su Pingyan primarily suffered from the depletion of his vital energy, whereas Feng Xian incurred a substantial loss of true qi. The significance of true qi is self-evident for cultivators. Restoring it is no trivial matter. Moreover, with Feng Xian's advancing age, regaining his former vitality is far from an overnight endeavor. However, Su Pingyan is not a cultivator. How could he comprehend such intricacies? Upon hearing his master's words, he gave it little thought, and, with a shift in tone, cheerfully announced, "Master, I have delightful news to share with you." Upon hearing this, Feng Xian chuckled, "Oh, what is this good news? Pray do tell." Su Pingyan bowed deeply and remarked, "Disciples' cultivation has, as of yesterday, ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the body refinement realm." Upon hearing this, both Feng Xian and Lin Qingqing were filled with elation. Feng Xian, visibly excited, waved his hand and urged, "Come quickly, let me have a good look at you." Su Pingyan approached and extended his hand. Feng Xian gently grasped Su Pingyan's wrist, and, upon a slight examination, his face brightened with delight as he exclaimed, "Indeed, it is the pinnacle of the 9th realm of body refinement." Ha ha ha. In that moment, Feng Xian could not contain his laughter, his complexion noticeably flushed with joy. Once his laughter subsided, Feng Xian remarked, "In that case, let us seize the moment and swiftly strive for the qi condensation realm." As he spoke, he turned his palm and revealed a dark azure elixir. Su Pingyan was taken aback. "Master, what is this?" Feng Xian chuckled heartily and replied, "This pill is called the Spirit Connecting Pill, a grade 1 yellow elixir that I concocted recently. It will assist you in better sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and opening your spiritual orifices. I had thought it would take you some time to reach the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement, but it seems, by a twist of fate, you are on the verge of opening your spiritual orifices." Upon finishing, he burst into laughter again, clearly overjoyed. However, at that moment, Su Pingyan felt a pang of concern, even a little discomfort, and couldn't help but say, "Master, you are injured yet still crafting elixirs for your disciple?" Feng Xian stroked his beard with a smile and waved his hand, saying, "Oh, it's nothing, nothing at all. My injury will heal in due time. If you can open your spiritual orifices and step into the qi condensation realm, that would be the greatest joy for me." At present, he had high hopes for Su Pingyan. It is noteworthy that Su Pingyan had already slain Wang Fudong, who was at the 4th level of qi condensation, with just his 9th level of body refinement. Should he step into the qi condensation realm, even with just one spiritual orifice, he could still achieve great things in the future. The most crucial factor is Su Pingyan's resilient character, his perseverance, bravery, and extraordinary courage, traits that are rare on the path of cultivation. Hearing his master's words, Su Pingyan was deeply moved. He gently accepted the spirit-connecting pill and once again bowed deeply to Feng Xian, saying, "Disciple is profoundly grateful to master." Feng Xian nodded with a pleased expression. Then, as if suddenly recalling something, he said, "Oh, by the way, there's this." With that, he flipped his palm, revealing a black orb with several cracks upon its surface. In an instant, Su Pingyan felt a wave of familiarity. Upon careful reflection, he immediately remembered. "Master, isn't this the orb from Wang Fudong's staff?" Before he could finish, Feng Xian nodded with a smile. "Indeed, this orb is called the Soul-Devouring Pearl, a grade 3 mysterious treasure, crafted through a special method. It can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and also draw energy from opponents during battle. During your confrontation, you shattered Wang Fudong's staff. But this soul-devouring pearl was not completely destroyed. It bears some damage, yet should still hold some utility. Wearing the soul-devouring pearl will enhance your ability to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, aiding you in your pursuit of the qi condensation realm." Su Pingyan respectfully accepted the item, examining it closely in his hands. Although it bore several cracks, fortunately, none were particularly deep. Naturally, even if the cracks were profound, it would pose no concern for Su Pingyan. For as long as it was planted in the spiritual field, the treasures that emerged would be intact and flawless. It is said that since the spirit-eating pearl is capable of absorbing spiritual energy, the treasures it produces must inherently possess the same ability. Contemplating this, Su Pingyan could not help but feel a flicker of anticipation. He then expressed his gratitude once more to his master. Following this, he inquired further about sensing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, how to activate spiritual acupoints, and the precautions to take during the process. Feng Xian patiently answered each of his questions. Only when he felt adequately informed did Su Pingyan depart with Lin Qingqing. Upon returning to his residence, Su Pingyan immediately planted the spirit communication pill into the spiritual field. In the ensuing 2 days, Su Pingyan spent each day seated in the courtyard, eyes closed in meditation, attuning himself to the spiritual energy of the cosmos. However, his body remained utterly still, and he was completely unable to perceive the existence of spiritual energy. It was to be expected. After all, he possessed merely one acupoint. Therefore, not sensing anything in such a short span of time was entirely normal. On the morning of the 3rd day, the spirit communication pill he had planted in the spiritual field finally bore fruit, manifesting as a new pill. To his delight, it was a grade 1 mystic pill. While its grade was not exceedingly high, it far surpassed the grade 1 yellow pill. The pill shimmered with a translucent radiance, adorned with a faint purplish golden aura, as if it encapsulated the purest spiritual energy from the universe. Within the pill, delicate patterns could be discerned, reminiscent of intertwining spiritual forces, emanating an enigmatic aura. Su Pingyan promptly retrieved the pill from the spiritual field. It felt cool to the touch, akin to jade, and upon a gentle inhalation, he was greeted by a refreshing fragrance that seemed to cleanse the soul, instilling a sense of tranquility. The pill's surface revealed faint wisps of spiritual light, pulsating rhythmically as if it were breathing, a phenomenon most extraordinary. However, Su Pingyan did not consume it immediately. Instead, he temporarily stored it in his concealed cosmic bag. Subsequently, he retrieved the damaged spirit-eating pearl and planted it in the spiritual field. In Su Pingyan's view, if he aimed to break through to the condensation of Qi realm, he must be thoroughly prepared to ensure a successful endeavor. After all, should he fail in his attempt following the consumption of the pill, it would render all his prior efforts futile. In the following 2 days, Su Pingyan continued to rely on his instincts to sense the spiritual energy of the cosmos. Of course, his body remained unresponsive throughout. Su Pingyan had previously heard from his master Fengxian that different individuals perceive the spiritual essence of the universe in varying durations. Those with exceptional talent can sense the celestial energies at the very moment they reach the pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refining, thus awakening their spiritual orifices and stepping into the realm of Qi condensation. Those with extraordinary gifts may take several days, while others might require 10 days to half a month, or even longer. For those of average talent, the scenarios are more diverse. Some may need 1 to 2 months, others 4 to 5 months, and there are even those who may take 1 to 2 years, or as long as 3 to 5 years. When it comes to talent, Su Pingyan surely falls short of even the average. After all, individuals of average talent can still open 3 to 5 spiritual orifices, whereas he might struggle to awaken even one. Hence, it is evident that without external assistance, relying solely on himself, it would likely take him several years to perceive the spiritual essence of the universe. Given that only a few days have passed, it is entirely impossible for him to sense it, and Su Pingyan did not harbor any expectations. He merely sought to acclimatize himself to this sensation. On the 3rd day, the spirit-devouring pearl yielded a new treasure. To his astonishment, it turned out to be a purple gem of the 8th level of the mysterious grade. This gem, approximately the size of half a palm, radiated a profound purple glow, as if it contained some cosmic secrets. Within the gem, wisps of spiritual energy swirled like mist, occasionally coalescing into star-like glimmers, and at times transforming into splendid patterns resembling flowing clouds. Upon closer inspection, the surface of the gem appeared to be inscribed with ancient runes, emanating an enigmatic aura. Su Pingyan extracted the gem, immediately sensing an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, as if it were incessantly devouring the surrounding spiritual essence. This sensation of consumption was starkly different from what he had experienced during his battle with Wang Fudong. The current feeling of absorption was far more intense and domineering. It was only natural, considering it was an 8th-grade mystical artifact, undoubtedly more potent than the soul-devouring pearl. With this gem, not only would his cultivation benefit immensely, but it could also play a pivotal role in turning the tide during critical moments in battle. Pondering this, Su Pingyan could not help but feel elated, and he decided to name the gem the Purple Spirit Pearl. Now, everything was in place. Su Pingyan resolved to immediately strive for the condensation realm. In recent days, Lin Qingqing had become aware of Su Pingyan's intention to challenge this realm. Consequently, since that day, she had not returned. The 2 maids who typically attended to Su Pingyan had also long been dismissed. Thus, it meant that no one would disturb Su Pingyan during this crucial moment. He then proceeded to the courtyard. At this moment, the morning mist had yet to dissipate. He sat cross-legged upon a mat, his expression solemn. He was acutely aware of the arduousness involved in breaking through to the condensation realm. After all, among the 9 spiritual orifices within him, only the Xianhai orifice remained active. The Xianhai orifice, a water attribute spiritual orifice, was located 3 inches below the Dantian, resembling a dormant seed awaiting awakening. The success or failure of this endeavor weighed heavily on Su Pingyan's heart, inevitably inducing a sense of tension. Nevertheless, he swiftly adjusted his emotions. Then, he retrieved a pill radiating a misty glow from his concealed bag. Su Pingyan could not be bothered to name it. He simply took a deep breath and placed the elixir into his mouth. The moment it touched his tongue, it dissolved instantly, releasing a warm and rich medicinal potency that swiftly spread throughout his meridians. Su Pingyan hastily held his breath and concentrated, employing the methods imparted by his master to sense the spiritual energy of the universe. However, as time passed, he felt no particular sensation. It was as though he were immersed in a void, surrounded by nothingness. The so-called spiritual energy seemed to be playing hide and seek with him, eluding his every effort to explore and perceive it. Gradually, a twinge of anxiety welled up within Su Pingyan, and he mused to himself, is it truly impossible? After all, this was a first-grade elixir of extraordinary quality. If he could not even sense the spiritual energy, then the prospect of opening his spiritual orifices appeared exceedingly bleak. Moreover, as the potency of the elixir began to dissipate, failing to perceive the spiritual energy would likely result in the failure of this endeavor to reach the qi condensation stage. The thought of impending failure gnawed at Su Pingyan's heart. Yet, just as despair threatened to engulf him, a faint spiritual movement suddenly emerged at the location of his Xianhai orifice, akin to a gentle breeze brushing past. Su Pingyan was instantly filled with joy, hastily concentrating his mind in an attempt to seize this fleeting thread of spiritual energy. Yet, this essence of power eluded him like a flickering candle in the wind, vanishing without a trace. Su Pingyan's heart plummeted to the depths. The hope that had just ignited was extinguished in an instant. How infuriating! Su Pingyan clenched his teeth, acutely aware that in moments such as these, maintaining composure was paramount. He stifled his inner sense of loss and frustration, striving to heighten his awareness. Yet, the ethereal energies of heaven and earth eluded his grasp like cunning sprites. As he observed the dwindling potency of the medicinal effects, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Just as he teetered on the brink of despair, Su Pingyan suddenly sensed a profound resonance between his being and the cosmos. It was an exquisitely enigmatic sensation, akin to being enveloped in a celestial realm, momentarily captivating him. In that instant, he distinctly perceived a faint stream of spiritual energy entering his body from the external world. Spiritual energy, indeed, it was. Su Pingyan was instantly filled with ecstasy. He had finally perceived the ethereal energies of the universe. However, merely sensing these celestial energies was but the first step. To officially step into the realm of qi condensation, one must open the spiritual orifices. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Su Pingyan swiftly directed this precious thread of celestial energy towards the mysterious sea orifice located 3 inches below his dantian. Yet, the moment this energy made contact with the orifice, it vanished as if a clay ox had sunk into the sea, leaving no trace behind. And the mysterious sea orifice showed no signs of awakening. Su Pingyan had been mentally prepared for this outcome. After all, a single thread of energy could hardly suffice to breach the mysterious sea orifice. Therefore, he continued to perceive the celestial energies as before. Soon, additional energies began to flow into his body, not just one, but several threads this time. Su Pingyan, filled with joy, hastily redirected the vital energy once more, attempting to breach the mysterious sea orifice. Yet, it proved futile once again. Su Pingyan remained undeterred, continuing to attune himself to the energies around him. As time passed, an increasing quantity of spiritual essence flowed into his being, and he persistently struck against the Xianhai aperture. At long last, through his relentless endeavors, he sensed a slight loosening within the Xianhai aperture, an occurrence that filled him with ecstatic joy. In that fleeting moment, confidence surged within him regarding the potential to unlock the Xianhai aperture. However, just as he became immersed in boundless euphoria, the last vestige of medicinal potency vanished. Previously, Su Pingyan had been wholly focused on sensing and guiding the celestial energies, neglecting the dwindling strength of the elixir. Now, with the complete depletion of its effects, the sensations he once felt faded away. It was as if the celestial energies were once again playing a game of hide-and-seek with him, eluding his perception and guidance. Most critically, the Xianhai aperture, which had only recently shown signs of loosening, began to exhibit indications of gradual closure. Su Pingyan was instantly filled with urgency and frustration. Unable to suppress his internal curses, this cursed medicinal effect, why does it vanish neither too soon nor too late? But precisely when I am about to unlock my spiritual aperture, is it deliberately opposing me? Sensing that the Xianhai aperture was on the verge of closing, yet still lacking spiritual energy to enter his body, Su Pingyan realized that his efforts were in vain. Just as he was preparing to relinquish hope, a sudden ethereal purple light erupted from the purple spirit pearl at his chest. The light intensified, gradually forming a diminutive vortex. The elusive celestial spiritual energy, once difficult to capture, seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, converging towards the purple spirit pearl and subsequently entering Su Pingyan's body. Upon witnessing this, Su Pingyan was immediately filled with joy. Indeed, he had almost forgotten about the purple spirit pearl. He hastily began to guide the surrounding spiritual energy, launching another assault on the Xianhai aperture. The aperture, which was on the verge of sealing, began to show signs of loosening once more. As the purple spirit pearl voraciously absorbed the spiritual energy, it continuously surged into Su Pingyan's body, which he adeptly guided in a relentless push. The Xianhai aperture resembled a tightly shut door. Initially, it revealed only a narrow crack, but gradually, the fissure widened. After several attempts, at last, with a resounding boom, the Xianhai aperture fully opened. Chapter 61. A treasure reacquired. The path of immortality awaits me in that moment. Su Pingyan felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Had it not been for the timely efficacy of the purple spirit pearl, his attempt to penetrate the Qi-gathering realm would likely have ended in failure. The instant the Xianhai aperture opened, Su Pingyan sensed that the natural spiritual energies of heaven and earth were no longer elusive. Instead, they flowed into him effortlessly with each breath, entering through his Xianhai aperture. Although the influx of spiritual energy was modest, Su Pingyan could distinctly perceive it. This was the cultivation method of an immortal practitioner, absorbing the spiritual energies of heaven and earth through the apertures. Of course, relying solely on natural breathing would yield only a feeble absorption of these energies. Furthermore, mere absorption was insufficient. The energies also required refinement. Hence, it was essential to complement this process with the appropriate cultivation techniques. Su Pingyan has yet to master such techniques. Although the great Zhou Tian body refinement technique can indeed channel these spiritual energies, it is important to understand that this method is primarily designed for body refinement. The spiritual energy guided by the great Zhou Tian body refinement technique can only serve to temper the body and cannot be refined and ultimately returned to the Dantian. However, Feng Xian had previously promised Su Pingyan that once he opened his spiritual acupoints and entered the condensation realm, he would impart to him the techniques for absorbing and refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Thus, without further hesitation, Su Pingyan promptly sought out his master, Feng Xian. Soon, he arrived at his master's modest courtyard. At this hour, his master should be engaged in cultivation. Su Pingyan, wary of disturbing his master, stood in the courtyard for a while. It was not until the voice of Feng Xian resonated from within the room that he heard, "Is it Pingyan outside?" Upon hearing the voice, Su Pingyan bowed respectfully and replied, "It is I, master." "Come in," Feng Xian said. Su Pingyan responded affirmatively and then stepped forward to push the door open. Upon entering the room, he found his master sitting cross-legged on the mat, eyes closed, appearing as if he had just completed his meditation. Su Pingyan once again bowed deeply, saying, "Disciple pays respect to master." Feng Xian replied, slowly opening his eyes, preparing to inquire about Su Pingyan's perception of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, upon seeing him, his expression suddenly changed, brows knitting slightly, revealing a look of astonishment and disbelief as he exclaimed, You have opened your spiritual aperture?" The sight of his master left Su Pingyan secretly amused and a bit smug as he humbly replied, "Master, I am unworthy. I have just recently opened my spiritual aperture." At these words, Feng Xian was momentarily rendered speechless, his mouth agape in shock. Although he sensed the spiritual energy emanating from Su Pingyan, he still could not believe it was true. After all, it had only been a few brief days since Su Pingyan's last return. Even with the aid of the spirit-connecting pill, how could someone with a single aperture body possibly open their spiritual aperture so swiftly? In just a few days. Not only would opening a spiritual aperture be extraordinary, but merely sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth could be deemed a remarkable talent. Yet, Su Pingyan seemed entirely unrelated to such accolades. How had he achieved this? In that moment, Feng Xian was filled with confusion. "Pingyan, how did you accomplish this?" Though he realized that as a master, it was somewhat inappropriate to question his disciple in such a manner. The urgency of his curiosity compelled Feng Xian to voice his inquiry. Su Pingyan, seemingly unperturbed, smiled softly and remarked, "It is all thanks to the spiritual elixir bestowed by my master." As this matter pertained to his own secret, he naturally refrained from divulging the complete truth. Thus, he attributed everything to that mystical elixir. However, Feng Xian was not easily convinced, and a peculiar expression momentarily crossed his face. After all, he was well aware of the true effects of the spiritual elixir. While it indeed offered some assistance in perceiving the spiritual energies of the world, its impact could not possibly be so profound. How could a mere first-grade spiritual elixir enable a martial artist, who had previously been devoid of any spiritual openings, to awaken their spirit channels and embark upon the path of cultivation within just a few days? Feng Xian was utterly incredulous. Yet, observing Su Pingyan's clear gaze and sincere tone, he could discern no trace of deceit. Thus, only one possibility remained. It was the will of fate, or what cultivators often referred to as serendipity. To put it more plainly, it was simply luck. It is well known that luck is an essential factor in the journey of cultivation, especially at the critical juncture of a breakthrough. A mere stroke of good fortune can prove pivotal. Some individuals, with a streak of misfortune, may attempt to break through numerous times, perhaps even dozens, without success, while others, blessed with favorable circumstances, may achieve a breakthrough on their very first attempt. Such occurrences are commonplace in the realm of cultivation. Moreover, Su Pingyan had always enjoyed a favorable fate, as evidenced by his previous leap from the 9th level of body refinement to the pinnacle of that realm in a single bound. Furthermore, to awaken one's spirit channels and enter the realm of qi condensation was indeed a momentous occasion, rendering any concern over the means of the breakthrough unnecessary. With this thought in mind, Feng Xian smiled in understanding and beckoned Su Pingyan closer, saying, "Come here, let me have a look." With a smile, Su Pingyan approached and extended his hand. Feng Xian gently grasped Su Pingyan's wrist, subtly releasing a trace of true energy for a careful examination. Indeed, at that moment, Su Pingyan's mysterious sea aperture was wide open, resembling a hungry infant eagerly yearning for the nourishment of spiritual energy. "Excellent, excellent, excellent," Feng Xian exclaimed with great delight, uttering the word excellent 3 times in succession. He then released Su Pingyan's hand, his excitement barely contained as he remarked, "Pingyan, you truly possess the opportunity for cultivation." Su Pingyan smiled, bowing respectfully as he said, "I am but a foolish disciple. All that I have achieved is solely due to my master's grace." Feng Xian, upon hearing this, chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Ah, my dear disciple, I possess no merit in this. Everything is simply the result of your own destiny." Su Pingyan contemplated for a moment and indeed found it to be true. After all, were it not for the spiritual land in his possession, he would likely still be toiling as a serf on the Lin family farm. Is this not the very essence of fate? With this thought, Su Pingyan broke into a cheerful smile and respectfully requested, "Master, please impart to me the method to absorb and refine the ethereal energies of heaven and earth." "Ha ha ha." Feng Xian chuckled heartily while stroking his beard, then slightly nodded and replied, very well, you may take a seat first." "Yes, master." Su Pingyan responded with a nod and then took a seat. Immediately, Feng Xian turned his palm over and produced a volume of martial arts techniques. Upon closer inspection, Su Pingyan noticed the 3 prominent characters on the cover, Xian Shui Ju. Subsequently, he heard Feng Xian remark, "This Xian Shui Ju is a 3rd-tier water attribute internal cultivation method. This technique harnesses the characteristics of water, perceiving the spiritual essence of heaven and earth as a gentle stream. It employs softness to conquer rigidity, progressing gradually until it converges into a vast sea. It aligns perfectly with your Xian Hai aperture, greatly enhancing your ability to absorb and refine the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. However, it is worth noting that it can only absorb and refine the water attribute essence. It holds no efficacy for other elemental energies. Yet, given that you possess only one Xian Hai aperture, you are unable to absorb and refine energies of other attributes, thus sparing you a considerable amount of trouble." At that moment, Su Pingyan felt a surge of joy and respectfully said, "Thank you, master." "Indeed," Feng Xian nodded, then added with caution, "When practicing this technique, one must adhere to a gradual and steady approach. Haste is ill-advised. In the initial stages, the absorption of spiritual energy occurs at a slower pace, requiring patience and perseverance. It is best to choose a location abundant in moisture for your cultivation. Throughout the process, maintain a tranquil mind, as calm as still water. Do not act impulsively. Should you experience any discomfort or swelling in your dantian, you must cease your practice immediately and only resume once you have fully recovered." "Yes, master. Your disciple will remember your words." Su Pingyan bowed respectfully in response, and then promptly accepted the technique from his master's hands, placing it within his invisible bag of holding. At this moment, Su Pingyan was eager to commence his cultivation, thus he addressed Feng Xiandao. "If master has no pressing matters, I shall take my leave." Feng Xian stroked his beard and smiled, nodding in affirmation. "Go ahead." "Yes, I take my leave." After performing another respectful bow to his master, Su Pingyan departed. Upon returning to his modest courtyard, Su Pingyan immediately planted the Xianshui Ju in his spiritual field, leaving him with nothing but the anticipation of harvest. However, devoid of a technique, he did not remain idle. Instead, he settled in the courtyard to continue perceiving and absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth through his breath. The inability to refine it was of little concern. His primary goal was to familiarize himself with this sensation. Before long, news of Su Pingyan opening his spiritual orifice and stepping into the condensation realm spread throughout the Lin family. Lin Xiao and Lin Qingqing were among the first to extend their congratulations. For Lin Xiao, this was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. After all, he had never anticipated that Su Pingyan, a mere one-orifice body, could achieve such a feat in such a brief span of time. In fact, he had harbored doubts about whether Su Pingyan could even open his orifice at all. Yet the reality was that Su Pingyan had successfully opened his orifice in just a few days, becoming a cultivator. This revelation filled Lin Xiao with both astonishment and elation, further solidifying his resolve to firmly bind Su Pingyan to the Lin family. As for Lin Qingqing, her thoughts were less complicated. She genuinely rejoiced for Su Pingyan's success. The following day, both the town lord's manor and the rare treasures pavilion received the news. However, in order to avoid disturbing Su Pingyan's cultivation, Lu Changfeng and Shun Liang refrained from visiting, instead sending gifts through their attendants. Lu Changfeng presented a book titled Lingxi Ju, a fourth-grade yellow-level internal cultivation technique, which he himself practiced. This technique significantly enhances a cultivator's control over spiritual energy and facilitates the concealment and perception of such energy. On that day, Lu Changfeng had discerned Su Pingyan's true identity at a glance through his mask, thanks to this technique. Shun Liang's gift was a fourth-grade yellow-level magical artifact known as the Qingxiao Flying Sword. Its blade was light, its edge sharp, and its momentum soared like the azure clouds, swift as the wind. Su Pingyan was quite fond of these two treasures, believing that planting them in his spiritual field would surely yield even more powerful artifacts. On the third day, the previously planted Xianshui Ju finally bore new fruit in the form of a fifth-grade black-level technique, the Bai High Tide technique. Su Pingyan was filled with immense joy as he swiftly retrieved the cultivation technique from the spiritual field and began to peruse its contents. To his astonishment, this technique had been crafted by a fellow practitioner who, like him, had only unlocked a single spiritual aperture, specifically the Xianhai aperture, within the foundation building stage. This method emphasized water as its foundation, harnessing the inherent flexibility and enduring nature of water to absorb and refine the essence of heaven and earth. The technique possessed four distinctive characteristics. First, it embodied a harmonious blend of softness and strength. Although the Azure Sea Tidal technique primarily emphasized gentleness, it could unleash formidable offensive power, akin to an unstoppable tsunami. Second, it promoted an unceasing cycle of vitality. Practitioners of this technique would experience an internal force that ebbed and flowed like the tides, perpetually rejuvenating their state during combat. Third, it adeptly utilized softness to overcome hardness. When confronted with fierce assaults, the Azure Sea Tidal technique could effortlessly neutralize opponents' aggression through its gentle approach. Fourth, it fostered a profound affinity for the water element. Those who cultivated this technique could enhance their perception and manipulation of water elements, amplifying the effects of other water-related techniques. In summary, this cultivation method was a harmonious blend of offense and defense, offering restorative capabilities alongside enhancements to other water-based techniques. Su Pingyan was utterly content beyond measure. As one cultivates to different levels, the techniques manifest varying effects. Upon reaching the beginner stage, one can initially grasp the circulation of water attribute spiritual energy, enabling a tidal flow within the body that enhances the speed of absorbing and refining the celestial energy, as well as the recovery rate of one's own spiritual energy. Advancing to the minor achievement stage allows the practitioner to project their spiritual energy outward, forming shields and attacks of water attribute, thus acquiring a degree of offensive and defensive capability. Upon attaining the major achievement stage, the practitioner's spiritual energy flows incessantly like the tides, allowing for sustained recovery during combat while simultaneously possessing formidable offensive and defensive abilities. At the perfected stage, one has fully mastered the essence of the tidal technique of the Azure Sea, wielding the water elements at will and standing as a paragon among water attribute practitioners. The tidal technique of the Azure Sea is an immensely potent inner cultivation technique of the water attribute, requiring the cultivator to possess unwavering belief in a tranquil state of mind. Throughout the cultivation process, practitioners must continually perceive the softness and resilience of water, integrating themselves within its essence to truly grasp its profound intricacies. Su Pingyan gazed in wonder, his heart stirred with excitement, yearning to commence his cultivation without delay. However, before embarking on this journey, he required a place abundant in moisture, which would greatly facilitate his practice. He had long contemplated the ideal location. Beneath the Xiaokishan mountain lay a waterfall, deemed the most suitable sanctuary for his cultivation. Thus, Su Pingyan carefully stowed the tides of the Azure Sea into his concealed Qingkuan bag, subsequently planting the spirit breath technique bestowed by Lu Chanfeng into his spiritual field. Before setting forth towards Xiaokishan, with swift gallops, he soon arrived at the waterfall's base. The cascades thundered, enveloping the surroundings in a misty embrace. Not far off, a boulder, polished to a sheen by the relentless flow of water, glimmered like jade. Su Pingyan securely tethered the swift steed and promptly mounted it, settling into a meditative posture. He then retrieved the tome of the Azure Sea Tide Sutra and began to peruse it with great care. Prior to his cultivation, he needed to ensure that he had thoroughly memorized the incantations and methods, thereby attaining an optimal state for his practice. After a period of contemplation, Su Pingyan deemed it sufficient and subsequently stowed away the teachings. He gently closed his eyes, regulating his breath until he felt a profound unity with the cosmos. The path of water is soft yet formless, gentle yet silent. The Azure Sea Tide ebbs and flows with the lunar phases, gathering the spiritual essence of the universe and amalgamating the quintessence of myriad rivers. As Su Pingyan silently chanted the incantations within his mind, waves of celestial energy began to flow into his being through the mysterious sea orifice. Upon entering his body, these energies gradually transformed into a warm, aqueous spiritual essence, akin to a gentle stream in motion. They then coalesced into a small brook, meandering slowly along his meridians. Though the energy was gentle, it possessed an indescribable resilience, capable of embracing all while simultaneously shattering anything in its path. The waterfall cascaded from a great height, creating countless droplets that splashed upon Su Pingyan. Su Pingyan did not evade. Rather, he allowed the frigid droplets to permeate his skin. Each droplet seemed to carry a whisper of the ethereal essence of the universe, seeping through his pores and merging harmoniously with the energy within him. Su Pingyan's breath gradually became elongated and profound. With each inhalation, it seemed as if he were drawing in the mist of a cascading waterfall. With every exhalation, it felt as though he were expelling the impurities within him. The spiritual energy circulating within him grew increasingly fluid, ebbing and flowing like the tides, sometimes serene, at other times tumultuous. Gradually, a faint azure halo began to emanate from his entire being. This halo shimmered like rippling emerald waves, enveloping him entirely. Within the halo, one could faintly discern the movement of water patterns, as if he were situated within a tranquil lake. As the cultivation method progressed, the water spirit energy within Su Pingyan transformed into a steady stream of true energy, ultimately converging in his dantian. This cyclical process continued for several repetitions. Suddenly, an idea struck Su Pingyan. He slowly raised his hands, palms facing upward, with his fingertips trembling slightly. The spiritual energy within him surged through his meridians and flowed toward his hands. Gradually, a sphere of azure spiritual energy began to coalesce in his palms. Initially, this sphere was only the size of a fist. However, as the spiritual energy continued to infuse it, it expanded, ultimately transforming into a water orb that hovered above his palms. On the surface of the orb, the movement of water could be faintly perceived, as if it contained boundless power. Su Pingyan's expression subtly shifted, as if he were attuned to every subtle change within the water sphere. His thoughts were wholly immersed, as if he had become one with the orb of water. With the ebb and flow of the tides, his heart resonated with the undulations, his intentions flowed freely, harmonizing the internal and external, perpetually thriving. Su Pingyan silently recited the incantation in his heart. The water sphere in his hand trembled, its surface rippling with successive waves. Suddenly, the sphere erupted violently, transforming into countless droplets that splashed outward like a torrential downpour. Su Pingyan slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of aquamarine light flickering within. He sensed the abundant elemental energy of water coursing through his body, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured to himself, "Indeed, the tide of the Azure Sea technique is profoundly wondrous." For the next 2 days, Su Pingyan did not return to the Lin family, but remained immersed in his cultivation. It was not until the third day that the spiritual technique he had planted in the spirit field yielded a new method. This time, it was a fourth-grade profound technique, named the Shadow Concealment of Spiritual Breath, which bore 2 more characters than the previous method. Su Pingyan perused the text for a while, gaining a rudimentary comprehension of the cultivation technique. This particular method hinges on utilizing spiritual breath as a guide, with the concealment of shadows as its essence. It emphasizes the exquisite mastery of spiritual energy, allowing one to obscure their own aura and merge with the surrounding cosmos, while also enabling the perception of fluctuations in spiritual energy, thus discerning opportunities ahead. Although the technique is commendable, Su Pingyan found himself devoid of the leisure to cultivate it at present. He could only stow it away in his invisible Qianquan bag. Subsequently, he planted the flying sword gifted by Shun Liang and resumed his practice of the tide of the Azure Sea technique. 2 days elapsed. The azure flying sword bestowed by Shun Liang had also yielded a new magical artifact. This time, it was not a single sword, but rather 3 swords, all originating from the same source. Their rank was classified as 4th tier of the mysterious grade. Su Pingyan, filled with excitement, promptly retrieved it from the spiritual field. The 3 flying swords were as ethereal and graceful as drifting clouds, their blades sharp beyond compare. Most notably, each of these swords bore an inscription of a name, sparing Su Pingyan the trouble of bestowing them with titles. The first sword, named Cloud Shadow, exhibited a soft azure hue throughout its body, reminiscent of the delicate mist at dawn, with subtle cloud patterns swirling along the edge of the blade, as if ready to merge with the cosmos at any moment. Su Pingyan attempted to harness his spiritual energy, and he felt as if the sword was as light as a breeze, moving with astonishing swiftness, evoking a sensation of an unseen blade. The second flying sword, named Wind Trace, possessed an elongated body, its blade glistening like frost, adorned with intricate patterns of wind etched upon its edge. Su Pingyan attempted to harness his spiritual energy, and to his astonishment, it instantly summoned a fierce gale, manifesting as an intangible sword chi that shattered the very rocks in its path. The third flying sword, named Starshine, possessed a blade as profound as the night sky, adorned with twinkling starlights, as if it contained the boundless power of the cosmos. Su Pingyan attempted to harness his spiritual energy, feeling the sword's weight and stability, its might akin to a torrent cascading from the heavens, astonishing in its power. As the 3 swords merged in their force, their energies intertwined magnificently. The master of the Cloud Shadow sword exhibited agility, the master of the Wind Trace sword displayed swiftness, and the master of the Star Radiance sword possessed gravitas. Together, they resembled meteors racing towards the moon, each complementing the other, amplifying their strength amidst the intertwining sword energies. Su Pingyan held an unwavering affection for these 3 flying swords. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Throughout this time, Su Pingyan immersed himself in his cultivation, neglecting food and sleep. Through his relentless efforts, he finally grasped the foundational aspects of the Azure Sea tide technique, solidifying his cultivation at the early stage of the Qi condensation realm. Nevertheless, a longing for his mother weighed heavily on his heart, particularly during the night when the feeling intensified. It struck him that he had not returned to see her in several months, stirring a deep sense of guilt within him. The recent turmoil, including the battle at the town lord's estate, had nearly deprived him of the chance to see her one last time. With these thoughts, Su Pingyan's yearning for home became almost unbearable. Thus, disregarding the setting sun, he mounted his swift steed and galloped toward Peach Creek Village. The distance from Xiaokishan to Peach Creek Village was less than 10 miles, and as a result, Su Pingyan soon arrived. At this hour, the villagers were either dining or resting at home, leaving the small paths of the village devoid of people. Su Pingyan rode his horse and arrived at his doorstep, where he noticed the lights flickering inside the house and faintly heard the voices of his mother and Aryo engaged in conversation. Su Pingyan smiled gently as he walked in, calling out, "Mother, Arya, I have returned." As his voice faded, a flurry of activity resonated from within the house, followed by the hurried sound of footsteps. Suddenly, a young girl adorned in a floral dress, with bright and expressive eyes, appeared before Su Ping'an. Who else could it be but Wang Area? Upon seeing Su Ping'an, Wang Area was overwhelmed with joy and tears filled her eyes. "Ping'an Gu," she exclaimed as she rushed towards him, throwing herself into his embrace. Chapter 63. Father yet to depart. Su Ping'an discovers his heritage. "Ping'an Gu, you have finally returned," Wang Area cried, nestled in Su Ping'an's arms, her tears flowing like rain on a pear blossom. Su Ping'an initially believed that the girl's actions stemmed merely from her longing for him, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly, saying, "I have been exceedingly busy with my cultivation lately." However, before he could finish his words, Wang Area lifted her head, her eyes brimming with tears, and, in a choked voice, lamented, "You still wish to deceive me. We are all aware of the truth." Su Ping'an was taken aback. "What do you know? I know that you have sustained grave injuries and were nearly—" Wang Area could no longer continue, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Su Ping'an. "Brother Ping'an, I thought I would never see you again." With that, she buried her face in his embrace and wept once more. Su Ping'an felt a warmth in his heart, a gentle smile gracing his face as he softly reassured, "See, I am perfectly fine." At that moment, Su's mother emerged from the room, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Su Ping'an. Upon seeing his mother looking significantly thinner and much older, Su Ping'an was taken aback. He hurriedly stepped forward, grasping his mother's hand and inquiring, "Mother, what has happened to you?" The first thought that crossed Su Ping'an's mind was whether his mother had fallen ill again. Just as he was about to inquire, Wang Area approached and said, "Ping'an, ever since we learned of your grave injuries and your unconscious state, your mother has been unable to eat or sleep. She often weeps quietly in solitude, and her health has deteriorated further, especially in recent times." Mother Su gently interrupted Wang Area's words, then raised her hand to tenderly caress Su Ping'an's cheek, her face illuminated by a loving smile. Softly, she said, "Ping'an, Mother is perfectly fine. Seeing you return safe and sound, all my worries have vanished." In that moment, Su Ping'an felt as though his heart was being torn apart. He longed to slap himself twice in anguish. The next instant, he found himself kneeling, eyes reddened, and uttered, "Mother, I am an unfilial son, causing you to worry and suffer for my sake." However, Mother Su playfully chided him, "You silly boy, why are you kneeling for no reason? Get up at once." Having said that, she helped Su Ping'an to his feet and reassured him, "It's wonderful that you are back, just wonderful. Brother Ping'an, it's chilly outside. Let us go inside and talk," Wang Area gently reminded. Su Ping'an nodded and turned to his mother, saying, "Mother, allow me to assist you into the house." "Very well." Mother Su nodded with a smile. Shortly thereafter, the three of them entered the house. The interior remained as pristine as ever, impeccably tidy. Su Ping'an helped his mother settle comfortably, taking a seat beside her, never once releasing his hold on her hand. "Mother, how did you come to know about my injury?" Su Ping'an inquired about the doubts that lingered in his heart. It was quite natural for them to be aware of the tumultuous events that transpired at the town lord's residence that day, as the news had long since spread throughout Qingxia town, becoming common knowledge among its inhabitants. One need not even seek out information deliberately. A mere stroll through the tea houses of the neighborhood would suffice to grasp the entirety of the situation. However, the news of his injury had been meticulously concealed by the Lin family, rendering the number of those aware of it exceedingly few. Thus, it perplexed Su Ping'an that both his mother and Area were informed. Upon hearing Su Ping'an's inquiry, his mother sighed softly and replied gently. It was Daniel and Area who heard it from the steward of the Lin family. Su Ping'an was momentarily taken aback. Just as he was about to inquire further, he noticed Wang Area approaching with a cup of water. As she walked closer, she spoke. "Brother Daniel and I heard about your remarkable display of prowess at the town master's residence, and we were immensely pleased. We set out to find you at the Lin family estate, but that steward, Tian, informed us that you were in seclusion for cultivation and would not allow us to see you. It was only when Brother Daniel overheard two servants from the Lin family inadvertently revealing your grave injuries that we learned the truth. After much pressing, the steward finally disclosed the actual circumstances to us." As she spoke, she extended the cup of water to Su Ping'an, her expression turning to one of guilt as she continued, "Upon returning, I intended to keep this from Aunt, but alas, I was too naive. She saw right through me at a glance. With no other choice, I had to confess to her." Listening to Wang Area's heartfelt words, Su Ping'an finally understood. She then continued, "We wish to visit you at the Lin residence, but Aunt insisted that our presence would not be of any assistance and would only cause trouble for the family, so she forbade us from going. These past few months, I have been consumed by fear. As she recounted her feelings, tears began to flow once more. Su Pingyan found himself in a state of bemusement, unable to help but offer her a few comforting words. Only then did Wang Area cease her weeping. Shortly thereafter, Su Pingyan turned to his mother and inquired, "Mother, when I touched your hand earlier, it felt somewhat cold. Might your illness have relapsed?" Mother Su smiled and said, "No, it's just a minor issue." Just as she was speaking, a sudden and violent fit of cough seized her. "Mother." Su Pingyan was taken aback and hurriedly patted his mother's back. Wang Area immediately went to pour water for Su's mother. After a prolonged bout of coughing, Mother Su finally ceased. Subsequently, Su Pingyan took the water that Wang Area had poured and offered a couple of sips to his mother. Once he noticed that she appeared to be feeling somewhat better, he anxiously inquired, "Mother, how are you?" Mother Su's complexion had noticeably paled compared to before. Her voice weakened significantly, yet she still managed to smile and said, "It's just a few occasional coughs, nothing to worry about." How could it be nothing? Surely, you have caught a chill again. After Su Pingyan finished speaking, he asked Wang Area, "Is there any medicine left at home?" "Yes, Brother Pingyan. Danyu has gone to town several times to buy some," Wang Area replied, and hurried off to prepare the medicine. Observing his mother's condition, Su Pingyan felt a profound ache in his heart. However, Su's mother gently reassured him, saying, "Pingyan, I truly am fine. It is likely just the recent chill in the air that has caused me to catch a slight cold. With some medicine and a bit of rest, I shall recover swiftly. You have your own matters to attend to. Do not dwell on me too much. Such concerns may hinder your cultivation." Su Pingyan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Despite her own illness, his mother still concerned herself with his cultivation, which made him feel increasingly unfilial. "Mother, I have wonderful news to share. By a twist of fate, I have successfully entered the qi condensation stage and have officially become a cultivator." Indeed, as soon as these words left Su Pingyan's lips, an expression of immense joy illuminated his mother's face, her eyes inadvertently brimming with tears, rendering her momentarily speechless with excitement.